Welcome, guys. David Lappin here. I am joined by Darrow Carney. We are here for the Merit Poker Western Series warm-up day 3 action, live from Merit Crystal Cove Hotel. What a action-packed day we had yesterday. I don't know if these guys can live up to the excitement of some of those hands we witnessed, but these are the 9 people, or 8 people right now at least, who are going to try and live up to that. As I said, I am joined by my good friend, my co-podcast host, and for this week, my co-commentator, Darrow Carney.
Delighted to be here, David. Here for all of today. I just came in at the end yesterday.
Delighted to have you over here, Dara. As we see there, Edward Barsagian, 794k. He is top of the chip stacks at this feature table. Hussein Akgul, pretty much the same stack there, 790. Dara, I think we got a little bit of information about a good friend of ours, actually a couple of good friends of ours, who we know are among the chip leaders overnight. They are on the outer tables right now. We might get to have a look at them a little bit later on. Ryan Mandara and Jamie Nixon all over $1 million.
Yeah. I think Ryan is third in chips overnight, and Jamie is 6th, so they're right up there at the top with over $1 million. Great chance for both those guys. Ryan, of course, got heads up in the Irish Open a few years ago, and Jamie is a real regular on the GUKPT circuit. I used to actually room with Jamie on trips a few years ago.
Lucky Jamie.
Lucky me too. He's a very nice guy to room with. He's a very good roommate.
He's a lovely lad, Jamie. We also see there on this feature table Fyodor Dedalov. We watched him play quite a bit of poker last night. I think he was on the last of our featured tables. We had 8 hours of poker action yesterday, 4 blocks of 2 hours. Dedalov on the last one, and right away, Krasilnikova under the gun. She looks down at pocket tens. That's a nice hand to look at first up.
Yeah, with 19.8 big blinds, you can go a couple of ways here. You can raise and just call it off, or you can just do what she's done, shove. She's decided to just go for the shove.
Close one here for Idemir.
Ace Queen suited. Well, he only has 6 big blinds, I think. So I think he's going to be sticking it in as well.
No, he's
oh, does he? Oh, no, sorry, you're right. 64 big blinds.
So this represents about a third of his stack. And wafer thin, to be honest. I think you could pass this one. He's not going to, though.
Could. Ace King is the big fear there, because often the quick shove under the gun. Oh, we've a third all in. Oh, look at this.
Oh, Aristotelos.
Oh, she's so happy. Look how happy she looks.
She was... well... it's written all over her face that she's a hand she's very, very pleased with, it must be said. Aristotelos, she was on our feature table. I think it was the second of the 4 feature tables yesterday. She made an incredibly sick above the rim fold in a spot where she had, I think it was ace jack on an ace queen X board, and on the turn came a 7, which her opponent took the lead with the ace 7. I thought she was going to have to not quite go broke, but lose a huge portion of her stack in that hand. She didn't, and now she has put herself in a great spot here.
Yeah, Idemir is now regretting he didn't let the ace queen go. Krasilnikova as well. I said it's a spot where you could raise and call it off, but if it went raise, shove, reshove, you could also fold the 10s.
Yes, exactly. That's a great point, that she could have given herself an escape hatch there. Idemir is in a really wonky spot. I think he's probably fixating on the scenarios where he's in good shape, like maybe they've got kings and jacks and his ace queen actually has the right equity, but you can't do that, Darren.
10s and jacks is the dream, but yeah, ace queen is just such a horrible hand, because it's really dominated by all of the legitimate hands in the range, you know, queens, kings, aces, and ace king. She's so happy. It's odd. Yeah, love that reaction. She's just so thrilled to have her aces.
Well,
what I can do.
10s do have a shot here. Obviously, we saw one of the aces folded, so you know it does help her a little bit. 19% we see there, even though one of her suits are covered.
Unfortunately for her, the one live flush draw she has, the spades. We saw that the ace and queen folded were also spades.
Quite right, well spotted, Dara.
Okay, well, she's some backdoors now. She can hit a backdoor straight with queen jack or 7-8, or it can come spade, obviously. But now she's drawing to one of the 2 remaining 10s. She seems resigned to her fate. And there it is. No good. Unlucky. First hand, I mean, that's kind of cruel.
Very cruel. Krasilakova would have gone to bed last night with high hopes of spinning up her 20 bigs and making a run at this. Obviously, these guys are only 40 places away from the money. That's going to be probably a couple of hours in real time. And Aristotelos, well, she's beaming, Dara.
She is. She's very, very happy. She got not only the stack there, but also the dead money from the ace queen that called and then folded to the shove. Great start for her is the dream.
Yeah, she is up to around about 1 million chips herself now, so right there amongst the chip leaders. Obviously, that was the first hand of the day. We only saw maybe 7 or 8 players above 1 million, so she is right there with them. Amazing situation, of course, Dara, as I mentioned last night, a creeping ICM implication towards the latter part of the day. Clearly, that's a factor from now on, really. They're all going to be thinking about a couple of hours, 50 hands from now, the money bubble bursts.
Yeah, I think in real terms people think of that way. In actual fact, I mean, I think the solvers have shown recently that ICM is a much bigger factor earlier than people think. It actually starts to be a fairly significant factor even when only half the field are gone. It changes the ranges. And by the time you get down to 30% of the field, it's fairly considerable. And most people don't realize that because, you know, you're still a long way off the bubble at that point.
Well, with every bust out, that will become a more significant consideration for the ICM-minded out there.
We're seeing some coolers already. The sixes have opened here. Jack 10 is called, and Fedosev has picked up queens on the button. Obvious squeeze spot. And he has, let's see his sizing here. It's gone, yeah, that's about fairly standard size, I think, 3.5x roughly.
So Barsagian maybe will consider a set mine / board mine with these sixes. It's an interesting one. He obviously could win a very big pot if his opponent is legit. The problem sometimes, though, is that the button range could be a little wider than normal, and actually you're not necessarily going to get the full stack because it's not necessarily a premium hand if you do manage to get that dream set versus overpair situation.
Yeah, that's an issue. Sixes is an interesting hand in this spot. In a lot of spots, the solvers will call sixes before they call sevens or eights, and that has to do with when the range you're up against is very ace heavy. If the board comes 2, 3, 4, 5, obviously the sixes outdraw the ace, but sevens or eights don't.
I love little nuggets like that when you sort of see these curious things that you have to sort of reverse engineer and work out why. And of course, that's the reason the 2, 3, 4, 5 is the cooler. Yeah,
there's a lot of spots, like all of those hands are very close to break even, and just a very small thing like that can actually tip something to being a call. Often people look at the solver output and go like, how can sixes be a call and sevens or eights isn't? Sometimes it's blocker effects as well.
It's good you didn't go all in. No, before.
So, a lot of action already. 2 quick hands right out of the gate. Oh, he's got a hand as well. He's down to 42 big blinds now after losing almost a third of his stack first hand without seeing the flop. Ace 6 in the small blind lets it go. Queen 6 is going to fold as well. Only 3 hands so far, but it does look like everybody's just playing relatively legit with the bubble looming, as you said.
Yeah, it's a period of the tournament where the big stacks can certainly start to lean into those middle to short stacks, try and take advantage of those ICM implications. That usually takes the form of opening slightly wider, firing slightly more continuation bets, and often very small bets, Dara.
Yeah, 3-betting and squeezing more as well. Yeah, the 2 periods when ICM is most extreme in a tournament are final table bubble and money bubble, but they're different in a sense because when you're on the money bubble, the people who feel the most ICM pressure are the short stacks because they really want to get into the money first before they put their stack in. Whereas on the final table bubble, it's the middle stacks that the big stacks can push around more.
Another interesting difference of those two situations is that the moment the money bubble bursts, actually a lot of the tension goes out of that. Now it builds back up again,
Yeah.
but it dissipates immediately, whereas going from 9 to 8 to 7 is actually much more gradual.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. So pretty loose open here from the hijack. 10-9 off. It's certainly defensible, but it's on the loose side. The ace-2 is defended. It's a pretty good flop for the ace-2. He's got a gut shot. His ace-high will be good a lot, and he's got backdoor nut spades. So I can't imagine he's going to fold to the c-bet here. Fedoseev also thinks this is a pretty good board for him because a lot of 5x and 3x will just fold pre.
My mother's still asleep. This is such a bad time to move here. Still 4 in
The
the morning.
fact that the ace high has showdown in and of itself, does that make this a more compelling call rather than going into the raising range with all those backdoors like you mentioned?
Yeah, I think if you had a much weaker hand like 7-2, for example, with a spade, then there'd be a more compelling case to raise. But you can just call here. You're mostly hoping your opponent just shuts down, but he's obviously not going to shut down that he's hit top pair.
Fedoseev will be enjoying that 10 of hearts on the turn. It will mean he takes the lead in quite a few scenarios.
Yeah, he almost the only stuff he would have been ahead of on the flop were straight draws that 10 high was beating. So he definitely has to bet now because he's pulled ahead of almost all the made hands that Barzigan can have, and he also wants to charge the draws.
And at this point, I think Barsegian probably has to bin the ace-2 now. It really isn't a good card.
It just wasn't a good. Yeah, there were lots of good cards for him. He could obviously have hit a 4. He could have hit an ace. He could have got a spade. This is just not a good card for him. But Fedoseev has gone for quite a small size, so. But he has let it go. Yeah, I think that's a prudent fold.
And well played by both players, it must be said. As you said, Dara, the 10-9, a little on the loose side from the hijack. Oh, it looks like an accidental show. I guess he's got a little peek that time.
I think he went to show and then it flipped. It didn't flip over, and then he deliberately showed. So
okay.
Yeah, interesting. I guess he wants to keep stealing, so he wants to show that he has hands when he bets. He could have gone for a bigger size on the turn there as well, because he would have so many checkbacks on the turn normally that his range should be fairly polarized on the turn when he does bet. And when you bet that small size, you don't really put the strong draws or pairs under that much pressure. You really only fold out the type of hand that he was up against. Got another hand here, pocket 2s. Just by the way he looks, you would pick him as maybe the most aggressive player at the table.
Yes, he does have a
He's
sort
got
of
that
a
young hoodie
brooding
vibe. Young guy with hoodie and sunglasses. It's almost a cliche at this point, but.
Well, Aristotelos giving some consideration to her ace-4 suited, one would presume maybe thinking of deploying a light 3-bet, but she thinks better of it. From later position, maybe that would be kind of cool, particularly against one of the aggressive players. And remember, she's now chip leading him, if you like, after her newfound wealth.
Yeah, I think if the seats had been reversed there and she'd opened the pocket 2s, she was getting 3-bet. But
Very possibly.
She's probably just feeling very happy that she's got that early infusion of chips and thinking, well, that's going to get me to the bubble.
Jakovlevich, Queen 6 suited, feels like a mandatory defend here to the slightly larger than min raise, open.
Yeah, it would certainly be a mandatory defend yesterday. This near the bubble, you do start having to fold more hands because you're not going to be able to call as many flops. So I think that is a factor. So it's the 5-4 suited against the 2s.
Now what I can say is, having watched a little bit of Akgul yesterday, he definitely likes to splash about with suited connectors, Broadway combos, a lot of flats in position with these kinds of hands. So the 5-4 suited, actually pretty consistent with that strategy we saw him deploy yesterday. Pocket 2s on the jack, 9-9 here. Looks like Fedoseev is going to continue here. It's one of those kind of boards that somewhat hits the flatting range, but obviously we see in this instance it absolutely did not.
Yeah, often the out of position player won't have too many leads on a lot of boards, but on a board like that, which is kind of hard to hit, there's only 2 9s missing, and the jack is not that huge in the flatting range either. That's the kind of board where you can lead out with pocket 2s. You're obviously just hoping that the guy folds, but they should be folding a lot.
Okay.
Ace-5 offsuit under the gun. Can't imagine he's going to play this. Yeah, just too many players to get to there. King 10 in the hijack. This should be an open. He's got a nice stack, 74 big blinds. Opens for 22, 2.2 big blinds. Folds to the button, he doesn't have anything. Pocket 7s. Mandatory offend. He's not going to like that flop. 3 overcards to his 7. Akul takes the lead with top pair. Definitely wants to bet this board. There's so many draws he can get value from, and worse hands, Queen X, 8X. Even worse, King X will be in the big blinds range here.
Interesting that Doggett Tikinian is going to be a little sticky here.
Yeah, he has a diamond, which is a slight factor. Backdoor straight draw, or backdoor flush draw, but it's only a 7 high flush draw, so he does get a diamond on the turn, though. That might encourage him to stick around.
Now, if you're a Gull in this situation, it's an interesting one. Obviously, the best hand you could be up against maybe is King Jack. Obviously, you could be up against the 8-6 or even the Queen 6, maybe because it's a big blind defend, but you probably have to go for small value again. I don't think there's any sense in slowing down here.
Yeah, the flushes are getting there is a slight worry, because the big blind should have more flushes in his range. Although it's pretty close actually when the ace isn't on board. They both have a decent amount of flushes.
It almost serves as an advanced blocker in that scenario. If you get raised, yes, you're probably ditching your King 10 now, but if you get called,
yeah,
I can imagine a lot of checkbacks even with the King 10 now.
Yeah, but the 7s fold this time. He looks relieved there, because obviously he had no diamond, and he just had fairly weakish top pair. Sometimes you can get misreads off players like that if you're watching them afterwards, and you could think, oh, he must have been bluffing there, but it's more relief that his sort of good but not great hand won.
They're changing the
Ben
deck.
fark etmedim.
Okay.
Что случилось?
Ну, карта погнута, кто-то поднимает, так сильно заламывает.
A little bit of table service to the players here. Real feature of Merit Poker and what this hotel, this resort, and this poker brand bring is that level of hospitality. We've certainly experienced it even just a couple of days we've been here. Food is great, all-inclusive bar, and players just generally feel very spoiled when they're here.
Yeah, no, it's really good. I had heard great things about here. I'd never been here before, but certainly living up to the reputation.
Indeed it is. There we see Katerina Aristotelos, 100 big blinds. She is over the million mark, as we mentioned earlier. She obviously had her aces hold versus the pocket 10s right out of the gate. Fedosiv, 930k. Things going very nicely for those players. But down the other end of the table, Alexander Jakovljevic, 295k. He's actually doing fine. 30 big blinds.
30 big blinds being the short stack.
panic.
Yeah, 30 big blinds being the short stack is fairly incredible. could lead for a period of very, very cagey play now, where nobody really feels under pressure to make a move before the bubble. King's under the gun for Akgul.
I do it every time I commentate, Dara. The Django's. I'm trying to get it out there. The Django's. And given that there is a cowboy theme to this week, I think the Django's. This is my time to get this.
Right. I initially thought for it to be Django's, it had to be specifically King of Spades, King of Clubs.
Why?
Because the Black King.
But Django is just a cowboy. You mean Django Unchained, the Tarantino movie?
Yeah, the Tarantino one.
Oh,
yeah.
but Tarantino just borrowed from every cowboy movie there ever was.
Every spaghetti western ever, yeah. Fair enough.
Bonus points for every segue to a spaghetti western we can make during this. I've been using the phrase when a player just wins a pot and then enters the next pot, back in the saddle. That's that one.
Is that a spaghetti western?
They're back in the he's back in the saddle.
I don't know that.
A blazing saddle.
That's not a spaghetti western either.
Blazing Saddles was a western, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's the Mel Brooks comedy western.
Yeah.
So that's not spaghetti western.
Well,
you said spaghetti western.
Well, western.
That's Yiddish. That's a Yiddish western.
Ah.
So Ace Jack suited small blind. This is a tricky spot against an early position raise.
Yeah, he's gone for the 3-bet, Dara, and Akgul, it's interesting whether he will just flat here or will he go for the 4-bet. He is going to go for the 4-bet.
Yeah.
Basically happy to get it in now, I guess, hoping maybe Queens will put it in, Ace King will put it in.
Yeah. When you do 3-bet in this spot, you should kind of know like why you're 3-betting. Are you 3-betting because he's in early position, and if you 4-bet, you know that you're very likely to be dominated and you're folding? You can't really 3-bet for value against an early position raiser with Ace Jack.
And the suitedness of the Ace Jack actually means you flop okay, so
makes you
flatting is nice.
Yeah, it makes you very sad if you're going to have to fold. And yeah, he looks like he's very reluctant here.
Now, we don't know, but perhaps these guys have a dynamic. They may know each other. They may have been playing together. Akgul, as I mentioned, is on the splashier side. He's a loose player. Now, usually 4-betting in this scenario is an indication of actual strength and really having it, but I'm sure it's in Akgul's arsenal to do this light, and maybe that is what Doggan is thinking about.
Yeah, I mean, if you are going to have a light 5-bet shove range, Ace Jack has such a...
He so reluctantly let that one go.
Yeah, that was a fold under protest. Yeah, I think I'd prefer 5-bet shoving there to flatting. If you do think your opponent's likely to be at it, you are blocking a lot of the strong hands with the ace, and even if you run into something like kings, you have a better chance than if you had queens or jacks, for example. But he did let it go.
Yeah.
Aristoteles will let the ace-2 go. I love how happy she looks at the table. She's absolutely thrilled with herself.
Loving life. There's Michael Lech there, Miguel Fiesta.
Love with the ace-2 suited. You can certainly open this. You can open any suited ace at this point. And he is going to.
Michael Lech, a very good friend of our good pal, Slay America, Luke Frabel.
Oh, I didn't realize that, yeah. Shout out to Slay. I was actually chatting to him yesterday on my way over. Vidasev is going to call with the 9-7 suited. A very nice hand to defend here. Flops very well. He has flopped bottom pair, but this is a really bad board just to have bottom pair on with the ace and king there. Dedalov has top pair, backdoor flush draw.
Thank you very much.
Some argument for just checking here. On these two high card boards, you're going to have a lot of hands that you don't really want to put more money in, like your pocket pairs, and you want to check some top pairs as well. But he is going to go ahead and bet. It's a small bet. I like the size here. This is just trying to fold out the misses.
Yeah, maybe extract a little value from some King X, some 7X for this sizing that will be put under pressure. Their minimum defense frequency will probably force them to at least call once.
Yeah, I think Fedushev would probably have folded this to a bigger bet, but now this bet is so small, he's thinking I probably just have to call this now. Even if just to try and bink a 9 or a 7 on the turn.
Well, Dara, it looks as though he might be lining up some raising chips.
Oh,
here.
he is, yeah. Okay, maybe he thinks this is weak. He thinks this is just a stab.
It's not his board to be allowed raise at some level here.
No, it's not. That's the problem with this raise. He's trying to fold out the nothings, but this is really Daedalov's board so much that he's not actually going to have nothing all that often. He's like, this is kind of one of the weakest hands he's going to have, and it's still top pair, backdoor flush draw.
Yeah, I wonder if he will make a sort of exploitative fold in this scenario versus what isn't a hugely sensible raise. I suppose he can have King 7 and pocket 7s is maybe the very best hand Fedushev can have.
Yeah, they're the hands. Well, yeah. The 5 is an effective break. Like, that should just never improve either player. Fedushev doesn't pick up equity. Often in these spots when you do the check raise, you want to have hands that can, they have backdoors or something so that you can turn equity. 9-7, you can only improve to 2 pair or trips.
Yeah, I very much feel as though 95 players left, 30 roughly from the money. This is a pure, I'm going to just try and put pressure on you, manu-y-manu.
Yeah, well, Daedalov only has 25 big blinds behind, so he is threatening his entire stack if he puts in another bet now.
And it's a horrible spot for Ace-2,
Yeah.
admittedly up against a curious enough line, a strange line that he will be certainly feeling is a little on the fishy side, but this is very hard to call.
Yeah, and he's sized up. He's gone for just over half pot here, and he's basically saying, if you call here, there's going to be 300k in the pot. You're only going to have 185k behind, 178k. I'm going to shove in a lot of worlds. This is what myself and Barry Carter refer to as a threat bet in our book on ICM. You're basically threatening the entire stack with this bet. You're saying if you call this, the rest is going in on the river a lot of the time.
And remember, Daedalov uncapped in this spot. He can have aces, he can have pocket kings, he can have ace-king. He's the pre-flop aggressor. So that's the part of this hand that's a little bit on the strange side. And that's exactly what Daedalov has recognized, is that this is a very strange line from his opponent.
It's a very strange line. It's a very reluctant call, though. He's kind of giving away the fact that he has this type of hand, I think. Oh, my God.
That's very, very sick.
This is sick.
But I do wonder, if Fedushev really loves it anymore, because he might feel as though he is being trapped by an ace-king or a pocket kings.
Yeah, that's why he decided to just...
I think on reflection, he's supposed to go for some value. Having got there with the 9-7, going 1/3 feels right.
Yeah.
Try and get the cry call from ace-queen.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he's almost giving himself a reverse free roll, that if his opponent does have ace-king and he bets, is he going to fold the 9-7?
He's not going to fold the 9-7. No, I think he should probably just shove the river there, to be honest. If his opponent has a better hand, he's going to shove, and you're going to have to call off anyway. Yeah, I think he just got confused in that spot, because when he got called twice, obviously, as you said, the alarm bells went off, and he thought maybe he was being trapped. But it's not like you're going to fold your 2 pair to a pot. It wouldn't even been that big a bet on the river. It would have been half pot.
A somewhat tilting experience, it must be said, for Daedalov to see that hand be turned over at the end.
Yeah. But on the other hand, at least he's still in the tournament.
Indeed. Well, he did make a good read, and whenever money went into that pot, he was in the lead, so he can console himself with that fact.
I'm sure it's a huge consolation to him.
20.
I'm pretty sure I've played with Yakovlevich somewhere. He looks very familiar to me. Fedosev has been the action player so far, and now he's got another hand here. He's up to 1.1 million now, so he's the chip leader at the table. He's going to be absolutely loving that. He's going to start putting pressure on people, I think.
How much? 20?
So just comes with a flat here, interestingly. Maybe feeling as though with his image right now, if he 3-bets and gets 4-bet shoved, he'd have to call with the 9s, and it's actually a little bit on the dicey side. Instead, he can maybe proceed applying post-flop ICM pressure.
Yeah, 27.5 big blinds. I mean, you would be relatively okay with getting 9s in, but as you said, he's decided to take a more cautious route. Now he's going to hate this board with the ace and the queen there.
Particularly with one of the shorter stacks at the table being the pre-flop aggressor, he's most incentivized to knit up in this spot.
Yeah. Now we saw him check raise the last with his hand was slightly different because it had more outs against the value. Yeah, I actually like this check back. I did kind of advocate in the previous hand for the check back when you have a very weak top pair, and you have an aggressive opponent who's likely to start bluffing. You just get more value from the bluff part of the range, and yet you don't have to put in too much money with your fairly weak top pair.
That's really nice analysis.
Now he's likely to start going for value. Oh, the king is tricky too as well. It improves a lot of hands. Yeah, that's why I think he's decided to just check back. Now he's going to feel much better about his hand. He's pulled ahead of stuff like ace queen, or sorry king queen, and king queen was very possible there. Fedosev decides just to take his showdown. He's hoping he's up against 8s or a lower pair. You probably have to go for value now with your 2 pair.
Sizing wise, Dara, do you go sort of on the slightly larger side, maybe 40, 50k? It looks like he's gone for exactly half pot.
Yeah, I think in theory you're probably supposed to go big, but I think as an exploit, it seems that Fedosev is trying to get a fairly weak hand to showdown. So if you bet small, you're probably always getting called, and if you bet bigger, you don't know how often you're getting called.
Wheels are turning for Fedosev there. Interesting to know whether he's considering the value of just calling in this spot or actually turning his hand into a bluff, given how Jakovlevich has played passively across flop and turn.
Yeah, he probably recognizes his hand isn't going to be the best hand right very often now that he's facing a bet on the river. 9s would be one of the worst hands to turn into a bluff because it really doesn't block any of the value.
And he does make the call. Jakovlevich, an important pot for him to get himself back in amongst the players with 40 big blinds now. A little bit more comfort with that stack.
Yeah, I like how he played that. He didn't go crazy with his fairly weak top pair, but then by the river he recognized he had a hand strong enough to value bet.
And a spewy enough call there, it's got to be said.
Yeah, you're beating absolutely nothing there. Like 8s isn't going to turn itself into a bluff on the river, I don't think. So.
And any hand that wanted a bluff would surely have bluffed an earlier street.
Yeah, the so-called Brokaw law, the obvious way to bluff is the line that people will take. The obvious point in the hand to start bluffing was the turn after the flop goes check check. Or indeed just continuation bet the flop. There's a lot of more obvious ways to bluff there. That line of check check check check check bet on the river is very rarely a bluff. Fedosev looks like he's thinking about getting into the action again. Doggintin's gone for a very loose open here. Ace-2 offsuit in the hijack.
Well, Fedosev contemplates some light 3-bettage.
Yeah, I like this.
I just want to point out something. 10 hands in, we've lost 11 players already.
Fearless. People are not hanging around for the bubble, clearly. Yeah, I really like this 3-bet. It puts Doggintin in a horrible spot now. He's not going to call with ace-2, is he?
It looks as though he might be.
All right.
Well, both players at it.
Yeah, I mean they'll chop a lot if it gets checked down. The 4 isn't that much better of a kicker than the deuce. But yeah, ace deuce off. Not recommended to defend this.
A better light 4 bet
Yeah,
if you are going to play it.
Much better, yeah. Light 4 bet would have worked as well, I think. Now again, this is one of those hard to hit boards that doesn't really interact too much with either range.
One suspects just from body language there that Dogentican,
Has
as
given
much
up.
as he will hate this board, is feeling like he's on to feed a sieve and his newly found levels of aggression, and maybe will decide he wants to make a move. I don't know if there's going to be intent here.
Yeah, Fedosev has played a lot of hands, and one of the few ones he's showed down is the 9-7. So the other players will probably think he's actually playing much looser than he is. But yeah, this is the problem with defending the ace too. Like, even if the ace or the 2 comes, you're not going to feel great about it, and when you miss, you just have to pretty much check fold.
And you're not exactly up against an opponent who's going to check a lot.
No. I think at that spot, the player with the stronger range pre-flop, which is the 3-better, is almost always going to have the advantage post-flop.
Well said. And I got to say, and it was a feature of yesterday's play as well, given the amount of 3-betting and blasting that we're seeing in general, the pace of play is very, very good. We're not seeing tanks. We're not seeing long, arduous, deep thought calculations about bet sizing. We're just seeing guys fire out their chips pretty liberally.
Yeah.
As we lose another player. Fedosev now with an actual hand. It's almost unfair.
This is cruel, yeah. Now, unfortunately for him, the button is probably one of the least likely players to attack him. Light, yeah, she's going to just fold with her 5 deuce. Lets it go as well. And the 9-3 suited, yeah, you can certainly defend. This is a fine defend. I think this is the original fine defend, actually, if you remember. The very first discussion we ever had about fine defends. Our good friend Kevin Killeen was defending somebody who defended 9-3 suited specifically, and he described it as a fine defend.
And it's fair to say it was a teachable moment for us because we did not think it was.
Look at this flop.
Well, it's a very,
Look at this flop.
it's a very fine moment now.
He is absolutely loving life. And Fedosev is going to look at this flop and think it's perfectly safe.
Yeah, how can he have 9-4, 4-3, or 9-3?
Yeah.
It's not possible,
It's
right?
just not possible.
Well, Fedosev obviously has reasonable equity over pairs, can find a way to win from this point out. Interesting to see if Agul will spring the trap now right away, or will he play possum and try and induce later street bets. I think given how wide Fedosev likely to be, you might want to just call here and let him maybe fire off with no equity in a lot of situations.
Yeah, he hasn't really shown a tendency to fire off with no equity. He's certainly he had little equity in the 9-7 spot. The argument for raising here is that you have a lot of very vulnerable hands here. If you just have the 9, for example, and you think it's good, but also with the 2 clubs on board and, you know, lots of gut shots, some open enders, there are cards which can kill your action on the turn as well.
We might be about to see an absolute car crash of a hand.
Yeah,
there.
this is... now, the deuce is not a complete brick because Fedosev could have ace-5. Ace-5 would play this way. 5-6 would potentially play this way. But I think Akgul has just has to decide, okay, well, I might not have the best hand anymore, but if I don't, it's just a cooler. And he has to start going for value against the type of hand that Fedosev has, and that's what he's going to do.
And Fedosev definitely can't give up just yet. The clubs,
Absolutely
the
not,
obvious
no.
straw, have
No.
not got there yet.
No, no.
Had that been a 2 of clubs, I could imagine a world where Fedosev could get away right now, but not on the 2 of spades.
I mean, it's even possible that Akgul could be value betting a worse hand here, like just a 9. So you absolutely have to continue here.
Fidesiv makes the call. And with the pot now approaching 400k, stack to pot ratio of maybe 1.7 to 1, we see the King of Hearts. At goal, probably not feeling too scared. Not too
No,
many
you can't be
monsters
too,
under the bed
You
here.
really can't be worried about the king. An ace would be different, or a 5 would make it straight for an ace. They're more worrying cards. I think there's a strong argument for checking now, though, because it's definitely not his card, and there's a lot of missed draws. Yeah, I love this check because this can encourage a draw to bluff, even though it's not going to work out on this occasion.
So a well-played pot by both players, it must be said.
Yeah.
I think Fedosiv, can't really avoid losing quite a few chips in that situation.
Yeah, been very impressed by Ackworld so far. He seems to have very good presence, and he's just picking very sensible, intelligent lines. And that was a skirmish, let's say, between two of the bigger pots, and the chips swung from the bigger stack to the less big stack, equalizing them up almost now. Lots of quick folding here. Nobody's tanking.
Ace 20.
There's 20 from Aristoteles. Legitimate hand, obviously. Ace 10 off, probably one of the worst hands she's actually going to have here. Leches on the button with 3s. He's going to, in his mind, set mine. Set mining is much more profitable against tight players than loose players, because more often when you do flop your set, you'll get paid off. They'll have something which can pay you off.
And Deadloff off a relatively short stack decides to let the Jack-9 go, let these guys play heads up.
Okay, now she has a gut shot, backdoor nut flush draw, and her ace high will be good a lot of the time.
Definitely like this one for a small range bet. I don't think you have to go big here, maybe 15k, 20k.
Yeah. Yeah, there's two types of boards that you see bet quite a lot out of position. One is a board which really favors you, like this one.
Love this sizing.
Yeah, and oh, that's a beautiful sizing. Yeah, that's a really good sizing from her.
Easy.
And the other type of board is the really hard to hit board. You know, if it comes like a 5-5 deuce or something like that, then whoever had the stronger range pre-flop is probably still ahead. Most other boards, you're going to see a lot of checking.
Yeah, Aristoteles played superbly well, it must be said, on our feature table yesterday. And, yes, okay, we can all play those aces the way she played them. She's not getting too much credit for that, but she's playing her hand so well otherwise too.
Yeah, she played that hand really well. That's just really pulling faces. I can see why he's friends with Luke.
Michael Lech, just to give you a little bit of background on that player who set mind with the pocket threes in that last hand. 9 WSOP circuit rings and 1 WSOP bracelet, Dara. He won his WSOP bracelet on the online felt during COVID pandemic lockdowns. That was in 2020.
Okay.
But 9 circuit rings in the real world.
Yeah, that's very impressive.
And testament to the kind of show that these guys here at Merit Poker are putting on, that Americans are making the trip.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. They're drawing people from all over now. It's a very, very multinational field. You can understand why. Like, it's just such a great place to be. Great vibe around the place as well. Everything just feels so relaxed and friendly.
Idemir has decided to go for a cheeky little raise here from +2.
Wow.
Coming over the top of an under the gun and under the gun 1.
I wonder how much of this is frustration that he's lost the last few pots he's played, and he wants to book a W.
I think he's going to get it through, to be honest.
It probably will, because the size is quite big.
Although Doug Hentigan is probably feeling like he's being tossed around right now.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't really defend the Jack-10 suit at that shallow to that size.
Larceny.
Absolute larceny with the 5 high, yeah. Not even 9 high. His card's just added to 9 there.
Dara, you took a little run. Obviously, in a former life, you were Ireland's premier ultra runner. You, for some time, held the record for Ireland's longest distance ultra runner in a 24-hour race. You held many other accolades over your marathon and more than marathon career. You had a little run around the town here today.
Not quite around the town. I ran around the facility here, and then I decided to venture out. So I went out one of the main roads, and I got to sort of the edge of town just to get a sense of where the town was. Seems like a very nice town. I'll definitely go farther someday where I have more time. Very pleasant running environment too. Nice temperature. Not much traffic. So Doug Antikin has opened under the gun here with ace queen. Now, as you said, he's probably feeling a bit boxed around. So if he gets 3-bet, we could see fireworks here. But Ademir decides to just call with the 7s. King 2 suited in the big blind.
We've seen Chekhov, Livic fold hands like this, just maybe somewhat aware of the
ICM.
looming ICM.
Yeah.
87 players now. We've lost another 4 since I spoke up a moment ago.
Yeah, it's dropping pretty fast. Bubble might not take as long as we think.
I predicted it would go in level big blind 16k yesterday. I think it's definitely going to go in big blind 12k.
Yeah, he's let that go. I do actually like that fold as well. King 2 is just so mucky. Your king is very likely to be dominated when there are 2 players in the pot. It's a much bigger concern than when there's only 1 player, and also the ICM is a much bigger concern as well. You don't really want to leak chips when you flop top pair with that hand and have to call 1-bet. So
Well,
he just decided to cut that off by just getting out pre.
Idemir with a mandatory call here on the 8-10-10 board. Dogantikin's ace-queen, not best. That 6 will certainly keep Idemir involved. I don't know if Dogantikin is going to fire out again or if he's going to decide to
Looks like
check it. But
he's going to keep betting, yeah. You're not loving with the 7s here, but you have picked up a gut shot, and it is more your board. So he's going to make the call again. Will Dogantikin find the 3rd bullet if he misses here? And he does miss.
backdoor clubs get there, but that's unlikely to be a significant part of Ademir's range. Much more possible that Dogantikin could have a hand like that. That might be the kind of barreling run out you would need. He is
Yeah.
going for this. So again, a man who felt probably largely pushed around for the most part of this first hour is now deciding, do you know what? I'm not going to be pushed around in this pot. I'm going to keep firing. He's fired out small though.
Yeah, I think I would like to see a bigger size. I mean, he's basically trying to tell the story that he has an overpair here, or maybe he has a 10. Yeah, the small bet isn't going to get the job done. I think in that spot, a lot of players feel obliged to bet because they think it's the only way they can win, but they kind of bottle it when it comes to the size. I think there was a bit of that there from Dogantikin. Ademir played his hand really well. He maximized value there. He didn't love any of the streets having to call, but he recognized that he kind of couldn't really fold on that board to the sizings that he was facing. And that's something that people often overlook. People talk about, aggressive poker is good poker, but putting yourself in these tricky spots where you have to make marginal calls, you can. That's another way to win pots. And another setback for Dogantikin, so he's really going to be feeling under pressure. It's been a fairly nightmare session right from the get-go, where he lost almost a third of his stack with the ace-queen.
Card distribution keeping Michael Lech quiet for the moment. Deadloff, well, he is one of the shorter stacks right now, hoping to see something a little prettier than the 10-5 suited. Action folds round to the button here, Barsagian.
Yeah, mandatory open with the ace. 10
And that man again, Dogantican, is going to get sticky with the 10-6 suited, as he should.
Yeah, he absolutely should. Oh god, he's really he's making the second best hand so often here. That sometimes happens in poker. It's just another form of really bad luck when you make the second best hand.
Indeed.
The ace-5. I mean, this is a board where you'd pretty much be range C betting. So, and the 5 is not a completely useless card either. You can obviously make a straight with 3-4. Small bet, I like the size as well. You don't need to go big on this board. That will keep the 6 in though. Now it probably goes check, bet, fold. Although Barsegin won't feel brilliant about his hand. There's some argument for checking the turn here and just calling the river then if your opponent bets, or checking behind on the... But there's also argument for betting here and then checking the river.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's one of those classic can go both way situations.
Yeah, it's a 2-street hand and it's just a question of which 2 streets you want to go for.
He has gone for a half pot sizing. So as you said, pressurizing hands like exactly the one Dogantican has, a 6. That's the most likely holding, let's be honest. And obviously also charging clubs. Dogantican, I wonder, like in an ideal world, in a vacuum, you'd be happy to toss the 6.
Yeah.
And in fairness, he's shown good discipline.
No, he
to do
did, yeah,
exactly that,
yeah.
But he is getting sort of, as you said, on the wrong side of it each and every hand now.
Yeah, he's getting boxed around, but he has kept his discipline and is cool. Often you see players just lose their mind in those spots.
After the break.
He definitely will be feeling under it, and maybe that people are picking on him. But that hasn't been the case. It's just they've generally had it when they bet against him, and he's had the second best hand every time. Aristoteles, a fairly mediocre ace in early position, gets folded, but Lech has a decent suited ace. He'll be playing. Our American invader. And Akul has a hand here. This could be interesting. Two of the more skilled players at the table.
Yeah, Akul's going to raise it up here to 55, it looks like.
Yeah, if he'd been on the button, I think he'd be much more likely to call there. But part of the value of this raise is it forces out the players behind. This is a tricky spot now. It's a small sizing, so he's getting a really good price to call here. But he will be dominated a lot. Yeah, that's exactly what that face says. It's like, yeah, I'm getting a great price here, but my hand is really bad against the value range.
Michael, very expressive in his gestures.
Yeah. Yeah, ace-9 suited is so much worse than ace-10 suited in that spot, because ace-10 suited at least can flop straight draws, as well as the flush draws and backdoors. But ace-9 is just very mucky. Down to 85 players already.
It's astonishing attrition.
Yeah. Yeah, it really is.
We're not even out of the first level of the day.
If you came back as one of the shortest stacks today, you'd be loving this rate of attrition, thinking, wow, this is... I might not have to survive as long as I think. It'll be interesting to see if it does slow down, 65 left. It's 60 paid, or how many are paid?
62.
62. So when they get to like 67-ish, will it slow down significantly then? So Fidesev has the ace-6 here, facing the limp from the small blind with the jack-3.
Ademir going to have to release here, I feel.
Yeah, this is just one of the worst hands you're going to have. So if you're not going to fold this, what are you going to fold?
And indeed he does.
I think he's going to show the ace. Yeah, he likes showing. It's a case of he's a very aggressive player, so he wants
To get credit back whenever possible.
Yeah, anytime he's something to show, he's going to show it looks like.
Indeed.
Which can be effective because players remember what they see rather than what they don't see. But on the other hand, it can also, if the players are perceptive, they can go, okay, well, he's showing every time he has something, but a lot of hands he isn't showing, so he must have nothing in those hands.
While I have a moment there, I'm going to give you a little update on the payouts. I mentioned this yesterday, but I'm sure we have a lot of new people joining us today for the stream. So, as we said there, 62 players paid. Everyone guaranteed $3,450. If they do make it, that's for a $2,200 buy-in. Ladders and pay jumps are sort of as you would expect, roughly every table or so, until we finally get to the final table where ninth will get 18,200, working all the way up to a whopping 181,200 US dollars for first place. And now Idemir with the Django's.
Django's. You're determined to make this stick, David. 7 years on.
If I can't make it stick at the Western Series, I will give up, I promise.
Really?
No. Parsakin with a very callable Queen Jack suited here, it must be said.
Yeah.
Facing a raise, just 41k more. I feel like he's probably compelled to make a call on balance. It's close though, and if he does go the other way, we won't be laying it on too thick. It does look like he's going to flick in the call. And yeah, we see an overpair versus a suited Broadway connector here. Oh my goodness me, we've got a flop for potential fireworks. 7, 4, 6, 2 spades crucially. Queen Jack of spades with lots of equity here.
Yeah. This is a monster flop for Queen Jack of spades. Because you're going to think your Queen and Jack are good a lot of the time as well.
Now, after this goes check, bet. The question is, does Barsagian decide to use his hand as a semi-bluff, or does he just call, aware that maybe a lot of turn cards can freeze the action? It is quite a coordinated board anyway, and then maybe he has the option to bluff river sometimes. You can sort of go both ways.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd personally go for the check raise here because this board he's much more likely to have. He's got all the sets here. He's got some stuff like well, he basically has all the sets, I guess. And his opponent very rarely has more than one pair on this board.
Well, he comes with the call. Pot is 300k.
Now that's one of those freezing cards. Ademir might decide to check back now. It's a tough spot because there's a lot of draws there.
Does Idemir ever consider an advanced blocker here, going a very small sizing, something like 70k there, and then he knows he can snap check back rivers? Well, that's what he's going to do. I'm not saying I recommend it, but it's an idea.
It's certainly an idea, yeah, and it looks like that's what he's gone from. I think the problem with that line is with the advanced blocker, you want to get called by a lot of worse hands. And that's probably the part where the advanced blocker falls down in this place. But it's a very draw-heavy board, so you do kind of want to charge the draws as well. Yeah, it's a tricky spot. The ace definitely favors him, so even though it doesn't favor his hand, I think there's a strong argument for betting just because the ace is more likely to have improved him.
Yeah, I do like the idea overall. I think I understand the pros and cons of it, and it's often the way in poker that versus some portions of the range it's a cool bet, and versus others it's actually not a great bet. But on balance, I actually kind of like it.
Yeah, I think the key thing that we often lose sight of in these spots is it's not so much what your hand is, it's what your range is in this spot. when you get a good card that's good for your range, like an ace, you can go ahead and pretty much range bet.
And Barsagian now pretty much paralysed. I don't know if he will contemplate maybe bluffing on an 8 or on a 3 as sort of giving himself another way to win. That's an idea that could be possible out there. But he's probably not able to bluff on anything else, and now he's missed.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with just realising your equity as well. Just playing it to hit, knowing that you'll win a pretty big pot and you're getting the right price, and giving up, not getting stubborn and trying to force it if you miss. Yeah, no, I think they both played their hands fine there. Actually, they both played really well. It's fine. Like, you don't have to win every pot. It's fine to just call with a draw, and if you miss, give up. That's not bad poker if you're getting the right price.
Dara O'Carney, you don't have to win every pot.
I think players spew a lot in spots where they feel they have to try and win every pot. There are spots where it's fine to just say, look, I was playing to hit a draw, I missed my draw and I give up. It's not a good spot to bluff.
Sage words there from the maestro. Hussein Akul, we've seen him play superbly well on this feature table
he's been
for the
superb.
first hour, and he is deservedly sitting top of the pops with 1.1 million chips. Katerina Aristotelos benefiting from that aces versus ace queen versus 10 setup earlier on. She's up to 1 million. She's been pretty quiet since that hand. One very nice C bet to keep her above the million mark since then. Fedosiv, 80 big blinds, 948k. He's looking pretty comfy as well. Down at the other end, Dedeloff looking for some help now. He's been very unlucky over the past hour. And yeah, next time he enters a pot, he probably has to win that pot if he's going to stay alive here, as the blinds go up to 6k, 12k with a 12k big blind ante.
Yeah.
Eyes down.
Eyes down indeed, as the bingo callers used to say.
Did you play any bingo as a kid? My nan used to bring me to
I
the bingo
played a
halls.
lot of bingo as a kid, yeah. The first multi-tabling I ever witnessed was one of my aunts. She was incredible. She could play a ridiculous amount of cards at the same time.
Yeah, my nan used to bring me to the bingo halls in inner city Dublin when I was a nipper as well. Good little hustle from the church, it's got to be said there. They
Yeah, it
must have
was,
made a
yeah.
few quid.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
No gambling unless it's bingo and we make all the money.
Yeah. Yeah, bingo was huge in Ireland when I was growing up. It was right up there with horse racing. It was funny, it was kind of gender divided as well. Women tended to play bingo and men tended to bet on horses, and there didn't tend to be too much crossover. These days it's much more, less gender defined, let's say.
Indeed, and a lot of women playing poker these days. Obviously, the online figures suggest it's sort of somewhere in the region of 20%, maybe even 25% on some sites. We haven't quite reached those kind of numbers on the live felt yet, but it does feel like it's changing all the time right now.
Yeah, it was
more
good,
and more women in the game.
Good to see two ladies on the table at the start of play today, deep in this tournament. Unfortunately, one of them bust first hand.
Well, Aristotelos
she's
is looking
flop.
very nice here in a battle of the blind. She's made top and bottom versus top pair of Lech. I feel like unless Lech improves, he's going to lose a chunky enough pot here.
Yeah, there's no real reason to raise here, so I think he's just going to call. It's not. There's no draws on the board or anything. This is as dry as a board can get.
Yeah, so having defended pre to the small raise, he's now in a must-call situation with top pair no kicker. Aristotelos likely to bet again, even though that ace of diamonds has come out there. She's still got a very, very nice hand. I wonder if that card will scare Lech, though.
Yeah, I think it might do, actually. It might get him, because he's going to put a lot of aces into her range, I think. She seems to be playing super tight. They've only seen her play two hands. The only one she had to show was the aces, so his hand is very much demoted now, and he has a terrible kicker, so even if she just has a queen, queen 3 is the only thing he beats.
Well, I gotta say, I think your analysis is spot on there, Dara, but Lech deciding he is going to call Be Sticky one more time.
Yeah, I think he's giving her more credit as a player than a lot of people would, and that's probably accurate because we saw her play the ace-10 hand very well.
What's a cool sizing here? Obviously, she's got a sort of middly to strong strength hand now. It's not super strong, but it is strong enough to back for value.
Yeah, you're targeting one pair of hands here.
Hoping Lech maybe floated you with an a7 or something on the
Yeah,
flop.
and when you're out of position, your sizings tend to be smaller anyway. So I think third to half pot here. There's no reason to polarize.
She does check, and he'll be relieved. I can't
He's
imagine
very.
him
Oh yeah,
not
you
knuckling
could
back.
see just. He's the arched eyebrows. We're like, wow, you let me away with that one.
She made a mistake there. She needs to show the 2 first if she's going to do that. Just give him a little false hope.
Yeah. They were both quite relieved in the end there. She was relieved to have won the pot, and he was relieved not to have faced a bet. I love. He's so expressive at the table. Oh my goodness. The eyes are going everywhere. The mouth is moving up and down.
Yeah, wearing his heart on his sleeve, it must be said. Or at least after the hand is finished. Michael Lech, Miguel Fiesta. Our American traveller here. A man who has done a lot in the world of poker. He's a big online winner, but those 9 circuit rings and 1 WSOP bracelet, certainly the feathers in the cap. For a man who's been grinding for probably as long as us, Dara.
Yeah. Yeah, you described him there as an American traveller, and I guess we could describe you as an Irish traveller.
You could do that. And some people at home will get that reference. Idemir back in the saddle. With
Coming out blazing saddles.
Yeah. Fedosiv, Unforgiven. We could do this all day. I'm just going to pull up a glossary of Western movies.
Yeah. I feel like you've got the edge here. You're much more ardent movie buff than I am.
And we're about to go 3 ways with Akul. You could call it the good, the bad, and the ugly.
Who are you calling ugly here?
We're going to let the viewers decide.
Yeah. If it was ace-3 off, I could see maybe that being an ugly hand, but it's suited. It's quite a pretty hand.
Agul, I don't predict going to make a move here. Ace-10, obviously eyeing up the possibility of a light 4-bet. He is going to do it, Dara.
Yeah, no, I like this. This hand is much more likely to be dominated 3-way, so he's kind of turning this into a light 4-bet. Oh, sorry, light 4-bet.
And think about what's going on here, guys. These players all have 80 big blinds plus effective. So this is a battle of the deep stacks, like a cash game hand.
Yeah,
almost.
it is. And crucially, he covers the other 2, so he can knock them both out this hand.
Idemir cannot take the heat. The 9s against...
No, 9s just shrivels up in value now.
And Fedosiv caught with his hand in the cookie jar.
Yeah. Yeah. This is a very good pickup from Akul. He basically picked up the fact that Fedosiv is very, very likely to be light here.
And Idemir pretty much would be hating life with queens right now, let alone 9s.
Yeah. He does suspect larceny here, though. Wow, is he going to make this call?
Is he going to put it all in?
Or is he going to put it all in and just hope? just pray not to get called.
We've seen it a few times from Idemir. He does take his time over these decisions. He does ultimately come to the right decision more often than not, and I think he's just going to take his time. Might be eyeing up the clock a little bit as well.
Yeah, he's like 84 left. We're 22 from the money. Do I really want to stick in 80 big blinds with 9s?
Because it's a guessing game, really.
Oh, it's a total guess. Like you might as well have 7 deuce here as 9s if you're going to stick it in, because you're going to be toast against the snap calls.
I think this is Hollywood. I think we're going to see another minute tank and then a fold.
So you think the tanking might have started now?
I think it might be advanced tanking strategy.
Right. I mean, you would be the expert on this, so.
Now he's asking for how much it is. Yeah, no, we're definitely.
This feels this looks like.
What was I called? A fake tanker once.
A fake tanker. This looks like Lappin's older brother, maybe.
And you can see as a cognizant of the tank, as a fanboy of the fake tank.
You're actually quite.
I'm enjoying this. I'm enjoying.
He is. If this is a fake tank, he is putting on a convincing enough display. most people at the table are probably thinking, God, he's absolutely in the horrors here with queens. He doesn't know what to do. The body language for Fiddler was interesting. He was completely done with the hand.
Fiddler
He was like,
I'm out.
can you just fold? I want to fold too, and I want to get on to the next hand. Great pickup by Ackwill there. He's been, to my mind, the most impressive player so far. In terms of the ways he's played his hand and picked his spots.
I've got to agree with you, Dara. I think he's been absolutely superb.
Aklıma koymuşsun 195 diyecektim diyor ya. Sen hesapta yok.
As we catch a glimpse there of some of our share hand team, they really are the best in the business.
Oh, amazing stuff, yeah.
These
Always a joy to work with. Everything is on the ball as far as the graphics and all the technical stuff goes. Ace 9 suited under the gun. Has opened. Queen Jack off. Now Fidisev has been very aggressive, but I think if the last few hands had gone better for him, he might have gone for a 3-bet there, but he might feel like the table are onto him now. Showing those cards hasn't had the desired effect. They know that he doesn't always have it. Dedelev has a very defendable hand here.
I think Dedeloff might be about to go all in.
But
Dara.
he's only got 12 big blinds, yeah. I think this is a fairly standard.
It's an under the gun open problematically.
Yeah,
for
you
him.
can actually you can still call here in this spot. And then just go with your hand if you hit anything.
Yeah, if he had a few more chips, he might feel like there was a bit more fold equity, but it looks like he is going to stick it in.
Yeah, now the S9 hates it because it's
a good price, but
it's a good price, but it's not good enough, I don't think.
Particularly with the bubble looming, I think it just probably shaves off the very bottom of Dedeloff's range.
Yeah, you're just praying it's eights. That's kind of, or king queen maybe. Once in a blue moon, king queen suited. Yeah, but you're going to be dominated so much here. And we are only 20 from the bubble, so it's very unlikely he's sticking it in light here.
Yeah, virtually impossible to be a light one over the top of an under the gun open. So there we see that the odds 26%. I think that's going to be something like the number looming in Barsagian's mind. He's going to think, oh, I'm probably 25 to 30% against almost all the range. What's my price? And if he does the quick maths on that price, he knows he has to call, roughly 110k to win a pot of about 300-ish. So, just a bit of guerrilla maths there. You need 36, 37.
Yeah,
You're not getting it.
You never have that, no. You'd have to put a lot of king queens and 7s and 8s into the range before you get anywhere near that price.
Yeah, good fold from Barsagian there. And a lovely pickup for Dedeloff, who I'm sure is relieved.
He's extremely relieved, yeah. Even if he sees his opponent's hands this near the bubble, he's not going to mind too much the fold.
Absolutely. And with that pick up, he's up to, I think, around about 14 or 15 bigs now. A bit more fold equity on any future reshoves, which is a key piece of the arsenal when you're shallow. If you have just enough to get people off, a wider variety of hands you can avoid showdown. Crucial as we approach the money bubble. 19 away now. So the prediction of 8-16 as the level it goes is looking pretty solid now, as it turns out.
Yeah.
All the more reason for our audience out there not to go away.
Yeah, the bubble is always a really exciting time in the tournament.
Our audience from the UK and Ireland perhaps enjoying their morning coffee. Stick around. Watch these guys make some money.
Very good, David. You're quicker with me on the time difference.
I know, Darren, most of the poker players I know from the UK and Ireland haven't woken up yet.
Yeah, that's the reality. Or if they're awake now, it's because they're still awake rather than they've just woken up. Gigantin, oh yeah, you don't really want to get involved with King 10 off under the gun, particularly the way it's been going for him recently. Ace 10 suited, on the other hand, that is a very nice hand. And he makes the raise. He's been impressive too because it hasn't really gone his way, but he has kept his discipline and, as you said, come to the right decisions in the right spots. Oh, Lech has an interesting one here now. This is a tempter, Ace Jack.
I think he might let this one go. I think situationally again,
Yeah.
bit of risk premium as we approach the money bubble.
Yeah.
Awkward stack.
Yeah, I like this. If he was on the button, you could just call there. But with two players behind, you're much more likely to get squeezed if you just call.
Quick folds, as is a feature of these feature tables, it must be said, and I think a feature of just every table in the room.
Yakovlevich can certainly defend the Queen Jack off. We've seen him fold stuff like King 2 suited and Queen 6 suited, but Queen Jack off is definitely a defend.
Well, monotone here.
Neither of them have a club.
Very likely to go check.
Very likely, yeah. No, but Ademir, yeah, a small bet here will just get so many folds as well, and he gets the quick fold. I've been impressed by how he's played, as I said earlier. Standard in general has actually been very high.
Got to agree with you. I think the two things I've noticed over the course of the 9-10 hours of play I've watched firsthand so far is, one, generally a very good standard once we get into kind of like post-flop and turns and river decisions. And the other one is everyone's a little bit loose. Everyone's just like an extra hand or two more than I would expect, which I think is kind of makes for a more interesting thing to commentate on.
Yeah, for sure.
It's almost like everyone's agreed to play two more hands than they normally would.
Yeah. Or maybe they're actually normally way looser, and this is actually the tight version.
Well, that's true too.
They might be players who play any two normally, and they're going, oh, I'm going to tighten all the way up to maybe I won't open ace 8 off under the gun. Dedalov. Ooh, this is a tricky one.
I think he's got to stick it in, Dara.
Yeah, it's... The maths is harder now. It's 14.7 big blinds. You can also raise fold this. If you raise this and you get shoved on or raised, you're going to be dominated a lot.
Well, that's exactly the route he's chosen.
Yeah.
And it looks strong.
It does look strong, and he has been tight so far, so he should get a decent amount of respect here. I don't think people are necessarily going to go after him just because he's short stacked.
No, it feels like an induce with a
like
lot of the
that.
range,
Yeah.
so you can put in a few of these light ones.
Yeah, I like that open. He allowed himself to get away from it there. Like we saw a player bust hand number one, just open jamming 10s under the gun, which was fine. It's obviously a very profitable play, but you don't necessarily have to stick it in just because you have a profitable jam.
And we see there even an audible ripple of guesses that it was a premium hand there, so he did absolutely get credit for one.
Yeah. Yeah. It is the advantage of having a tight image. You can open a hand like that. You're not going to get attacked very often. And if you do, you're going to know that your ace 8 suited is toast.
Aristoteles with the chip lead, I believe, on the table now. Is going to let go of threes +1. And wow, Michael Lech wakes up right behind her. I got to say, with the pocket threes, while it is actually a very reasonable fold from that seat, and there's obviously some reshove stacks behind, it's the kind of hand that can come into the range for her now because she does have that chip lead over everyone else, and they're all feeling the ICM pressure. I think she could maybe
I think theoretically it would still be a fold. Because if you're going to expand your range, you'd be better off having more King X, for example, in your range than the low pairs, which really block nothing. But I think at this table, she could absolutely get away with opening it. She wouldn't get 3-bet light very much.
And her fold opened the door for Michael Lech here to bump it up with big slick here. And it looks like he might get it all the way through. Idemir unlikely to defend the 10-5.
Yeah.
Я такой нехороший, запасался, забыл.
Relieved to get the ace king through. Not have to
Hard to
play
win a
any
pot.
post flop. Hard to win a pot, he says. Yeah, I don't think he's won a pot. That might be the first one he's won at the table.
Yeah.
A tough hour and a half for Miguel Fiesta.
Again?
Oh, and there might be a marked ace here. Look at this. We're having a little scam.
Oh, is that your older brother in seat 1?
There's the car.
It feels like all the lap and tanking tricks are coming in now.
How very dare you, Mr. O'Carney?
Yeah, look. I think that might be Turkish lapping in seat 1.
Scandalous.
Have you been
scandalous.
coaching that man?
This is scandalous accusations being made in the commentary box in public. All the tricks of my trade.
Yeah.
Let's get back to this leaderboard before Darren decides
The marked card is just
to
trademark
throw
that.
me under the bus. That's scandalous. I won't have any of it, guys. Don't mind him. Hussein Akul, 101 big blinds, 1.2 million, and Katerina Aristoteles, 1.174. She picked up a nice little pot in the last 15 minutes or so against Miguel Fiesta to increase her stack to almost 1.2 million. There he is, Fedor Dedelev, the man to watch right now. He's got to win probably every pot he plays from now on. Maybe he can defend and try and hit something on a board, but most of the time he's going to be trying to navigate his way to the money bubble, as are probably all of those shorter stacks. Michael Lech, Alexander Yakovic, and I'm going to give this one a go, Dara. Kemaletten Jogenteken. No? Do you like that pronunciation?
I'm similarly uninformed as to the correct pronunciation on that, so I can't guess either way whether that's an absolute butchery or.
As we were told by our good friend Kevin O'Donnell yesterday, you're going to do it with confidence and then it doesn't matter.
You
All right,
didn't.
thank
Yeah,
you.
you didn't do that one with confidence.
No,
you didn't commit to that one. Yeah.
I lost faith halfway through the second syllable. Well, I don't know about you guys, but I was very happy for that little break. I felt like Dara was about to make horrendous accusations about me on air. See, normally at the chip race when we're making our podcast together, I get final edit, so I
You
can,
get to
I can
edit
remove
all that
this
stuff out. Yeah, I'm going around with the impression that all that stuff is out there already because I've said it so often on the chip race, but it just never gets past the editor.
Not a chance. Varsakian with the American Airlines, the pocket aces in the hijack, and Idemir with some consideration. He might take another few moments here.
Yeah,
He's going to make the call.
yeah, he does. Could be in trouble if he hits a pair here, but he doesn't.
We're going to know for sure that the box of tricks is being deployed, Dara, if he orders a drink and then accidentally tips it over our beautiful RFID table.
Yeah. Imagine it's going to be a quick give up here.
I imagine it's not going to
Well,
be a
actually,
quick
sorry.
give up.
What am I saying? We're talking about Turkish lapping here.
Backdoors.
I've got to. What do I do with my king 10 on this board?
Backdoors. He's giving a lot of consideration to those backdoors.
Yeah, it's true. He does have a double backdoor hand. It is the kind of board as well that your opponent will have missed a lot. So you could certainly give some thought to check raising this as a bluff, particularly when you cover your opponent as significantly as he does. But no, he does let it go.
And the clock ticks on another minute, and the field drops to
Yes.
79.
Yeah, 17 from the money now. We're getting to that really exciting portion where there's going to be huge relief from 62 people, and one person is going to be very unhappy.
Terrible sadness. Will we lose anyone from this feature table, Dara? That's the question. Or will it even go in this level? Probably won't go in this level. It'll be our next group.
We have to lose 20% of the field still. It kind of feels closer than it actually is in these spots. You think it's only 17 players, but when you put in percentage of the field, 20%, two players from every table on average, it would be very unlikely that we would lose nobody from this table.
Yeah. Dara hitting you with some real mathematical stats there. My job, on the other hand, is to make it feel like the bubble might burst at any moment so that you'll stay tuned in.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I do think this bubble could go very fast though, because people really aren't sticking around.
It's great for the tournament. A testament to the tournament. I guess the players and their loose play keep it deep, but also the structure keeps it deep.
Yeah,
Great foul there from
with the queen 8.
our man.
Fidusov, ooh, he's got the queen 10 suited. You can definitely defend this.
He's not even short there. He has about 90 bigs.
I know. That's the best part of it, I think.
Oh, well,
Ooh, she's
no sevens.
Yeah,
No sevens left in the deck.
no 7s left in the deck. Yeah. Look at Fidusov in such good shape here. He's 60%.
I wonder if she's going to squeeze it here. Because you would feel like a flat was mandatory if you're going to proceed. So the only consideration is a squeeze, and she is going to squeeze it.
Oh, this is nice. This is good play. She covers them both. Well, no, sorry, she doesn't cover Akgul, but he has to worry about Fidusov as well.
So I think she's bumped up to 70 or 75 there. So not a particularly large raise.
No. They perceive her clearly to be way tighter than she actually is. She's got a poor card distribution so far, and the only hand she had to show down.
I think
Well, actually, sorry, 2 hands. She showed down Queen 2 as well, but that was 2 pair blind on blind.
Agul has to make the call here because you know he's so deep with her, and if he does perceive her to have a real range that contains a lot of overpairs, he could get the dream scenario if he does make a set.
Yeah.
So Fidusov now being laid a very good price. He's deep with them as well. Now his stack is the effective one overall.
This is a very pretty hand. This hand actually plays pretty well 3-way as well, so can't imagine he's going to fold either. And then suddenly this pot's very big if he makes the call.
Yeah, real pot bloater bet there from Aristoteles. As we now proceed
Now the
with
one
222k in the middle.
Yeah, the one advantage for her is if they all miss, she's very likely to win if she fires out a C-bet. Oh, the Queen 10 is open-ended though.
Yeah, this is an interesting one already. Aristoteles, she may well try and rep that king. Obviously, she can have ace-king, that kind of stuff in her range. So if she fires out a bet here, it will get rid of Agul, but Fedosif will stick around.
Yeah, I think a small bet here would make a lot of sense. When you're multi-way, your sizings go down anyway, and you have such a strong range here. Like you have the kings and jacks that they don't have, but she has decided to, I think, raise the white flag here.
Does Fedosif come out with a lead now if it checks through? That's interesting.
Yeah. Akgul might be considering betting his hand here, but no, he's decided to check. Not a lot of merit to betting there.
A third heart.
He has turned a 7-high flush draw, which he's not going to feel brilliant about, but that really devalues the Fedosev's hand now.
Indeed it does. Aristoteles with that 7-high flush draw. Will she now bet? Second chance.
Oh, she's the one with 7-high flush draw, right? Yeah, I missed that. Yeah.
Or, as you said, Dara, will Fedosif decide to sort of represent that flush with the backup equity of the straight draw if he was to get called by a top pair or a one-heart hand?
Yeah, when the flop checks through like that, he's the one who now suddenly has a lot more strong hands.
And I think this is going to get the job done.
Yeah, because he's going to check everything on the flop. They're going to bet their stronger hands, so this was likely to work. She won't think her 7s is good very often, and she won't feel great about drawing to a 7-high flush. You can actually see it written on her face there. She's just very uncomfortable. She also has the player behind to worry about. He's not that big a worry because he checked behind on the flop, but in some worlds he might be trapping some hands.
Yeah, at the risk of being a little bit critical, I think the two opportunities in this hand were, well, one, she could have just flatted pre, but if she was going to raise, I would have liked a bigger sizing. And two, the time to fire a c-bet was the flop.
Yeah, she makes the right play in the end. The quick fold, and Akgul folds as well. The pot gets pushed to Fedosov. He recognized there that after they checked through, they just had nothing most of the time, and he was going to be able to bet, and he had the backup that if he got a call, he could hit it straight on the river. Funnily enough, if his hand had been stronger there, he would have been more inclined to check. But because he was just drawing to a straight in a spot where a straight might not even be the best hand, he decided to turn his hand into a semi-bluff.
Yeah, good play, must be said. And now he joins the million club.
Small blind. Teacher. 26 raise. Pass.
77 remain now.
King Queen under the gun, open from Akgul. He gets to the next players who don't have anything they can play with. Edemir has a... Yeah, I mean, it's a tempter, but you would have to play it as a light 3-bet if you're going to play it, and he decides to let it go. You prefer to be suited there.
26.
This would be a very ambitious call if she makes it. Yeah, no, good fold. It's not the kind of hand you want to play out of position.
Ooh, hello,
Oh,
hello.
hello, hello, hello. Yeah, if we were miles from the bubble, I think he'd be a lot happier getting this in. But
Yeah, if we were shorter as well, he's
Yeah.
got a sort of awkward stack here, 30 bigs.
awkward stack against the under the gun open again. And if the razor came from late position, you'd be happy sticking it in. Now he's been outflopped here, and he won't necessarily know that immediately. The queen is a lot less scary than a king or an ace.
A wry smile there, I think, off camera from
25.
Aristotelos, who of course would have flopped trips.
Yeah.
She does give it away a little bit after the
Yeah,
effect.
yeah, she's very expressive at the table. Yeah, this probably goes check, bet, call, and then
Tough turn decision coming up for Michael Lech.
turn is the difficult spot. Yeah, if a 4 or something rolls off on the turn, it's going to be hard to release. An 8 is the same as a 4. Yeah.
I feel like, depending on the sizing, Lech will have to call one more time.
Yeah,
Probably not calling river, but
Yeah, theoretically, I think this is at least a call 2 spot. There's not a lot of natural bluffs here either. Now that probably doesn't matter against somebody as good as that Gull, who will find bluffs that are not natural. But he has a fairly standard bet again for value, targeting exactly the type of hand that Lech has, a pair.
yeah, any kind of pocket pair, and then I suppose all of the queens are likely to be weaker queens. So
Yeah, ace queen very likely would have bumped it up pre-flop. Yeah, he can't really fold. Like, it's just he's miles up his range here.
yeah, and not a good card for Lech because
No.
there are some Jack X that maybe would have been barreling merrily there.
Yeah,
I feel like he can maybe just about get away depending on the sizing. I think that Gull's going to probably come with something a little milky, maybe in the region of 40 to 50%. He's going to be looking for the queen 9, queen 7s to call. They're going to be the target hands in his mind.
yeah.
Feels like maybe 80k is a nice number.
Yeah, I think you can go even bigger. I mean, I think a queen will call anything up to 2/3 pot. So,
Well, he makes it very hard
he's
for
gone-
Michael's
he's gone
exact
very,
hand
very
here
small.
for
Oh my
60.
god, this is so small. Yeah, yeah. I think he's recognised exactly the type of hand he's up against here. I don't think this is a size that would ever be used in theory, but as a pure exploit against a player who you're pretty sure has something like 9s or 10s or 7s, well, that's a good disciplined fold getting that price. But again, you know, you have to. Sometimes the size gives it away as well, and they think like, would he really use that tiny size as a bluff?
Yeah, you know that he knows that you have something.
Yeah, and he's still bet tiny, so it feels like he's trying to milk something rather than he's trying to bluff something. If he went bigger there, he might actually be more likely to get called. It might look more bluffy if he bets, say, 2/3 pot. I think particularly live, you just rarely see the small river bet being a bluff.
I think for Michael there, he sort of like works out what his range would be in that situation, and he realizes that he has some better calls, some Queen X that would be good calls in that spot, and decides that that's probably the ones he should
Yeah.
call with, and the tens is the one he can let go.
Yeah, yeah, because the Queen X, objectively they're not much stronger, but they do block your opponent having a queen.
I was going to say I can see a world where Jakovlevich actually folds his King 10 suited, given we are now just 11 from the money, but he does open it regardless of 22 bigs.
Yeah, yeah, I think you're still supposed to open these hands, so you absolutely don't like it, but you're going to end up overfolding.
Lech releases the 7-6 suited. He's left himself with about 24 bigs, so very squeaky bum time for these guys in or around the 20 big blinds.
This is a hand which you would normally defend. He covers very comfortably as well his opponent, so he can apply a lot of pressure post-flop. If the flop comes 3 rag cards, he can actually come out betting. That's not a board he can do that on, though.
I wonder if Jakovlevich will fire out a sort of a range c-bet here, or will he decide to check back? I think I prefer a small bet, to be honest.
Yeah, I think we absolutely should protect our checking range by having some strongish checkbacks, but I prefer to check back a weak ace than the 10. The 10 is vulnerable as well.
Yeah. Yeah, queens and jacks are not nice cards.
Yeah, but that goal just releases quickly, recognizes this is not a board for him to make a move on.
And credit to Jakovlevich there for continuing to play some poker regardless of the looming risk premium.
Yeah, a lot of players just kind of chicken out in those spots and they talk themselves into folding pre-flop, or they don't have the courage to see bet when they see the ace on the board, and they just try and check and get showdown. But you're absolutely supposed to open King 10 suited there, and you're absolutely supposed to see bet. As I said, I'm pretty sure I've played with him somewhere before. He looks very, very familiar to me.
This one I can see being let go. Ace 9 off, definitely far less playable than the King 10 suited from early.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Again, been very impressed by how he's played.
Absolutely. Idemir with the ace 2 suited here. Very much expect him to open a hand of this nature. He does. Talked a lot yesterday, Dara, about board coverage and the importance of using those suited aces all the way up and all the way down as a way to give yourself the potential to have hands in or around the middle of the board, the lower part of the board, even when you've opened from early.
Yeah, yeah. And they also cover you on flushy boards as well, and on the really low ones can cover you on some straighty boards as well. So 11 from the money, it's really going to be looming large in their mind now.
Yeah, Jedloff with an interesting one here. Obviously, getting a good price to defend the Queen 10.
Yeah.
He needs to sort of make equity and go with it.
Yeah, this is a reluctant defend, but
it's uncomfortable.
it's very uncomfortable. In these spots, you're often relieved when you miss the board. It's
true.
okay. Well, now I can just check fold, and I've just lost that one big blind. But I absolutely had to put it in pre-flop, so.
Yeah, like if you see the King 10-4 there, you're a bit like, oh,
Yeah,
how many chips am I going to lose?
now we're going to have to put more money in.
Roughly 20 minutes left on the clock for this level. Expect another 6 or 7 hands at this feature table. Bubble won't go in that time, I can be pretty sure of that. So when we take our 15-minute break, stick the kettle on, put on another pot of coffee maybe, depending where in the world you are. And please do join us for what will be bubble bursting coverage in the next 2-hour block.
Yeah, I think it's almost certainly going in the next 2 hours, so that will be one of the most exciting phases of the tournament.
The anticipation is to play 10 levels today. We're going to do a dinner break after 6 or 7 levels. I think there's some indecision about that at the moment, but we will take a dinner break around about the 8 p.m. local time and continue providing day 3 coverage until roughly midnight local time. So again, that's a sort of reasonable time in the evening for Central Europeans and UK and Irish. Lech getting in the mix here with the ace queen off from the cutoff. Agul could go either way here with the king jack.
Yeah. Yeah, this
He's going to do a small raise and lean pressure onto Lech. I wonder if Lech
Yeah.
will just go with his hand now.
without ICM, this would be mostly a flat, but with ICM, you're just going to get more folds when you 3-bet.
And I do predict that Lech will just go with his hand
Yeah,
in
your
this
hand's,
spot.
your hand's too strong now. You've only got 20 big blinds. You're miles up your range here. I think you just have to stick it in, and if he has it, he has it.
Exactly. That's not to say that it's not a great raise here from Agul. It's a really
No, it's a really good
awareness
raise.
of-
I mean, the fact that that ace queen isn't loving it shows you, like, if he has worse aces, he's definitely folding them. Yeah, he's gone all in now, and can't imagine he's calling off here.
And Lech very much relieved to see not a snap decision. Now,
Yeah.
Agul is getting a count which maybe indicates to me that he wasn't exactly sure of how many chips Lech had
Yeah.
beforehand and how good in a way his raise was to leverage Lech's whole stack and sort of get a lot of folds in the gap between his opening and 4-betting range.
Yeah.
But I think when he gets the news, he'll realise that he does have to let this one go.
Yeah.
And Lech very relieved, obviously, not to be facing a showdown here, particularly against this exact holding.
Yeah, and once you don't get snapped, as you said, you know you're ahead, pretty much, unless it's like whatever his lowest pocket pairs that are going to call off.
Yeah, in his mind right now, he's like, don't call with sevens. Please don't call with
please
sevens.
don't call with sevens. Please don't call with king jack.
If you must, call with ace jack,
Ace jack. Yeah.
but please don't call with sevens.
Yeah. No, he makes the correct decision there. He folds.
And a good outcome for Miguel Fiesta. Michael Lech, probably the most accomplished player at this table in terms of resume. I mentioned it earlier there, he has 9 WSOP circuit rings, 1 WSOP bracelet. Travelling all the way from the US of A to bubble the Merit warm-up would not be a happy thought.
No.
Atardım aslında.
And while we take this break, again, 15 minutes away, guys, don't be running away yet, but when we take this break, we will do our best to scan around the room. A few of those notables we mentioned earlier, Ryan Mandara, Jamie Nixon, and anyone else we can feast our eyes on, we will let you know how they're getting along. They started the day with heaps. They may still have heaps. I spot there Andrew Hulme was up there among the top chip counts. It does seem like all the Brits who travelled doing very well. Dara, you have lots of history with Andrew Stato
indeed.
Hulme.
I do indeed, yeah. He's one of the players I've definitely played the most with down the years, more online than live. Very, very accomplished player.
I'm also scanning over the chip counts right now. I see that Ari Kleiper was very deep stacked, our Israeli player who was on our first feature table yesterday. 934k he started the day with. Try and get an update on him as well.
Idemir gets the blinds there with the king jack suited in early position. A good result.
Full schedule at this Merit Poker Western Series Festival. They've guaranteed over 3 million. I think they're going to end up with 5 million plus in prize pools across the festival. January 16th to 27th. There's a lot of days of poker in there.
A lot of days of poker, very full festival as well.
Very full festival. Side events every day pretty much. There's quite a few satellites going on at the moment, of course, because the main event will be kicking off tomorrow.
And it's always nice to see just how excited you get about guarantees being smashed. You're like a child on Christmas when a guarantee just gets smashed.
This one got doubled.
Yeah.
Great stuff. Don't get me wrong, I do like an overlay as well as a player.
You like
but
one or the other. You don't
Yeah.
like the boring, they just barely scrape.
They scrape
to the-
over. That's
They
boring.
scrape over, yeah. You want
Yeah.
it either smashed or thrashed.
Yeah, when they get over by like 3 or 4%, it's always in my mind that like some clever person in accounting got it completely right.
Yeah.
That's boring.
Ooh, all in here. Wow, this is a big shove. No, sorry, he didn't say all in. Just a raise.
My heart missed a beat when you said that.
I was sure I heard all in there.
Barsakian
Yeah.
bumping it up, single chip to 25k.
We might see an all in from Jakovic though. He's got 24 big blinds facing a button raise. Yeah, he's moved all in. And I think the fives will fold now. This should work.
Well, Gigantican is not going to get involved with the 7-4 and the 5s. You're absolutely right there. They can't call in this
Fives
spot.
can't call, yeah. Quick fold, correct fold, even though
Huge
we know.
exploit.
Yeah. That's why these really big shoves with those low pocket pairs, they're so effective because you can get, it's an amazing result when you get the overpair to fold. You literally fold out a huge part of the range that you're actually in terrible shape against the slightly better pairs, and when you're called, you're often flipping. So
High standard here, it must be said. I think throughout yesterday we saw a mixture of standard of play. It was all very entertaining, all kind of maybe on the loose side, but this feature table has probably been the highest caliber we've seen so far.
this has been really good. Yeah, I mean, I can't really comment on yesterday because I wasn't here for it and unfortunately couldn't watch it when I was traveling, but really impressed by the standard so far. Nobody is playing really badly and some players are playing extremely well. But we really have, I mean, you could count on the fingers of one hand how many even small mistakes we've seen.
Yeah. And speaking of high standard, Agul, the player who has probably impressed Dara O'Carney the most here,
Yeah.
he's going to bump it up with the ace-9 suited. Perfect hand category to open up from early here with his big stack.
Yeah, he's got a kind of a fear factor around him now as well. He's won a lot of pots. He's chipped up. He hasn't really put a foot wrong. If players find themselves with a marginal decision, they're more likely to just let it go. But Ademir is not a man who's afraid. He's going to defend the 7-5 suited, which again is another fine defend.
And you got some tank equity down the streets as well there.
He's hit his 7. Now this is the kind of spot I was talking about earlier where, like, you're not that thrilled because you're going to have to keep going and your hand's pretty weak. Agul has lots of backdoors here. Backdoor straight, backdoor nut flush. And his ace high will be good a lot. So it's a fairly mandatory c-bet. Just use the small size. Fairly mandatory call with bottom pair. Oh, he's going to feel much better about his hand now.
So Akul,
Yeah,
obviously good showdown here with the ace high
really
now.
like this check back too. There's literally no point in betting again because you're not folding out a jack or a 7 obviously, and all the hands you're folding you're actually ahead of pretty much.
Give me a sizing for Idemir here on the river. 120k is the pot. Does he go 100? Does he target the over pairs and the ace for a cry call, given the fact that he can definitely have missed clubs?
Yeah.
8-9, 10-8, 10-9, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I think you might as well go fairly big here.
I agree.
But he has gone for 75, which
And
is
I think he has to get called.
Yeah, he does have to get called. Yeah. Yeah, we can't be results-based here. That's absolutely the correct call. He could have a counterfeited pair, for example, 6s or lower. He can obviously have the missed clubs as well. And he can even be, at that size, maybe betting an ace himself as a blocker.
Yeah, the 9 of spades in your own hand is certainly a card you would want in your opponent's hand, but it's only a small factor in the overall scheme of things.
Yeah, when it's the big blind, the ranges are so much wider, the blockers become a lot less important. Rice smile there.
Roughly 10 minutes to go now. As we see Aristotelos probably open this one up here from under the gun.
Yeah, can certainly open this one.
The pocket 7s were somewhat unkind to her moments ago, but regardless, she gets back on the horse.
Yeah, let's release, snap released 5s there. He's not deep enough to set mine.
Ooh, and an interesting spot for Barsagian, who I actually would advocate flatting in this spot, I gotta be honest. He's playing 40 bigs deep. I don't know if he wants to blow pots given the proximity to the bubble. I think flatting and navigating is the way
like
to go.
this. Yeah, David called it there. because of the ICM, you're going to have to flat a lot more of your range. And Jacks is a nice hand to do it with.
Yeah, he's basically top of his flatting range here. He's under-repped and he will be able to get sticky on quite a lot of run-outs. Test out Aristotelos. Now, it does open the door, obviously, for more players to get involved or potentially a squeeze. But
Yeah.
I suppose you worry about that when it happens.
He probably feels it's better against somebody like her who doesn't auto-barrel as well. Like we saw her give up with the 7s, for example. So he probably feels she's going to play relatively honest post-flop. Now, we know that isn't true because we saw her fire with the ace-10 on the king-queen board.
Oh, there is a 7!
Ooh, and there's no ace or king, crucially, so it's going to be very hard. This is going to be costly for Barcy again. He's going to have to call at least 2 streets, probably.
Yeah, he has the jack of clubs in his hand.
Yeah, so he has a chance to win this.
But it's looking fairly thin. Aristotelos absolutely loving a board like that. She doesn't even have top set where she has to sort of worry about, you know, using her hand as a trap. She can really target the queen. It's the perfect card that could be in her opponent's hand.
Yeah, he has to make the call, and he does.
A big sizing here on the turn, I predict. Oh, well, that's actually strengthened up her range from his perspective. He won't be loving that card. Actually could be a bit of an action killer. If she bets again, which we would anticipate she would, he could get away immediately now.
Yeah, he might just decide, look, we're 11 from the money here. Good quick fold by him there.
Very good.
It's not just the fact that he folded, but the speed. He just recognized my hand is really kind of just not much good now.
He was.
Yeah, obviously he could hit his jack, and then it would have been bingo, or jackpot. But a club would have been, a low club would have been a card where he definitely could have got in trouble, but at the same time could have got out of trouble on the river.
Which would have been Yahtzee.
Yep.
Well, 11 from the money now. These guys going to be going on break, very much thinking about adding to their they're illustrious handed mobs.
Yeah.
All in.
Ooh.
All in. We definitely sure I heard all in that time. It's a big shove as well. It's 29
bigs almost.
29 bigs, yeah.
Idemir obviously has to give it some thought.
I mean, you've got Queen 9 and you're only facing 30 big blind shove.
How much is that shove?
Yeah. Can we have an exact count, please?
I love the moxie of doing it on the feature table as well. He's got to know the commentators are sort of taking the piss now as well. It's great.
Yeah, he's doing it in good spirit too. He's smiling and.
Yeah. So some commentators would be sort of annoyed by this. I love it. I love it. As connoisseur of this.
Also, it's fair to say he's causing a lot of stress to Dugantine at the moment. Thinking, have I run into Ace Queen or Ace King here, and am I going to have to flip this near the bubble?
Well, Dugantine, he's just King Queen. I don't think.
Tempter. I don't think he's going to go with it, but. Basically, the 30 big blind all in, yeah. Yeah, the quick fold there from the king queen.
What do you feel good about when you face the 30 big blind all in there? Like, if you do, you can't fold ace king, but you don't love it because you do feel like it's a flip.
No. Yeah.
You probably don't love jacks either.
You don't love jacks
but you have to go with that too.
Sure.
Yeah.
So it's like
those are the lines, I guess.
You don't want the other pair of tens.
Action.
That's the tough one. That's the toughest one, probably.
I think you can probably let tens go.
2, 3, action.
Biraz kötü belli yapmış ama onu anlaman lazımdı.
Yeah, like he's not going to be shoving 9s or 8s for 30 big blinds. So I think 10s you can definitely let go.
Bakarsınız ekrana.
But very much the first example of a sort of a change in strategy for these small to middling stacks, where they have to just put all of their range into their shove range because they actually don't want the showdown.
Yeah.
They don't want to play their hand in the most profitable chip way anymore.
Yeah, absolutely. No, the king queen wasn't folding there if he opened normally. The queen 9 suited even probably wasn't folding. So good adjustment there. Just recognize there's a lot of value to just winning the 2.5 big blinds that are out there without contest.
Fedosiv is going to try and steal this one from the button. He's gone 2.5x. Trying to get a few more folds from the dangerous Michael Lech. who he knows would defend correctly. Well, Michael has an ace, so he does defend regardless. And we see there that Fedosiv, with maybe more going on in a way, he's got some backdoor potential. Probably take this down with a continuation bet. Lech can't really get too sticky off this stack in this scenario, one feels.
No.
He would have been hoping to flop an ace and have his opponent sort of represent the hand that he had and maybe get a couple of streets that way. That's sort of how you get your money with the ace-5.
Yeah, it's one of the worst boards for ace-5 anyway, so.
As we take a wider shot there of the beautiful stage and setup. As you see there, lots of cameras. This is going to be our feature table, guys. This is the feature table coming up. Let's have a little look around, see how familiar we are with these guys. Well, what I can tell you is...
Jamie Nixon, I see Jamie there. Jamie is on C2.
And it looks like he's got chips, Dara. It looks like he's had a reasonable morning.
Yeah, well, he came in 6th in chips, so
Handsome lad, Jamie.
very handsome lad.
Yeah. Plenty of handsome lads at this table. I think we might have our most attractive table of the session so far.
Yeah, trust David to reduce it to mere looks. But I'm sure we're going to see a lot of high quality play as well.
No doubt we will. And I do see a couple of familiar faces from the stream yesterday. So a few guys making their second appearance on our live stream coverage. Brought to you by the guys at Sharehand and, of course, the people at Mirror Poker. As Jakovlevich, as we've seen playing reasonably fearlessly, it's got to be said. You know, bubble be damned.
Yeah.
I've got a king and a queen. I'm going to raise it up.
Yeah.
Fedosiv.
Yeah, no, he's
fives.
he's continuing to play hands. He hasn't really been scared of the bubble. Eckwood's going to defend the king 3, so we're going to have some 3-away action here, which you don't love when you've got king queen and you're this short near the bubble.
Good flop for Jakovlevich. He's going to play it slow, I suppose, feeling like Fedosiv is going to put him under pressure here and bluff quite a bit. All of the hands sort of going into the bluff catching range that would maybe ordinarily go into the looking for value themselves range.
Yeah. Yeah, you're going to be giving up a lot on this board too, so you absolutely have to protect your checking range. And even with your hand, you're more likely to get value from worse by checking.
Jakovlevich, obviously not fearing monsters under the bed here. Fedosiv, while he potentially does have a 4 in his range, very occasionally, much more likely to be behind here.
Yeah.
And actually reasonably likely to be airballing. Well, if you're worried about your hand before, there's no need to worry now. You've improved to 2 pair. And actually, maybe a good card for him to check again. And another card for Fedosiv to represent and put pressure on what he might perceive as 7s, 8s, 9s.
Not a lot of point in betting here. It feels like a check range spot. I mean, Fedosiv has to think, well, I'm up against a queen, and king-queen is quite likely.
However, he'll be maybe fixating on the 8s and 7s and 9s that might have to fold here.
Yeah, no, there's definitely merit to this bet. It has advantage against that part of the range. They absolutely have to fold now, so...
Now, I think we're about to witness something very, very important in a hand of this nature, guys, and this is going to be a lesson for everyone at home. Jakovlevich is going to take a good bit of time over this and look agonized. He wants to maximize the number of potential bluffs that will be fired into him on the river, so the correct thing to do here is not to look relatively comfortable and happy with this, but it's actually to, maybe if you're capable of it, give off a little bit of Hollywood that this is a tough decision.
Yeah. I personally wouldn't be buying it because, for one thing, he did that thing of like looking down, but then looking very fixedly at his opponent, which I call the sizing up look of how much will this guy, much money will. Oh my God, look at that river. That makes it extremely unlikely now in Fedosiv's mind that Jakovlevich has the king, and he's much more likely to bluff now than on a blank.
I love the check here. Obviously, if Fedosif has a king himself, he will bet it himself, and the king-queen will snap it off gleefully with a better full house. And
What are you targeting now if you bet? To fold.
the sticky pocket jacks.
Well, yeah, I mean, the 8s and 9s all got out on the turn, so...
It's you're not loving it if you have a hand like ace queen, I guess. You probably have to call, but it's pretty gross.
I think you have to call ace queen. So again, I think if he thinks this through, he'll just realize there's not enough that folds here to make this a good bluff spot. Yeah,
you just give up.
I really like this check back. I actually think he played that hand really well. I mean, I know you love the fake tank on the turn, but actually I think that kind of gives it away. That particularly with that sort of like lingering look with the eyes of how much are you going to put the rest in on the river.
Is that Alex?
But he's going to be relieved there as well.
Yeah, and again, a very nicely played hand by both players.
Yeah, no, they both play their hand perfectly.
So we're going to have time for just one more hand. I think that clock is about to tick over, but the dealer, as usual, she's pretty nifty. She's pretty fast. She's going to get us in one more.
I think the lesson of that hand was anytime you are bluffing, think about the hands that you're actually trying to get to fold, and can you get them to fold. The bluff on the turn was a very good spot because you can get 8s, 9s, 10s, all those types of hands to fold. You know exactly what you're trying to fold. But then once you do bet and get called, you know he doesn't have those hands anymore. And now you're thinking, okay, well, he must have at least the queen. Can I get a queen to fold? And a queen is much less likely to fold when the king comes on the river because it makes it much less likely that your opponent has a king. So you actually get nothing to fold really on the river. And I think he thought it through very well and he recognized that.
Well said.
Thank you.
Straight back on the horse, Jakovlevich. Get one more in before the end. One more horse Western reference. He's bumped it up with the Kojak suited. And actions quickly full around you. Often the way when people are about to go on break, they're not going to linger.
They want their 15 minutes, yeah.
And with that, we are done. We are going to be bringing you brand new players after this 15-minute break, including the great Jamie Nixon.
Great Jamie Nixon,
GUKPT London Grand Final champion. He's in a bit of run of form at the moment. We're going to say goodbye, unfortunately, to Catherine Aristotelos, but maybe not for too long.
Jeez, there we are on screen.
These guys might be back. Again, I chose blue again to go with the backdrop.
Yeah.
Dara's black, so you won't be able to mess with him.
I'm worried about people drawing on me, yeah. So.
Guys, we will be back in 15 minutes. Please do not go away. Really looking forward to rejoining the action with a new set of players. Take care.
Or you can just do what she's done, shove. She's decided to just go for the shove.
And close one here for Idemir.
Ace Queen suited. Well, he only has 6 big blinds, I think. So I think he's going to be sticking it in as well.
No, he's
does he? Oh, no, sorry, you're right. 64 big blinds,
So this represents about a third of his stack. And wafer thin, to be honest. I think you could pass this one. He's not going to, though.
Could. Ace King is the big fear there because often the quick shove under the gun. Oh. We have a third all in. Oh, look at this.
Oh, Aristotelos.
Oh, she's so happy. Look how happy she looks.
She was... well, it's written all over her face that she's a hand she's very, very pleased with, it must be said. Aristotelos, she was on our feature table. I think it was the second of the 4 feature tables yesterday. She made an incredibly sick above the rim fold in a spot where she had, I think it was ace-jack on an ace-queen X board. And on the turn came a 7, which... her opponent took the lead with the ace-7. I thought she was going to have to not quite go broke, but lose a huge portion of her stack in that hand. She didn't, and now she has put herself in a great spot here.
Yeah, Idemir is now regretting he didn't let the ace-queen go. Kristalina Cove as well. I said it's a spot where you could raise and call it off, but if it went raise, shove, reshove, you could also fold the 10s.
Yes, exactly. That's a great point. She could have given herself an escape hatch there. Idemir is in a really wonky spot. I think
I
he's
don't think he
probably fixating on the scenarios where he's in good shape. Like maybe they've got kings and jacks, and his ace queen actually has the right equity. But you can't do that, Dara.
Tens and jacks is the dream, but yeah, ace queen is just such a horrible hand because it's really dominated by all of the legitimate hands in the range. You know, queens, kings, aces, and ace king. She's so happy. It's odd. Yeah,
Thank you.
love that reaction. She's just so thrilled to have her aces.
Well,
What I can do.
tens do have a shot here. Obviously, we saw one of the aces folded,
Yeah.
so you know it does help her a little bit. 19% we see there, even though one of her suits are covered.
Unfortunately for her, the one live flush draw she has, the spades. We saw that the ace and queen folded were also spades.
Quite right, well spotted, Dara.
Okay, well, she's some backdoors now. She can hit a backdoor straight with queen jack or 7-8, or it can come spade spade, obviously. But now she's drawing to one of the two remaining tens. She seems resigned to her fate. And there it is. No good. Unlucky.
İyi basmadım
First
ki
hand.
direkt.
I mean, that's kind of cruel.
Very cruel. Krasilakova would have gone to bed last night with high hopes of spinning up her 20 bigs and making a run at this. Obviously, these guys are only 40 places away from the money. That's going to be probably a couple of hours in real time. And Aristoteles, well, she's beaming, Dara.
She. Aristoteles will let the ace-2 go. I love how happy she looks at the table. She's absolutely thrilled with herself.
Loving life. There's Michael Lech there, Miguel Fiesta.
Dadalov with the ace-2 suited. You can certainly open this. You can open any suited ace at this point. And he is going to.
Michael Lech, a very good friend of our good pal, Slay America, Luke Frabel.
Oh, I didn't realize that, yeah. Shout out to Slay. I was actually chatting to him yesterday on my way over. Fidesev is going to call with the 9-7 suited. A very nice hand to defend here. Flops very well. He has flopped bottom pair, but this is a really bad board just to have bottom pair on with the ace and king there. Dedalov has top pair, backdoor flush draw.
Thank you very much.
Some argument for just checking here. On these two high card boards, you're going to have a lot of hands that you don't really want to put more money in, like your pocket pairs. And you want to check some top pairs as well. But he is going to go ahead and bet. It's a small bet. I like this size here. This is just trying to fold out the misses.
Yeah, maybe extract a little value from some King X, some 7X for this sizing. That will be put under pressure. Their minimum defense frequency will probably force them to at least call once.
Yeah, I think Fedesev would probably have folded this to a bigger bet, but now this bet is so small, he's thinking I probably just have to call this now. Even if just to try and bink a 9 or a 7 on the turn.
Well, Dara, it looks as though he might be lining up some raising chips.
Oh,
here.
he is, yeah. Okay, maybe he thinks this is weak. He thinks this is just a stab.
It's not his board to be allowed raise at some level here.
No, it's not. That's the problem with this raise. He's trying to fold out the nothings, but this is really Dedalov's board so much that he's not actually going to have nothing all that often. He's like, this is kind of one of the weakest hands he's going to have, and it's still top pair, backdoor flush draw.
Yeah, I wonder if he will make a sort of exploitative fold in this scenario versus what isn't a hugely sensible raise. I suppose he can have King 7, and pocket 7s is maybe the very best hand Fidusif can have.
Yeah, they're the hands. Well, yeah. The 5 is an effective break. Like, that should just never improve either player. Fidusif doesn't pick up equity. Often in these spots when you do the check raise, you want to have hands that can, they have backdoors or something so that you can turn equity. 9-7, you can only improve to 2 pair or trips.
Yeah, I very much feel as though 95 players left, 30 roughly from the money. This is a pure, I'm going to just try and put pressure on you, manu.
Yeah, well, Dedalov only has 25 big blinds behind, so he is threatening his entire stack if he puts in another bet now.
And it's a horrible spot for ace-2,
Yeah.
admittedly up against a curious enough line, a strange line that he will be certainly feeling is a little on the fishy side, but this is very hard to call.
Yeah, and he's sized up. He's gone for just over half pot here, and he's basically saying, if you call here, there's going to be 300k in the pot. You're only going to have 185k behind, 178k. I'm going to shove in a lot of worlds. This is what myself and Barry Carter refer to as a threat bet in our book on ICM. You're basically threatening the entire stack with this bet. You're saying if you call this, the rest is going in on the river a lot of the time.
And remember, Dedalov uncapped in this spot. He can have aces, he can have pocket kings, he can have ace-king. He's the pre-flop aggressor. So that's the part of this hand that's a little bit on the strange side. And that's exactly what Dedalov has recognized, is that this is a very strange line from his opponent.
It's a very strange line. It's a very reluctant call, though. He's kind of giving away the fact that he has this type of hand, I think. Oh, my God.
That's very, very sick.
This is sick.
But I do wonder, I do wonder if Fidosiev really loves it anymore, because he might feel as though he is being trapped by an ace-king or a pocket kings.
Yeah, that's why he decided to just...
I think on reflection, he's supposed to go for some value. Having got there with the 9-7, going 1/3 feels right.
Yeah.
Try and get the cry call from ace-queen.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he's almost giving himself a reverse free roll, that if his opponent does it.
Bet on the river. It would have been half pot.
A somewhat tilting experience, it must be said, for Dedalov to see that hand be turned over at the end.
Yeah. But on the other hand, at least he's still in the tournament.
Indeed. Well, he did make a good read, and whenever money went into that pot, he was in the lead, so he can console himself with that fact.
I'm sure it's a huge consolation to him.
20.
I'm pretty sure I've played with Yakovlevich somewhere. He looks very familiar to me. Fedoshev has been the action player so far, and now he's got another hand here. He's up to 1.1 million now, so he's the chip leader at the table. He's going to be absolutely loving that. He's going to start putting pressure on people, I think.
How much? 20?
So just comes with a flat here, interestingly. Maybe feeling as though with his image right now, if he 3-bets and gets 4-bet shoved, he'd have to call with the 9s, and it's actually a little bit on the dicey side. Instead, he can maybe proceed applying post-flop ICM pressure.
Yeah, 27.5 big blinds. I mean, you would be relatively okay with getting 9s in, but as you said, he's decided to take a more cautious route. Now he's going to hate this board with the ace and the queen there.
Particularly with one of the shorter stacks at the table being the pre-flop aggressor, he's most incentivized to knit up in this spot.
Yeah. Now we saw him check raise the last with his hand was slightly different because it had more outs against the value. Yeah, I actually like this check back. I did kind of advocate in the previous hand for the check back when you have a very weak top pair, and you have an aggressive opponent who's likely to start bluffing. You just get more value from the bluff part of the range, and yet you don't have to put in too much money with your fairly weak top pair.
That's really nice analysis.
Now he's likely to start going for value. Oh, the king is tricky too as well. It improves a lot of hands. Yeah, that's why I think he's decided to just check back. Now he's going to feel much better about his hand. He's pulled ahead of stuff like ace queen, or sorry, king queen, and king queen was very possible there. Fedoshev decides just to take his showdown. He's hoping he's up against 8s or a lower pair. You probably have to go for value now with your 2 pair.
Sizing wise, Dara, do you go sort of on the slightly larger side, maybe 40, 50k? It looks like he's gone for exactly half pot.
Yeah, I think in theory you're probably supposed to go big, but I think as an exploit, it seems that Fedoshev is trying to get a fairly weak hand to showdown. So if you bet small, you're probably always getting called, and if you bet bigger, you don't know how often you're getting called.
Wheels are turning for Fidesiv. They're interesting to know whether he's considering the value of just calling in this spot or actually turning his hand into a bluff, given how Jakovljevic has played passively across flop and turn.
Yeah, he probably recognizes his hand isn't going to be the best hand very often now that he's facing a bet on the river. Nines would be one of the worst hands to turn into a bluff because it really doesn't block any of the value.
And he does make the call. Jakovljevic, an important pot for him to get himself back in amongst the players with 40 big blind blasting that we're seeing in general. The pace of play is very, very good. We're not seeing tanks. We're not seeing long, arduous, deep thought calculations about bet sizing. We're just seeing guys fire out their chips pretty liberally.
Yeah.
As we lose another player. Fidesiv now with an actual hand. It's almost unfair.
This is cruel, yeah. Now, unfortunately for him, the button is probably one of the least likely players to attack him. Light, yeah, she's going to just fold with her 5 deuce. Lets it go as well. And the 9-3 suited, yeah, you can certainly defend. This is a fine defend. I think this is the original fine defend, actually, if you remember. The very first discussion we ever had about fine defends. Our good friend Kevin Killeen was defending somebody who defended 9-3 suited specifically, and he described it as a fine defend.
And it's fair to say it was a teachable moment for us because we did not think it was.
Look at this flop.
Well, it's a very,
Look at this flop.
It's a very fine moment now.
He is absolutely loving life. And Fidesiv is going to look at this flop and think it's perfectly safe.
Yeah, how can he have 9-4, 4-3 or 9-3?
Yeah.
It's not possible, right?
It's not possible.
Well, Fidesiv obviously has reasonable equity over pairs, can find a way to win from this point out. Interesting to see if Agul will spring the trap now right away, or will he play possum and try and induce later street bets. I think given how wide Fidesiv likely to be, you might want to just call here and let him maybe fire off with no equity in a lot of situations.
Yeah, he hasn't really shown a tendency to fire off with no equity. He's certainly he had little equity in the 9-7 spot. The argument for raising here is that you have a lot of very vulnerable hands here. If you just have the 9, for example, and you think it's good, but also with the 2 clubs on board and, you know, lots of gut shots, some open enders, there are cards which can kill your action on the turn as well.
We might be about to see an absolute car crash of a hand.
Yeah, this is... now, the deuce is not a complete brick because Fidesiv could have ace-5. Ace-5 would play this way. 5-6 would potentially play this way. But I think Akgul has just has to decide, okay, well, I might not have the best hand anymore, but if I don't, it's just a cooler. And he has to start going for value against the type of hand that Fidesiv has, and that's what he's going to do.
And Fidesiv definitely can't give up just yet. The clubs,
Absolutely
the
not,
obvious
no.
draw, have
No.
not got there yet.
No, no.
Had that been a 2 of clubs, I could imagine a world where Fidesiv could get away right now, but not on the 2 of spades.
I mean, it's even possible that Akgul could be value betting a worse hand here, like just a 9. So you absolutely have to continue here.
Fidesiv makes the call. And with the pot now approaching 400k, stack to pot ratio of maybe 1.7 to 1, we see the king of hearts. Akgul probably not feeling too scared. Not too many monsters under the bed here.
You really can't be worried about the king. An ace would be different, or a 5 would make it straight for an ace. They're more worrying cards. I think there's a strong argument for checking now, though, because it's definitely not his card, and there's a lot of missed draws. Yeah, I love this check because this can encourage a draw to bluff, even though it's not going to work out on this occasion.
So a well-played pot by both players, it must be said.
Yeah.
I think Fidesiv, you know, can't really avoid losing quite a few chips in that situation.
Yeah. been very impressed by Ackroyd so far. He seems to have very good presence, and he's just picking very sensible.
We'll run around the town here today. Welcome back, guys. We are here in North Cyprus for the Merit Poker Western Series warm-up day 3 coverage. We're about to burst the bubble, Darrow Kearney.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a while yet, but I guess your job, as you said, is to make people feel that it could
Any
go
moment.
any moment now. As we see on the screen there, James Nixon, quite strange to see him there as James Nixon. He's actually lost a bit of chips since the start. He had over $1 million at the start of the day, but he hasn't lost too much. Jamie obviously won't be worried. He still has 63 big blinds. Borzan Akimov is actually a massive chip leader at this table with 1.6 million. That's going to put him right up there in the whole tournament. Puts him in a great spot as the bubble comes. The short stack at the table has only 9 big blinds. Nobody else is under 25, so there's really only one player under pressure, and that's Fedor Dedalov, who we saw earlier.
Yeah, Dedalov not being given any respite from these feature tables, but maybe, just maybe, you don't mind it in the context of a pre-bubble situation. Generally speaking, feature table might play 1 or 2 hands less per hour just because of the RFID and the little bit of... So these small edges, these small factors maybe making it just a little bit more pleasant. Also, on the converse side, never nice to bust on the bubble, on the feature table.
That's the absolute worst, yeah.
Then your friends can wind you up and send you the clip.
30 minutes later, yeah. You actually bust twice. You bust when you bust, and you bust when all your friends found out you bust.
Yeah, exactly.
I have to say, the point you made about the feature table there, it's true of most feature tables, but we've seen a fair old clip on the feature table already. The dealers seem to be really on point in terms of banging out the cards. Same dealer, in fact. Maybe she's the specialist feature dealer.
Yeah, we have 2 special feature dealers from what I can identify from yesterday, and they sort of alternate back and forth, and they're really, really good.
Yeah. We saw him yesterday too, didn't we?
Mr. Genk, yes, we did.
Yeah.
Yeah, blinds now 10,000, 15,000 with a 15,000 big blind ante. I falsely led people to believe that this might be the level of 816, but we're a bit more modern these days with the way we do aggressive chip ups.
So 816 was the prediction then. So the prediction was actually for not this level but the next level, or
no? This is the replacement of the 816 level.
This is the 816. Yeah, because they obviously did the chip up. Yeah, fair enough. So Genk against Bakarov here. The ace-5 has pretty much got nothing, so he might take a stab here, but he shouldn't be putting too much chips into the pot. No, he decides to check. Like to check on this board. When you got 3 cards between a jack and an 8, it's very hard to miss that board.
And if it was a wet flop, it's just an absolutely soaked turn.
Yeah, it's gotten worse. Yeah.
Do you ever go for the delay c-bet here? Because maybe you can represent a bit more of that?
Well, what are you trying to fold? Pair?
Maybe like
a low pair?
Maybe like 6s?
Yeah, that's probably it, yeah. I don't think there's enough hands that fold for that to have...
Yeah.
And you have showdown anyway.
I suppose just thinking about a big blind range maybe would contain some 10x and some 8x that you could have gotten to fold on the turn. But you're absolutely right, Dara. You do have showdown already.
Yeah.
A lot of those hands, well, you just don't need to really get them out.
You don't need to get them, and particularly with ICM, he was covered there as well. So you would hate to get check raised in that spot.
Indeed.
And miss out on your chance to hit the river.
Oh, nice to get a close-up there of the handsome Jamie Nixon. I know
Jamie Nixon, yeah.
he's a very good-looking boy.
I mean, he looks like he could be in a boy band. I mean, don't get me wrong, like he wouldn't be the edgy one. He'd be the quiet, dependable one who gets about 5% of the fan mail. But he still could. He absolutely could be in a boy band. I mentioned that he used to travel with me quite a lot to tournaments, and actually Mrs. Doka accompanied me on a few of those trips, and she was really impressed by him because, as well as being a handsome boy, he's actually a very nice, respectable boy as well.
He's a lovely lad.
Respectful, and yeah, she was very impressed by him.
Well, interesting. My missus is very fond of Jamie as well.
Yeah, no,
so
he's definitely got the.
maybe we should stop saying how nice he is. I'd be a bit worried there about our two missuses maybe deciding that they could do a bit better.
Yeah. I mean, he's such a nice boy that he brings his mother on quite a lot of trips as well. Like I said, he's the nice, dependable boy in the boy band. He doesn't do drugs, or there's no question he's ever going to be in a scandal.
Absolutely not. An excellent poker coach as well. Shout out to Jamie Nixon, who I know offers his services as a coach from time to time. Yeah. As you do too, Dara.
Yeah, and we've had him on our podcast a few times too, doing strategy. Great strategic mind. Very, very great temperament as well. He just never. You cannot imagine Jamie ever losing his cool in any spot.
Well, that's enough Jamie love.
Yeah. Let's talk about the other players.
Now we're going to rag on his play and pick holes in his lines.
Yeah. So this one is three-way. We have middle pair against pair that's worse than middle pair against king high. So the king high has probably lost interest already.
I'm going to let you call the action on this one, Dara, for two reasons. One, very exciting news. We've just received our own internet box, which means we might be able to interact with the chat a little bit more than we've been able to for the last day or so, because we really want to get the engagement levels high with you guys. Really do appreciate you tuning in. And secondly, because, yes, I'm his co-commentator, but I'm also his butler. Darryl Carney would like a latte.
What he's really saying is he's running off to get himself a coffee, and he might get me one too, just to make it look better. So as David slips athletically out of the commentary booth to get our coffee, yeah, they've both got fairly marginal hands here on the river, so it goes check, not surprisingly.
I love the whole serious vibe around the table. Everyone is serious and just like, wow.
Jamie repping Grosvenor Poker there. He has been a sponsored pro for them for a few years now.
So yeah, everyone is serious on the feature table.
I wasn't yesterday.
I love it.
No one wants to bubble on TV, right? That's what it is.
The table talk there is about the fact that nobody wants to bubble on the TV table, which we mentioned earlier. That can be a factor.
Exactly.
It
Like
can
said,
cause
you don't
people
wanna
to
be
tighten
famous
up a
for
bit.
3 minutes.
Sometimes it goes the other way too. People make high wire moves. They want to do the big bluff. Be interesting to see how this table plays. So Akimov, well, he is the overwhelming chip leader, which means he gets to open hands like Queen 5 suited, even in early position. And he'll be hoping that bubble actually goes on for a while, because he's likely to continue to chip up. He just gets to play so many hands. People are going to fold to him so much. Like even the Ace-Jack doesn't like getting involved against the chip leader here.
Race.
No fear here, though, from the ace-10. He's gone for the squeeze. Recognizing that Akimov won't have a hand a lot of the time. And if Yagmei had a really strong hand, he would probably have raised himself. And the squeeze, very effective there. So the dealer dealing another quick hand. So ace-8 suited under the gun here from Genk. He's got just over 40 big blinds. We're seeing no fear so far. Hand that David just missed was an interesting one. The chip leader opened Queen 5 suited in early position, which is obviously fine. He has so much chips. There was a flat from ace-10, but then the button did a very effective squeeze with, sorry, the flat by ace-jack. The button did a very effective squeeze with ace-10 and got it through. So it doesn't look like there's much fear factor here.
No, no fear at all. I actually got to watch that one on the big screen. We're on the big screen outside. This Cards Up coverage is being displayed on a number of screens around the room as well for people. I guess the guys can then watch what happened on the half-hour delay. Fair is fair.
Yeah.
So I did actually watch that one while your coffee was being poured. As we see now another interesting hand brewing. Bochkarov considering the King 5 suited here, or maybe just taking a little bit of time to ponder his options. Musa, well, that's certainly a light 3-bet candidate as well. As we see quick fold from Jamie Nixon. And Al-Khashab, who we watched play for quite a bit of yesterday. So a lot of familiar faces now. I suppose that is the nature of it. As we see people who build big stacks on our feature tables yesterday still around, still battling here today. And a good flop for Genk. If you're going to open the ace-8 suited under the gun, pretty happy to see the 8-6-6 board. Akimov. Okay, yes, he does have backdoors with the 2 clubs, but it's not really a good flop for him to continue, particularly against the aggression from the under the gun opener. And he lets it go. Well, he is wielding one of the biggest stacks in the room right now, Akimov. And he is going to use this little steel wheel suited ace to open things up in early position. You get a lot of exploitation with this one. People who wake up with bigger aces behind you can't really continue in the hand. It's kind of cool, Dara.
Yeah, it's a great spot. I mean, it hasn't been working out for him so far. This is the third hand on the bounce he's played, and he's lost the other 2. But he's still going to keep it up. You have to keep plugging away in these spots. You can't expect to win every hand.
If you tell me today is Saturday, I will believe you. Yeah, I came on 17 morning also.
Hear a little background chat there on the table about somebody who feels like it's Saturday right now. I feel like it's 2020, so I can't really be giving out about him. Another paired board. Same villains here, but completely different positions This time round, Genk defending his big blind with the Jack-8 off. Whole lot of nothing really on this board. He's going to have
I
to
don't know.
give up, I think, here to Akimov's even very small continuation. Well,
Maybe. If I see them, maybe I'll raise.
he may have lost the last couple of pots, but as Dara said, undeterred, he went again, and this time takes down a little one. And you're right, Dara, the action has slowed. Not as many bust outs. I've noticed that during the entirety of the 15-minute break, nobody was eliminated.
That's quite the observation. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's usually the way in tournaments, except obviously in seniors tournaments.
You see, I deep down knew I was teeing you up for that joke, but I didn't know if you'd find it. Someone needs to clip that. I think that might be our funniest ever double act moment. Jamie Nixon may consider opening this.
Yeah, this is a hand. You could definitely go either way with this one. It depends on how Jamie's viewing the bubble. If he wants to just navigate through it safely and preserve his stack, or if he wants to try and chip up. Knowing Jamie, he's definitely in the latter category of keep the aggression down.
Yeah, and he is opening into players he covers for the most part, so sort of adds to the reasons. Well, here's the one player he doesn't, though, in the big blind. Akimov.
I think that's the reason we saw the pause. It was like, oh shit, it's the chip leaders big blind.
Well, Akimov
Yeah, he's going to defend.
is going to just defend here with the 6-5. I like that. You can go a little bit too far with the aggression in this situation where you've got the 1.5 million stack and you're...
Look at that flop.
Wow. Okay, well...
Look at that flop. We have top and bottom against middle and bottom. Jamie's missed it completely, but has backdoors. But the backdoors are less helpful three-way.
I was going to say, Jamie may still c-bet this one with the wrapped around the jack and the 3 spades. He might fire out a little c-bet and juice up the pot for these other guys to start fireworks.
Yeah. Yeah, no, this is fine. Like, you have to have some bluffs three-way, and this is the type of hand you should be using. Also, it's a board which the other two players will just have missed a lot of the time. You know, if a guy's sitting there with ace-9 and the other guy has king-2.
If Genk raises it up here, what does Akimov do? Does he go again, or does he just flat the bottom 2? Well, here is the raise.
Yeah, this is a horrible spot now with the 6-5.
And it's a big raise.
He also has to worry about Jamie behind.
It's a really big raise, Dara.
Yeah.
195k over Jamie's 35k c-bet. So it is the full 195k to Akimov. Jamie, we know, will be out of there. He won't be paying 160 to see a turn. But Akimov in a really wonky situation now with bottom 2.
Yeah, you got to ask yourself, would he do this with ace-jack? Would he do this with any of the possible draws? It's almost certainly he wouldn't do it with a draw, but he might be playing something like ace-jack very fast. So put 6-5 in a really tough spot now.
I think Genk's getting the full double up here because there's
Yeah.
only really one more bet in the hand because of the large sizing chosen by Genk. If Akimov raises, he commits to Genk. And he is going to raise. Look at that, Dara. We see at least 400. Looks like 400 and change. Maybe a 420, something in that vicinity. Indeed, 420. And, well, Genk's going nowhere. Akimov's going nowhere when it goes back to him. We're about to see our biggest pot on this feature table.
Yeah. Genk doesn't love it either because he has top and bottom, but, you know, there's nothing to stop his opponent having a set here or top 2. And we're only 8th in the bubble now.
Yeah, as you say, Dara, it's not beyond the bounds of possibility that Akimov has pocket 6s. Obviously, we block the possibility of pocket 5s, but there is a looming combo out there of that as well. Combo draws spring to mind. They seem to be the kinds of hands that would also do this. Akimov understanding that he has fold equity against a lot of hands that are not super premium, and I guess Genk is on the borderline there. If he does have the 7-8 of spades, if he has the 8-9 of spades,
Yeah.
if he has the
But all those hands have a lot of equity actually against even against two pair. So it's not it's not a slam dunk spot. You're not thinking, oh brilliant, he's raised me. You're thinking, oh my god, he's raised me. Can I fold a hand this strong, or do I just have to go with it?
yeah, and there's no question it's a go with it or fold it spot. Akimov's 3-bet here on the flop to 420 is representing entirely 2/3 of what Genk had going to the flop, so there's no getting away at that point. And Genk maybe considering the possibility of the Jack-6 out there as well. Of course, his opponent just calling from the big blind. That's possible too. You're right, Tara. As you piece this all together and you look at the high equity of all the combo draws that might be doing this light, when you put it all together, this could be a very, what on the face of it seems like a nitty fold, but actually maybe isn't as nitty as it first appears.
Yeah, I wouldn't be stunned to see a fold here.
Oh. What a situation we have found ourselves in here. What a flop for these two players. Wide ranges, both guys calling out of the blinds. 755 in the middle. Right now, Genk just 435 back. He needs to call another 230-ish just to call this bet. He'd be left with just 200. So it's all in or fold.
Yeah, this is entirely the bubble causing this. Any other stage of the tournament, the money's already gone in. But he's literally thinking, we're 8 players in the money. It's actually possible that I'm beaten here. He can have Jack-6, he can have pocket 6s, he can have pocket 5s, which is the least likely one, obviously, combinatorically. But we could be beaten here. And even if he's bluffing with something like 8-7 of spades or 9-8 of spades, 9-7 of spades, any of those hands, it's not much better than a flip. So he's hating his spot now.
What a heart-in-mouth moment for Genk. You see on screen there, he is being put in the grinder.
Yeah.
A really...
Yeah, he's put it in. He's decided in the end he has to go with it. And a quick
sort
call.
of a sigh all in what you got. He's going to be so happy with the news.
Yeah.
The absolute best case scenario for him, he has 92%. He doesn't have to fade straight cards or flush cards. He just has to fade one of these 2 remaining 6s in the deck. Well, Akimov has 2 pulls.
He still didn't look thrilled, though. He didn't look thrilled because the fear of bubbling is just huge in players' minds. Even getting it in 92%, most players don't feel brilliant about it.
Well, this table has a new chip leader. There is a new sheriff in town, and his name is Genk. Akimov surrendering almost half of his enormous stack in that hand. Don't think he did anything wrong there.
No.
It was a pretty cold situation.
It's just a cooler, yeah. Once they both flop 2 pair.
Çünkü onları da oynuyor yani. 7-8'leri kente de marke artık dedim lanet olsun bunu da oynayamazsak.
Did you get the new sheriff in town reference there?
Very good call.
Yeah.
I haven't written these down just in case. They're just off the top of my head.
Yeah, I know. It's really impressive stuff. It's the finest moment of your broadcasting career, without a doubt. Your ability to recall westerns.
Yeah.
Good fold.
GPI award-winning broadcasting career in this booth right now.
Yeah,
Wow.
we're definitely getting on the GPI award after this performance of you just splattering out the names of westerns every so often.
The only combination you win. 7-8 of spades.
What a setback for Akimov as well. Like, he was cruising. He came to this table with 1.6 million in chips.
Yeah,
He was thought, I'm going to pound this bubble. I'm going to have more than 2 million when we get through the bubble. And now he finds himself with 850k left.
Oh yeah, we are in that zone now. Beautiful.
So, but that's the way it is in tournaments. You have to be able to take these setbacks. It's very rarely an easy run to victory.
I thought you were clambering for a Western reference there.
No,
easy run.
No, I'm not easy rider. No, that's kind of modern Western, I guess. With the motorbike as a horse.
By the final day, we'll be doing Star Wars reference, space westerns.
Space Westerns.
We'll be,
What about Japanese samurai Westerns?
yeah.
So Jamie folding the 10-8 there. Masterful fold from young Jamie Nixon.
What a heartthrob.
Indeed. Former student of mine as well. I'm going to take all the credit
Who
for
isn't?
Jamie's success.
Who isn't a former student of yours?
You.
You're not going to claim me.
No.
There's like, even if I did pass on a bit of wisdom once in a while, I don't want responsibility for that.
We'll never talk about that afternoon you spent in my house learning how to play 3X satellites. What is Akimov? He's right back into it now. And he's missed the flop, but his opponent is 6 high. Interested to see what he does here. Yeah, I like the check here. There's not much reason to bet your hand, I don't think. You don't get called by worse. You don't fold out better. Now he's picked up a gut shot. He has a gut shot. Yeah, a weak draw, decent showdown is a good candidate to check out of position. Will Osbeck take the bait and try and bluff now? If he does, he has to recognize that it's going to be a spot where he's going to have to fire twice, almost certainly. His opponent doesn't have too many hands that'll give up to a single bet. They would bluff themselves.
Good analysis there, Darren. He has gone for a larger sizing, though, which will give maybe an extra little bit of pause for thought for Akimov. He's going to call, though, like you said. Well, an interesting river about to come up.
Even if he's behind... Oh, well, that... Now Akimov feels much better about his hand.
Does he feel compelled to bet it himself now?
It's just going to look so strong if you come out betting.
Yeah, it does feel like you had the 8-9, the 7-8 when you do.
I think it's also likely that the opponent is bluffing a lot, and you might as well let him bluff again. It's far more likely he's bluffing than he actually has value with this line, because most of his value would have bet the flop. But he is going to bet himself, and I think that's the end of the hand.
Yeah.
Unless Osbeck has a moment of insanity where he decides to shove, because what can he call with?
Yeah, not unreasonable that Akimov could even have the king-queen here too, so...
Yeah, no. I think I would have preferred a check there on the river and try and get him to bluff once more.
Yep, I have to agree. Have you had a go over a new internet? Does it work?
Yes, it does. It's much better. Unfortunately, I still can't figure out how to see comments on YouTube on my phone, but...
Oh, I can help.
Yeah.
Mine does appear different.
Okay.
I'm not... yeah, I'm not able to give you a hard time now. I actually can't see it either.
Yeah. Same on my iPad as well. So that's why we're not interacting, unfortunately, with the chat as much as we would normally, because we actually can't see the chat. But you can tweet abuse at us. We'll see tweets, all right.
Inviting.
It's important that the people listening at home be able to abuse us. I think that's a really important function of when you're doing commentary.
Okay, I'm in the mix. Katie Swift, can you see this comment, guys? Hello. Hey,
No, Katie, we can't.
hey,
sorry.
Katie.
Why is yours different from mine? This is annoying me now.
Ryan Trinidad has a question for you, Dara. I'm going to pose it to you while I glance back at this feature table coverage. Does Dara play live, and if so, what buy-ins do you play?
I do play live. I play live quite a bit. I've played pretty much everything from, I guess, there's probably no lower limit. I tend to grind even small side events when I'm playing live, and I probably, these days I don't really go up above 10k. I've played as high as 25k's in the past, but yeah, these days probably 10k is the limit. So
Ozbek will pick up a little pot here.
yeah.
Andy Patton, I have my bottle at my desk, and I am now ready to play the world-famous chip race drinking game where I take a shot every time the podcast is mentioned or the book is shilled. I don't think we've been gratuitous. Andy, I reckon you're stone cold sober.
Andy is never stone cold sober.
Not
Come
even in
on,
the morning.
The man is Scottish.
Alex O'Brien in the chat as well. How you doing, Alex?
Yeah, thanks to Alex who got out the tweet before we managed to do. We have had internet issues here in the box, but they are resolved now.
Yeah, great internet everywhere in the resort except this room.
Yeah, where we most need it. And we're going to spend most of our time. But no, it is great here in this room now as well, so thank you to the team, the Sharehands team, who resolved that for us. So Musa raising up the ace-10 suited. He run into a whole pile of nothing behind, so nobody's giving him any action as of yet. But we are getting into the 10s. Here we go.
Oh, and here we go. 69 players left, 7 from the money, and we are about to see...
He's a short stack, yeah, this is going in.
We are about to see a potential bust out here. Deadloff will be going to showdown here, hoping to win a flip.
He's 6 from the money. This is... Yeah, he's recognizing he's so short he has to go with it. And he's so short, I think he's going to have to call off with the ace-10 suited as well.
Oh, King-Queen for Jagme.
And he does cover the opener, so this is a spot where he could stick in a small raise and get Musa to fold and find himself in a flip a lot with dead money in the pot.
450 behind.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's looking at. He's looking at how much behind.
Interesting spot here dynamically.
450.
Musa with the ace-10, definitely the hand Deadloff would rather go up against.
Yeah. I actually think the ace-10 suit is giving away a lot of information there. Not just the fact that he said how much his stack was, but he sounds kind of irritated. And that usually indicates not super strength. Because if he was sitting there with aces, I think he'd be staying nice and quiet. And
Is there an argument for King-Queen just flatting here sometimes, Dara, for whatever it is, 7 bigs?
yeah, it took super strong for sure.
And then Musa could come in, but given that they're playing a dry side pot, there would probably be no
Yeah.
overt larceny, and maybe they could tag team Deadloff.
Yeah, and Musa is very unlikely to stick in a hand worse than King-Queen, so...
Jagme in the big blind, so he already has 15 in there. It's only another 95, another 6 bigs to call. He does let it go, and Musa now obviously has to snap that one off. Probably realizes he's behind a fair amount, but definitely getting the price.
yeah.
Deadloff gets the dream, really. He would have hated going up against King-Queen, Ace-10.
Yeah,
He's
it's
in
funny.
much better shape.
Ace-10's a better hand in theory, but when you specifically have 10s,
Oh,
there's
dear.
the ace. That's cruel. That's very cruel. Yeah, the side there.
Now he's wondering, why didn't the King-Queen get in there?
Now he's basically got 1 out. This is horrible. You're so far ahead pre-flop, but as soon as the ace comes, you're miles behind.
9 of clubs, no help.
No, he's
A
gonna-
10 of hearts, or Deadloff will be out the door in 69th place.
I thought you were going to say our dead love will be dead.
Nice catch.
Nice catch, he says.
Musa did nothing wrong, in fairness.
No, he had to call there. He was getting more than 2 to 1. What can you do?
What can you do? Indeed, well, we lose Deadloff. Just 68 players left. 6 from the money.
I'm folding. What?
You are?
Buckle up, guys. We are in for an exciting
Actually, I was
bubble
regretting
hour
that,
or so.
because
I don't know what the normal procedure is here.
as far as
at
hand for
merit
hand.
events in terms of hand for hand. Exactly there. Sometimes people like to go 2 from the money, 3 from the money. My expectation is they'll just do it on the immediate money bubble. The players are playing pretty quickly.
Yeah, it does seem to be the case. So Katie is cheering on her teammate Jamie. She says great comms and obviously rating Jamie. As we keep, David does keep commenting on just how attractive Jamie is.
He's very good looking lad.
Ace 3. Oh, has he moved all in here?
He has moved all in, Dara.
Wow.
Kashab, fearless.
No fear. 21 big blinds with ace 3. If he's called, he's toast, but he basically expects this to get through almost always.
Don't do this at home.
No, this is fearless, but it's going to work when nobody behind has a hand.
Fearless, it must be said, to the point of reckless.
Yeah.
Al Kashab with 21 bigs, not really in terrible shape. This wouldn't even be a shove with no ICM.
No, you see, but you sometimes see that players, the pressure gets them a little bit. They hate the idea that they're going to have to keep folding, and they prefer to take the initiative into their own hand, as it were. And I mean, don't get me wrong, it works most of the time, but when it doesn't work, it's fairly catastrophic.
As we take a look at our Merit Poker Series warm-up, day 3 leaderboard here from the feature table. Musa Genk, we saw that huge pot moments ago. Top and bottom pair against bottom 2 pair. The Jack 5 dominating the 6-5 on the Jack 6-5, and that has propelled him to a whopping 1.4 million chip stack.
Yeah.
Barzan Akimov, he's over $1 million as well, but down at the other end of the table, Saeed Al-Kashab, we saw him just shove the ace 3 there. As I said, bordering on reckless. He's not really in terrible shape here with 24 bigs. He didn't really have to do that, but that just indicates we might be about to see some fireworks.
Yeah, I wonder if the fact that he's the shortest stack at the table made him think that he's shorter than he actually is with 21 bigs he shoved. Sometimes when you're the shortest at the table, you might feel that you're short, but you're not short with 21 big blinds. There's no reason why any of these players should actually bust before the bubble. Nobody's under immediate threat. And they're all kind of bunched. I mean, from 2nd down to 7th, they're basically bunched that if 7th doubled up through 2nd, he'd become 2nd.
Here's the way I do it, Dara. The small blind is almost the same size as the big blind at this level. This is that curious level where there's a smaller gap. So just let's, for argument's sake, gorilla mats it and say there's 3 big blinds. 3 big blinds is what you got to commit every 9 hands.
Yeah.
How far away from the bubble are we? Well, even if the bubble goes on quite a while, we're probably no more than 27 hands away.
Yeah.
If it's 27 hands, you have to give up 9 bigs. If you have 24 bigs, you'll be left with 15. That's not brilliant. You don't love whittling down to that, but you do lock up the cash and you can always spin back from 15.
Yeah.
So taking a, suboptimal spot, obviously there will be presented to these guys very good spots and they may take them, and that's perfectly reasonable. But taking a suboptimal spot in that scenario just seems a little bit crazy.
Yeah, it does for sure. I think sometimes inexperienced players don't realize how quickly the bubble will go in this spot in terms of number of hands. As you said, there's absolutely no reason anybody should. And yeah, it might feel bad folding and waiting around, but you can also get dealt aces in that time, or kings, or a hand that you're much happier to go with. Question from the chat: in the money 68 or 69? It's actually 62, right?
Correct.
Is he going to shove the ace 5?
Oh my goodness, Dara. No, he's just going to do a normal raise.
Normal raise, which again is very loose under the gun.
Or he's gone for a very large raise.
He's gone for a large raise. He's
55.
basically trying to force the fold here.
So he has bumped it up to almost 4 bigs.
Yeah, Akimov, this would be a good spot now to 3-bet. Just pick up on the fact that he appears to be impatient, but he has let it go.
Oh, and Uzbek is not going anywhere with the ladies here.
Yeah, the problem with this hand is it will work when nobody has a hand, but when you're under the gun, you're going to run into a hand quite a lot.
Yeah. Uzbek It's a little tricky to figure out your raise size here when you're facing a almost 4x. I guess he's probably going to be allowed to make it relatively small. He doesn't have to make it much more than the min to the players behind him. And then, of course, Kashab, having made it so big, well, any kind of raise is leveraging his entire stack.
Yeah.
I normally go for something in the region of 120 here, maybe 110. Gone for 135.
Yeah.
And when the action gets round to Al Kashab, well, he's got to let it go, and he's put 4 bigs unnecessarily into this pot.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the issue.
That's more than an orbit.
Jamie folding the jack 2. Yeah, I mean, he's lost more in this pot than he gained when he shoved. Oh, he's going to compound his error and actually call here with ace-5. This would be very ill-advised.
Yeah, one of the aspects of going for this under the gun, almost 4x open, is that you really define the hands behind. You actually reduce massively the number of bluffs that would ever be in there coming over the top of you. In fact, you could make an argument that versus the vast majority of tables and table mates, there might be no bluffs.
Yeah. He also showed the ace, which is interesting. I'm not sure you want to be doing that either.
So a misstep there, as Dara said. When it works, and it works often, but when it doesn't, it's catastrophic. And 55k represents an orbit and a half of what you would pay in blinds and antes. That's 10 or 12 hands. The ball might have been gone in that time. Baccarat here with the somewhat gratuitous 20-second tank.
I think he was genuinely thinking, I mean, he took the spot earlier with ace-10, which a lot of players wouldn't have taken. So I think he was thinking of making a very wide open there. But, you know, Jamie Nixon, extremely accomplished player in the small blind, and loose cannon, it's fair to say, in the big blind.
He might lamp this into his opponent. No, he does just go for the limp.
Yeah.
20 bigs.
I don't.
If ever there was a time, I
Yeah,
suppose.
it's definitely theoretically you can shove there because your opponent is supposed to fold a lot, but whether this opponent actually folds as much as he's supposed to, that's the big question mark.
Well put. Well, we see Al Kashab has made bottom pair, bottom kicker.
Yeah,
Jamie has nothing, but he can lead out in this situation.
Jamie has far more aces here because his opponent will almost certainly have raised an ace, whereas Jamie will limp some aces. So once the ace flops, that it's a good spot to lead out. It's a play referred to as the limp stab. You limp pre-flop and then you stab at the flop. One's gone for a raise here. This is kind of funky. Now Jamie's going to be really suspicious of this raise because, as I said, like his opponent would have raised any ace, and that's really only the hands that should be raising. I think Al Kashab is raising here because he wants to win the hand right now when he has a pair. He's afraid of that if his hand is ahead, he'll get outdrawn. Yeah, Jamie's thinking this through.
Jamie's thinking you're basically repping Queen 3, lad.
Yeah, yeah.
It's tricky because, as you said, Dara, you're up against an opponent who you can't predict.
You can't predict.
Do the sensible thing.
Yeah, you could shove there and he could still tank call with 3-2, and then you're in the horrors. So it's hard to play against those types of players a lot of the time. They do unpredictable stuff, and they do stuff that in theory they're not supposed to do, but actually doesn't help you when they do it.
Yeah, most of the time when two players get involved in a sort of a car crash scenario, the equities don't exchange neatly between the two of them. In fact, quite a lot of the overall equity in those pots gets redistributed to all of the other players left in the tournament.
Yeah. Yeah, well, Colin Moshman, who wrote the seminal book on sit and goes back in the day, he proved the very first example in his book was that if two players get it all in a $50 sit and go, very first hand, the player who wins, his equity doesn't go to $100, it only goes to $83. And the remaining $17 gets distributed among the 8 players who folded the first hand. And it's the same in tournaments as you get near the bubble. You actually make money every time you fold, believe it or not, because you increase the likelihood that somebody else will bust and you get nearer to the money. It's one of the few spots in poker where you can actually make money folding.
It's a beautiful thing.
Very beautiful thing. And you can make even more money by slow folding.
You didn't see it, but he darted me a look there, guys.
The tank fooled.
Jamie Nixon.
Oh, Jamie's got a real hand here. And Akimov, the aggressive former chip leader, has opened super wide, it has to be said. King 6 off under the gun.
I think he can come with the flat here, Dara.
Yeah.
He has a very nice hand. He'll be under-repped. He can be reasonably confident his opponent might represent exactly his hand in a lot of situations.
Yeah. Yeah, and when you raise, you just get him to fold all the stuff like King 6, and you don't fold out the better hands. So.
And you don't want to face a 4-bet right now.
The only problem with this flat is you might get Al Khashab coming in behind now with the ace deuce.
You might get Al Khashab coming in for all of it.
Yeah, he has. Wow. Okay, well, you're happy to snap now.
Yeah, Akimov is going to get out of the way, as is Genk eventually.
Yeah, Jamie's going to call off here.
And Jamie, yeah, it does feel as though.
Yeah, I think he factored that in. He thought he's like, you know what? If he looks down at an ace, he's likely to just stick it in as well.
Have a count, please.
He is asking for a count just to make sure that, but I think he will make the call off here.
Yeah, I hate to say that we have been foretelling or preempting this, but it does feel as though Al Khashab has had a bit of a death wish over the last 5 or 6 hands. He's got involved in unnecessary situations. As you say there, Dara, I think Jamie's going to piece this together and decide that actually, given the activity of this player, his ace-queen stands to be very good. Remember, if Jamie loses this one, he's still got 25, 30 bigs. He can still navigate his way through the bubble. So it's not an ICM disaster for him if he calls and loses.
No, the hand he's worried about here is ace-king. But he has made the call, yeah. Yeah, Jamie took his time there, which is fine.
Good luck, gentlemen.
But he makes a very good call in the end.
Al Khashab, 23%. He needs to find a duck or maybe some wheel cards. Maybe 4 spades would do the trick as well.
He's doing the old stand-up trick. Not only has he stood up, but he's taken his microphone off.
Oh, wow. That's next level. Well, that's good for getting a wheel draw.
This is pretty sick
Take
now,
a chop.
yeah.
Chop.
I'll take a chop. Jamie says
Jamie. Okay, now he probably won't take a chop.
Okay. 5 or a deuce.
Okay, Mike.
And Jamie Nixon manages to pick up quite a nice little pot, get himself back above the million mark, 1.2 million now.
Yep. Yeah, the fearless Al Khashab, he really went for it on the bubble. He didn't hang around and just make sure he squared into the money. Died on his sword and brought everybody one spot nearer to the money.
Not so much he lived by the sword, died by the sword, but sort of like put the sword on the ground, threw himself onto it, and then, had the rest of the table mates jump up and down on his back.
Maybe it's not called
Is this when we move on to samurai movies now?
I wondered, it was kind of almost like a Kill Bill reference there. So.
Yeah. So, presumably we will get a new player on the feature table.
And then there were 65. Guys, look, emphasizing even more emphatically how close we are to this bubble. 65 now.
Yeah.
3 from the money. It looks like the very momentary delay there was so we could rebalance tables, I think.
Yeah.
Very important to, as much as is feasibly possible with these bust outs, get people onto the right tables.
Interesting spot here. We have 3 legitimate hands. 2 of them are ace-jack, though.
And I think we've got a Jamie Nixon with newfound wealth who will be deciding to drop the hammer on these guys, put maximum implied ICM pressure on them by bumping it up here. He can play a big pot in position, hopefully using both position and the quality of his hand. He does have a pretty nice hand in ace-jack to perhaps exploit these guys 3 from the money.
Yeah.
Jagme in quite a horrible spot, it must be said. 145k. Jamie's gone for a large sizing, really, you know, putting maximum pressure. Genk. I think we've got a little bit of Hollywood here with the 4s. I think they're going in the bin.
Well, but he does cover Jamie, so he could try and put pressure on Jamie, recognizing that Jamie is putting pressure on 2 guys that he covers.
Well, that is next level, and kudos if that is what's happening right now.
This is the way ICM plays. Like, the guys who are just ahead of you get to put a lot of pressure on you. So, but he does let the 4s go. Yeah, decided he's not going to take the risk that Jamie has a legitimate hand here.
Pretty easy call with the pocket 9s in a no ICM situation right now, but
Yeah.
with ICM,
Horrible.
it's pretty gross.
You're just guessing. You're just praying that he doesn't have a hand, and even if he has something like ace-jack, it's a flip. So the prudent play here is just to fold and live to fight another day.
100% agree with that analysis, and I gotta say kudos to Jamie Nixon, who has, in most worlds here, obviously we're yet to see the responses, but has executed a very, very nice squeeze play. Well, Jagme maybe also somewhat happy to let some time tick down. He's going to be left with 50 bigs if he does fold here. Comfortable stack, but
Yeah,
no harm to let another few moments pass.
Yeah, I think the 9s were always folding there, but as you said, there's some value to consuming some time there as well.
Bakarev now with the same hand, but he doesn't know that.
Yeah.
And does feel as though while Nixon could be taking liberties, could be using his newfound wealth to lean into these guys, at the same time he could just have it. And as you said, Dara, a guessing game. You don't want to be in a guessing game.
Yeah.
Oh, he is going to call.
He's going to call. This is
Wow.
Yeah. These spots where they both have the same hand are always interesting, but I mean, Jamie's going to win this hand almost always because they're both going to miss most of the time. Now it's probably going to be a chop when they both get it in, but
well, Jamie has the free roll,
oh yeah, Jamie does have the free roll. You're right. He has the back door.
which is always nice. Bakarev will be delighted to see that he has top pair, but he will also be fearing the pocket kings, pocket queens,
But that's the problem.
pocket tens.
That's the problem with calling with ace jack. If the board comes jack high, you're still afraid of all the other pairs, and if the board comes ace high, you're afraid of ace king and ace queen. So there's no good flop for you that you just have a pair on.
Jamie down betting here to roughly quarter pot.
Yeah, like the size. This is pretty standard.
Bakarev will certainly continue.
Certainly continue. In no ICM world, this would be a standard call. With ICM, there's a little bit more consideration to raising and just ending the hand now. But now that's an interesting. Jamie might find a way to win this now, because Jamie absolutely has ace king in his range, and ace queen, and they both pulled ahead of ace jack. But Jamie might check back as well with his showdown.
Yeah, King Queen will be the hand that Jamie will be thinking about as the possible overtaker there. King Queen suited as a flat pre and a flat to the squeeze does make a certain amount of sense and would probably not fold to a bet. So Jamie again just decide, well, they have the same hand, they have both made the nuts, and well, we're going to get all these chips in. Maybe in installments, it might go bet, raise, re-raise all in.
Some fake tanking maybe as well.
Maybe a bit of fake tanking, but yeah. If ever you needed an opportunity to stick the kettle on,
Yeah, this could take a while.
this could take 3 minutes before we get all these chips in. This is almost like having a break.
Yeah.
He is going to lead. Jamie is going to raise, and then Bakarev is going to shove, and then Jamie is going to
Yeah,
call.
I mean, Jamie's going to know he mostly has an ace here, but you still have to think about, well, what if he has a 9? What if he has a set or 2 pair and he's blocker betting? How do I get more money against those hands?
Well, Bakarev has gone for the small sizing, sort of like it's an induce, almost like maybe he has King Queen and he's trying to just guarantee some showdown. So these guys both sort of playing possum for one another. The cat will be out of the bag pretty soon, though, when Bakarev finally shoves over the top of whatever raise size Nixon chooses. There will be wry smiles from both players. Jamie does sort of click it back here to 305. Bakarev knows that not always, but most likely Nixon does have the same hand, but not.
Yeah, there's no point in tanking now because if he has anything other than an ace, he's folding, and
This for
if
nothing.
he has the ace, yeah.
We had
Whole
fun.
drama.
We had loads of fun. It's all right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can see that.
Yeah, no, I like the speed
Especially on
there
the turn, I'm
because
sure.
he basically recognized there's absolutely no point in Hollywooding now. If he has the ace, he's calling. If there's anything else, he's folding.
Nice hand.
You had an ace also?
At that point, you almost have to raise just to avoid the penalty. Even though you know you're chopping.
Well, yeah, you know, well, you certainly know when you're chopping if you're getting called. It'd be a very high wire move to sort of bluff at that bluff using that line on the river. Because I think once 2 bets go into that pot on the river, they always both have the ace. But the other players are amused that all that was just for a chop pot.
Shout out to Aidan Quinlan, who I see is in the chat. Any fake tankers about?
Yeah, quite a few Irish. Conal as well in the chat, suggesting that the player who just left didn't so much fall on the sword as swallow the sword. Nice to see so many Irish representing, and of course Katie as well. Katie also a former chip race guest. And Lock-in as well, actually.
There you go, Andy Payton. You have to take a double now.
Yeah, have to get Andy even more pished than he is already.
Musa bumps things up here, +2. He's playing roughly 40 bigs. Uzbek in the small blind, probably going to get in the mix here for a call. Both of these guys sort of threatening one another's tournament life, give or take.
Yeah, Uzbek covers. It's a gross enough spot because you certainly don't want to 3-bet fold. Yeah, this is why he's gone for just the flat.
Both of these players incentivized to take passive enough lines now post-flop.
Yeah.
So
Alan is the new player at the table, I think.
I expect this one to go check. Probably a small bet from Musa and call. And from that point on, I would strongly suggest that the action will be extremely passive and it might get checked down all the way to showdown.
Yeah, and often players think that this is weak poker and, you know, people are playing scared, but this is actually theoretically correct. You should just be playing very... Oh, and the 9 on the river. Well, now there's definitely more money going in, but we're not going to get a call.
Musa's going to recognize that he doesn't have the best hand here very often.
Yeah, and when the turn goes check, Uzbek probably not putting his opponent on too many king X now, so probably changing his strategy to find a bet size that might get called by a hand like jacks or queens.
Yeah, I like this size. He's gone for a very small size to make it even maybe look like he's going for a weak blocker here.
When we piece together what bluffs might be in Uzbek's range, well, obviously the flopped flush draw with hearts did not get in. It's possible, maybe, just maybe, there would be a wheel ace that didn't get there. But for this sizing, like you said, Darius, feels very value-y. It feels like he's got the king-queen and he's just looking to extract one more bet from pocket jacks, that type of thing.
Yeah, and as we said, describing an earlier hand, when it gets checked to the river and one player bets, it's not usually a bluff.
You don't want to get bluffed for a small amount, but on the converse side, when this very value-looking bet comes in, you do suspect that you are behind. He's going to let this go, I feel.
Yeah, it's rueful, but
he's got cards in one hand and chips in the other. I don't know which is going to move in.
Yeah. He's got the devil in one ear saying call, and he's got the angel in the other ear saying no, he's never bluffing here.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's going to let it go.
The angel wins and he folds.
Good fold.
Uzbek tells no lies, good fold, shows the pocket nines. And I suppose crucially as well, a few more minutes tick by there while he tanked that pretty reasonable river spot.
Oh yeah, no, it's fine. It was absolutely fine to tank there because it would be a fairly sick bluff spot to take and get into fold ace high.
Thank you, Miss Pico. Thank you.
Certainly worthy of consideration there. That was probably not a fake tank.
Quick glance back at our leaderboard here as the blinds go up to 10k, 20k with the 20k big blind ante. Price of poker has gone up and that will throw the cat among the pigeons, so to speak. Musa Genk 1.36 million, Jamie Nixon 1.2 million, Borzan Akimov 1 million. At the other end, Basil Musa 26 big blinds. He is absolutely fine. This is plain sailing. You can navigate your way there without taking too much risk. But then again, we said that only moments ago and we still found our way to a bust out. Gökhan Özbek, 36 big blinds. Yagmail, 37 big blinds. These guys actually pretty well stacked. I don't know all the chip stacks out there on the outer tables, but there's got to be some shorties around.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. There's absolutely no reason why any of these players should bust now.
Don't have.
Important update on Twitter on the question of the odd couple comparison. Who's Felix and who's?
Do we need to fill the audience in on what this is, or do they know this reference already?
You can tell them.
Okay, so I know a lot of you guys have come to the stream via your love for Merit Poker in all its forms, maybe from other sources, but one of the ways you might have found your way here was from our Twitter accounts, which posted a beautiful view of the view from your balcony, in fact, Dara, this morning, and I compared us to the odd couple. Actually, I was referencing one of the people in the chat yesterday who said we were poker's odd couple, and you got kind of concerned because if you think back to that movie, the original movie, well, there are two very different personality types there.
Felix and Oscar, yeah. Felix is the pernickety, uptight one, and Oscar's the more slovenly, but I guess more interesting character. But anyway, I think we can both agree that Jennifer Newell is more than qualified to make the judgment on who's who.
I have no knowledge of her film.
I think we should both accept Jennifer as the ultimate. She says it's pretty clear that
I'm the pernickety one.
David is Felix and I'm Oscar. Yeah.
I thought that we were going there. Yeah.
So I'm perfectly happy with the odd couple comparisons now. But anyway, back to the hand. So Akimov has gone for a very loose open. He came in at the start with a commanding chip lead and the plan to open almost everything. it didn't work out, but he has chipped up again now, so he's continuing to open super wide. And he's probably going to win this pot now because the ace-5 is missed. He's wrapped around the 9, so lots of backdoors. Any card between a 7 and a queen improves him.
He might take a cheeky 6.
Or a 6 indeed, yeah. Yagme probably just gives up now, even though it's hard to hit this board, but you're out of position against a guy who more than covers you.
With 34 big blinds, very important to make sure that the dealer checks how much the bet is, and you consider that for another 15 to 20 seconds. Then maybe touch your chips for a little while. Oh no, actually do find the call.
He's made the call. This is a call one spot, I guess.
Well, he's made a fool out of me there.
He's made a fool. You were convinced he was fake tanking there, but no, he wasn't. The 4 is a complete blank on it. Actually just makes it far less likely anybody has a 4. There's only one of them left now.
Akimov obviously will not love this run out. A 9 unlikely to fold to a second bet, given the perception of how wide Akimov likely is. So it'll be interesting to see if he fires again. Obviously not beyond the bounds of possibility that Yagme has the case 4 too. Does Akimov decide, well, I'm going to try and target your flush draws, your ace highs, and your 9s, and maybe even try and get a 9 off it by the river?
Yeah, I think to get a 9 off, you'd have to fire 3, but you can definitely get a lot of hands to fold to the second barrel.
Yeah, I guess some pocket 5s, pocket 6s would be feeling the heat right now as well. I feel like they might have to be sticky one more time too, but big bet from Akimov is actually a very clever deployment of the large sizing. He's essentially gone for a
I mean, you're threatening the whole stack now.
67%er.
Yeah. You're threatening the whole stack. If he calls here 520 behind, sorry, 520 in the pot and only 480 behind, so he's got a pot less than a pot size shove on the river, and that's what he's setting up. He's basically saying, I've got value here and I'm going to shove the river. Please call, and then I will shove the river.
And to reflect back on the flop play, Yagme's call, obviously with ace high, feels like it's the appropriate amount of minimum defense and stickiness. But really, you got to understand the context here. And the context here is high ICM and a player who will overbarrel and overbluff. And if you're up against somebody like that, that's not where you make your money in the hand. We are about to see another call. Yagme has decided, you know what?
Will Akimov find the third barrel now? Will Akimov find the shove on the river? That's the question.
Oh, lovely card for Yagme.
Yeah.
And yes, I think Akimov will on this card.
Maybe he'll think it depends how much he knows about his opponent. If he knows how sticky he is, he might think, well, he actually has a lot of ace highs in his range now. But
wow, this is playing into Yagme's hand. If Yagme checks here, I believe Akimov will put him in. That's my prediction. It's basically a pot size bet.
yeah, it is. Yeah, I think the plan was to shove almost any river, but I'm not sure this is one of the rivers that you're shoving. But a good check by Yagme there. The worst thing you can do is obviously come out betting and make it obvious. No, I like it. Yeah.
Akimov waves the white flag.
Yeah, no, I think he recognized that there was a lot of ace high there, and there was lots of hands which would fold to the second barrel, but not necessarily the third.
I've got to give a lot of credit here. A huge amount of moxie to Yagme here. There's no way I would have played the hand the same way. No. But brave, and correct.
Three from the bunny, yeah. No, very, very brave there. I probably would have bailed on the hand on the flop actually, and just thought, okay, well, my opponent's going to keep barreling, and I'm not confident enough to call down 3 and hope he doesn't have the 9 or the 4. But yeah, he buckled up and he called down. Very, very brave.
Extraordinary 2-street call.
Yeah, I also think it was a very good shutdown on the river by Akimov. The ace looks like a scare card, but you know, his ace highs are not barreling twice at that size. Small flop, big on turn, whereas there are more ace highs in the hanging on range. So we're very near the bubble now. 3 from the money. We don't know at which point they'll be going hand for hand, but it will be in another elimination or two.
As Alan, in the most likely to steal from position, looks down at the lovely ladies. He's going to raise it up here to 40k. Yagame with his newfound wealth. Will he speculate with this little pseudo connector? He's not gonna.
At this time.
And Bakarov almost certainly going to defend here with the suited ace. So we will play a pot between two players with almost identical stacks here.
Almost identical stacks, so they both have roughly the same ICM here. I mean, Alan would have 15k left if he got it all in and lost, but effectively they had the same stack. Now, good flop for the queens.
Does Bakarev have to be sticky for one? Probably does.
I'm not sure with the. I don't think so with the ICM. I think people are over sticky in these spots. They focus on the fact that they have the best hand quite a lot of the time, but how often are you actually going to get the best hand to showdown? If it is the best hand.
Does have a decent number of backdoors.
Yeah, but again, backdoors go down in value as well, as I see. But yeah, no, I actually like that fold. I remember looking at these spots in the solver once and being surprised at that even hands as strong as ace-9 are often folds. Purely because of ICM. It's just, you just don't get to realize equity enough. Also remember that the betting range is stronger. Well, like we saw earlier, the ace-queen against the 9s, the two players were checking the whole way until one of them hit the river.
I don't mind.
That's a spot where the raiser is not going to be c-betting as wide as normal either. He usually has something when he c-bets, so you're better off just giving up.
Yeah. Are you here or diamond? Yeah, nice, really.
I used to stay here all the time.
Yeah. Yeah. Actually, get some fresh air.
What's this fresh air that Jamie's talking about?
Don't know.
Yagme cresting a million right now. King Queen offsuit. Definitely good enough to open up proceedings. But it is a feature of the last orbit or so of somewhat cagey play. Obviously we have seen a couple of instances of people trying to use their chip leads and the pressure they could apply, but actually most of the time when we've seen that, it's gone awry. Musa going to defend here with the Jack 10 as we go to a flop.
You have about 400.
Both of these players with Broadway combos. Jack takes the lead. Musa likely just going to check it over to Yagami, who probably fires out a small bet here. Again.
Yeah, hard to hit this board, so it makes sense to sort of range bet this.
Yeah, and Musa definitely has the kind of stack that could be threatened by the river.
Yeah.
So no harm to just fire in a little bet here just so that that's in his mind. Now, we know that Musa going nowhere with top pair. But that doesn't mean Yagme can't find a way to win this by the river, either by getting there or through.
Yeah, he can hit a king or a queen to pull ahead immediately. He can hit a 10 to go open-ended, or an ace or a 9 to have a gut shot with the overs going to the river. But this card doesn't help him. It is a spot, though, because he covers the player. You know, the players who are covered have to play much more cautiously and they have to fold more, and the players who cover therefore get to bet more in spots where you normally wouldn't find a bet. So there's definitely some merit to double barreling here, even though you haven't picked up equity.
Yeah, I like the way you put that. I think he can target some pocket pairs, the 5x, the 3x. Probably realizes he can't get too many of the jacks to fold.
No, the jacks aren't folding because, you know, that's a safe turn card, but you can certainly get probably all the 5x and 3x to fold, and some pocket pairs as well.
And it's uncomfortable for Musa here, who
No, it
knows he has to call this bet, but really won't be loving the fact that there will now be a less than 1-to-1 stack to pot ratio going to the river.
His body language is interesting too. He's really conveying the fact that he's just not happy with this spot. But he might be. Did he just stick it in, or no? That's just a ostentatious call.
He does make the call, and as I said, we are going to the river here with a stack to pot ratio of 0.7 to 1.
This, depending on the river, he can definitely shove this river. You know, we've seen spots before where players have shut down, but that's because you can't get anything to fold by the river. You can definitely get some hands to fold here.
Pretty grim. If,
it's
if
grim
Moose
if you
is
shove.
put in the bin
You
here.
absolutely hate it. I mean, you have a total bluff catcher. It would be absolutely gross. The pot's 430. Musa only has 305 behind, so
6-7 got there. Ace deuce got there. There are a lot of better jacks. There's all sorts of two-pair combos because, again, it's a button open. So really, you know, into two shallower players, he could be opening the 8-5, the 3-5. That wouldn't be unrealistic.
yeah.
So it's pretty horrible for Musa if he does face a bet. Now, will Yagme pull the trigger? From a spectator's point of view, I hope he does.
It's very hard to predict what he's going to do here. He's either stealing himself to put it in with king high, or he's talking himself out of doing that. And looking at him, I can't really predict which of those two he's going to do. It's a very tough spot. Like, you get some hands to fold, but probably maybe not enough. But he is going for it, it looks like.
It certainly does.
Yeah.
And as you said, Darren, maybe just the physical affectations of Musa on the turn.
Yeah.
Sort of encouraging this almost.
It does encourage it for sure, yeah.
Well, like the word emblazoned upon his jersey, boss. This is really gross. He's actually not put them all in. It's almost like he said to him, I'll leave you one chip for the spin.
This actually looks stronger as well.
It does.
It looks like you're trying to say, look, you won't be out of the tournament if you call, so please call. And if you do get called, you've saved yourself that chip as well. Yeah. I like this size.
It's really good. It's really cool.
Very, very clever.
Boss move.
Yeah.
And yeah, we saw him heroically
he hates this
flat
now.
the ace high in the last big hand, and now he's with the shoe on the other foot, dropping the hammer.
He's in the horrors here now, Musa.
I let it go if I'm in his shoes.
Yeah,
I think I let it go, yeah.
I'm just going to fold for a few more hands and I'm in the money.
I take 2 more minutes, but I do let it go.
You wait till they call hand
I wait till they call it.
2 more minutes. You take as many minutes until they call clock on you, and then you take 59 seconds.
If you heard 3 all-in calls, maybe you snap it off then.
Wow. Yeah.
Oh, it's such a grim spot.
It's horrendous. I mean, you're just guessing now. I mean, you know the guy's going to be bluffing a lot. He's going to be doing this a lot, but there's absolutely nothing to stop him having 2 pair, a straight, anything here.
And it really could be any of the 2 pairs because it's a button open.
It's a total guessing game now. And to give Yagme his credit, he looks absolutely stoical. He's impossible to read here. Look, I mean, we know he's bluffing, but looking at him, if I didn't know he was bluffing, I wouldn't know whether he was sitting there knotted or on the bluff.
Ladies and gents watching at home, we are being treated to some great poker, it must be said. Exciting stuff here as we contemplate Musa's decision here. It's a filthy spot to be put in by your opponent.
Absolutely horrendous. I mean, you're just guessing here. If you call here and he rolls over a better hand, you won't be too surprised. If you call and he mucks, you also won't be too surprised. You're just trying to guess which of those 2 universes you're in now.
Do you ever try to engage your opponent in these situations? Try to make him respond to something?
Yeah, there's certainly an argument for that. If you think he's the kind of guy who might give away information. To be honest, I don't think Yagme is. I think he'll just sit there and say nothing. So
I think you're absolutely right.
He's got the sunglasses as well. It's the battle of the sunglasses, actually.
I thought it was far away.
I
You-
think
Ah,
I think
okay,
he's
right.
talking
Sorry,
himself
sorry,
into
sorry.
folding here. He's just
That's fine.
but
Yeah, I thought if you were far back. from
maybe
the
he'll
table,
prove me
it was-
wrong.
No, no, it's fine. Yeah.
But it feels like
Yeah.
he's just
That's
mourning
okay.
for the loss of his top pair.
Yeah, I do feel as though Musa is leaning heavily towards ultimately mucking what we know to be the best hand right now. I don't blame him, I have to say.
No, I don't blame him at all. It's a horrible spot. It's just a pure guessing game.
Oh, it's so grim.
Yeah.
This is what happens when you make pre-flop calls with Jack 10 offsuit this close to the money. Opponents might put you in the bin. This is
Yeah.
part of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, from a theory point of view, you have to call off because if you don't, your pre-flop call is terrible. But it's still very hard to do it when you're under the spotlight, looking up at the clock, saying that you're two or three players in the money. If you fold, you're going to be able to fold into the money. If you call and you're wrong, you've busted on the feature table, and everybody, all the chat pros will be going, it was obvious he had a set. Of course he always has a set there. Nobody ever bluffs like that.
Oh.
It's a horrible spot. Credit to Yagme for going for it. Just recognizing that, I mean, if you can get top pair to fold here.
Well, we are into the 5th or 6th minute of this tank.
Yeah.
I do understand it. This is not a fake tanker situation. This is a horrible, horrible spot for Musa.
He's so relaxed as well. I think he's made up his mind what he's doing. He's not tense thinking about it. Yeah, I think he knew he was folding 4 minutes ago,
I
but
think it fold. I think it fold.
You don't know what
Simply superb stuff from Yagme there.
yeah,
Against him,
pure pressure.
I would
He did
fold.
that mouth movement
would
that I
fold
always know is a release of tension, meaning I've got away with a bluff. It's worth watching your opponents after the hand. What Tommy Antler refers to as 6th Street. They often give away a lot of information.
Anyway, we'll see.
I wouldn't have been able to read
Can
Yagme
say
in
no.
hand. I'm going to be honest. I'm not good enough at reading people. I wouldn't be able to tell whether he was bluffing
out
or
there,
value
yeah.
betting. But from his reaction afterwards, I would have been
pocket nines.
almost 100% certain he was bluffing.
You got Jack? You got Jack?
So I hear the announcement over the intercom there that they are saying after this hand, stop the action. We see the
64.
field has ticked down to 64. It may have ticked down to 63 as well, or they may be going hand for hand 2 from the money. That's never bad with a big field. 523 players boiling down to 64 here.
Yeah,
Sometimes easier just to kind of get hold of it with 2 to go.
Yeah, you don't want to mess it up. It's possible that there can be multiple bust outs at different tables, and some ways going hand for hand 2 from the money can actually make it faster because you stop all the tanking.
Absolutely. As we see Bakarev open things up here. Musa, well,
I didn't understand.
And handsome Jamie Nixon in the big blind with 8-3 suited and
You have like 800.
covered.
You have
Yeah,
like 800.
the stack is
stack, you have like
important here.
800.
You want to be pretty deep against your opponent if you're going to defend a hand like 8-3. You also definitely want to cover him.
I can't see if there's any more around there. That's all. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and Jamie, again, the sign of his professionalism there, making sure that he knows exactly what the stack is.
yeah, this pot's going to be played 40 big blinds effective. Jamie is going to just call and probably look for many, many ways to win that don't include making a pair.
Yeah, if the board came 3 rag cards, you can definitely lead. You've far more leads in these spots because of ICM, but this is not his board.
Yeah,
And
quick fold.
Quick fold. Yeah, don't get over ambitious in these spots. You're calling. There's lots of really good boards for you, but if you get a bad board, just accept it and move on to the next hand.
He looks well under the spotlight, young Jamie.
He does indeed. The pride of the tune. Lives in Leeds these days, but originally from Newcastle.
A hotbed of poker, Newcastle.
Indeed, one of the all-time greats of poker, Ian Simpson, hailing from in or around Newcastle.
Yeah, the rough part, I reckon.
Yeah, well, the mad part, probably.
But then he might be bluffing more. 'cause it's-
Hand for hand,
knows?
it's official,
Needs to
guys.
get to find
We
out.
are on the bubble-ish. We might be 2 away.
I think we are 2 away, probably, but yeah.
Left you 30k behind as well. Right?
So just in case there's any newcomers out there watching the stream, there could be some family members, friends of some of these players keenly watching on and don't have a good grasp of what's happening right now. Basically, we have halted play. We will take 2 minutes is the norm off the clock for every hand that is played, but every table will play one hand at the same time. As we look to the outer table there, Aristotelos, is she involved? No, she's not in the hand, but the other 2 players on either side of her are. Let's watch this one. I'm pretty sure it was an ace on the turn or on the river here. My eyesight. Yeah, ace on the turn. Not going to try and call the action on this one. Too far away, guys. But let's see how things pan out. What we basically don't want to happen is people to bust out on different tables and just not to know who busts first. So to prevent that from happening, we will play hand for hand. Every table will play one hand and then stop until everyone's ready for the next hand. And that way we have a good sense of who busts first. If a player busts on the same table, then the bigger stack will make the money and the other player will not. And if 2 players bust on 2 different tables, they will chop the bubble, they will split 62nd place money, almost get their money back for the tournament in that scenario.
Yeah, I love hearing you explain procedure.
I love procedure.
That's why people tune in to hear you explaining how bubbles work.
We made some jokes about tanking and people trying to remove time from the clock in the run-up to the bubble. Well, once we go hand for hand, there's absolutely no need to tank anymore. It completely removes the possibility. It's why sometimes in fields where an inordinate amount of people are doing an inordinate amount of tanking, they will actually go hand for hand a little bit earlier. It looks like we're going hand for hand 2 from the money. That's reasonably standard with a larger field tournament as this one is.
Yeah, completely, yeah. Yeah, no, I think it's a sensible decision.
It's a sort of a management situation, like World Series main event. They tend to go like 5 from the money because, again, they're dealing with a room full of people.
Yeah. It's kind of a percentage more than a number.
Yeah. If you're dealing with a small side event maybe and you've boiled down to 2 tables, they're probably just going to go hand to hand.
Oh yeah,
when
no,
we're on the direct bubble.
I mean, small runner fields can even the direct bubble can take hours and hours. I played a high roller at a UKRPT in Dublin during the year where the actual bubble went on for 4.5 hours.
Ben de bir Türk kahvesi alabilir miyim? Sade.
Что-то проебался, что-то. Как? Ну,
So Alan raises an early position with ace-8 suited, and Genk is going to defend. He's the chip leader at the table, so he gets to defend super wide. The king-8 off is more than good enough.
Excuse me.
So while we obviously stay focused on the action on this live stream feature table, we will try to pop across to the outer tables when the hand is complete here, just to see if there are any all-in or calls. I will do my very best. I'll put my spectacles on and try to
You already
call
have
the
your
action
you
from a
already
distance.
have your spectacles on.
Metaphorically.
Your double spectacles.
Ой, да не знаю, короче, это я
So
вот...
the ace
у меня
here
сейчас стрик идет в интернете,
is miles
3
ahead.
месяца в ноль катаю. Поэтому вот сейчас выбрался сюда покатать.
Asking himself whether he wants to
Посмотрим,
bet.
как здесь это катаем, а дальше...
Counting out chips, fires in the bet. That should be the end of the hand, unless the king 8 starts to get very creative.
Really? On your table? What about Paul? Of course he has.
Does let it go. Alan picks up a small pot. He is over $1 million now as well.
Yeah, all the pots are big at this stage. You just don't want to lose a pot near the bubble.
Then there's one guy with 5k over there.
One guy with 5k over there. Apparently,
That's
it looks like some of the players are leaving to check the short stacks on other tables.
Vultures.
They want to know how near the bubble is really.
Well, the one guy with 5k will be forced in as soon as the blinds get round to him.
Yeah, that's never a fun spot. You know, the guy is being forced in, and everybody else in the room is rooting against you.
I have a coin. Actually, it is close.
Always a tense time at the tournament. Even the middle stacks just kind of want the bubble to be over. They get that dopamine rush if I cash the tournament.
There we see Andrew Hulme, bottom right of your screen. Ryan Mandara briefly jumped into shot a moment ago as we pan across the room, almost like a drone.
Yeah. Reminds me of Citizen Kane somehow.
Rosebud.
Rosebud.
And no bust outs that hand. We are going to play another hand. That guy with 5k can't be lasting too much longer, so I fear...
You know, you hate it in this spot. It's just... It is what it
Ryan's
is.
got
You're
8 or
hoping
9.
you'll spin your 5k, but you know you're going to have to if you're going to cash the tournament. So, nobody's super short here, so they're all... Moose. Oh wow, Moose has just folded king queen there. Open folded king queen. That's a man.
It's got to be done.
That's a man who's decided I'm just getting into the money here. I'm going to just fold.
It's got to be done.
Yeah.
Jamie Nixon on the other hand.
Jamie putting the hammer down.
All good. Hopefully.
Well, Genk covers Nixon here. Could come with a cheeky 3-bet. Would certainly not hate that play. Would like
No,
it very much.
Definitely wouldn't hate it at all. The problem is he's quite close to Jamie, so even though he can put huge pressure on Jamie, Jamie putting a lot of pressure on him as well.
Well, Genk's flat has brought in
Only for him.
Akimov from the big blind. These guys are all playing relatively deep. Akimov's got almost 40 bigs.
Akimov got into a spot of bother earlier with 6-5 in a similar spot. I think there was a large argument for just folding the 6-4 there and avoiding it on the bubble, but...
Well, everybody's got a piece of this.
Yeah.
Akimov bottom pair, backdoor flush draw. Jamie Nixon's got middle pin. He's probably going to bet it.
Yeah,
Makes sense to just fire out 30k here.
He has to bet here. It is his board with the ace. The small blind is the most likely player to have an ace apart from Jamie. But there's still no harm. Oh, and again, he's gone for the raise. Genk did this earlier in the hand, between these three exact players as well.
Very small raise.
Yeah.
Jamie will probably have to call to this sizing.
Yeah, you do have to call now.
Look at that look. Oh, I absolutely love it. A little side-eye glance to Genk there.
I think he's thinking two things. First thing he's thinking is the last time he did this, he had 2 pair. So even if I hit an 8, I might not be good. That's point number 1. Point number 2 is he covers me now, and maybe he's just applying pressure. And they both pull you in different directions.
He does let it go.
Yeah, he lets it go. I think he decided that discretion was a better part of valor there.
Oh, he said you
That
can
one.
pick one. Pick one. Pick the 8. Pick the 8. Ah, he picked the
Pick
ace.
the right one.
Only
Did the one
for
before?
you.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
I had a 10.
Yeah.
Great fold there from Jamie.
Yeah,
Obviously,
Jamie saved himself chips there, that's really important in tournaments. Chips saved are actually better than chips won at this point.
and here we go, guys. The player with the 5k is all in. He's got the 9 deuce, and he's playing against the jack deuce. Hulme is going to try and take him out by the deuce. He does flop a 9 though. He's got a chance here, guys. Remember,
So you're
antes
saying
are in there.
there's a chance.
But it looks like the jack 2 is the jack 2 of spades.
Oh
Hulme has got a flush draw. Basically a coin flip right now. 7 is safe. Spade or a jack. Oh, it is a spade! It's a spade. He got teased. Oh, and I'm sorry to see him go. Our 64th place finisher. Andrew Hulme, well, a very minor pot in the context of his tournament, but a very major one in the context of that man slinking away in 64th position, almost the bubble boy.
Yeah, I mean, he was down to 5k, so he was going to have to get lucky, but cruel way to go still in the end.
A very, very cruel way to go indeed. Oh my goodness, there's another all in. It's 10s against 9s. 10s is all in here. 10s needs to do a hold. A very good flop for 10s, it must be said. Queen, Jack 3. Clubs are no on the river! Would you believe it?
Oh, that's horrendous.
Oh, that is absolute filth.
That is so dirty.
He pings the 9.
2 outed on the river on the bubble.
Oh, and that would make you sick, Dara. We have burst our bubble. Ladies and gents, 62 players remain from the 523 players that have built a 1.05 million prize pool here in the Merit Poker Western Series warm-up event. 181k for first place, but everybody in the room right now who is still seated with chips in front of them will get $3,200 roughly. Oh, that 9 ball, Dara.
That's brutal. That's brutal. I mean, we've all been there. It's a horrendous feeling. You're so far ahead. You just have to fade 2 outs on the river. But you know, they're in the deck, so the chance they're going to come out, they will sometimes. But it's a horrible, horrible feeling.
Oh, it is absolutely disgusting. We see here feature table. Obviously, as Dara predicted, none of these guys needed to put themselves at risk. None of them did.
No. And Jamie's back over the 1 million mark now. He started the day, I think, just over the 1 million mark. He came to the feature table just under the 1 million mark. He got up as high as 1.3 million maybe. But it's been a very, very steady performance from Jamie.
To some extent now, normal service has been resumed. We talked a little bit earlier about the 2 crucial points in a tournament where the bubble and the ICM factor sort of creates a lot of additional risk premium for the players. Bubble being one of the major ones, final table bubble being the other major one. What happens when the bubble bursts in terms of hand ranges and those people's sort of tendencies to just try and make it through? It's a lot of pressure has essentially been taken out of this.
The pressure's been taken out of it, but to be honest, it's more emotional pressure than anything else. The ICM still remains fairly high, much higher than most people think. Now, it does come down significantly from the bubble, but I think it's still a lot higher. A lot of people make the mistake of thinking there's no ICM because the bubble's gone now, but that's absolutely not true. The ICM is still pretty high. It'll continue to drop as more and more players go out. So it's actually still quite high, even though we're just on the far side of the bubble. But that's not the way people play. When people have just got through the bubble, you just see sort of this bubble relief factor. They just get it in. Now they're going for it. They want to double up or bust. And actually, this is a spot where there's a lot of value to sort of just surviving the next 20 minutes when there's quite likely to be a lot of bust outs, and we get to the first page on.
Very well broken down there from Darragh O'Kearney, the man who literally wrote the book on endgame poker strategy, and dare I say we are into the endgame now.
We are into the endgame now. All these players are in the money. That really changes things.
Argo G throws a little sort of technical point our way here. He says it's weird that they don't have a rule that all players must be seated while playing hand for hand. There's too much noise to concentrate. Don't know if I fully agree with that. I actually think players should be allowed to figure out maybe if there's some short stacks on other tables, because that very much plays into, you know, the strategy that they have to deploy in their hand. So I actually quite like the fact that people are free to get around. Of course, they must get back to their seat by the time the next hand is dealt. But
yeah, most tournaments these days do insist on that rule that he's talking about. But like you, it's a rule I kind of personally disagree with. I think it's a rule which is there more for the convenience of the tournament staff than the actual integrity of the game.
yeah, there is a lot of milling around, and I do have sympathy for the tournament staff, but I have more sympathy for the players whose money is in the pot and on the line, and they want to know, is there a guy sitting out there with one big blind? Because if I'm sitting here with 3 big blinds, I'd like to know that.
Yeah, I think you put players who have who maybe travel at a disadvantage, because you know, if we're playing a tournament in Ireland, let's say, and we're both still in, and we know lots of other people who are still in as well, and we're short, we can text any number of players and say, is anybody short at your table? Is anybody short at your table? So we'll have better information than players who don't have friends still in the field and aren't able to do that. So I think allowing people to go and actually see for themselves is kind of an equalising factor in that case.
Absolutely. Well, I said normal service has been resumed. Hand 64 of the day. And we're actually watching a fairly stacked table, it's got to be said. My hunch is that these guys have an awful lot more than the average chips on all the other tables. These guys playing deep, at least 4 or 5 of them are. As Dara said there, we may see quite a few quick bust outs here. Guys who are 10 big blinds or less may decide to spin, gamble it up. That does tend to be the trend. We could get down to 50 players pretty rapidly, and then from there it sort of will chug along.
Yeah.
Bokaraf has actually limped in here, interestingly, off a 50 big blind stack from under the gun 1. That is bringing Genk in with a suited wheel ace. Akimov has decided, going to charge these limpers, bit of limp tax here. He's bumped it up to 100k, and Uzbek lies behind him in the small blind with the ace king. Well, there's a lot of dead money out there already, 190k. I normally wouldn't advocate for a 37 big blind shove, but I actually think that will be the right play now. It's going to be very hard to construct a balanced range where you're going to find a raise size to 240k where you have any folds.
Yeah.
So therefore, I think you just stick it in here, and even if you get called, you're probably flipping, and it's okay if they fold. 190k to your stack.
190k out there.
That's fine.
Anytime you can add 20% to your stack if they all fold, it's the standard plays to just shove.
Well, Uzbek has found a raise size. As I said, unlikely as it would be to find a raise size for a third of your stack where anyone would believe you have any folds. He is going to charge Akimov here. Akimov has to pay 135k when it gets back to him here into a pot of 415, so that'll be 550 if he calls. Obviously getting a very, very compelling price, but he does just have 4 high.
Nice bluff.
Genk.
King queen of diamond, did I get it right?
Yeah, it was bluff.
King queen.
It's unusual
Was it a bluff?
pause for thought here from Genk here with the ace deuce of hearts. He has just limped in, remember, just 20k out there.
I would never believe you in my life again. Oh my
Facing a
God.
raise of 100k and a 3-bet to
big time.
235.
Jay,
I would have had a
Quite
side
sure
bet.
what
king queen,
going
yeah.
on right now.
Diamond.
Wow.
This is very interesting play. This might be the post-bubble relief we were talking about.
Just by with my little eye here, Ryan Mandara has come into shot. He's joined us on the feature table, former Irish Open winner.
Oh yeah, he was a winner. Yeah, I thought he'd only got heads up, but you're right, he did win it. He beat
You scared the hell out of me. What?
nice lad from Limerick.
Of course, full.
Heads up.
Are you scaring me like that?
Uzbek.
Kıyamadım.
Thinking 60 hours.
60 hours.
Looking at my stack.
60 hours.
I
Just a
have
slight
minimum aces.
exaggeration there.
Good luck, Jamie, says Hassan Ali.
Very, very, very popular figure in the UK poker scene, Jamie, it's fair to be said.
Handsome lad.
He is a handsome lad, yeah.
Nariman, you really let me down. Never. But
It was very good bluff.
Robin Page
more
asking, is this on Twitch as well or just
told you I
YouTube?
would've
Just
folded
YouTube,
the
Robin.
queens.
Gonna have to tune into us here or on the Merit Poker website.
should do,
They're
yeah.
the two locations.
Yeah, I know.
Well, Jamie and Ryan will know an awful lot about each other. I'm sure they've played together many, many times on the UK circuit. Question from Patru here in the chat. What is the min cash? $3,200 roughly. There might be a little bit of change on top there. Big prize here is 181,000 US dollars. 90 buy-ins for the winner.
Yeah, that would be very tasty. That's where all the players are eyeing now. They've gotten past the, yeah, I've got them in cash, and now they're looking at the top prize and thinking, oh, that would be nice. What would I spend that on?
Yeah. Quick fold from Musa there under the gun. Jamie looks down at the Queen 9. He's going to muck that one. And Ryan Mandara looks down at his first hand on the featured table.
Be banned in future. Oh, you got back to me about May. He said it's not finalised yet, but there will be packages.
Oh, nice. That's good.
Plenty of feature and final table experience for Ryan Mandara.
Don't know.
Yeah, Ryan is a very,
What's the bet?
he's experienced in these spots. Like, Ryan has been deep in so many live tournaments.
Yeah. No.
Я так понял, ругают за борты. Чтобы картинка была хорошая. На столе можно.
Uzbek flicks in the call here with the suited king, and Yagme and an offsuit king in the small blind, getting a little bit of a discount. May decide this is just about good enough. I like a fold here on balance myself. I think it's 3-bettable in some worlds, but yeah, he does go for the fold. Offsuit ace here for Bakarev, always a wonky hand.
Yeah.
Multi-way here, tricky one.
It's actually a much worse hand multi-way than heads up. You're going to be dominated a lot more. That said, it is Genk who's opening. He's going to be wider than most because of his chip lead.
Yeah, I feel like you don't love it, but you probably do it.
Yeah, I think Ace 7 might be the line there. So.
Got me in trouble.
Well,
Nearly got me.
Bakarev is best, but he won't know that.
Yeah.
Everyone has missed. Uzbek with a few more backdoors than everyone else.
Yeah.
I would
You want to get
reckon that the first person to put money in this pot will take it down. Genk does knuckle it though, so Uzbek has a chance
The more you're
to
on it, the more used to it you get.
use these backdoors. He doesn't though.
No, it's difficult to think you're going to get two players off in that spot.
Well, second chance for everybody now.
Yeah, this is a card which has improved almost nobody. So
Hard to fall off these.
Yeah, Bakarev deducing that maybe a 9 or a 10 would have that can't really call on this board texture. Looks like Genk is considering a sticky call here for 65k. He does let it go, and
would be very sticky.
well played from Bokharev there. We talked about how it's very hard to realise equity from the big blind in those spots, but he's actually sort of deduced very nicely from the flop action that that was a pot he could take away.
Yeah.
It wasn't big, was it?
34. 34. I was sweating. I was sweating.
Oh yeah. Re-entry in the main.
I never got much going today.
No. Yeah, Liz.
As the cameraman lingers on another gratuitous one shot of Jamie Nixon.
Well, certainly one of you is a big Jamie admirer. At least one.
You weren't, you nit.
Ace is double up.
Yeah.
Jamie's sister is in the chat. Apologies for all the gratuitous Jamie.
Jamie's sister?
Well, someone claiming to be Jamie's sister. Rowan Duo.
Get a water, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm going to say she's telling the truth.
I'm not disbelieving her.
You got a pair of believers here, Rowan.
Yeah.
Bosh bottles on here.
Rowan, question for you. What's it like having such a handsome brother?
And with every passing minute, the chances that
And we'll get
Jamie
a
will
flight
take out a
over.
restraining order against David increase.
Katie Swift straight in there. Jamie's an only child. Okay.
Well done. I was reasonably confident that was true.
That's pretty soon. Yeah.
Well, that he knows, that he's aware of.
Yeah. No.
This might have been quite sort of
I'm
Jeremy.
pretty sure I've met Jamie's entire family, and
This could be like Jeremy Kyle breaking news right,
right.
now.
Yeah.
Might set a bit
Could
of time
be.
to get out the airport as well.
Rowan just says he wishes, so she's sticking to her guns here.
Ah, okay. No, maybe he wishes that she was his
That's
sister.
alright.
No, he wishes that he was an only child.
Oh, right.
The 2.5
Okay.
hour one was long.
I don't know who to believe.
Okay, I'm going on Facebook. That's the only way we're going to resolve this. Facebook would never lie
We're
to
going to
us.
do some virtual sleuthing now,
Yeah.
as I call the action here. Ace 9 for Bokharev. He's
Yeah.
3-bet here. He's certainly changed gears since this bubble
You
burst.
should have recorded that.
I should have.
We don't know what Alan has, but we know he has the Queen of Spades in his hand.
Yeah,
If it's an ace,
would have been funny.
a king, or a queen, maybe even a jack of spades, we might see it continue here.
Jamie has a son, a mother,
James Allen Nixon
2 nieces, and a cousin as his family members, but no sister on Facebook.
on the screen. Did it say James?
Alan is all in here, so one would suspect there may be another queen lurking outside of the
That is a big,
RFID
Yeah.
reader.
I don't think it's Queen 2 suited.
Bokharev will have to release here.
Yeah.
He got caught with his hand in the cookie jar. We don't know if Alan had it or not there. Ace queen, a possibility. Queen's more likely. Maybe something cheeky. Maybe a queen jack suited.
100%.
Yeah.
We'll never know. As he crosses the 1 million mark. 50 big blinds. I feel like the average right now,
Yeah.
something around 800k.
That does feel
It
about
means
right.
we're playing about 40 deep. Great structure.
really
Magnificent to have 40 bigs as an average stack right now across the tournament. Hopefully we maintain something around that throughout.
What was the starting stack?
100k.
Okay, yeah, yes, and they pay 12% of the field, so 800% 800k would be right on the money.
In the little, there's a little box.
Ellie Cooper can confirm that Jamie does have a sister. This is not a Jeremy Kyle
He doesn't
situation.
want anyone
Oh,
to
okay,
know.
well, Ellie would
That's
definitely know.
So Leanne Nixon, Rowan Duo. You apologise, Katie Swift. Apologise right now.
We should
probably
probably
a slide
apologise
suit,
to
Thank
be
you,
fair.
Ellie. Delighted to have any Nixons
Yeah,
in the chat here.
yeah. As I said, I've met Jamie's mother on
No,
many
definitely would
trips.
have got that in the box.
More Nixons is always better.
Right, yeah. The 5.
Once it got through.
Stu Gill is asking, is this a poker stream or Jamie Nixon's episode of This Is Your Life? Excellent stuff.
Yeah.
Excellent stuff. Alan straight back in the saddle with the ace queen suited.
He's been quiet since he came to the table, but he hasn't done anything rash, and he's played all his situations very well. Interesting to see what he does here now. Obviously, the ace queen suited is an open. Let's see if anybody else is going to give him action. Ace 10 on the button. Bakarev went for a squeeze with exactly the same hand earlier. Doesn't have a squeeze opportunity here, but what's he going to do with ace 10 on the button? Just over 42 big, well, exactly 42 big blinds. Goes for a call this time.
Well, these are the same two players from the last hand, where we know that Alan had a queen, we don't know the other card. Bakarev had the ace 9, went for the 3-bet, and then ultimately had to let it go.
Yeah.
So Bakarev may be deciding, don't fancy getting it put in my eye again, I'm going to flat this ace 10 on the
Especially
button.
when you have ace 10, yeah.
Well, this will bring Nixon in with the suited gapper here.
Yeah, I mean, Jamie's given this consideration. Yeah, this is a perfect type hand. Like, this is a much better hand than ace 3, say. Just... You know what you're playing for with 5-3.
Even the way he puts the chips in, Jamie.
My God.
I spy a lot of diamonds on that flop.
Yeah.
Alan
has
with the
ace of
stone
diamonds,
cold nuts.
but Bakarev has the 10 of diamonds. Will that be enough to?
That was his resting, I have the nuts face.
Yeah. Yeah. Jamie's lost complete interest. He might have a gut shot, but. He's already folded in his mind. Alan is trying to think, how do I get chips in here? I have the nuts. How do I... Oh, yeah. Bakarev is going to stab here with the 10 of diamonds. He is the type of player who will definitely be over-stabby.
So, in Alan's seat there, you obviously block the nuts and the second nuts because you've got the nuts.
Yeah.
So you're
Best he
thinking
can
to
have is the
yourself, maybe you've got the jack-high diamonds and that's what I can get all in here. But more than likely, a king X hand is... the likelihood, right?
Yeah, I think there's no point in raising here. Like, what can you get to stack off if you raise?
Well, he won't love another king. Obviously, it does open the door slightly for his hand being overtaken, either now or at some point in the hand. But at the same time, we won't be afraid of ghosts when we have the nut flush. Does Bakarev decide to continue his story that I have a king? It seems that he will. Maybe targeting a hand like pocket 9s, pocket 8s. For a fold?
Yeah. Yeah, he generally doesn't turn down the opportunities to take stabs at pots. It's been very effective where nobody has anything, but you do tend to run into it eventually, which is what's happened here.
Yeah, I think again Alan going to come with just a call. Why not?
Yeah, you just want to keep the bluffs going.
And yeah, I really like this play from Bakarev, or from Alan, I should say, versus
And I have
the
to
wily
say,
Bakarev.
in terms of his body language, he is giving off a decent amount of reluctance here, which might also can persuade his opponent to keep bluffing.
No reason not to continue to play possum here. He's going to check it over. I wonder if he will come with the check raise on the river. Bakarev has a pot-sized bet. If he bets any amount less than pot, I wonder if Alan would just flick in the call here, or he would go for it. Now Bakarev does knuckle back. He realizes something is afoot, and indeed it is. Alan with the flush. Don't think you were calling, he said.
No.
And a very well played hand by Alan, who set the trap and got 2 streets.
Yeah. No, he got the absolute maximum there.
He puts a single chip in by his own volition. He doesn't get a penny in that hand.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, it goes back to what we were saying earlier. People often overstate the idea that aggressive poker is good poker, but there are spots where you absolutely should play passively and you can actually get more value.
Katie Swift in the chat here, clearly just jealous of the fact that we have not 1, not 2, but 3 screens up right now with Jamie's face on them.
Yeah, I'm not going to comment.
Sick brag though about how high tech this setup is.
Oh, the setup here is amazing. This is the best setup I've ever commentated in for sure.
I've done some commentary in broom closets down the years.
I've been in those broom closets with you, unfortunately.
And I've stayed in smaller hotel rooms than the room that we're doing commentary in right
I
now.
have definitely stayed in smaller hotel rooms than this one.
Baccarat has a real hand right now, 570k. He's also got an image that is one of a loosey-goosey player, so one would anticipate he may find a customer with this big slick. He bumps it up to 125k. Akimov, the original raiser with Queen 9 suited, could conceivably flat here when it gets round to him. I think versus a 3-bet, Jamie Nixon has to put the 3s in the bin. Ryan Mandara quickly out, so back to Akimov. Who does let it go, so Baccarat, who has lost the last 2 skirmishes.
It does. Yeah, he's not put off it at all in the slightest. It's always thrilling to watch that style of player who doesn't get upset when they lose a couple. They just keep firing. Good friend of ours, Kevin Killeen, was, if you remember, Kevin was very much in that mold. When you were railing Kevin, it was different from railing anybody else. There was never a period of smooth sailing. It was up, down, up, down, up, down the whole way.
It sure was. And there is just something in the air. I detect that the players, the situation, there's a recognition that we have entered the end game, that the business end of the tournament, so to speak, is upon us.
Yeah, the serious tournament starts now almost. I mean, all these players are in the money, and that's all well and good, but there's 180k up top. One of these players at one of these 7 remaining tables now is going to walk away with a major amount of money at the end of this tournament, and that really does concentrate the mind.
Absolutely. We see Musa, who made that huge fold with the Jack 10. He was put in a grim spot, it must be said, by a very cagey opponent about 3 or 4 hands before the bubble burst. Has now, post-bubble, found a spot finally to ship in his 12 bigs.
It's a re-shove over the King 10. Is the King 10 going to have to call off?
It's pretty close.
It's 205 into what will be 540. So he needs 38% roughly.
And I think when Genk gets out of the way here, he'll find that is exactly what he has.
Wow, yeah. That's because we know he has ace-9, but King 10's dominated a lot and is never dominating. I'm not sure against the range he has the price here.
Yeah, I do agree that there's no hands you beat. You're sort of...
You're just dominated so much and you're never dominating, so I think against the range you're definitely not 38% there.
Yeah, tidy fold from Baccarat, who did his maths on the fly nice and quickly.
It does look like only one player is busting to the bubble, which again, that does surprise me. I mean, we talked about how you often see lots of quick bust outs after the bubble, but that doesn't seem to have happened here.
Always follow your plan. I planned to call all the way, but I changed my mind.
Musa is still talking about the Jack 10, and that's weighing very heavily on his mind.
He's probably seen the hand now, I'm guessing.
Oh,
half
he
an hour
has!
left,
Yeah,
so he knows
yeah,
now.
absolutely, that's true. He's seen it on the big screen, because actually they put it on the big screen out here.
Just to really rub salt in the wounds.
Yeah, yeah. He's been sitting there for 30 minutes thinking he made a great fold, and now he's got the news that he wasn't.
Oh, it's a cruel game.
I wonder if it might be delayed tilt now. That can be a thing. You sit there thinking you're a brilliant player, you made this amazing fold, and then you see that the guy was bluffing.
The guy pulled your pants down.
Oh, well, here now. And you know that everybody else in the casino has seen it as well.
Well, Yagmei, the villain of that piece, the hero, depending on your perspective.
Oh, he played the hand like an absolute boss.
He really did. He's bumped it up here with the suited connector.
Yeah.
You can get a bit carried away with this exact hand type there. I want to maybe turn to you for a strategy point here. Obviously, we like to have some suited connectors in our early position opens, maybe because they do give us board coverage along with the ace-X's with those smaller cards. But if we put them all in, we're overbalancing our...
We have too many of them, yeah. No, the correct way is to have them in there some of the time. And don't just pick one, but pick them all like 10% of the time or whatever the percentage is you need to to have them in there. But
how do you kind of figure out your frequencies in these situations? Some players
I'm not.
sort of have
You take all
a
my
very,
money, I'll start crying.
I suppose, unsophisticated way of doing it. I would put myself in these shoes where I kind of think about 25% frequencies and 50% frequencies, and I literally choose a suit and a colour.
yeah, I generally use the tournament clock.
Use the clock.
Yeah.
Nice.
Just look at the second, and if it's a 20% frequency, you go with it if the second is 1 or 2. If it's a 50% frequency, you go with it if it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That allows you to have more
Nuance.
more nuance,
More versions, yeah.
More versions.
Nice. Well, Yagme, having opened up the 7-6 suited, has gotten a pretty nice flop here, the 9-9-6, combinatorically versus all these flats. He's probably ahead. He's going to fire out now and try and either whittle down the field to 1 or just get it through. It's a good result if he gets it through.
Yeah.
And that's what happened.
Just want to say as well too, Musa has actually taken it in great spirit. He clearly does know now that he was bluffed, but he's not. You sometimes see angry after reactions, but he's just laughed it off, which is good to see.
Yeah, that's poker, baby.
Sometimes you get bluffed unless you're a total calling station like David.
Yeah, I've never been bluffed. No one has ever successfully bluffed me.
Yeah.
Yes, boss. Anything you wish.
A few players have busted now. We're down to 59, so I guess 3 players have busted into the bubble. Yagme in the action again with pocket 7s. Under the gun +1. A little bit early for this hand, but he is going to be opening super wide. Oh yeah, he's been told to put his cards on the box. Something else for dealers to consider at these feature tables. They have to make sure that the players are following all the rules about revealing their cards. Jamie with the King 8 won't be getting involved. He's far too disciplined to do anything foolish with a hand like King 8.
And we're pretty close to the end of this level, and there will be a
Nah,
break
man,
at
how
the end of
dare
this
you
level.
raise my big blind.
I imagine we are going to refresh our feature table as well. Don't know if we're going to catch a glimpse of those players,
Good raise.
but this session
I did not promise
has been
that. I said I would have
a
folded
highlight, I must
queens,
say, of the 2 days of
and
coverage so
now
far. I really
I wouldn't even
enjoyed
fold the 7
that
deuce.
bluff from Yagme in particular. Thought that was a really well executed
60.
3-street bluff, putting his opponent in the bin 2 or 3 from the money.
Just a one short.
Yeah, I agree. I thought that was extremely impressive. I also liked the amount of time he took on the river. He considered all of the factors. It wasn't just a rash, oh, I'm going to go for it here, stick them all in and see what happens. He sat there and he thought about all the hands he could possibly get to fold and what hands wouldn't fold, and decided it was a spot to go for it.
And a little bit of movie magic there, as if
There
there are people in my ear who were instructing me to make reference to the new feature table. There they are.
Are you hearing voices in your head again, David?
It could be that, it could be that. A few familiar faces there. We've seen at least 2 of these guys, I think 3 of these guys on feature tables before over the last day or 2. They will be joining us now after the break. A short break, guys, just 15 minutes. We don't want you to go anywhere. As we mentioned, this tournament now entering into the end game phase. I imagine we will see roughly 10 bust outs per hour over the next few hours. It'll slow down after that as that number becomes a smaller.
Yeah. We're obviously sorry to see Jamie go from the feature table, and he had a lot of love in the chat. But I'm sure the next feature table will have its fair share of characters as well.
Yeah. Are Lee and Ben coming or not?
This one now.
Oh, it's the
Just
next
a load
one.
of mingers, Darren.
Potentially might do the next
Now
one.
I'll return the favor.
No eye
I'll raise
candy.
on your big blind.
Yeah.
You have to fold. Promise?
Yeah, they most likely will.
Yeah.
Good luck. That wasn't very convincing. Good luck.
Up to queens, okay.
Up to queens, okay. You'll fold, okay.
So a couple more hands we'll manage to get in here before the break. But
Ace Jack under the gun. Bakarev, who has been the most aggro player at the table. Jamie is going to fold his hand.
a little reminder that we will be playing a 2-hour block after this next break, and then I believe they're going on dinner break after level 7. So there may be
Another
just
1
a
hour.
1-hour block then. I don't know if we'll keep the same feature table intact for that. We will have to see. And then the expectation is that we play 10 levels tonight. That will bring us to roughly midnight local time, 10 p.m. in the UK, 11 p.m. in Central Europe.
So
Hope you guys will stick around as you start firing up games in your online sessions, no doubt. Keep us on in the background. We'll guide you through this. Hopefully you have a few favourites still in the mix.
Yeah, Mandara getting involved here, and he's in actually horrendous shape. He's double dominated, but he does have the clubs working for him. Not another club out there. He's 5 in the small blind. This is yeah. Maybe he was thinking of a squeeze, but that's not a hand you want to get involved with 4-way. And Yagme with the 6x.
Plenty of 6x's will find a defend here. Imagine even though we're flying somewhat blind, we could see him get in the mix. And does seem to be in the RFID box there, so
yeah,
imagine we might catch a glimpse of that other card soon.
Maybe.
Well, it's a reasonable shot that Yagme has taken the lead here.
Yeah, he could have the 6-5 or the 7-6 for sure.
But of the other hands, a whole lot of nothing for everybody. Genk in the lead with the ace-queen.
Mandara's the only one. Mandara has a backdoor flush draw.
And will Genk in position fire out a probe bet? No, he won't. And that card definitely favouring Yagme's range.
Yeah.
Overall, not just because we can see that it actually might be. He may come out with a lead in this spot feeling like he's the person most likely to have a 7-5 or 2x. Even though we can't see his other card, regardless of it, I would like to see him come out with the bet.
Yeah, no, it's a
70k here.
Yeah, it's a really good spot for him to bet when it checks through, because he's the player who has all the monsters on this in this spot.
It does look like he is going to put some chips in the middle here. Let's see what he comes with sizing wise. I like 70, 80k, something in that region.
Yeah, another impressively played hand, irrespective of what he has. He has been very impressive on the feature table.
75k is the number chosen. There's a very good chance he has a pair or trips or some form of draw.
Yeah, 6-8 is open-ended, 6-4 is open-ended. 9-6 has a gut shot.
Oh, okay, sorry.
He could have 2 spades as well, and obviously we see there the 5 of spades. So
I think even pocket 6s is possible here as well. He might have the best hand that way.
kind of fun. I hope they do this more often, just deprive us of one card.
Make us guess.
Yeah.
Made a profit of 8,000 chips today.
Tough spot for Genk here because Yagme has bet into 3 other people.
Jamie just said the most Jamie thing ever. I've made a profit of 8,000 chips so far. Steady Jamie knows exactly how much he's up for the day. He's just going to make 8,000 every 4 hours for the rest of the tournament, and that's how he's going to win the tournament.
And I see that there is about 30 seconds left on the clock here, so this will be the last hand, guys.
This is your moment.
This is the last, for the moment, we will see of these 9 contestants.
Who got aces?
All vying for a big piece, and maybe just maybe the lion's share of this $1 million prize pool. $181,000 up top. A very big bankroll boost for whoever gets in the mix. Even top 3, top 4 is pretty tasty. Jamie Nixon, well, he's in profit no longer.
Oh, did he have to post there?
No.
Oh, no, he's raised.
He's raised it
up. Oh,
up.
he's raised from his profit pile. Ooh.
He could have escaped. He could have locked up an AK profit and moved to his new table with that, but he's putting them at risk.
Uzbek
Yeah.
just going to call here. I think you can go both ways, but I like a flat.
Yeah, I do too. I think if you 3-bet, you just narrow the range to hands you're in bad shape against.
So these guys, as they fold their hands, all going off on a break. But we are going to go to a flop in most worlds here. Yeah. Nixon and Uzbek in the mix. Yagmey yet to act. Now he's out of there. And Bakarev with another awkward ace X, which he won't be loving right now.
The worst ace, yeah.
He's going to flick in the call, though. We've seen it before.
Yeah.
He does like to get sticky with these hands. They are borderline.
They're really borderline, yeah. You're not making a mistake either way, but...
and King Queen into a commanding lead on that board.
Yeah, Jamie's got the middle pin to the 9-5, meaning he's a backdoor straight draw to go with his 7s, but he can't really bet into 2 players, I don't think, here. But Uzbek will want to bet, for sure, to deny equity here.
Yeah, he can come pretty small in this spot, maybe 40k.
He can go really small, yeah. 40K.
Looks like he's got 55.
40k, 55, yeah.
Oh no, he's got 80, sorry. He has actually gone for a large sizing.
Yeah, I don't really like that sizing.
That will clean the boys out pretty quickly.
Yeah, that gets them out.
Okay, guys, on that note, they're probably going to turn our cameras on now, so brace yourselves.
Oh, God.
We've obviously thoroughly enjoyed the guys. There we are. Look at you. Look.
In all our glory.
It's brilliant.
All our glory.
Please do come back in 15 minutes' time. We really appreciate you out there, and
absolutely.
we will be bringing you further coverage of this, the Merit Poker Western Series warm-up day 3. We're probably going to get down to 20 or so players today. Stay tuned.
Stay tuned. More Felix and Oscar.
Close one here for Idemir.
Ace Queen suited. Well, he only has 6 big blinds, I think. So I think he's going to be sticking it in as well.
No, he's
does he? Oh, no, sorry, you're right. 64 big blinds.
So this represents about a third of his stack. And wafer thin, to be honest. I think you could pass this one. He's not going to, though.
Could. Ace King is the big fear there, because often the quick shove under the gun. Oh. We've a third all in. Oh, look at this.
Oh, Aristotelos.
Oh, she's so happy. Look how happy she looks.
She was... well, it's written all over her face that she's a hand she's very, very pleased with, it must be said. Aristotelos, she was on our feature table. I think it was the second of the 4 feature tables yesterday. She made an incredibly sick above the rim fold in a spot where she had, I think it was ace-jack on an ace-queen X board, and on the turn came a 7, which... her opponent took the lead with the ace-7. I thought she was going to have to not quite go broke, but lose a huge portion of her stack in that hand. She didn't, and now she has put herself in a great spot here.
Yeah, Idemir is now regretting he didn't let the ace-queen go. Kristina Cove as well. I said it's a spot where you could raise and call it off, but if it went raise, shove, reshove, you could also fold the 10s.
Yes, exactly. That's a great point. That she could have given herself an escape hatch there. Idemir is in a really wonky spot. I think he's probably fixating on the scenarios where he's in good shape. Like maybe they've got kings and jacks, and his ace queen actually has the right equity. But you can't do that, Dara.
10s and jacks is the dream. But yeah, ace queen is just such a horrible hand, because it's really dominated by all of the legitimate hands in the range. You know, queens, kings, aces, and ace king. She's so happy. It's odd. Yeah, I love that reaction. She's just so thrilled to have her aces.
Well, what I can do.
10s do have a shot here. Obviously, we saw one of the aces folded, so you know it does help her a little bit. 19% we see there, even though one of her suits are covered.
Unfortunately for her, the one live flush draw she has, the spades. We saw that the ace and queen folded were also spades.
Quite right, well spotted, Dara.
Okay, well, she's some backdoors now. She can hit a backdoor straight with queen jack or 7-8, or it can come spade, obviously. But now she's drawing to one of the 2 remaining 10s. She's Seems resigned to her fate. And there it is. No good. Unlucky. First hand. I mean, that's kind of cruel.
Very cruel. Krasilnikova would have gone to bed last night with high hopes of spinning up her 20 bigs and making a run at this. Obviously, these guys are only 40 places away from the money. That's going to be probably a couple of hours in real time. And Aristotelos, well, she's beaming, Dara.
She. Aristoteles will let the ace-2 go. I love how happy she looks at the table. She's absolutely thrilled with herself.
Loving life. There's Michael Lech there, Miguel Fiesta.
Dadalov with the ace-2 suited. You can certainly open this. You can open any suited ace at this point. And he is going to.
Michael Lech, a very good friend of our good pal, Slay America, Luke Frabel.
Oh, I didn't realize that, yeah. Shout out to Slay. I was actually chatting to him yesterday on my way over. Fidosev is going to call with the 9-7 suited. A very nice hand to defend here. Flops very well. He has flopped bottom pair, but this is a really bad board just to have bottom pair on with the ace and king there. Dedalov has top pair, backdoor flush draw.
Thank you very much.
Some argument for just checking here. On these two high card boards, you're going to have a lot of hands that you don't really want to put more money in, like your pocket pairs. And you want to check some top pairs as well. But he is going to go ahead and bet. It's a small bet. I like this size here. This is just trying to fold out the misses.
Yeah, maybe extract a little value from some King X, some 7X for this sizing that will be put under pressure. Their minimum defense frequency will probably force them to at least call once.
Yeah, I think Fedosev would probably have folded this to a bigger bet, but now this bet is so small, he's thinking I probably just have to call this now. Even if just to try and bink a 9 or a 7 on the turn.
Well, Dara, it looks as though he might be lining up some raising chips.
Oh, he is, yeah. Okay, maybe he thinks this is weak. He thinks this is just a stab.
It's not his board to be allowed raise at some level here.
No, it's not. That's the problem with this raise. He's trying to fold out the nothings, but this is really Dedalov's board so much that he's not actually going to have nothing all that often. He's like, this is kind of one of the weakest hands he's going to have, and it's still top pair, backdoor flush draw.
Yeah, I wonder if he will make a sort of exploitative fold in this scenario versus what isn't a hugely sensible raise. I suppose he can have King 7. And pocket 7s is maybe the very best hand Fidosiv can have.
Yeah, they're the hands. Well, yeah. The 5 is an effective break. Like, that should just never improve either player. Fidosiv doesn't pick up equity. Often in these spots when you do the check raise, you want to have hands that can, they have backdoors or something so that you can turn equity. 9-7, you can only improve to 2 pair or trips.
Yeah, I very much feel as though 95 players left, 30 roughly from the money. This is a pure, I'm going to just try and put pressure on you, manu-y-manu.
Yeah, well, Dedalov only has 25 big blinds behind, so he is threatening his entire stack if he puts in another bet now.
And it's a horrible spot for ace-2,
Yeah.
admittedly up against a curious enough line, a strange line that he will be certainly feeling is a little on the fishy side, but this is very hard to call.
Yeah, and he's sized up. He's gone for just over half pot here, and he's basically saying, if you call here, there's going to be 300k in the pot. You're only going to have 185k behind, 178k. I'm going to shove in a lot of worlds. This is what myself and Barry Carter refer to as a threat bet in our book on ICM. You're basically threatening the entire stack with this bet. You're saying if you call this, the rest is going in on the river a lot of the time.
And remember, Dedalov uncapped in this spot. He can have aces, he can have pocket kings, he can have ace-king. He's
Yeah.
the pre-flop aggressor. So that's the part of this hand that's a little bit on the strange side. And that's exactly what Deadloff has recognised, is that this is a very strange line from his opponent.
It's a very strange line. It's a very reluctant call, though. He's kind of giving away the fact that he has this type of hand, I think. Oh, my God.
That's very, very sick.
This is sick.
But I do wonder, I was going to say, I do wonder if Fido Steve really loves it anymore, because he might feel as though he is being trapped by an ace king or a pocket kings.
Yeah, that's why he decided to just...
I think on reflection, he's supposed to go for some value. Having got there with the 9-7, going 1/3 feels right.
Yeah.
Try and get the cry call from ace queen.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he's almost giving himself a reverse free roll that if his opponent does it, we've seen so far.
This has been really good. Yeah, I mean, I can't really comment on yesterday because I wasn't here for it and unfortunately couldn't watch it when I was traveling, but really impressed by the standard so far. Nobody is playing really badly and some players are playing extremely well. But we really have, I mean, you could count on the fingers of one hand how many even small mistakes we've seen.
Yeah. And speaking of high standard, Agul, the player who has probably impressed Dara O'Carney the most here, he's going to bump it up with the ace-9 suited. Perfect hand category to open up from early here with his big stack.
Yeah, he's got a kind of a fear factor around him now as well. He's won a lot of pots, he's chipped up, he hasn't really put a foot wrong. If players find themselves with a marginal decision, they're more likely to just let it go. But Ademir is not a man who's afraid. He's going to defend the 7-5 suited, which again is another fine defend.
And you got some tank equity down the streets as well there.
He's hit his 7. Now this is the kind of spot I was talking about earlier where like you're not that thrilled because you're going to have to keep going and your hand's pretty weak. Agul has lots of backdoors here. Backdoor straight, backdoor nut flush. And his ace high will be good a lot. So it's a fairly mandatory c-bet. Just use the small size. Fairly mandatory call with bottom pair. Oh, he's going to feel much better about his hand now.
So Akul,
Yeah,
obviously good showdown here with the ace high
really
now.
like this check back too. There's literally no point in betting again because you're not folding out a jack or a 7 obviously, and all the hands you're folding you're actually ahead of pretty much.
Give me a sizing for Idemir here on the river. 120k is the pot. Does he go 100? Does he target the over pairs and the ace for a cry call, given the fact that he can definitely have missed clubs?
Yeah.
8-9, 10-8, 10-9, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I think you might as well go fairly big here.
I agree.
But he has gone for 75, which
And
is
I think he has to get called.
Yeah, he does have to get called. Yeah. Yeah, we can't be results-based here. That's absolutely the correct call. He could have a counterfeited pair, for example, 6s or lower. He can obviously have the missed clubs as well.
Can your
Look at that flop.
wow. Okay, well.
Look at that flop. We have top and bottom against middle and bottom. Jamie's missed it completely, but has backdoors. But the backdoors are less helpful three-way.
I was going to say Jamie may still c-bet this one with the wrapped around the jack and the 3 spades. He might fire out a little c-bet and juice up the pot for these other guys to start fireworks.
Yeah. Yeah, no, this is fine. Like you have to have some bluffs three-way, and this is the type of hand you should be using. Also, it's a board which the other two players will just have missed a lot of the time. You know, if a guy's sitting there with ace-9 and the other guy has king 2.
If Genk raises it up here, what does Akimov do? Does he go again, or does he just flat the bottom 2? Well, here is the raise.
Yeah, this is a horrible spot now with the 6-5.
And it's a big raise.
He also has to worry about Jamie behind.
It's a really big raise, Dara.
Yeah.
195k over Jamie's 35k c-bet. So it is the full 195k to Akimov. Jamie, we know, will be out of there. He won't be paying 160 to see a turn. But Akimov in a really wonky situation now with bottom 2.
Yeah, you got to ask yourself, would he do this with ace-jack? Would he do this with any of the possible draws? It's almost certainly he wouldn't do it with a draw, but he might be playing something like ace-jack very fast. So put 6-5 in a really tough spot now.
I think Genk's getting the full double up here because there's only really one more bet in the hand because of the large sizing chosen by Genk. If Akimov raises, he commits to Genk. And he is going to raise. Look at that, Dara. We see at least 400. Looks like 400 and change. Maybe a 420, something in that vicinity. Indeed, 420. And, well, Genk's going nowhere. Akimov's going nowhere when it goes back to him. We're about to see our biggest pot on this feature table.
Yeah. Genk doesn't love it either because he has top and bottom, but you know there's nothing to stop his opponent having a set here or top two, and we're only 8th in the bubble now.
Yeah, as you say, Dara, it's not beyond the bounds of possibility that Akimov has pocket sixes. Obviously, we block the possibility of pocket fives, but there is a looming combo out there of that as well. Combo draws spring to mind. They seem to be the kinds of hands that would also do this. Akimov understanding that he has fold equity against a lot of hands that are not super premium, and I guess Genk is on the borderline there. If he does have the 7-8 of spades, if he has the 8-9 of spades, if he has the...
But all those hands have a lot of equity actually against even against two pairs. So it's not it's not a slam dunk spot. You're not thinking, oh brilliant, he's raised me. You're thinking, oh my God, he's raised me. Can I fold a hand this strong, or do I just have to go with it?
Yeah, and there's no question it's a go with it or fold it spot. Akimov's 3-bet here on the flop to 420 is representing entirely 2/3 of what Genk had going to the flop. So there's no getting away at that point. And Genk maybe considering the possibility of the Jack-6 out there as well. Of course, his opponent just calling from the big blind. That's possible too. You're right, Tara. As you piece this all together and you look at the high equity of all the combo draws that might be doing this light, when you put it all together, this could be a very, what on the face of it seems like a nitty fold, but actually maybe isn't as nitty as it first appears.
Yeah, I wouldn't be stunned to see a fold here.
Oh. What a situation we have found ourselves in here. What a flop for these two players. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here live from the Merit Crystal Cove Hotel in North Cyprus. Beautiful spot here on the northern coast in Kyrenia. I'm David Lappin. I am joined by my co-commentator for the week, Dara O'Carney, and we will be bringing you coverage, live stream coverage with a small delay of this warm-up at day 3. We have just burst the money bubble, so everybody in the room with the seat with chips in front of them have cash for at least $3,200, but there is the no small matter of $181,000 US up top in this one. We have a new feature table. You can see it there. Haley Baber's big stack.
Yeah, and 4 short stacks. Four guys with 12 big blinds or less. So they could be here for a short time rather than a good time. We're likely to see a lot of action given how short they are.
Yeah, dynamically a very different table, this one, from our last one. Everybody sort of had a stack at the last table. We saw a lot of interesting pots. This one may be much more likely to see a few of the big stacks want to play some deep stack poker against each other. But the short stacks playing a bit of ninja. They want to get their reshoves through. They want to get their shoves through and build a stack from where they are right now.
Yeah, it's very much a table of two different camps, the rich and the poor. Half the table have 12 big blinds or less, and the other half are extremely comfortable, so under no pressure at all.
And we see there the blinds are up to 10, 25, with a 25k big blind ante. These guys all started with 100k in chips. Average right now is a little south of 1 million. So 40 big blind average more or less being maintained throughout this, which is great to see. That's a function of the really good structure, 1 hour clock, and of course some pretty aggressive play as well.
Okay.
A couple of familiar faces here on the table.
Yeah.
And a few new people.
No.
Misdeal?
Misdeal, it looks like. A rare misdeal. We haven't seen too many of those.
No. A feature of not just the live stream feature table, but also the tournament in general. Very high quality staff and dealers, Dara. I know we are a little bit spoiled in Ireland, being Irish people. I don't live in Ireland anymore, but so many of the great European floor staff dealers, tournament directors, either Irish, live in Ireland, or learn their trade in Ireland.
Yeah.
But it's fair to say that over these parts here now, when you take it, I don't know, what is it, maybe 1,500 kilometers east? Probably a bit more than that, in fact. You've obviously got a hotbed of excellent tournament staff as well. Aboudi, he might be on a ladder jump, hence this little tank here. I think 53
No pay jump.
is the pay jump. Someone says no pay jump. I think there might be
Yeah,
one.
he was definitely watching the clock there, but no pay jump, he was told, and he moved. He was so still there, I thought our screen might have actually frozen, but then I saw that the player to his left was actually moving.
Yeah. And Di Nicola likely to call it off here. He's in a very similar spot with just 12 big blinds. Certainly can ill afford to let this one go, one would feel. Under the gun, yes, going to have a fairly tight range, but from another perspective, with this big blind ante, which is the norm in poker these days, the person under the gun sort of incentivized to go a tiny bit wider than they used to, because obviously in the next hand they're going to be eaten up by that big blind ante. A shove in this spot, they can win all of it. Di Nicola does isolate shove here, so the two guys going to go to showdown, more or less flipping. And, well, whoever comes off the best of this one is back in the mix. Whoever does not, well, if it's Aboudi, he's out the door, and if it's Di Nicola, he's going to be staring at one big blind.
Yeah. We call this a flip, but it is actually 55-45 in favour of the nines. No longer the ace on the flop. And now the ace is well ahead, 91%. Di Nicola's going to need to find a 9. That doesn't change too much apart from the fact it's just one more card that can't be a 9. But a 9 will still work for him.
And that is that. Di Nicola crippled. He is down to just, well, I don't even know if he does have one big blind. It might be sub one big blind when they do the countdown here.
Yeah. The big blind ante changes things slightly because if he shows, he can win the he can win that, and 15k from anybody who puts money into the pot. And he's not anteing every hand until the big blind hits him. So he can wait a few hands, but yeah.
Not too many.
Not too many, no. It's never good when you're in the money and you're down to 0.15 of a starting stack. It's hard to come back from there.
Fiddle Steve decides to bin the Queen Jack in early position. Di Nicola also folds his 8-6. He's going to hope to pick up a better hand the next hand. Stranger things have happened than spinning back from one big blind in poker, but it's not going to happen too often. We wish him luck. Sadek, blind v blind, he's very short as well, just 6.5 bigs. He's going to get looked up by a lot of hands. Aboudi with the Jack 8. Well, this one's close, actually.
This is close, yeah.
Sadek probably not supposed to shove, technically, the 7-4 here. So he is going wider than a Nash equilibrium, shall we say.
Yeah, I think Jack 8's probably a call.
Factoring into the calculation here for Aboudi, I feel, is how his stack right now has an important weapon. It has some reshove fold equity. Should he call and lose here, he will be back in the sort of mire of a short stack. I do agree with you, Dara. I think he needs to find the call there, but it is close.
Oh yeah, no, it's close for sure, yeah. Yeah, you can't really blame him for folding either. I mean, if you know that your opponent's shoving 7-4, then it's a snap call because Jack-8 is actually well ahead of an average hand. But if your opponent has a more respectable shoving range, let's say, Jack-8's going to be very close.
More respectable, maybe more respectful.
Our respectful, yeah. There might be another factor there too. Sometimes when a player has just doubled up, he doesn't want to put a lot of chips into the next pot as well. He just kind of wants to enjoy his stack for a little while before he puts it at risk again.
You're not wrong. There are those little emotional connections to the newfound chips.
Yeah, he was super short. Now he feels he's back in the tournament with over 20 big blinds and doesn't necessarily want to give up 6 or 7 of them.
Well, we see there Swoboda. Haven't seen this man yet. First appearance on the feature table. He's looking very intimidating. Those darkened sunglasses. And again, he's one of our short stacks too, so he's going to stick in his 11 bigs here with King Queen. As well he should. And he's unlikely to get called by worse, but there are some flips that will get out of the way. Maybe a couple of ace-x hands that he can get to fold as well. Job well done. He's up to 330 now. Maybe, just maybe, could get a reshove through now off that stack.
Yeah, they're all big wins when you're that short. Every big blind matters, and he's added a nice bit to his stack there when the shove gets through. That's why you have to keep taking those spots, because there's no point in allowing yourself to blind down to the point where you're always getting called. A booty getting some love in the chat, I see. And I think we're going to see this portion of play where the short stacks, if they find a hand, they're just going to stick it in. Not a short stack. Bay Bars finds a nice hand in the hijack, Queen Jack off. And De Nicola has moved all in with his 9-4 suited. Well, actually, he's all in on the big blind, in fact. So,
yeah, clearly big blind first there. He didn't have to put in the ante with the 15k.
Yeah, yeah. So he can win 15k from anybody who puts money into the pot.
And he'll be happy to see a 3-bet come in here. He's going to get a little bit of isolation love.
Yeah.
Potential quadruple up now.
Pot's 40k, so. And there's a side pot of 35k. Yeah, it's from the. So. You see, there's 9. He's still alive. Has to fade a queen and jack or a 10 though.
You're saying there's a chance.
Wow. Oh, there's the 10. But a diamond would split the pot.
Yeah. Drawing thin here.
Yeah, that was a bit of a roller coaster. He pulled ahead on the flop. He was almost dead on the turn, drawing to a chop. Didn't get there on the river.
And while he does appear to be making a quick exit, we hope it's not too quick. There will be somebody trying to find him to pay him something in or around 4 grand. Not a bad day's work.
Yeah.
Obviously not the payout he would have been hoping for. Obviously he would have liked to see the 9s hold moments ago, but nonetheless, we don't want him to walk out of the room without getting paid.
Definitely not, no.
A curious feature of a table with this sort of stack setup, as Dara mentioned, the rich and the poor, the deep stacks and the shallow stacks, is that the shallow stacks can actually steal a bit of equity off the deep stacks. The deep stacks want to play some deeper poker against each other, and the ranges that you play 100 bigs or 80 bigs deep are very different to the ranges you would be playing 10 bigs deep, 12 bigs deep.
Yeah.
And at some level, which is sort of an equalizing force, or maybe something a little generous to the short stacks, they do get to potentially pounce upon the wider ranges or the kind of confused mix ranges of the players who are sort of looking to play deeper pots against the other deep players, but also maybe trying to balance that out by constructing ranges that can also maybe call off the short stack should they do that.
Yeah, the hands that really go down in value are like low to medium suited connectors. They don't have any blockers to the reshoves, and they can't really call off the reshove either. So, yeah, until the short stacks have all either doubled or gone, you do have that weird dynamic going on where they're essentially playing two different games. Half the table are playing a short stack game, and the other half are playing deep stack.
A booty with a nice little tiddler C back there. Enough to get the job done against ace high.
Short stacks will also be keeping an eye on the clock to see if there are any pay jumps coming up.
A booty. Playing about 25 big blinds here. He's got the 9-7 clubs. Happy to open it up. Fedosiev right behind though with the ace king.
Yeah, this is an auto 3-bet. It's a loose open from a booty of 23.4 big blinds. And he's going to get the bad news that he's not going to see a flop for his minimum investment. Ooh, and look at this. Cove's picked up queens, and these two players are relatively deep against each other. Fedosev has 34 big blinds. Who covers him comfortably? This is the dream spot for queens. We're going to see a 4-bet here. And
we're not going to see Fedosiev surrender his ace king.
No,
I think
no,
this is getting in here.
Yeah.
Probably the biggest clash we've seen
we're not
in the tournament so far.
We're not 3-bet folding ace king this shallow in these positions. So, yeah, the 4-bet is effectively stack committing.
All in.
Yeah, he moves all in quick. There'll be a quick call from Who, and then it'll be off to the races.
A classic flip.
Yeah, the queens are a significant favorite here, 56-43.
With the dead money included, there is around about 2 million in this pot. A massive spot here for both players. Fedosiev looking to double up. Who? Well, there you go. Ace and a king. I suppose if an ace is going to come, you'd like to see a king as well on this board.
A jack still works for Who.
And a diamond now.
And a diamond. Wow, it's almost still a flip.
7, 8 up diamond.
This is no, a black 4, and Fedosev gets more than double with the dead money in there. It's a huge pot.
Fedosiev 2.1 million now amongst the chip leaders. Average right now approaching $1 million. And Who now down very short. He played on our feature table yesterday. Played very well, I must say. And very unlucky there. Obviously, nothing he could do.
No.
A classic flip, a cooler for more chips than they even had. And he will be left with just 13, 14 big blinds now when they do this countdown.
7, 8 up diamond.
Gotta win your races, as they say.
Right, all in. Bam, bam.
50. Yes.
Well, after that countdown, I can confirm who left with just 14 bigs. Aboudi, we saw him get the double up there just a few short minutes ago. He's now got the pocket 10s working for him. He's going to open this up off 23 bigs. Looking for action, I think. You know, happy to get it with the 10s.
Yeah, definitely. Having raised folded the last hand as well makes it more likely that he's going to get action this time, but nobody has a hand they want to play. It's also a good result just to take the blinds and ante. Looks very, very composed, I have to say.
So, while we have a little lull in play, and obviously draw me back in, Dara, if a hand becomes comment-worthy, I want to point out that there is a mystery bounty part and parcel of this festival. Now, mystery bounties, sort of the new fandangle thing. We've actually put our own names on a couple of mystery bounties so far, one in Dublin, one in Malta in the last few months. I'm going to give the general rules for the mystery bounties here. There are 2 day ones, 1A and 1B, which play down to 15% of the field. That is in the money. And then the mystery bounty prizes will be determined by tournament entries and remaining day 2 players. So everyone in day 2 looks like they will get a mystery bounty prize. So in that instance, both the in the money and the bounties exactly the same. Sometimes there's a discrepancy there.
Yeah.
Can you talk about the differences of when there is discrepancy in one direction or even in the other?
Yeah. I mean, essentially what it does is it reduces the impact of the bubble because the ability to win mystery bounties is huge. If they're only paying 15% of the field, and that's the point where the mystery bounties come in, then the mystery bounty on average is going to be worth 6.6 times whatever they put into the pool from each player, which is usually one third or half. So that will be a significant number of buy-ins, 2 or 3 buy-ins, and that kind of becomes more important than just min cashing. So what it does is it effectively makes it much more aggressive on the bubble than normal. People aren't trying to scrape into the money; they're trying to get into the money with a stack that can claim other bounties. Probably the most important thing in a mystery bounty is just to work out exactly what the average bounty is, and then work out what the equivalent number of chips is when somebody moves all in and you cover them. So that you can do a calculation on how wide you should call. Most players still don't call anything wide enough. Like there's a lot of spots where it's just any 2 call because the bounty's so big relative to the amount of chips being risked. But yeah, it's a very new and interesting format, and it has caught on like wildfire.
It sure has. I guess one of the really popular online formats that's sort of taken over online, I suppose, in a large sense, is the progressive knockout. Very hard to administer a progressive knockout in a live setting. This is sort of doing it in another kind of way. It's creating the knockout factor. It's putting that injection of fun or instantaneous prize winning into the tournament, but it's not as complicated to administer with a separate stack of chips that have to get chopped in half, etc., etc.
I have seen more and more live progressive knockouts the last year or so, but yeah, they're complicated, and the best way to do them is to have the progressive knockout part of the pool be a number which is divisible by lots of other numbers. So usually organizers make it 80 or 800, depending on the buy-in level. So that means, you know, if you knock somebody out, you get 40, and 40 goes on your thing, and now you've got 120. So that 120 is still divisible by 2. If you get knocked out, or if you win another one, you go up to 160. So it's very important that there's a lot of finesse, let's say, to the thing, and also the dealers have to just keep an eye that people aren't stealing bounty chips as well. It's definitely a format that works much better live. Sorry, online. But the Mystery Bounty, I think, is the opposite. Mystery Bounty is much better live. There's more excitement about it live. A few of the sites have got them now online, but they haven't really caught on online to the same degree.
Yeah, got to agree with you. I think it is sort of about the quote-unquote buzz in the room that is generated by that instantaneous prize winning. And also you got to remember, when someone's up there trying to win a big prize, everyone else is anti-railing that guy.
That's right, yeah.
So
well, everybody
it's
else
fun
in
for them too.
Everybody else in the tournament.
Yeah. Or maybe everyone else in the room because people are just miserable and begrudging.
Yeah, but then you're also eyeing the people all in the tournament that you don't want to win. And you're like, I definitely prefer that random person I don't know walk away with $1 million than those 4 people I hate at that table.
Indeed.
So we've an all-in here, pocket 9s. Perfectly legitimate all-in hand when you've got 14 big blinds. Tough decision for Niall here.
I definitely go with the ace-jack. I think ace-10 he can just about let go.
Yeah, you're worried about being dominated a lot. You're asking yourself, is he shoving ace-9? Probably not. Is he shoving ace-jack? Yes, he is. So I'll be dominated a lot and I won't dominate very much. Maybe he's got some stuff like king-10 suited, jack-10 suited, queen-10 suited. But apart from that, you're going to be very rarely far ahead and you can be quite far behind. When it's a 10 big blind shove or less,
he's going to go with it.
It generally comes down to price. You don't have to be ahead. You often only need 40%. But when it's a bigger shove, you kind of have to think, how often am I ahead compared to how often I'm behind?
Well, the 2 players behind do fold, and off to the races we go.
It is a flip, another 55-45. The 45s have been winning all these so far, so maybe the odds changed recently.
Well, Hugh was the unlucky man with the pocket queens in that mammoth hand from just 15 minutes ago. So far, so good, though, for his chances of coming back. Well, 10 of hearts in the hand of Noel means he has quite a few more outs going to this river. But now a 6 of spades. We do see a double up for Hugh. Who could begrudge him it? He was the man with queens there against the ace-king. He lost a huge pot, 2 million there. He's doubled up to about 700k, maybe with the dead money, something in the region of 800k now. I do think it was an avoidable flip for the ace-10. I agree with you, Dara. I think there are a few hands you get to dominate, some of those suited Broadway stuff, but I think there's just too much that you don't. And I think ace-jack is the line for me. I think ace-jack's probably the spot where I go, this is pretty close. And then I ask myself, well, is this the kind of guy who sort of takes every spot and shoves nice and wide? Or is he actually the kind of person who shaves a hand or two off an optimal range? And then I might let even the ace-jack go in that instance.
Yeah, I agree. Those are tricky spots. Like, you often hear players say that there's not much skill when it gets down to 20 big blinds or less. And actually, Andrew Headley said that in a recent interview with us. But I strongly disagree with that. Getting your lines right is super important. Even a relatively small mistake can be quite costly at this stage. Like, remember, the starting stack was 100,000. Blinds are now 25k. Big blinds 25k. So even a 1 big blind mistake, which might not seem like much, is a quarter of a starting stack. So therefore a quarter of a buy-in.
Absolutely. And bear in mind, you know, with this number of people who've been paid out and everybody who's guaranteed whatever they're guaranteed right now, something around 4k, only 200k of the prize pool has actually been sort of actually paid out right now, and there's still 800k to be fought for.
Yeah, no, it's huge. Once you get into the money, it's really about sort of going for the top spots. That's the way all these players should be thinking.
Well, a tough one for Fal to navigate here. One feels he is going to lose a few chips. These guys very, very deep.
They're very deep, yeah.
Bay bars with the top pair. Good kicker and backdoor flush draw against Fal, who's only looking at 1 overcard to his pocket 8s. He can't really proceed with a raise, so he's just going to flick in the call and take it to a turn. Turn is another overcard for his 8s, but crucially, it's the 10 of clubs, which does mean he has a good shot.
Yeah. That might persuade him to stick around for one more.
Yeah, one suspects he will call one more bet here if the price is right. 160k does feel like it's the right number to be sticky.
Yeah, you don't think you're ahead all that often, but you do have the chance to improve still. So when you add the two things up, that can give you enough equity to make the call here.
Yeah, your equity is kind of in a few places. It's not unfeasible that you are ahead right now with the eights, although it's hard to know that out of position. And then, of course, as you said there, Darren, the actual equity of his hand against hands that do beat him, which we see there is 14%. That's against King Jack specifically, but it's probably not a far estimate of what it would be against a lot of the hands. Him hitting an 8 or a 9, those cards would be pretty pure in this spot. Just let this one go. Perfectly reasonable. He is staring at overcards. Even when he is ahead there, might be hard to realize given that his opponent has position and might fire a third shell.
Yeah, part of the problem with that hand too is that even if you hit one of your perceived outs, your 8 or your 9, sometimes you're not going to be good. If the 9 comes, you might be up against King Queen, and that's kind of disastrous. And if you hit your 8, it's possible he has a 9, which makes him a straight. So your outs aren't entirely clean there.
Well,
this would be very loose open.
Foul, is he going to get straight back on the horse? Looks like he might. Again, one of those interesting spots where it's kind of a nice hand to open if everybody had your stack, but all these short stacks lurking can pounce on exactly this hand category.
Yeah, no, I like the fold there because of the short stacks.
Dinner break.
После следующего уровня, да. After 22 levels.
Little chat about when exactly the dinner break will be. I don't have confirmation of that right now. Initially, early on in the day, I was told it would probably be after level 7. Obviously, we had quite a short bubble. I don't know if that changes anything.
Yeah, they said 22 levels. How many levels did you play yesterday? Or between the first 2 days, sorry.
I think we've played 8 and 8.
Okay, so that would be after level 6 then.
Yeah, so that would imply this session and then out. That makes more sense, to be honest, and would be my preference, just because we don't have to have one of those like 1 hour sessions.
Yeah.
But we will have to see. Obviously, there will be rhyme and reason behind why the tournament staff do whatever they do. As we watch this battle of the blinds between Aboudi, who's limped in here with the 10-4 off a stack of 26, 27 bigs. Fedosiv, well, he's got a lot of chips. One of the players at our feature table furiously stirring the sugar into their beverage. Appreciate the background. Aboudi does go for one of those limp stabs you described earlier there, Dara, but Fedosiv, feeling like Queen High is good often enough, is going to get sticky.
Yeah, this is a different board from, say, Ace King 5, because the Ace actually makes it a lot less likely that Aboudi has an ace, because there's only 2 of them missing, obviously. And
I wonder if Fedosiv is going to go for a small bet here, or is he just going to sort of try to get to showdown with the Queen High that reckons to be good an awful lot. Looks like he is going to bet here.
Yeah, quick fold. The main purpose of that bet is just to fold that equity. You're never expecting to get called by a worse hand, but irrespective of what he has, he's going to have at least 6 outs against your hand.
Aboudi somewhat on the comeback trail. A very small skirmish there. Surrendered just a couple of big blinds. But all in all, he will be very happy with his progress on this feature table.
We have an all in here. The King 9 in the cutoff for
just 6.5 bigs.
6.5 bigs, yeah. This is pretty standard.
Yeah, Sadek.
Oh, and
well,
he's getting called. pocket nines is definitely calling.
Yeah, it's a bad one to see there. He's just got the king working for him right now, 29%. Foul. Well, he's one of our big stacks right now. Is he about to add the short stack of Sadek to his tally? It looks like he is.
Just has to fade the king. Running diamonds as well, actually. Oh, no, not running diamonds. He is. Yeah, running diamonds would have worked too. Now just the king, or we will lose Sadek in 48.
Another one bites the dust, Dara.
Down to 47.
So 62 players cash. That feels like it was only 90 minutes ago. Down to 47 already.
Yeah, we had. I thought we'd have a lot of bust outs immediately after the bubble. We actually didn't, but now the rate has definitely picked up, and that's down to a lot of guys just having sort of 8, 10, 12 big blinds.
Yeah, I was forewarned about an epically long, I think that was the phrase used, final day. The guy said, well, we're going to play 8 levels, 10 levels, and then there'll be a 16-hour, 14-hour last day. I don't see that happening, to be honest. It's a 1-hour clock,
yeah,
and 10 levels today. Well, we're only halfway through the day. I reckon we're getting down to less than 20 people maybe by the end of today. And I think we can get from 20 to 1 before 5 in the morning tomorrow. Who knows, though? Who knows? You never know. How long is a piece of string with these poker final tables?
I definitely need to sleep tonight if we're going to have an epically long day tomorrow.
We're going to have the Red Bull on standby.
Yeah.
Actually, looking around me right now, there's already a detritus of coffee cups.
Yeah, this is already showing signs of guys pushing up to their limit. 46 players. Yeah, I mean they're dropping really fast now.
Yeah. Actually, living up was the comments. Slovenly was the member of the odd couple. You are. This is kind of consistent.
Yeah. Okay. That's where you're going with this.
I should be trying to get rid of that because I know what I know what character that makes me.
You really want to be the fastidious one. Yeah, the short stacks are really studying the clock, and they'll all be aware of the pay jumps and strongly rooting for them to ladder, for themselves to ladder. Now with the 7-6 in the muck. Baddybar's had a hand there. I mean, he's got a massive stack. Some players would actually open King 8 suited even in early position.
Yeah, the guys are 2 away from a ladder jump. So as you said there, Dara, very significant if you're one of the short stacks.
There's a pay jump coming up then. So the short stacks are actually less likely to play back now, which is why you're seeing Fedosev open a hand like Jack 3.
Yeah, and not completely inconsequential. $750 for the ladder jump between 45th and 44th place.
Yeah, he has run into it here though. Sweeboda, one of the short stacks with 9.2 big blinds, has shoved with the 7s. And
is Fedosev going to let this one go?
He has to. I mean, it's just so bad.
It's so bad, right?
Yeah, it's so bad. You're never even 35%.
No.
Unless it's specifically pocket 2s, I guess.
So as predicted, it is creating a very interesting dynamic here where the big stacks trying to nudge and pick on the short stacks. The short stacks sort of picking off the wide ranges of the big stacks, and it's an interesting dynamic.
Yeah, you can't really bully the short stacks at this stage. I mean, the final table's miles away, so they don't really have significant ICM now. They're really looking for good spots to either get a reshove through or double up.
Action back on Sweeboda immediately. He's got a few more chips to work with now. 15 bigs. He's going to limp in with the Jack 7.
Yeah, I like the limp here off this stack. Hand isn't really strong enough to shove.
And the very raggedy ace 8 deuce here for Noel.
Now this is a good spot for Sweeboda because he does have a lot of ace X and king X. Noel has much less, but he decided to check and see what he does.
He's got the 7 of clubs in his hand. I don't know if he wants to, at this point now, having not fired a little limp stab, as you've trademarked it, Dara, does he now want to not bother and just kind of hope that he gets the showdown?
His jack has reasonable showdown here, so yeah, he doesn't necessarily have to bet now.
And he's going to fire a little bit. Noel tries to make it look nonchalant, like he's going for, you know, a wide enough value bet with the 10 or a 3.
Gets the fold, yeah.
Does earn the fold. I like the nonchalance of that. It makes it look like, oh yeah, go on, give me another 25k.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I like the bet there on the end. He's
been checked it 3 times.
Yeah, you're never folding a pair, obviously, but you're trying to fold out queen. I think queen high actually needs to call there, otherwise we just don't have any calls, because we don't have many pairs that get to the river that way, so we have to start calling with our non-pairs, and obviously queen high is the best one, and it blocks the nuts as well, which is a slightly useful factor.
A reminder of what these guys are playing for, ladies and gents. 181k up top, 133k for second, and 81k for third.
And a booty back in the action with the ace-jack suited under the gun +1 off 24 big blinds. Nal has a fine hand to defend. Jack-9 suited in the small blind. You can call with any of those kind of reasonable suited connectors. But Baybars has a great squeeze spot now. Ace-King. There's already 150k in the pot. Nobody has more than 730k.
Oh, and a very interested party, a booty, eyeing down his opponent as he carves out raising chips here. Looks like he's going to make it somewhere in the region of 160, 170.
Yeah, this looks like a squeeze from the big stack, basically putting pressure on the others. So a booty might think ace jack is good enough to go with here.
185 is the number. A booty, I think he's probably opened this hand from early position so that he can fold to this type of aggression, so he does stick to his guns.
Yeah, it's one of those you hate it because you think the guy he's going to be stealing a lot, but I mean on this occasion he's not. Nal's hand is actually a better call than ace jack because you won't be dominated as much.
And he does make the call.
He does make the call, yeah. I mean this is a lot of his stack he's put in now already.
Yeah, an awful lot of his stack is in there. Stack to pot ratio 1.2 to 1.
Yeah, if he flops equity, he's going with his hand, and he does.
Wow. So Baybars, 2 overs. He has the ace of hearts working for him in another way as well. Interesting to see if he fires a c-bet here. Does feel like the call under the gun open from the small blind, call the squeeze, contains a lot of pocket pairs actually. That's sort of what I would be putting Noel on right now. So interesting to see if Baybars does indeed fire a continuation bet, or whether in fact Noel will give him the option. Noel might well try and shut this one down.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's done. He's moved all in.
Not giving his opponent a chance to make another mistake there at some level.
But also not giving his opponent the opportunity to check behind.
Indeed.
I think this is probably a check behind board if you think about it and think about the ranges as you said. And you have nut ace high as well, so you have the nut no pair.
Annoying for Baybars here. There will be some.
Super annoying.
Now he has the ace of hearts in his hand, which is useful because it makes the likelihood of value stronger, because obviously the ace x of hearts would be a very strong bluff candidate who might take this line.
Yeah.
So that's not in there. Of course, that doesn't mean he doesn't have the jack queen of hearts or king queen of hearts, which would also make some sense.
Yeah.
Difficult spot here. Obviously, you know, he might feel as though, would his opponent do this with like pocket 8s? So that's probably what he's trying to think. 6s, 8s.
Yeah.
Is that sort of stuff in there? What really makes the most sense here? We see that he does have top pair, but Baybar is definitely going to think on this one.
Yeah, because the thing is, even when you can see that even when he's behind in this spot, he still has 26% equity. It's a pot-sized shove roughly, so he only needs 33% to make this call.
Okay.
if he ever thinks he's ahead of stuff like, I don't know, 10-8 suited maybe.
Looks like he got shown the 9.
Yeah.
A funkily played hand by Noel, I gotta say.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have made the pre-flop call probably in either spot actually, versus the relatively short under the gun player. I think I would have mucked the Jack 9 suited in the small blind, and I definitely would have mucked to the squeeze.
Yeah. And maybe wouldn't have shoved the flop.
And maybe wouldn't have shoved the flop, but would have done everything differently. But that is the beauty of poker. Different players deploying different types of strategies, valuing hands in different ways. Fedosif, pocket 10s here. He has impressed throughout the day today. He was in our first feature table. Took a little break then from the feature table. He's back now. Immediately won that big flip, obviously now 2 million, putting himself in a very nice position for a deep run. Hugh, his nemesis from earlier on, 3 bets the King Jack suited well.
I think the tens are going to shove now, so.
Yeah, Hugh is going to feel the pain once again at the hands of Fedosif.
Yeah, it's a gross spot. He's put in so much, and he's going to be 3-bet folding a very strong hand if he 3-bets fold. But then the question is King Jack suited strong enough to 3-bet call? I think that's a spot where he could have considered just shoving, and then you get some hands that you're flipping against to fold.
So you do, I think in this situation it would have been like a 27, 28 big blind, sort of one of those big shoves. That
Yeah. Well, you're going to do that with pocket pairs as well, and it can't just be pocket pairs. King Jack suited is a reasonable hand to shove quite a lot. Yeah, he went for the 3-bet fold line. At least he knew exactly what he was doing in the hand that he was 3-bet folding. He didn't have to think about it. Sometimes you see players, they 3-bet in that spot because they think, oh, I have a strong hand and I want to find out if it's the best and I want to win the pot right now. And then they get shoved on and then they start thinking because they don't know. You should always know what you're doing before. If you're happy with folding your hand if you get shoved on, then by all means go ahead and 3-bet. Or if you're happy with calling it off.
Great to see so many people in the live chat. Apologies that I only speak English properly, so I can't engage with some of the chat here, but it's nice to see so many people engaging with one another.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, you just have a pair of paddies in the box and we only speak English. I might be able to guess it.
You could do a little bit of French or German, Dara.
French or German, yeah, but that's pretty much it. Or obviously, if you guys all want to speak Irish too, then that's fine too.
Well, card rack Fedosif, what a session this has been for him. Seems like every second hand he looks down at a premium. Ace King this time. And just a raise and take it. Oh no, I apologize, a booty in there with in the big blind. And actually Govan calling from the small blind with 3 deuce. So this pot is going to progress, and Govan with the 3 deuce suited can't expect to flop much a lot of the time. Has actually flopped pretty well with the flush draw.
Yeah.
And King Queen from a booty likely to stay interested too. Fedosif does knuckle back in position. Does Govan go for a little cheap stab here? I think he should.
Yeah.
A booty will call, and then probably Fedosif will get out of the way. A cheap stab indeed. He's only made it 1/3 pot. A little annoying for Fedosif with a premium hand such as Ace King here. He's closing the action, so he's getting like 6-1. Needs to be about 14%. Probably trying to figure out if both his Ace and King outs are good.
Yeah, you can't be sure they are. The Ace in particular, that can be up against Ace X, where X is a board pair.
And the 9 of spades does complete the flush Govan has got there, and I think he might well get paid off if he sizes this one right. A booty has the king of spades in his hand. Oh, I think you got to do your own betting there, sir. Well, a booty now has the opportunity to go for some thin value of his own. It would be thin.
Yeah, you have to be ahead of half the hands that will call you, and when you factor in all the possible flushes, yeah, good check back there.
Yeah, and not a great decision from Govan, I think, to check his tiddler flush. Feels like he could have extracted a little bit of value. So important if you are going to put hands like 3-2 suited, which by the way I don't recommend, but if you are going to put them into your range, they're so important to get value when you make a hand. If you forego value in those situations, well then you've made the hand not very profitable in the first place.
Yeah, well said. Often players focus too much on that he won a hand, and you know they'll say, oh well, he played 3-2 and he won a pot, so therefore you should play 3-2. But that's a bit like betting on a 10-1 shot at 6-1. If it comes in, it's still not a good bet.
Again, rapid fire folding around to a battle of the blinds now. I gotta say, credit to our share hand team. These guys fold so quickly. They get the information up on screen really fast. Dealers really fast. Players, no messing about here.
Yeah. Patrick Winterbottom in the chat says, enjoying the commentary and I can understand everything you're saying being a fellow English speaker. Good to see you, Patrick. Patrick is one of my my students who is actually going to the PCA. He's a Platinum Pass winner, so
lucky boy.
Very looking forward to railing him virtually. Actually, we had to cancel a coaching session today. So sorry for that, Patrick, but I know you'll be starting your online grind soon, so good luck today.
Best of luck, Patrick, as we see a booty raise it up here with the 10 deuce suited from the small blind. Fedosif getting sticky with the jack 9. Very shallow stack to pot ratio now already, just 2.5 to 1. And
it's very hard to hit the board, so stronger range preflop still has the stronger range.
Yeah, and a booty choosing to use this sort of very disconnected suited hand as part of the trashy raise from the small blinds. I like that, I gotta say. It can flop some equity, and it is a good way to use a hand like that.
Yeah, I have to say I construct my range slightly differently. I tend to limp all those hands, and I would use something like 9-3 off as an occasional raise. But it works out on this occasion. We have seen a booty swing the most of the players in this session. He's got a lot of hands, been involved in a lot of spots. Got the early double up.
New player has just arrived to the table. He looks as though he has brought a relatively short stack to the proceedings.
They're just sending short stacks to the feature table to keep the thing moving along.
Again, rapid fire folds from everybody here as we whip around the table. All the way to Baybars here, who has a marginal ace-6. He does let it go in the hijack. Govan tosses the king-6, and the booty will get involved here with the king-10 of spades. The brooding presence of Fedosif behind here looks as though he is going to just put him to a test for all his stack. Remember, the guy in the big blind who has just arrived, he's one of the short stacks as well.
Yeah.
He's got just 11, 12 big blinds, so perfectly fine to just commit him.
King 10 can't call, so nice pickup there for the ace 10.
Yeah, Fedosif doesn't miss a trick, it's got to be said. He has run pretty pure on this feature table, a lot of big hands, but He's playing them well.
Yeah, yeah, he's getting after it. He's not letting any spot go by. So
who similarly stacked 22 big blinds, is going to chance an under the gun steal here with the ace-9 out. A lot of players to get through.
yeah, this is definitely a loose open off that stack, but you do want to try to keep stealing when you have 20 big blinds. You don't want to just drift back. He knows exactly what he's doing with his hand if he gets 3-bet as well. And the Jack-6 suited is definitely a fine defend. He does try chips to call. Flops top pair, backdoor flush draw. Who doesn't have a lot going on this board apart from his ace high being good most of the time?
Yeah, it does feel as though, given what we've seen of who, he will probably fire out something fairly small, something like 40k. There it is. And as you mentioned there, Dara, kind of an equity denier slash, okay, yes, he's got some backdoors working.
Yeah, like even if the guy has a hand like 6-5, he has reasonable equity against you, so you benefit very much from him folding. In fact, even any random 2 cards which are not a pair, they might all fold and they all have reasonable equity against you. But having gotten called now, he's going to realize all those trash hands are gone from the range. His opponent probably has something.
Yeah, question is, does his opponent have a jack, a 10, a 4, or some form of straight draw? Well,
yeah, I'd like to check back here. There's not enough hands, I think, that fold to the second barrel.
And Hugh does not improve. Question now for Fal is, does he look to extract some value? I think he probably should try and target a 10x or maybe a pocket 9s for value here by firing out something in the region of a third.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. He can have missed draws here, so he can get hooked up. He I think he has to do his own betting because who's unlikely to bluff the river? Once he checks the turn, he's either given up completely or he has a hand like he has, which he's just trying to get to showdown.
Looks like he's gone for a large sizing here, 130 into 210, so about 2/3 pot. Clearly feeling like he does have the best hand, and he is looking to maybe polarize himself slightly into the category of having only a jack or a straight draw, and then maybe thinking that his opponent could find some more heroes. As we take a bird's eye view of the table here. All business, these guys. Playing for some serious money up top now.
Yeah, a lot less table talk on this table than on our previous feature table. You get different dynamics at different tables, depending on just the personality of the players, how well they know each other. But as you get deeper and deeper into the tournament, it's more likely that people switch off the social element and focus on the strategy element.
Bay Bars, another one of our deep stack players here. Going for a little early position steal of his own now. And who in the big blind can probably toss the 5-4 offsuit. He's going to call though. Pretty borderline to a more than min open.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's fine. I think it's connected enough and it's not really going to get you into too much trouble. Bear's deciding he's not just going to auto fire on this now. Who picks up the the so-called ignorant end of the straight draw. A 6 would make him a straight, but it would also make a better straight for any 10. So he's going to check. Baybars is probably just trying to get the showdown. Yeah, he checks behind. He hits the king on the river. It's a third club, but that's kind of inconsequential. It's extremely unlikely either player has a flush. So now Baybar's only real decision is if who does check, what size he tries to get value from. He's trying to get value from a very weak range here.
King.
Oh, wow, he just checked behind.
Yeah, well, that's a little surprising. You kind of make your hand there on the river. Your opponent certainly could have an 8.
Yeah. And he's checked 3 times, so like it's just unlikely he has a stronger hand than a king.
So important to find your value bets. Obviously, in that instance, we know he wasn't going to get paid. But when you do have these kinds of hands that do, as Dara said, beat more than half of the hands your opponent can have, you've got to get some value from them. And that is all part and parcel of why you open it in the first place from early position. In any case. Shadow Sieve, well, I mentioned him being a card rack. That is not showing any signs.
Yeah, he's gone on a real rush here. He seems to be getting almost all the hands at the table, and everybody else is working with not very much at all. But you do get these runs. That's the way randomness works.
Well, here we go.
Who's putting it in now? He's going to think Fade Yourself just has to be at it now. But with 9s, it's a no-brainer. Get in anyway, and Fade Yourself will make the call. And we're going to have another flip.
Well, he held with the 9s just 20 short minutes ago. But this is the villain of the piece from the hand that sort of kicked off this new group of feature table contestants. Fedosif's turn. Well, so far, so just about good for who, although a 10 would also do it for Fedosif.
Yeah.
Who takes a deep breath, facing a river.
Significant favourite now, but still a lot of outs to dodge, and that's not one of them, so he gets the double up.
A little bit of a rebate from that humongous pot from earlier on, that 2.1 million Ace-King against Queen's confrontation, who will chip up here to about 850, giving himself quite a few more weapons in his arsenal now to proceed with.
Yeah, he does look like a player who will be dangerous as well if he can get away from this short stack zone. Certainly not afraid to play.
As we take a little look at the updated chip counts, Halley Baybars, 2.5 million. My goodness, what a stack that is. Nicolo Fi, 1.9 million. Fedosif, well, he's been the action man so far, but he just took a hit, 1.9 million. And as we mentioned, it's the rich and the poor on this table. Stoyanov, just 9 bigs, pulling up the rear. Swieboda, 11 bigs, so he needs to win the next pot he plays 2 probably. And Aboudi, 17 bigs, all of those guys sub 20 right now and really needing to make something happen.
Yeah. I'm going to guess as well it's Nikolai Fowl, not Nikolai Fi.
Nice. Nice. I'll agree with you.
I don't see why it would be a capital I at the end.
Why
of
would
this
yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. Well spotted, well spotted. Blinds are now 15k, 30k with a 30k big blind ante. The price of poker has crept up throughout this day. This may well be the last level before dinner break. We're not entirely sure. We'll try and get confirmation on that over the next few minutes.
Yeah, I think it is. It probably is. But,
I'm hungry. I hope it is.
You're going to start making hangry analysis if we go into level 7 before they let us have dinner.
Yeah.
So Baybar is letting the 5-4 go. Goodman, we haven't seen him too much action. Aboudi has been an action man. The blinds have gone up now, so he has, what, 17 big blinds. Ace-9 suited is definitely an open.
You're mostly rooting for the folds, but if you get called, you have a hand that plays okay as well. What you're not rooting for is a 3-bet. But so far so good. Oh, and who's got kings? Who has the Django's? This is this is an amazing spot for Who, because he's just doubled up. He actually has 28 bigs now. And
does he ever flat here, Dara? Live dangerously? No, he is going to go for the raise here. Certainly the more standard play, it must be said.
Yeah.
Just because we've seen a booty raise fold quite a bit off these sort of shallower stacks, I wondered if there was some maybe more interesting opportunity to a flat there, maybe.
Yeah, I don't think it's a terrible play, but at the same time, you don't really want to let his ace-x see a flop and realize equity. I think probably the deciding factor when you're deciding between the two lines is how a booty's going to play post-flop. If he's hyper aggro and he's just going to go bet, bet, bet, even when he misses, then yeah, flatting is a good play. But if he's more nuanced than that, you're probably better off just going ahead and 3-betting. It's not just the fact that you win more when he has an ace-x and he misses. It's also sometimes you lose value. If he has a hand like queens or jacks and you just flat, and the board comes ace, king, x, you're probably not getting the rest. But Who's going to be feeling very good about himself now? That's 2 pots on the bounce, bringing him up to about $1 million, having been pretty short. Guven has been card dead this last period. Stoyanov is interested. Yeah, 9 big blinds. We have an ace. It's a wheel ace as well, which is actually a better shove than a hand like ace 6 or ace 7.
All in.
So he does move all in. He has a few players to get through, but this is his first shove, so this is going to fold out better hands than his for sure. Bunch of quick folds, just the big blind to get through. Oh, the big blind is ace 10. Yeah. But actually no, he just let it go very, very quickly there. Yeah, that's basically Stoyanov just had a very tight image there. Ace 10's a big fold to a 9 big blind shove from a relatively late position.
Yeah, I agree, Dara. I think it's a surprising one. Obviously, these guys maybe just making an initial profile read off Stoyanov, or maybe they've played with him on previous tables. He's obviously the newcomer to this feature table, but I was surprised as well.
I thought it was a quick call initially, but it was actually a very quick fold.
Oh
my God.
Well, when it rains, it pours.
What an absolute card rack he's been in this last passage of play. He's got more big hands than most players get in an entire tournament. Players will be getting really suspicious now. Is he just absolutely taking the piss? But nobody has anything they want to think about. Yeah, it's a lot of these queen 9 hands, they're just not good enough even if you think the guy's at it. 6-2 folds.
And Ferocy probably feeling a little bit sad that action has folded all the way around to the big blind and Guven.
Yeah, Jack 5 suited is again the phrase we've been using. It's a fine defend. So if he flops a jack, if it's a jack high board, this could be costly. That is such a
little laugh from both players.
They both laugh.
I feel like if you have an ace, you mightn't giggle like that. I don't know. You might be like,
well, that's
oh,
true.
Oh my God.
I think the chances of either player having an ace are slim. These are actually very interesting boards. These trip boards, they're kind of outliers. It's almost like there's no flop. It's just whoever was ahead pre-flop is still ahead.
Ace ace ace is slightly different because it's slightly possible that the opener has the ace, but it's still very unlikely.
I have full house.
Yeah, he had a full house. He was not lying. In fact, he had the best full house.
Причем на свой full house.
Stoyanov continues to be pretty card dead. Just had that one shove with the S5, which got through. Now opening the King 6 suited in the cutoff. It's a fine open. You are going to have to open a fairly wide range of hands, and this belongs in the opening range, even though it looks pretty bad. The ace-9 has called from the small blind, it looks like. Ooh, and Booty picks up ace. Oh yeah, well, he's got 13 big blinds. This is just shove.
All in.
Yeah. He sticks all of his wagering units into the middle. Now the King 6 is, I guess, tank is face save folding. Have a little tank to pretend he had a hand.
Guven, well, if he had something like ace-10 or ace-jack, it would certainly be a decision, but ace-9 does feel that much worse.
Yeah, compelling price, but yeah, your hand is just absolute garbage against the value part of the range. Nice pickup there.
Stoyanov riffling that short stack under the gun. He knows that big blind ante and big blind are just about to come on him. He might be looking down at a pocket threes feeling like he has to make a move. He doesn't. He does show some discipline there, letting it go.
Yeah.
Next page jump for these guys is a few positions away. Probably won't go in this session, so the only time really where you might make a consideration like that as a short stack, you might just be a bit like right on the page jump. You've got a bit of something to think about. Other than that, it's probably best to proceed trying to build a stack as per normal.
Booty might think this is another good reshove spot.
Indeed, he might here. 18 big blinds.
All in.
Yeah, he does. He moves all in.
And Guven this time does have exactly the hand I thought might be at least a bit of a decision, but it's a much bigger shove this time because of Booty picked up the last pot. Baybars, I don't think, can pick him off here with the Queen Jack and a player behind. So Guven, probably the player who will face the real decision here. If he had that hand the previous time around, I feel like it could be a close one, but it doesn't feel close this time. Well, action back on Guven as predicted.
Yeah.
For the stack.
Yeah, the chips of Booty picked up last hand gave him enough fold equity there.
Sorry.
Two nice pickups in a row. There's more than one way to chip up when you're relatively short stacked. You don't have to double up. You can just take those spots. Yeah, they're actually telling him he's doubled up over the course of 2 hands, and he probably has.
Yeah, certainly nice to do it without having to face showdown.
Queen Jack under the gun, foul, or fi as you called him earlier.
Yeah, apologies to Fal.
Epic foul.
Very nice, nicely done.
He's thinking of opening the Queen Jack under the gun. He has, in fact. He's gone for it. Who has picked up 10s under the gun +1? 30-something bigs. He's just called. I like this. If you 3-bet this hand, you kind of narrow the range to hands you're in bad shape against, apart from, I guess, Queen Jack, which you would get to fold out. But when it goes under the gun open and under the gun +1 flat, that tightens the ranges behind considerably. Stoyanov is very short, but he's going to think he's dominated a lot at the time here. He doesn't have much fold equity on the shove, if any, at all.
Yeah, we saw him fold the 3s under the gun there for what was about 11 bigs moments ago. Sort of demonstrative of quite a lot of discipline,
yeah,
and his desire to maybe wait for a genuinely good spot. That really does feel like a high wire spot where you're maybe just hoping your opponents have some Broadway cards and you have the best hand. Very little fold equity.
Yeah, who's going to like this flop now? Well, Fal does have the over pairs. Most of his range is over cards to the 10. 10s, and when 3 undercards come, you have to feel pretty good about 10s here. Fal looks like he might be going to fire out a bet, though. Doesn't have much going on in this hand. He's got two bad overcards and a backdoor straight draw, but whose spot is more interesting? The choice between raising to deny equity or just calling to let him keep barreling / allow yourself to make a decision if he actually has a bigger hand.
Yeah, on balance, I do like the flat more, and that is the option Who has decided upon.
Safe turn card as well.
He's very good, Who. I
He
feel
is,
like
yeah.
he's very dialed in.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, no, he's he seems to know what he's doing, exactly what he's doing in every spot. Now the 8 looks relatively insignificant, but of course Fal now picks up a straight draw.
Yeah, I feel like Fal, if he's going to be consistent with his plan to barrel, sort of has to barrel an 8 or a 10 here, maybe a king as well. These are the cards that he might have to continue a story.
Yeah, you definitely, like, if you have kings or aces here, you're going to keep firing, and they can't be the only hands. You have to find bluffs as well, and Queen Jack does feel like one of the better bluffs.
Sizing will be important here. Looks like Fal reaching relatively deep, something in the region of half pot by the looks of things. 375 in there. He opts for 245, so he has gone on the larger side, 65%. I like that sizing. If you're going to do it with some, intent and some representation of exactly the hands you said there, Dara, the over pairs, I should say. Now, Who beats no pocket pairs. He's behind 8s, he's behind 9s, he's behind 5s, and then obviously jacks, queens, kings, and aces. It's a tough spot, but he can't go away.
It's a tough spot, but I mean, if you've got 10s and the board is still 9 high, you can't really fold. I'm not entirely sure about the turn sizing there. I mean, if we have aces or kings, I think we maybe go a bit smaller and try and get more value.
I do prefer smaller. I said something in the region of half pot. Would you have gone south of that as well?
Yeah, 40, 50%, something like that. Because you're not really protecting against too much. There's nothing you're worried about. If you have kings or aces, you're mostly targeting single pair hands that have very little equity against you.
If you are going to triple off as well, you set up a bigger river shove in relation to the pot.
Yeah.
Now he's left himself where there's only 570 left in the hand and there's almost 900 in there.
Yeah, now it's very hard to get anything to fold, particularly when the 8 pairs, because that is really a brick.
Yeah, if the pot was 750 now and there was 700 behind, he has a kind of a interesting option.
I think a more believable line with his value was to bet whatever amount on the turn that left a pot-sized shove behind on the river, and then go for it that way.
Checking a quick scratch of the face from Fal there. Hugh, ever observant, side-eyeing his opponent.
Who knows he has the best hand now? It's just a question of whether he can get value from worse.
Yeah, I guess he's probably going to target pocket sevens.
Yeah, that's what you have to
Pocket
target, I
sixes.
guess.
It's pretty narrow.
It is narrow.
He may knuckle this one back. I agree with you, though. I think he's going to look for some value, but
it's one of those weird spots where you're nearly always ahead, and yet at the same time there's not much you can get called by, so... that's the look of a man who's already folded in his mind.
well, he's leaving just the one big blind behind while he puts the rest of his chips in. And a very quick fold.
Yeah, I mean, he knew he had the best hand, so I guess you just have to go for it and hope the guy makes a bad call.
I'm going to call it now. This guy Hugh, he is one to watch.
He's a
I think
player.
he is a proper player, and I think he might
player,
be. If the cards fall his way over the next 3 or 4 hours, I think he is a very dangerous player who could absolutely take this one down.
Yeah, I like his table presence as well. He's very thoughtful at the table. He allows himself all the thinking time.
He built up a very big stack ahead of this feature table, took an almighty blow with the Queens versus Ace King, but has not let that deter him whatsoever and has stayed active.
No.
Okay, yes, he's won a couple of flips since then, but he's also played superbly well.
It also makes you wonder in the alternative universe where his Queens holds. He could be absolutely stomping this table now. And that can be kind of hard psychologically too. You kind of think, well, if my Queens hold there and I feel I'm the best player at the table and I'd be running over this table now, and instead I'm having to scrap around, find good reshove spots. But he hasn't let it affect him at all. Been very impressive.
Indeed he has. Well, action over to Stoyanov, who is certainly going to stick in his 9 bigs here. Happy to have a hand as strong as an ace in this blind v blind confrontation.
He's not getting calls. You know from the shake of the head first. Yeah, I guess he looked at the deuce first.
Stoyanov lives to fight another orbit, perhaps.
Yeah, it all helps at this stage. You just need one in orbit to stay in the tournament.
We've done it many times, Dara. Actually, something I think probably both have a reputation for down the years is being able to navigate that sort of 10 to 20 big blind stack for quite long periods of time through tournaments and sort of never panic. I don't think that's in either of us, but just be able to, you know, progress, get that shove through, get that reshove through. Even if we get short, find the spot. And yeah, there is a tendency for a lot of players to think, oh no, you got to build that big stack and stomp people around. But actually, you can navigate for quite long periods.
Yeah, and then you can get the rush, like who just got, for example, who was very short not so long ago. So now opening up the A7 suited here, perfectly standard even in early position. All the suited aces are good opens.
A great line is coming to mind now. Was it the fantastic Scottish player Neil Feraldo Farrell who said you are a Picasso with 3 big blinds?
Michelangelo.
Michelangelo with 3 big blinds.
I could paint the Sistine Chapel with 3 big blinds. Yeah, that was on that 4.5 hour bubble that I mentioned earlier at UK IPT High Roller, where I had 3 big blinds for most of that 4.5 hours.
It was epic stuff. I was there on the rail. Don't recommend trying to progress through an entire tournament, 41 players all the way down to 11 with 3 big blinds.
No.
10 or 15 was a bit more workable.
And let it be said too, I didn't blind down to 3 big blinds. I lost a pot and I was left with 3 big blinds. But, you know, 3 big blinds, you have to play every stack as optimally as you can. You see a lot of players, they take a beat like that, and they have 3 big blinds left and they just stick it in blind next hand. But there's still a bit of skill to 3 big blind poker, believe it or not.
Who comes leading out on the Jack 10-9 board here on the turn.
Yeah, I like this. This is a good lead. This is putting pressure on exactly the hand that Niall has ace high.
It's very annoying for Niall, isn't it?
That's a super lead, yeah. I really love that.
Telling you, Dara.
Yeah, this boy's a player.
Good looking lad as well.
Oh, God, David, don't start.
It's just...
Yeah, I think you're slowly turning into a handsy uncle. Eyeing up all the good-looking young lads.
And now Jamie Nixon on our last feature. I'm only human.
Yeah, I mean, you did initially call this table the table of mingers. And
only in relation.
Have to strongly disagree with you.
I don't.
There's a couple of fine-looking gentlemen on this table.
They've all got lovely faces. Little Father Ted reference for anyone who got it there. Don't know if anyone who got it there. Very specifically Irish or maybe UK reference.
Yeah. Who's got the Jack 9 suited in the small blind? Look at this. He's up to 1.5 million just like that. Oh, look at this. He's just shoved into the short stack as well.
Yeah, in your eyebrow.
But
Oh dear.
He's running into ace king. I mean, he's still got 37% here. Even when you run into it, you have a lot of chance.
Swoboda
Taking it in his stride.
in the lead right now.
Whatever happens, happens. He knows it was the right play. He just ran into it.
And here we go. 5 cards to come. Can this big slick hold? Can Swoboda stay in the tournament?
Ooh, there's a jack.
It's just become a little bit more difficult.
Backdoor hearts, backdoor straight draw to go with his ace or his king, but yeah, who now is a significant favourite, even more so now that the turn is bricked out. Has to be an ace or a king, or we will lose Swoboda. And
It
it's
is an ace!
Barry Greenstein.
Ace on the river indeed, Swoboda.
Again, look how cool who was. A lot of players will have an emotional reaction there.
2 very cool dudes, Dara.
Yeah.
I'm actually getting
very
a
cool
little look-alike-y vibe off Swoboda, and I'm going to ask you, who do you think it is?
Tourniak.
Oh, I can see it, but no, it's not who I was going for.
Um,
Good pal of yours. Rival podcaster.
yeah, I know who you're talking about, Garrett James.
No, but Garrett James is arguably a look-alike for this person. So it's all in the same vicinity.
And he's a Brocos.
Little touch of the Brocos is there.
Yeah. Andrew has more hair though.
Shout out to Thinking Poker's Andrew Brocos there.
Yeah.
I'm going to say he's your doppelganger. I don't know.
Andrew, yeah. I remember a few years ago, Andrew was playing in the tag team event at the WSOP with Carlos Welsh, and Carlos went up to register, and I guess he had the card, but the lady taking registration wasn't sure. She looked at Andrew's photo and file and thought maybe that's not the type of player that would be with Carlos.
Profiling?
Yeah, I know. It's
Wow.
very strong. So she said to him, describe him. What does he look like? As a
What
test.
does Brocos look
As
like?
a test, yeah. And Carlos shrugged and said, well, be scruffy looking white guy. And then she said, that's literally half the players who are here.
Yeah, that's the entire Rio. Swoboda with the ace king of hearts once again.
Oh my goodness.
He didn't give them back, Dara.
No.
I didn't see him give them back. Did you?
No,
I think he held on to
I think
them.
they went up the sleeve. Look, he's got those. He's got that tracksuit. You could definitely get cards up that sleeve.
And who is the
Calling
villain
now,
again?
This is the first cheating scandal of 2023. That man did not give those cards back. They are the exact same 2 cards.
Well, in it goes.
And who's like, what is going on now?
Yeah, he's like, seriously, dude?
Really?
You're killing me here.
It's only, no, it's 19 bigs. Yeah, it's enough. It's enough that we can just not happily fold, but fold without too much.
I saw him fold them this time. I saw them hit the muck.
Maybe it was an optical illusion. There's also a 30-minute delay, so. New
player into the 9 hole. He's brought a lot of chips. What are you laughing at?
The 9 hole.
The 9 hole. That's what it's called.
The 9 seat, I think it's called.
Back me up here. You can
9 seat.
You can call it the 9 hole. I don't know why the phrase 9 hole has got you laughing.
I'm just afraid you're going to start putting a hole onto the end of everything, including like ace and.
So I have confirmation, guys. We are going to be taking a 1-hour dinner break at the end of this level. 40 players remain. We'll probably lose a few more between now and then, but they have decided to do a more natural, I think, 6-level split, 4 levels after dinner.
All in
Shape on this one.
A reshove here from Style. No, so he's not expecting to get a fold here, but he's got pocket ace. So he's
Well,
not folding. Oh, look.
Look what's happened, Dara.
Who's found aces? It's just. He's like, oh, yes, thank you for this.
So important to take your time here. You don't want to do a snap shove.
God, you're doing the.
So
No,
important.
snap shove and make it look like ace king.
So important to
Sorry,
call this.
sorry, disagreement.
You need Fedosif to keep in here.
Snap shove, make it look like ace king.
I think he's
Should make it look like ace king. Yeah, that makes sense too, actually. Just like Phil Helmut, just spill all the chips into the pot.
I'm all in.
Yeah.
I've ace king or jacks.
Well, Fedosif will have a fairly easy decision when it comes back to him. He was at the very, very light end of his range with the queen 10 off. And we see here that Stoyanov is going to have to get very lucky here. He was so patient. One has to say he's got a little unlucky here to be up against a dominating hand when he finally gets his 12 big blinds in.
Yeah, he does have 2 flush draws, which improves his equity from about 18% up to 20%.
Could be crucial.
Let's have a look. No.
There was a flash of black, which would have given false hope.
The black was helpful, yeah, but now he does need an 8 or an 8 only.
A wry smile from Stoyanov.
Oh, yeah.
Aware that he is down to just 2 outs.
It is what it is. Who is in... And there it is. We lose Stoyanov. He played the short stack very patiently, took all his spots when they came. I mean, he really got almost nothing to work with. We saw him shove the ace-5 and get it through. Finally gets a hand, pocket 8s, runs straight into aces. And the Who show continues.
It certainly does.
Who are you?
We had a very momentary blackout here.
Yeah, so we hope everybody can still hear us.
So I don't know if that means in half an hour's time, these guys will be on their dinner break. So if it did happen out in the main room, I'm sure it's all right. What I would say, though, is I hope Ryan Mandara kept an eye on his exact chip stack when that took place. In that moment of that flash of black, I hope nothing happened to the chip stack of Ryan Mandara. No palming took place, I suppose, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Lucky we are working a backup generator here in the commentary booth while we lost almost all our lights and cameras for, it's got to be said, maybe 5 or 10 seconds. We were still able to bring you that run out there, the aces against 8s.
Maybe the world has ended, David.
Is that how it ends?
Nobody has said anything in chat for a while. We might be just talking to the void now. This would be quite the way to go, wouldn't it? The last 2 people on Earth.
This is like our bunker.
Doing
this is our safe house.
On a tournament of people who are already dead because the world has ended.
God, that's a horrible thought. Please don't talk about this anymore. Null versus Guven. Button versus small blind here. Very nice flop for Null. Flops top. Guven, well, he's got a gutter. He's got the queen of spades working in a couple of different ways. One feels like he probably has to call once. No, he doesn't. He lets it go. Okay.
Yeah, he had backdoor spades as well. Yeah.
Interestingly, in that one, 100k into 180, he did go for a slightly larger sizing, 60%. Had he maybe gone for a 25%, 30%,
then you get the call. For sure, yeah.
Alan Graham says I'm watching, so there is at least one other person out there.
Good man, Alan. We feel much better now knowing
That's a
that
relief.
we're not going to die in 30 minutes. Well, we could still die in 30 minutes, I guess.
Well,
I'm in a very morbid mood at the moment.
That's just simply.
Sleep deprivation does this to me.
We'll send you to bed for the dinner break there.
Yeah, it's past my bedtime. I'm a senior now. Should be in my bed. Govan has a hand here. Queen 9 suited on the button. You're definitely opening this off 30 big blinds.
Shout out to Donna Morton, Dark Angel. I do see that she is hovering around one of the many places that this stream can be found. She spotted the Father Ted reference.
Where is Donna watching us?
Oh,
it's on another stream, yeah.
And she is there. She wants to reassure us as well.
That's good. So long as Donna's there, we're fine.
That should be okay.
Okay, so Faye does have his flop. Now he actually has the actual flush. It's the third nut flush as well. So it's pretty strong here. But Govan making good fold there. Absolutely nothing, no reason to get stubborn or Hollywood. Just fold and move on to the next hand.
До какого момента сегодня играете?
I think I've got word on our next feature table. I'm going to try and bring you that information momentarily. Yes, here it is. Delighted to say that we will be bringing to the feature table Jesse Wigan from the UK, Paul Brown also from the UK, Helmut Fung from Germany, Shoal Barnea from Israel, Maxim Shilo from France, Alexander Yakulevich will be returning. He is Romanian, and Korey Korkmaz from Turkey.
And Maxim actually has some form at Merit Poker events. He won the vintage high roller in November 2022 for 184k.
Nice.
And he's having another deep run here. So yeah, we'd be very interested to watch his play.
We will be watching Maxim Shilo a little bit later on. 7 players listed there on our stream table for next up. I imagine there will be an 8th player added to that. I'm going to guess there was a bust out while this one was being picked up.
Yeah,
So
I'm going to guess
surprise visitor.
I'm guessing that bust out was Andre Brozo because he is actually on our list, but he's crossed out.
I did notice that. I was being polite.
Yeah.
As we see, both players flop a whole lot of nothing here on the 9-6-3 rainbow. Govan with the best hand and the best backdoors.
Yeah, although who has the backdoor straight draw? This is a spot where you can actually do some betting and get better hands to fold because you have the more immediate draws.
Yeah, to a 60k continue, I think Govan's got to be sticky at least once.
Yeah, for sure.
He recognises that fact as well.
His hand's very strong on 9-6-3 and.
But
ooh, the queen's an interesting card. I guess maybe that's the end for Govan though.
yeah, interesting now whether whether who will elect to bet the queen or will he just check. I could see it going either way. He does check.
I do like this check here. Now he's going to know for sure his hand is the best and he has to try and get value.
So he will do some betting of his own here on the river. I can't imagine any world where he decides to check it.
Just a question of sizing now. He's targeting a fairly weak range, so
pocket 7s, pocket 8s, maybe a 9-10 suited.
Yeah.
That's sort of the best case scenario, isn't it?
out of position. Yeah, generally out of position when your river bets can be quite small. In position, you tend not to do much small betting.
He's decided to polarize there with a full pot size bet, obviously targeting the pocket 8s, pocket 7s and 9x that will now go, oh, that's curious. He checked the queen and now he's going big.
Yeah, he's polarized himself to a queen, basically, a queen or better.
I like this bet from who. It's not going to work most likely against the specific ace-jack of his opponent in this instance.
Not against this hand, no.
But I do like it as a bet that would work against a lot of the flop calling range.
Yeah, nothing really there for Govan to think about with his hand. But if he had 8s or 7s there, it was a much more interesting spot.
So, again, just a little update for you guys. It looks like we're not going to have the full hour dinner break. We're going to go 45 minutes. I guess for these players in an all-inclusive snazzy resort such as Merit, you can just walk into a room and have food handed to you immediately.
Yeah, no, it's quite the experience.
You could probably do a 20-minute dinner break in this place.
I have been in resorts like this before, and yeah, the food is free, but what makes it really different here is the food is really good.
It's really good.
And the drink options are really good. You feel like you should be paying. It feels weird to just walk in and get a really good meal and not have to pay. But yeah, definitely. I had heard great things about Merit before, and it's definitely living up to its reputation. It's quite the spot. It's the best one of these all-in resorts that I've ever been at.
Yeah, top notch. I hope to be invited back for future events. These guys run events around the calendar, it's got to be said. Now, this is something I talked a lot about yesterday. I'm going to reiterate it right now while we watch a booty get sticky. Actually, no, this is too big a pot. I feel like there could be some fireworks here. Let's check this one out. Fedosif with his cheeky little 3-bet with 7-6s flop best here on the 10-7-3 rainbow. He can't really get away now at this stack to pot ratio 1.5 to 1, so he's probably just going to bet, call it off if necessary. Booty, well, it's not a great board for the ace jack O.
No.
He felt compelled to call here, given the exceptionally good price laid to him pre-flop, but well, a Booty not quick releasing here, maybe considering a move of his own here, maybe just putting Fedosif on such a wide 3-betting range here on the button that he feels like, actually, my hand might be good and I'm just going to stick it in.
What are you beating though? King, queen, maybe.
Well, in Fedosif's hands, maybe a lot of suited kings, maybe a lot of suited aces. Like, just, it's a really wonky one, this.
In the 3-betting range though?
Well, I feel like Fedosif is one of the looser players. Like, he's got 7-6
7-6
suited.
he's definitely looser, but yeah, I mean, he has 7-6 suited, that's true. That's a reasonable point. If he has 7-6 suited, he also has 8-9 suited and other stuff like that.
Yeah,
but
a Booty does let it go.
Yeah, I think it's one of those spots where, like, you definitely have the best hand a lot of the time, but even when you have the best hand, he's going to have equity a lot. And
I think I would have stuck it in pre.
Yeah, I would
against this guy.
Yeah, I would too, for sure. Yeah, 100%. 20, he had, like, what, 20 bigs, just over 20 bigs effective.
Yeah.
Yeah, ace jack's very big against a guy who's going to 3-bet you with 7-6 suited.
Against some players, it's an easy fold. But against this guy,
yeah, for sure.
I think you just got
to I think you just
buckle up.
Yeah, it's a very nutty hand. Yeah. I have a general rule of thumb I always give my students in those spots. When you're playing against somebody like that, you know, they'll often say, oh, I didn't want to put in 25 big blinds with ace jack or whatever. I say, like, if it's a normal player, yeah, but against somebody like that, you literally have to double it. I would happily put in 50 big blinds against some players with a hand that I would only put in 25 big blinds against other players.
Yeah. Guven with the big slick here under the gun one. He's going to open things up, and I'm going to do a little bit of an advertisement for the future stops here. As I said, Merit bringing a lot of poker from other operators here. There's going to be an EPT here in October.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's, yeah.
Big stamp there. They're going to be doing that in the big room.
That'll be phenomenal.
Yeah. And then, of course, they've got the Vintage Series, Retro Series. They seem to put on events here on a sort of every 40 to 50 day basis. Yeah. And then, as I said, I predict a lot of incoming stuff from operators. In fact, we might be having little chats with some of the people we know in the industry and are close to.
I was literally thinking that, yeah, this would be an amazing spot.
I'd like to bring them here.
It would be absolutely amazing, yeah. It's this is exactly the type
I think
of
our
place
customers would like this.
They would absolutely love this.
I think they like it very much.
The problem is the other stops might start to look a bit...
How dare you? You're always down on my hometown of Malta. I know what you're doing here,
Your hometown of Malta. You're a Malteser now.
I'm a Malteser.
Yeah.
Well, Guven, happy to stick it in here. Fedosif, well, it doesn't always work. Getting a little bit cheeky here.
Yeah.
Shout out to Alex O'Brien sending us some lovely compliments in the chat. She's enjoying the great advice being dispensed for free. I assure you, Alex, it's not free. We are being paid. But delighted to be here and covering the action. And I have to say, and I don't know, maybe this makes me guilty of a little bit of prejudice, I didn't expect the standard to be as high as this. I think the standard is really, really good.
I didn't either, no. I'd heard great things about this place as a venue, but I'd heard not so great things about the type of players who played here in terms of the standard. But the quality's been tremendous. We've seen almost no weak players. We haven't seen very many mistakes. We've seen a lot of really great players, and guys I'd never heard of.
Yeah, there was some wild stuff yesterday, and there was some loose stuff yesterday, but it all sort of, was part and parcel of an eclectic mixture of poker players and different standards. But day 3 coverage, I suppose, getting into the business end, the final 15-20% of the field, people are proper.
The cream tends to rise to the top anyway, and that's down to the structure. If it's a very, very fast structure, then that kind of is an equalizer or a leveler. But when you have a very good structure, you tend to get, as you get down to the business end, really high quality players coming through.
As both players flop nothing here, I feel like it's a reasonable opportunity to pose a question to you, Dara. This is a 4-day tournament. That's quite a long tournament for a lot of players. 8 hours day 1, 8 hours day 2. Okay, they're reasonably manageable days. They're going to play a bit longer today and a lot longer tomorrow. But that marathon aspect of playing consecutive days in a row, again, cream rising to the top because the players are good, but also that sort of stamina thing.
Yeah.
Speak to the nature of tournament poker and how you do need a bit of stamina.
You need mental stamina. Like, if you think about the difference between a seasoned professional and an enthusiastic amateur, the enthusiastic amateur, their energy levels are at peak at the start of the tournament. They're excited. It's a huge occasion. Everybody's there. There's a huge buzz. So they tend to get through the early stages very much, but often they expend actually too much energy in the early in day 1 or day 2, and by the time they get to day 3, then they're actually quite tired. Whereas the seasoned pros tend not to get too excited at the start of the tournament. It's just another tournament, and day 1 is a war of attrition. They'll actually conserve energy in those spots, but they kind of come alive late on. They know that that's the point where you really have to be on your game. All your decisions are big decisions. You're playing for large amounts of equity, and that tends to be the different factor. And then just the very fact that they're more used to it, particularly if they're online players, and they're used to playing long days. Most online players play 10, 12, 14-hour Sundays, for example. So they have that sort of experience of having to make a lot of decisions under pressure in a short time. So now we have an all-in here with the Jack-10 suited. Oh, I like this. Yeah.
Yes, we both are identifying this as a very nice hand to include in the 3-bet shoving range.
Yeah, this is a great hand to have. You'll actually fold out hands that you're dominating, which is an amazing result. You can get Queen Jack and King Jack to fold, King 10, Queen 10, all those hands, and then the calling range, you'll actually have good equity against it because you won't be dominated. A lot of the hands that you'll got dominated are actually folding, and you're getting called by stuff like Ace King and Ace Queen, and you've got 42% against those hands. So,
and in the disaster scenario where they do have Ace or Kings, actually Jack-10 suited plays better than most.
Yeah, you're better off. You're better off having if you run into aces, you're better off having Jack-10 suited than pocket Kings, which is a sobering thought.
That is a sobering thought.
As Fal. He's got the Ace Jack. He's been. Oh no, that's not Fal. Yeah, that's Fal there on screen now. Ace Jack, 1.4 million. Ooh, and who has the same hand behind? 2 big stacks as well. 43 bigs plays 56. So these guys are deep against each other.
I feel like who's going to come with the raise here? I don't feel like a flat is in his game in this spot. It looks like he's going to make it 180.
Yeah. If he'd been on the button, I think he might have called there. But with the players behind he doesn't really want to come into the pot either by flatting or squeezing. It makes more sense to 3-bet and just flush those out and then see what Fal does.
Indeed. Well, Fal may well just ditch this one now. Very, very cagey, difficult opponent, out of position with a hand that you're not really sure whether you want to hit the ace or the jack.
And he covers you as well. So
and he covers you, yeah.
Yeah, I would fold in this spot, even though it seems very nitty. But
It does feel nitty, and I wouldn't want to tell anyone about it. And I wouldn't like it to be on a live stream, so someone saw me do it. But I would fold this one.
you wouldn't like to do it in commentary on a live stream either, where people might remember. Oh yeah, I could just 3-bet joke the next time and he'll fold ace jack. And you can see players are still dropping. We're down to 38 now, so I think your prediction of 20 players tonight is looking good.
Yeah, and that means that the afternoon portion of tomorrow will be that sort of sometimes cagey, everyone wants to make the final table phase. We'll probably play that for best part of 3 or 4 hours. And then by early evening, we'll be on the final table. And that's really fun because that's when people are home from work. We'll have the biggest audience available and watching. It's actually a bugbear of mine when people go for we must get to final table on the penultimate day. And then the final table begins at like 12 or 1 o'clock. And actually, that's not when audiences are peaking.
Yeah.
Some final tables only last 4 or 5 hours. So you don't really have a full day's play then either.
Yeah, we were in Vegas recently at the WPT Win World Championship, and we wanted to see the end of the final table. We turned out only up
2 hours and 15 minutes.
2 hours and 15 minutes after started, and they were all walking out. It was over.
Exactly. Yeah, I feel like from an audience point of view, it's sort of nice to see the dynamics created by the last 2 table play, because of course last 2 tables it's short-handed. You get that little taste of the short-handedness, and then you go to 9 again, and it's sort of you know,
it's like a concertina basically.
Yeah, I think from a storytelling point of view, it's actually kind of nice to come back with 15, 16, 17 players, whatever it is, and then earn your way to the final table by early evening and entertain people through the evening. Well, I don't think there is too much time remaining. I think we maybe have 15 minutes or so on the clock, maybe less.
Yeah.
I actually haven't had a glimpse at a clock for a while.
Sounds right. So Aboudi's short now. We saw him lose a smallish pot, but still did some damage with the ace jack. He's opened the king 5 suited, and Fedosev's going to pounce on this with the ace queen. This is testing Aboudi now because he might feel he's getting picked on here.
Fedosev again, a bit of a card rack. I know he's actually got out of line with a couple of Broadway combos as well, but he also has just had it a lot.
He shows as well this time. Like he is thinking about the fact that Aboudi might be getting tired of his guff.
We can see
but
now.
Aboudi made a very quick disciplined fold there. He didn't get emotionally invested in the fact that, like, oh, this guy keeps 3-betting me. Somebody in chat asking, are they in the money? Yeah, they're well into the money at this stage. It's 38 left, 62 paid. He has another hand which, he's down to 13 big blinds now.
60.
Yeah, you hate getting dealt this hand just after you raise full to the previous hand, but it is an open, and he's sticking to his guns.
Sorry.
Fedosev's happy to get it in with the king-queen suited, so he's just going to make it 160 here, happy to commit against a booty stack.
I think Aboudi will fold again. He'll make another disciplined fold. He didn't raise this to. Yeah, look at that, the quick fold. I really like that. Like, there's no frustration or
Nice end.
or petulance, let's call it. He knows what he's supposed to do with ace-5. He's supposed to open it, and if he gets 3-bet, he's supposed to fold it.
As we take a look at our next feature table, little scan around, some big stacks, well, one huge stack That must be our chip leader in the tournament, Derry. He's got about 3 point something million, if my eyeballs don't deceive me. Another big stack over there, 1.5, 1.6 million. Oh my goodness, another huge stack. We've got a stacked
It's going to be a
feature table.
very different table, yeah.
A little bit of the rich and poors, like you mentioned. There's a few shorties around as well. Interesting dynamic. A lot of new faces that we haven't seen yet on the feature table.
Yeah.
Very much looking forward to those guys joining us after dinner.
Yeah. And we know that one of them won the high roller here back in November.
You fold and I fold.
Well, I said yesterday on commentary, this warm-up event at the Merit Poker Western Series, more like another main event really. 4-day tournament, 2k buy-in, $500,000 guaranteed, 1 million ends up being in the prize pool. Very much feels like a main event to me, but of course
completely, yeah. The structure is just amazing. I mean, normally when you hear warm-up, you think it's going to be a fairly fast side event, bish bash bosh, but this is an incredible structure. This is a better structure than a lot
most
of
main events.
Most main events,
yeah, absolutely. But that being said, there is a main event. It's a 3,300 US dollar, 1.5 million guaranteed. I expect that one to get smashed as well. It will be taking place here from Friday until Wednesday. Now on Friday we will be covering the warm-up final day. That's tomorrow. We're going to be bringing you coverage of that, but there will be coverage of the main event from that day henceforth. There's a 1B, a 1C and a 1D turbo. Day 2 is on Monday, day 3 on Tuesday, and the final day of that really big one is on Wednesday. It's a high roller on this schedule as well, a 5,300 buy-in. It's a 3-day tournament. It's going to take place from Wednesday through to Friday, and that is the last day of the festival here in Korinia. A lot of televised, exciting, high buy-in live poker to look forward to over the next week or so. I hope you guys will be tuning in. The warm-up whetting the appetite for what is to come.
Oh, all in here from a booty, and I think he's getting called.
Yeah, Goovin
with the
pocket
pair.
eight's just too strong here for 10 bigs.
10 bigs. It's going to be a flip. The Queen Jack's a nice hand, but not to this action.
And actually,
oh, he looked
from Booty's position there, going with the Ace Jack for 10 bigs over the top of Goovin specifically under the gun. I wouldn't be loving it. It is nice for him that he does have a flip, but it would be actually a little bit of a sort of spot.
You've only got 10 bigs though, so you can't sit around too much.
Indeed, and those blinds and antes are whipping round.
Yeah.
He could very easily find himself with 7 bigs in a matter of moments.
Yeah. The shorter you get, the more the dead money in the pot as well affects your odds. Like you don't, even if you know you're always getting called, you don't even have to be ahead. 45% is about the break-even point.
Goovin is going to give it some pause. It does represent a substantial 35-40% of his remaining stack.
Yeah. I mean, you don't love eights here because you think, well, I'm almost never dominating him, and he's dominating me quite a bit. He has all the bigger pairs.
But just 260k. Oh, he just let it go. My goodness, what exploitation we have just seen.
That is, yeah.
He only needed to be 31, 32% against the range. We see he was 50. Well, almost 50.
He had 50 against the hand, yeah. Against the range, probably not. But like I said, like, is 7s in there? Is 6s in there? Probably not. But all the overpairs are. But then there's so many flips. That's what makes it a call, essentially.
Yeah, Goovin, I would assume, fixating there in his own mind on the weapons he has with this 28 big blind stack and how he doesn't really want to
possibly,
drag himself into the shorter zone. Probably fixating on those overpairs you mentioned, which
players sometimes do. You sometimes hear players use the phrase "flipping at best" as a justification for that fold. And even if that's true, like even if the guy never has 7s. Like there's so many overcards in the range. Like if he's going all the way down to Ace Jack, so he's got 16 Ace Jacks, 16 Ace Queens, 16 Ace Kings. He probably has 16 King Queens as well. So that's already more pairs than he can have. There's only 6 combinations of every pair. There's 16 combinations of all those hands.
Absolutely. Well, there he is, center of the screen. It has kind of been his world on this 2-hour block. He's been something of a card rack, but he's also played his hands tremendously well in this 2-hour stint. As we see who bump it up here from the hijack with the raggedy ace. .37 players left. We are approaching a ladder jump. I'm not sure if that will factor into these guys and their calculations. I reckon it should, ever so slightly. Aboudi will defend here with the ace deuce. So 13 big blinds. He's going to invest 1 in the hopes of flopping. What exactly? Well, I guess he just has to be sticky. Minimum defense style with this raggy ace.
Yeah.
Who has flop best, and he's probably going to fire out a small bet here. Something in the region of 1 big blind, maybe 1.5 big blinds.
Ooh.
Was that the power cut?
That was definitely the power cut.
I think that was the power cut.
You could see who looking off to the side going, is this... He had exactly the same reaction as well, so like maybe this is the end of the world now. I have to say, who is a confusing name as well. When you said ace-2, who has flopped best, I thought ace-2 hasn't flopped best here.
Well, Aboudi's going to be sticky. Ooh. Oh, no, he's not. He's going to actually make a move. Wow.
Yeah, he's basically... Yeah, his hand's not strong enough to call, but he thinks this is his board.
Sorry.
Tough spot for who may be feeling like he is potentially very far behind, and there's not many more chips to go into this pot. Are there going to be some raised folds here? We see that there are.
Yeah.
He is just going to call, and
now this puts...
If Aboudi can find a shove here on the turn, it will probably do the trick.
That's an interesting turn card as well.
This will be a no equity bluff if he goes for it.
A lot of the bluffs pick up equity here, though. Queen Jack might take this line. 10-9 would take this line for value, possibly. 9-8 as well might try and deny equity. 7-6 actually would be another hand to do this with double gutter.
And Aboudi does shut down
he
here.
Shuts down, yeah.
He could still find a way to win on the river. I don't see who betting this card.
No. No.
So there will be one more bite of the cherry.
Yeah, weak showdown, weak draw, and now he's hit his weak draw.
Would be hard to find a call with the 4 of diamonds if you faced a bet here. It will be very interesting to see, does Aboudi decide? There's a lot in there and I'd really like to win them, and if I don't, well, at least I will have fought the good fight.
He's only got 265k behind, though. It would only be a 60% pot bet.
Can you find a call without a diamond? We see that he's got a very small diamond.
No, I think you did. I'm pretty sure you put this into a solver. We never fold a flush, but we fold lots of other stuff.
Well, Aboudi does fully shut down now.
Yeah, there's no point in value betting this either.
And I don't see who targeting the 3 of diamonds somehow.
Yeah, I mean, generally flushes are supposed to bet, but like it's the 4 high flush on this board.
He is going to bet.
Yeah, I think.
So he's decided, well, okay, maybe his opponent has, I don't know, a set.
Yeah.
That's hard to imagine that 8s and 10s don't go in pre and 4s, well, you're blocking them.
Yeah.
I guess you're targeting straights.
Yeah, I'm not completely surprised because I have seen solvers do this. But, I mean, they just really value flushes on the river, even on 4-liners. It's just when you think about all the other hands that the players can have in this type of pot, 2 pairs and sets, it's an interesting one, but I'm pretty sure that a solver would approve of that.
Fascinating stuff there, and a fascinating final hand as we say goodbye to this group of players, and we will shortly be welcoming a new group. Fedosif, well, it was all one-way traffic for him. He chipped up to 2.4 million. Who, as we saw, what a comeback. He was down at 300k after that really, really horrendous car crash hand, ace king against queens. He's back up in the mix. As I said, he's my one to watch.
Yeah,
I think we really got to watch out
absolutely.
for him on the outer tables. But a new group, I'm very much looking forward to seeing them. I don't think we have seen any of those players unless the 8th mystery guest is somebody we've seen before. I think it's a brand new group, and I'm very much looking forward to it. Dara, any thoughts before we go?
Yeah, very much looking forward to seeing the guy who won the high roller back in November, how he plays as well. Yeah, it's nice to see a new mix of players, and obviously we're building to the climax for tomorrow.
We certainly are. It's exciting stuff. It is building. The tension is building. The money is getting very significant. Please don't go away. 45 minutes just on this dinner break, and we will be back with you with live Cards Up coverage from the Merit Poker Western Series. Day 3 coverage of this warm-up €2,200 event. $2,200 event. I'm sorry. Get my currencies right. See you then, guys. Yes, exactly. That's a great point. That she could have given herself an escape hatch there. Idemir is in a really wonky spot. I think he's probably fixating on the scenarios where he's in good shape. Like maybe they've got kings and jacks, and his ace queen actually has the right equity. But you can't do that, Dara.
Tens and jacks is the dream, but yeah, ace queen is just such a horrible hand because it's really dominated by all of the legitimate hands in the range. You know, queens, kings, aces, and ace king. She's so happy. It's odd. Yeah, I love that reaction. She's just so thrilled to have her aces.
Well, what I can do.
Tens do have a shot here. Obviously, we saw one of the aces folded, so you know it does help her a little bit. 19% we see there, even though one of her suits are covered.
Unfortunately for her, the one live flush draw she has, the spades. We saw that the ace and queen folded were also spades.
Quite right, well spotted, Dara.
Okay, well, she's some backdoors now. She can hit a backdoor straight with queen jack or 7-8, or it can come spade, obviously. But now she's drawing to one of the 2 remaining 10s. She seems resigned to her fate. And there it is. No good. Unlucky. First hand. I mean, that's kind of cruel.
Very cruel. Krasilnikova would have gone to bed last night with high hopes of spinning up her 20 bigs and making a run at this. Obviously, these guys are only 40 places away from the money. That's going to be probably a couple of hours in real time. And Aristoteles, well, she's beaming, Dara.
Aristoteles will let the ace-2 go. I love how happy she looks at the table. She's absolutely thrilled with herself.
Loving life. There's Michael Lech there, Miguel Fiesta.
Love with the ace-2 suited. You can certainly open this. You can open any suited ace at this point. And he is going to.
Michael Lech, a very good friend of our good pal, Slay America, Luke Vrabel.
Oh, I didn't realize that, yeah. Shout out to Slay. I was actually chatting to him yesterday on my way over. Fidesev is going to call with the 9-7 suited. A very nice hand to defend here. Flops very well. He has flopped bottom pair, but this is a really bad board to have bottom pair on with the ace and king there. Dedalov has top pair, backdoor flush draw.
Thank you very much.
Some argument for just checking here. On these 2 high card boards, you're going to have a lot of hands that you don't really want to put more money in, like your pocket pairs. And you want to check some top pairs as well. But he is going to go ahead and bet. It's a small bet. I like this size here. This is just trying to fold out the misses.
Yeah, maybe extract a little value from some King X, some 7X for this sizing that will be put under pressure. Their minimum defense frequency will probably force them to at least call once.
Yeah, I think Fedushev would probably have folded this to a bigger bet, but now this bet is so small, he's thinking I probably just have to call this now. Even if just to try and bink a 9 or a 7 on the turn.
Well, Dara, it looks as though he might be lining up some raising chips.
Oh,
here.
he is, yeah, okay. Maybe he thinks this is weak. He thinks this is just a stab.
It's not his board to be allowed raise at some level here.
No, it's not. That's the problem with this raise. He's trying to fold out the nothings, but this is really Daedalov's board so much that he's not actually going to have nothing all that often. He's like, this is kind of one of the weakest hands he's going to have, and it's still top pair, backdoor flush draw.
Yeah, I wonder if he will make a sort of exploitative fold in this scenario versus what isn't a hugely sensible raise. I suppose he can have king 7, and pocket 7s is maybe the very best hand Fedushev can have.
Yeah, they're the hands. Well, yeah. The 5 is an effective break. Like, that should just never improve either player. Fedushev doesn't pick up equity. Often in these spots when you do the check raise, you want to have hands that can, they have backdoors or something so that you can turn equity. 9-7, you can only improve to 2 pair or trips.
Yeah, I very much feel as though 95 players left, 30 roughly from the money. This is a pure, I'm going to just try and put pressure on you, manu-y-manu.
Yeah, well, Daedalov only has 25 big blinds behind, so he is threatening his entire stack if he puts in another bet now.
And it's a horrible spot for ace-2,
Yeah.
admittedly up against a curious enough line, a strange line that he will be certainly feeling is a little on the fishy side, but this is very hard to call.
Yeah, and he's sized up. He's gone for just over half pot here, and he's basically saying, if you call here, there's going to be 300k in the pot. You're only going to have 185k behind, 178k. I'm going to shove in a lot of worlds. This is what myself and Barry Carter refer to as a threat bet in our book on ICM. You're basically threatening the entire stack with this bet. You're saying if you call this, the rest is going in on the river a lot of the time.
And remember, Daedalov uncapped in this spot. He can have aces, he can have pocket kings, he can have ace-king. He's the pre-flop aggressor. So that's the part of this hand that's a little bit on the strange side. And that's exactly what Daedalov has recognized, is that this is a very strange line from his opponent.
It's a very strange line. It's a very reluctant call, though. He's kind of giving away the fact that he has this type of hand, I think. Oh, my God.
That's very, very sick.
This is sick.
But I do wonder, I do wonder if Fedushev really loves it anymore, because he might feel as though he is being trapped by an ace-king or a pocket kings.
Yeah, that's why he decided to just...
I think on reflection, he's supposed to go for some value. With having got there with the 9-7, going 1/3 feels right.
Yeah.
Try and get the cry call from ace-queen.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he's almost giving himself a reverse free roll that if his opponent does it. You had a little run around the town here today.
Not quite around the town. I ran around the facility here, and then I decided to venture out. So I went out one of the main roads, and I got to sort of the edge of town just to get a sense of where the town was. Seems like a very nice town. I'll definitely go farther someday where I have more time. Very pleasant running environment too. Nice temperature. Not much traffic. So Dogantikin has opened under the gun here with ace-queen. Now, as you said, he's probably feeling a bit boxed around. So if he gets 3-bet, we could see fireworks here. But Ademir decides to just call with the 7s. King 2 suited in the big blind.
We've seen Chekhov, Livic fold hands like this, just maybe somewhat aware of the
ICM.
Looming ICM.
Yeah.
87 players now. We've lost another 4 since I spoke up a moment ago.
Yeah, it's dropping pretty fast. Bubble might not take as long as we think.
I predicted it would go in level big blind 16k yesterday. I think it's definitely going to go in big blind 12k.
Yeah, he's let that go. I do actually like that fold as well. King 2 is just so mucky. Your king is very likely to be dominated when there are 2 players in the pot. It's a much bigger concern than when there's only 1 player, and also the ICM is a much bigger concern as well. You don't really want to leak chips when you flop top pair with that hand and have to call 1 bet. So
Well,
he just decided to cut that off by just getting out pre.
Idemir with a mandatory call here on the 8-10-10 board. Dogantican's ace-queen, not best. That 6 will certainly keep Idemir involved. I don't know if Dogantican is going to fire out again or if he's going to decide to
Looks like
check it.
he's going to keep betting, yeah. You're not loving with the 7s here, but you have picked up a gut shot, and it is more your board. So he's going to make the call again. Will Dogantican find the 3rd bullet if he misses here? And he does miss.
Backdoor clubs get there, but that's unlikely to be a significant part of Idemir's range. Much more possible that Dogantican could have a hand like that. That might be the kind of barreling run out you would need. He is
Yeah.
going for this. So again, a man who felt probably largely pushed around for the most part of this first hour is now deciding, do you know what? I'm not going to be pushed around in this pot. I'm going to keep firing. He's fired out small, though.
Yeah, I think I would like to see a bigger size. I mean, he's basically trying to tell the story that he has an overpair here, or maybe he has a 10. Yeah, the small bet isn't going to get the job done. I think in that spot, a lot of players feel obliged to bet because they think it's the only way they can win, but they kind of bottle it when it comes to the size. I think there was a bit of that there from Dogantican. Idemir played his hand really well. He maximized value there. He didn't love any of the streets having to.
Well, I have a moment there. I'm going to give you a little update on the payouts. I mentioned this yesterday, but I'm sure we have a lot of new people joining us today for the stream. So, as we said there, 62 players paid. Everyone guaranteed $3,450. If they do make it, that's for a $2,200 buy-in. Ladders and pay jumps are sort of as you would expect, roughly every table or so, until we finally get to the final table where 9th will get 18,200, working all the way up to a whopping 181,200 US dollars for first place. And now Idemir with the Django's.
Django's. You're determined to make this stick, David. 7 years on.
If I can't make it stick at the Western Series, I will give up, I promise.
Really?
No. Parsaken with a very callable Queen Jack suited here, it must be said.
Yeah.
Facing a raise, just 41k more. I feel like he's probably compelled to make a call on balance. It's close though, and if he does go the other way, we won't be laying it on too thick. It does look like he's going to flick in the call. And yeah, we see an overpair versus a suited Broadway connector here. Oh my goodness me, we've got a flop for potential fireworks. 7, 4, 6, 2 spades crucially. Queen Jack of spades with lots of equity here.
Yeah. This is a monster flop for Queen Jack of spades, because you're going to think your Queen and Jack are good a lot of the time as well.
Now, after this goes check, bet. The question is, does Barsagian decide to use his hand as a semi-bluff, or does he just call, aware that maybe a lot of turn cards can freeze the action? It is quite a coordinated board anyway, and then maybe he has the option to bluff river sometimes. You can sort of go both ways.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd personally go for the check raise here, because this board he's much more likely to have. He's got all the sets here. He's got some stuff like, well, he basically has all the sets, I guess. And his opponent very rarely has more than one pair on this board.
Well, he comes with the call. Pot is 300k.
Now that's one of those freezing cards. Idemir might decide to check back now. It's a tough spot because there's a lot of draws there.
Does Idemir ever consider an advanced blocker here, going a very small sizing, something like 70k, Dara, and then he knows he can snap check back rivers? Well, that's what he's going to do. I'm not saying I recommend it, but it's an idea.
It's certainly an idea, yeah, and it looks like that's what he's gone from. I think the problem with that line is with the advanced blocker, you want to get called by a lot of worse hands, and that's probably the part where the advanced blocker falls down in this place. But it's a very draw-heavy board, so you do kind of want to charge the draws as well. Yeah, it's a tricky spot. The ace definitely favours him, so even though it doesn't favour his hand, I think there's a strong argument for betting just because the ace is more likely to have improved him.
Yeah, I do like the idea overall. I think I understand the pros and cons of it, and it's often the way in poker that versus some portions of the range it's a cool bet, and versus others it's actually not a great bet. But on balance, I actually kind of like it.
Yeah, I think the key thing that we often lose sight of in these spots is it's not so much what your hand is, it's what your range is in this spot. When you get a good card that's good for your range, like an ace, you can go ahead and pretty much range bet.
And Barsagian now pretty much paralysed. I don't know if he will contemplate maybe bluffing on an 8 or on a 3 as sort of giving himself another way to win. That's an idea that could be possible out there, but he's probably not able to bluff on anything else, and now he's missed.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with just realising your equity as well. Just playing it to hit, knowing that you'll win a pretty big pot and you're getting the right price, and giving up, not getting stubborn and trying to force it if you miss. Yeah, no, I think they both play their hands fine there, actually. They both played really well. It's fine, like, you don't have to win every pot. It's fine to just call with a draw, and if you miss, give up. That's not bad poker if you're getting the right price.
Dara O'Carney, we've seen so far.
This has been really good. Yeah, I mean, I can't really comment on yesterday because I wasn't here for it, and unfortunately couldn't watch it when I was traveling, but really impressed by the standard so far. Nobody is playing really badly, and some players are playing extremely well. We really have, I mean, you could count on the fingers of one hand how many even small mistakes we've seen.
Yeah. And speaking of high standard, Agul, the player who has probably impressed Dara O'Carney the most here, he's going to bump it up with the ace-9 suited. Perfect hand category to open up from early here with his big stack.
Yeah, he's got a kind of a fear factor around him now as well. He's won a lot of pots, he's chipped up, he hasn't really put a foot wrong. If players find themselves with a marginal decision, they're more likely to just let it go. But Idemir is not a man who's afraid. He's going to defend the 7-5 suited, which again is another fine defend.
And you got some tank equity down the streets as well there.
He's hit his 7. Now this is the kind of spot I was talking about earlier where, like, you're not that thrilled because you're going to have to keep going and your hand's pretty weak. Agul has lots of backdoors here. Backdoor straight, backdoor nut flush. And his ace high will be good a lot. So it's a fairly mandatory c-bet. Just use the small size. Fairly mandatory call with bottom pair. Oh, he's going to feel much better about his hand now.
So Akul, obviously good showdown here with the
really,
ace high now.
really like this check back too. There's literally no point in betting again because you're not folding out a jack or a 7, obviously, and all the hands you're folding you're actually ahead of pretty much.
Give me a sizing for Idemir here on the river. 120k is the pot. Does he go 100? Does he target the over pairs and the ace for a cry call, given the fact that he can definitely have missed clubs?
Yeah.
8-9, 10-8, 10-9, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I think you might as well go fairly big here.
I agree.
But he has gone for 75, which
and
is
I think he has to get called.
Yeah, he does have to get called. Yeah. Yeah, we can't be results-based here. That's absolutely the correct call. He could have a counterfeited pair, for example, 6s or lower. He can obviously have the missed clubs as well.
Can your
look at that flop.
Wow. Okay, well.
Look at that flop. We have top and bottom against middle and bottom. Jamie's missed it completely, but has backdoors. But the backdoors are less helpful three-way.
I was going to say, Jamie may still c-bet this one with the wrapped around the jack and the 3 spades. He might fire out a little c-bet and juice up the pot for these other guys to start fireworks.
Yeah. Yeah, no, this is fine. Like, you have to have some bluffs three-way, and this is the type of hand you should be using. also it's a board which the other two players will just have missed a lot of the time. You know, if a guy's sitting there with ace-9 and the other guy has king-2.
If Genk raises it up here, what does Akimov do? Does he go again, or does he just flat the bottom two? Well, here is the raise.
Yeah, this is a horrible spot now with the 6-5.
And it's a big raise.
He also has to worry about Jamie behind.
It's a really big raise, Dara.
Yeah.
195k over Jamie's 35k C bet. So it is the full 195k to Akimov. Jamie, we know, will be out of there. He won't be paying 160 to see a turn. But Akimov in a really wonky situation now with bottom two.
Yeah, you got to ask yourself, would he do this with ace-jack? Would he do this with any of the possible draws? It's almost certainly he wouldn't do it with a draw, but he might be playing something like ace-jack very fast. So put 6-5 in a really tough spot now.
I think Genk's getting the full double up here because there's only really one more bet in the hand because of the large sizing chosen by Genk. If Akimov raises, he commits to Genk. And he is going to raise. Look at that, Dara. We see at least 400. Looks like 400 and change. Maybe a 420, something in that vicinity. Indeed, 420. And, well, Genk's going nowhere. Akimov's going nowhere when it goes back to him. We're about to see our biggest pot on this feature table.
Yeah. Genk doesn't love it either because he has top and bottom, but, you know, there's nothing to stop his opponent having a set here or top two. And we're only 8th in the bubble now. Yeah,
as you say, Dara, it's not beyond the bounds of possibility that Akimov has pocket sixes. Obviously, we block the possibility of pocket fives, but there is a looming combo out there of that as well. Combo draws spring to mind. They seem to be the kinds of hands that would also do this. Akimov understanding that he has fold equity against a lot of hands that are not super premium, and I guess Genk is on the borderline there. If he does have the 7-8 of spades, if he has the 8-9 of spades, if he has the...
But all those hands have a lot of equity actually against even against two pair. So it's not it's not a slam dunk spot. You're not thinking, oh brilliant, he's raised me. You're thinking, oh my god, he's raised me. Can I fold a hand this strong, or do I just have to go with it?
Yeah, and there's no question it's a go with it or fold it spot. Akimov's 3-bet here on the flop to 420 is representing entirely 2/3 of what Genk had going to the flop. So there's no getting away at that point. And Genk maybe considering the possibility of the Jack-6 out there as well. Of course, his opponent just calling from the big blind. That's possible too. You're right, Tara. As you piece this all together and you look at the high equity of all the combo draws that might be doing this light, when you put it all together, this could be a very, what on the face of it seems like a nitty fold, but actually maybe isn't as nitty as it first appears.
Yeah, I wouldn't be stunned to see a fold here.
Oh. What a situation we have found ourselves in here. What a flop for these two players. Wide ranges, both guys calling out of the blinds. 755 in the middle. Right now, Genk just 435 back. He needs to call another 230-ish just to call this bet. He'd be left with just 200. So it's all in or fold.
Yeah, this is entirely the bubble causing this. Any other stage of the tournament, the money's already gone in. But he's literally thinking, we're 8 players in the money. It's actually possible that I'm beaten here. He can have Jack-6, he can have pocket 6s, he can have pocket 5s, which is the least likely one, obviously, combinatorically. But we could be beaten here. And even if he's bluffing with something like 8-7 of spades or 9-8 of spades, 9-7 of spades, any of those hands, it's not much better than a flip. So he's hating his spot now.
What a heart-in-mouth moment for Genk. You see on screen there, he is being put in the grinder.
Yeah.
A really...
Yeah, he's put it in. He's decided in the end he has to go with it. And a quick
sort
call.
of a sigh all in what you got. He's going to be so happy with the news.
Yeah.
The absolute best case scenario for him, he has 92%. He doesn't have to fade straight cards or flush cards. He just has to fade one of these 2 remaining 6s in the deck. Well, Akimov has 2 pulls.
He still didn't look thrilled, though. He didn't look thrilled because the fear of bubbling is just huge in players' minds. Even getting it in 92%, most players don't feel brilliant about it.
Well, this table has a new chip leader. There is a new sheriff in town, and his name is Genk Akimov, surrendering almost half of his enormous stack in that hand. Don't think he did anything wrong there. It was a pretty cold situation.
Yeah, thanks to Alex who got out the tweet before we managed to do. We have had internet issues here in the box, but they are resolved now.
Yeah, great internet everywhere in the resort except this room.
Yeah, where we most need it. And we're going to spend most of our time. But no, it is great here in this room now as well. So thank you to the team, the Sharehands team, who resolved that for us. So Musa raising up the ace-10 suited. He run into a whole pile of nothing behind, so nobody's giving him any action as of yet. But we are getting into the 10s. Here we go.
Oh, and here we go. 69 players left, 7 from the money, and we are about to see...
He's a short stack, yeah, this is going in.
We are about to see a potential bust out here. Deadloff will be going to showdown here, hoping to win a flip.
He's 6 on the money. This is... Yeah, he's recognizing he's so short he has to go with it. And he's so short, I think he's going to have to call off with the ace-10 suited as well.
Oh, King-Queen for... Yagme.
And he does cover the opener, so this is a spot where he could stick in a small raise and get Musa to fold and find himself in a flip a lot with dead money in the pot.
450 behind.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's looking at. He's looking at how much behind.
Interesting spot here dynamically. Musa with the ace-10, definitely the hand Deadloff would rather go up against.
Yeah. I actually think the ace-10 suit is giving away a lot of information there. Not just the fact that he said how much his stack was, but he sounds kind of irritated. And that usually indicates not super strength. Because if he was sitting there with aces, I think he'd be staying nice and quiet. And
is there an argument for King-Queen just flatting here sometimes, Dara, for whatever it is, 7 bigs?
Yeah, it took super strong for sure.
And then Musa could come in, but given that they're playing a dry side pot, there would probably be no overt larceny, and maybe they could tag team Deadloff.
Yeah, and Musa is very unlikely to stick in a hand worse than King-Queen, so...
Yagme in the big blind, so he already has 15 in there. It's only another 95, another 6 bigs to call. He does let it go, and Musa now obviously has to snap that one off. Probably realizes he's behind a fair amount, but definitely getting the price. Deadloff gets the dream, really. He would have hated going up against King-Queen, ace-10.
Yeah,
he's in much better shape.
Ace-10's a better hand in theory, but when you specifically have 10s, there's the ace. That's cruel. That's very cruel. Yeah, the side there.
Now he's wondering, why didn't the King-Queen get in there?
Now he's basically got 1 out. This is horrible. You're so far ahead pre-flop, but as soon as the ace comes, you're miles behind.
9 of clubs, no help.
No,
a 10 of hearts, or Deadloff will be out the door in 69th place.
I thought you were going to say our Deadloff will be dead.
Nice catch.
Nice catch, he says.
Musa did nothing wrong in fair.
Sidon goes back in the day. He proved the very first example in his book was that if 2 players get it all in a $50 sit and go very first hand, the player who wins, his equity doesn't go to $100, it only goes to $83, and the remaining $17 gets distributed among the 8 players who folded the first hand. And it's the same in tournaments as you get near the bubble. You actually make money every time you fold, believe it or not, because you increase the likelihood that somebody else will bust and you get nearer to the money. It's one of the few spots in poker where you can actually make money folding.
It's a beautiful thing.
Very beautiful thing. And you can make even more money by slow folding.
You didn't see it, but he darted me a look there, guys.
The tank fooled.
40.
Jamie Nixon.
Oh, Jamie's got a real hand here. And Akimov, the aggressive former chip leader, has opened super wide, it has to be said. King 6 off under the gun.
I think he can come with the flat here, Dara.
Yeah.
He has a very nice hand. He'll be under-repped. He can be reasonably confident his opponent might represent exactly his hand in a lot of situations.
Yeah. Yeah, and when you raise, you just get him to fold all the stuff like king 6, and you don't fold out the better hands. So.
And you don't want to face a 4-bet right now.
The only problem with this flat is you might get Al-Khashab coming in behind now with the ace deuce.
You might get Al-Khashab coming in for all of us.
Yeah, he has. Wow. Okay, well, you're happy to snap now.
Yeah, Akimov is going to get out of the way, as is Genk eventually.
Yeah, Jamie's going to call off here.
And Jamie, yeah, it does feel as though.
Yeah, I think he factored that in. He thought he's like, you know what? If he looks down at an ace, he's likely to just stick it in as well.
Have a count, please.
He is asking for a count just to make sure that, but I think he will make the call off here.
Yeah, I hate to say that we have been foretelling or preempting this, but it does feel as though Al-Khashab has had a bit of a death wish over the last 5 or 6 hands. He's got involved in unnecessary situations. As you say there, Dara, I think Jamie's going to piece this together and decide that actually, given the activity of this player, his ace-queen stands to be very good. Remember, if Jamie loses this one, he's still got 25, 30 bigs. He can still navigate his way through the bubble. So it's not an ICM disaster for him if he calls and loses.
No, the hand he's worried about here is ace-king. But he has made the call, yeah. Yeah, Jamie took his time there, which is fine.
Good luck, gentlemen.
But he makes a very good call in the end.
Al-Khashab, 23%. He needs to find a duck or maybe some wheel cards. Maybe 4 spades would do the trick as well.
He's doing the old stand-up trick. Not only has he stood up, but he's taken his microphone off.
Oh, wow. That's next level. Well, that's good for getting a wheel draw.
This is pretty sick
Take
now,
a chop.
yeah.
Chop.
I'll take a chop. Jamie says
Jamie. Okay, now he probably won't take a chop.
Okay. 5 or a deuce.
Good game, Mike.
And Jamie Nixon manages to pick up quite a nice little pot, get himself back above the million mark, 1.2 million now.
Yep. Yeah, the fearless Al-Khashab, he really went for it on the bubble. He didn't hang around and just make sure he squared into the money. He missed most of the time. Now it's probably going to be a chop when they both get it in, but...
Well, Jamie has the free roll.
Oh yeah, Jamie does have the free roll, you're right. He has the back door.
Which is always nice. Bokrev will be delighted to see that he has top pair, but he will also be fearing the pocket kings, pocket queens,
Well, that's the problem.
pocket tens.
That's the problem with calling with ace jack. If the board comes jack high, you're still afraid of all the overpairs, and if the board comes ace high, you're afraid of ace king and ace queen. So there's no good flop for you that you just have a pair on.
Jamie down betting here to roughly quarter pot.
Yeah, like the size. This is pretty standard.
Bokrev will certainly continue.
Certainly continue. In no ICM world, this would be a standard call. With ICM, there's a little bit more consideration to raising and just ending the hand now. But now that's an interesting... Jamie might find a way to win this now, because Jamie absolutely has ace king in his range and ace queen, and they both pulled ahead of ace jack. But Jamie might check back as well with his showdown.
Yeah, king queen will be the hand that Jamie will be thinking about as the possible overtaker there. King queen suited as a flat pre and a flat to the squeeze does make a certain amount of sense and would probably not fold to a bet. So Jamie again just to say, well, they have the same hand, they have both made the nuts, and well, we're going to get all these chips in. Maybe in installments, it might go bet, raise, re-raise all in.
Some fake tanking maybe as well.
Maybe a bit of fake tanking, but yeah. If ever you needed an opportunity to stick the kettle on.
Yeah, this could take a while.
This could take 3 minutes before we get all these chips in. This is almost like having a break.
Yeah.
He is going to lead. Jamie is going to raise, and then Bokrev is going to shove, and then Jamie is going to call.
Yeah, I mean, Jamie's going to know he mostly has an ace here, but you still have to think about, well, what if he has a 9? What if he has a set or 2 pair and he's blocker betting? How do I get more money against those hands?
Well, Bokrev has gone for the small sizing, sort of like it's an induce, almost like maybe he has king-queen and he's trying to just guarantee some showdown. So these guys both sort of playing possum for one another. The cat will be out of the bag pretty soon, though, when Bokrev finally shoves over the top of whatever raise size Nixon chooses. There will be wry smiles from both players. Jamie does sort of click it back here to 305. Bakarev knows that not always, but most likely Nixon does have the same hand, but not.
Yeah, there's no point in tanking now, because if he has anything other than an ace, he's folding, and
this for nothing.
if he has the ace, yeah.
We had
Whole
fun.
drama.
We had loads of fun. It's all right.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
can see that.
Yeah, no, I like the speed
Especially on
there
the turn, I'm
because
sure.
he basically recognized there's absolutely no point in Hollywood. And he's probably going to win this pot now because the ace-5 is missed. He's wrapped around the 9, so lots of backdoors. Any card between a 7 and a queen improves him.
He might take a cheeky 6.
Or a 6 indeed, yeah. Yagme probably just gives up now, even though it's hard to hit this board, but you're out of position against a guy who more than covers you.
With 34 big blinds, very important to make sure that the dealer checks how much the bet is, and you consider that for another 15 to 20 seconds. Then maybe touch your chips for a little while. Oh no,
He
actually
has
do
actually
find
made-
the call.
He's made the call. This is a call one spot, I guess.
Well, he's made a
going
fool
for-
out of me there.
He's made a fool out. You were convinced he was fake tanking there, but no, he wasn't. The 4 is a complete blank on it. Actually, just makes it far less likely anybody has a 4. There's only one of them left now.
Akimov obviously will not love this run out. A 9 unlikely to fold to a second bet, given the perception of how wide Akimov likely is. So it'll be interesting to see if he fires again. Obviously not beyond the bounds of possibility that Yagme has the case 4 too. Does Akimov decide, well, I'm going to try and
No.
target your flush draws,
Yeah,
your
I like
ace
this.
highs, and your 9s, and maybe even try and get a 9 off it by the river.
Yeah, I think to get a 9 off, you'd have to fire 3, but you can definitely get a lot of hands to fold to the second barrel.
Yeah, I guess some pocket 5s, pocket 6s would be feeling the heat right now as well. I feel like they might have to be sticky one more time too, but big bet from Akimov is actually a very clever
Yeah.
deployment of the large sizing. He's essentially gone for a
I mean, you're threatening the whole stack now.
67%er.
Yeah. You're threatening the whole stack. If he calls here 520 behind, sorry, 520 in the pot and only 480 behind, so he's got a pot less than a pot size shove on the river, and that's what he's setting up. He's basically saying, I've got value here, and I'm going to shove the river. Please call, and then I will shove the river.
And to reflect back on the flop play, Yagme's call, obviously with ace high, feels like it's the appropriate amount of minimum defense and stickiness. But really, you got to understand the context here. And the context here is high ICM and a player who will overbarrel and overbluff. And if you're up against somebody like that, that's not where you make your money in the hand. We are about to see another call. Yagme has decided, you know what?
Will Akimov
I
find
think
the
you're
third
at it.
barrel now? Will Akimov find the shove on the river? That's the question.
Oh, lovely card for Yagme.
Yeah.
And yes, I think Akimov will on this card.
Maybe he'll think it depends how much he knows about his opponent. If he knows how sticky he is, he might think, well, he actually has a lot of ace highs in his range now. But
Wow, this is playing into Yagme's hand. If Yagme checks here, I believe Akimov will put him in. That's my prediction. It's basically a pot-sized bet.
yeah, it is. Yeah, I think the plan was to shove almost any river, but I'm not sure this is one of the rivers that you're shoving. But a good check by Yagme there. The worst thing you can do is obviously come out betting and make it obvious. No, I like it. Yeah, yeah.
Akimov waves the white flag.
Yeah, no, I think he recognized that there was a lot of ace high there, and there was lots of hands which would fold to the second barrel, but not necessarily the third.
I've got to give a lot of credit here. A huge amount of moxie to Yagme here. There's no way I would have played the hand the same way.
No.
But brave.
Very
and
brave. Jamie saved himself chips there, that's really important in tournaments. Chips saved are actually better than chips won at this point.
And here we go, guys. The player with the 5k is all in. He's got the 9 deuce, and he's playing against the jack deuce. Hulme is going to try and take him out by the deuce. He does flop a 9, though. He's He's got a chance here, guys. Remember,
So you're
antes
saying
are in there.
there's a chance.
But it looks like the Jack 2 is the Jack 2 of spades.
Oh
Hulme
my
has got a
God.
flush draw. Basically a coin flip right now. 7 is safe. Spade or a Jack. Oh, it is a spade! It's a spade. He got teased. Oh, and I'm sorry to see him go. Our 64th place finisher. Andrew Hulme, well, a very minor pot in the context of his tournament, but a very major one in the context of that man slinking away in 64th position, almost the bubble boy.
Yeah, that's. I mean, he was down to 5k, so he was going to have to get lucky. But cruel way to go still in the end.
A very, very, very cruel way to go indeed. Oh my goodness, there's another all in. It's 10s against 9s. 10s is all in here. 10s needs to do a hold. A very good flop for 10s, it must be said. Queen, Jack 3. Clubs are no on the river! Would you believe it?
Oh, that's horrendous.
Oh, that is absolute filth.
That is so dirty.
He pings the 9.
2 outed on the river on the bubble.
Oh, and that would make you sick, Dara. We have burst our bubble. Ladies and gents, 62 players remain from the 523 players that have built a 1.05.
Yeah, as I said, I've met Jamie's mother on many trips. More Nixons is always better.
Once it got through.
Stu Gill is asking, is this a poker stream or Jamie Nixon's episode of This Is Your Life? Excellent stuff.
Yeah.
Excellent stuff. Alan, straight back in the saddle with the ace-queen suited.
He's been quiet since he came to the table, but he hasn't done anything rash, and he's played all his situations very well. Interesting to see what he does here now. Obviously, the ace-queen suited is an open. Let's see if anybody else is going to give him action. Ace-10 on the button. Bakarev went for a squeeze with exactly the same hand earlier. Doesn't have a squeeze opportunity here, but what's he going to do with ace-10 on the button? Just over 42 big, well, exactly 42 big blinds. Goes for a call this time.
Well, these are the same two players from the last hand, where we know that Alan had a queen, we don't know the other card. Bakarev had the ace-9, went for the 3-bet, and then ultimately had to let it go.
Yeah.
So Bakarev may be deciding, don't fancy getting it put in my eye again, I'm going to flat this ace-10 on the button.
Especially when you have ace-10, yeah.
Well, this will bring Nixon in with the suited gapper here.
Yeah, I mean, Jamie's given this consideration. Yeah, this is a perfect type hand. Like, this is a much better hand than ace-3, say. Just you know what you're playing for with 5-3.
Even the way he puts the chips in, Jamie.
Oh my God.
I spy a lot of diamonds on that flop.
Yeah.
Alan
has
with the
ace of
stone
diamond,
cold nuts.
But Bakarev has the 10 of diamonds. Will that be enough to?
That was his resting, I have the nuts face.
Yeah. Yeah, Jamie's lost complete interest. He might have a gut shot, but he's already folded in his mind. Alan is trying to think, how do I get chips in here? I have the nuts. How do I? Oh yeah, Bakarev is going to stab here with the 10 of diamonds. He is the type of player who will definitely be over stabby.
So in Alan's seat there, you obviously block the nuts and the second nuts because you've got the nuts.
Yeah.
So you're
Best
thinking
he can
to
have is the
yourself, maybe you've got the jack-high diamonds and that's what I can get all in here. But more than likely, a king X hand is the likelihood, right?
Yeah, I think there's no point in raising here. Like, what can you get to stack off if you raise?
Well, he won't love another king. Obviously, it does open the door slightly for his hand being overtaken either now or at some point in the hand. But at the same time, we won't be afraid of ghosts when we have the nut flush. Does Bakarev decide to continue his story that I have a king? It seems that he will. Maybe targeting a hand like pocket 9s, pocket 8s. For a fold?
Yeah. Yeah, he generally doesn't turn down the opportunities to take stabs at pots. It's it's been very effective where nobody has anything, but you do tend to run into it eventually, which is what's happened here.
Yeah, I think again Alan going to come with just a call. Why not?
Yeah, you just want to keep the bluffs going.
And yeah, I really like this play from Baccarat, or from Alan, I should say, versus
and I have
the
to
wily
say,
Baccarat.
in terms of his body language, he is giving off a decent amount of reluctance here, which might also persuade his opponent to keep bluffing.
No reason not to continue to play possum here. He's going to check it over. I wonder if he will come with the check raise on the river. Baccarat has a pot-sized bet. If he bets any amount less than pot, I wonder if Alan would just flick in the call here, or he would go for it. Now Baccarat does knuckle back. He realizes something is afoot, and indeed it is. Alan with the flush. Don't think you were calling, he said.
No.
And a very late in Ireland.
Yeah.
But it's fair to say that over these parts here now, when you take it, I don't know, what is it, maybe 1,500 kilometers east? Probably a bit more than that, in fact. You've obviously got a hotbed of excellent tournament staff as well. Aboudi.
Hello everyone, welcome back to day 3 of the Murray Poker Series warm-up. My name is Darrow Carney. We have a new feature table. David Lappin will be joining me momentarily, but he's not back from his dinner break yet. The chip leader on the new table is Maxime Chilot, Frenchman who won the high roller here back in November for over 180,000. Couple of familiar faces. We saw Nikolai Fall on an earlier feature table as well. The really short stack is Jesse Wigan from the UK. He's on 5 big blinds. 3 other stacks in the 13 to 20 big blind zone, and then everybody else is more than that. And this is Wigan with the 5 big blinds. He's going to have to find a spot fairly soon. He's in early position as well. Would like to find a spot before the blinds hit him. So Fung, 35 big blinds in the hijack. Obviously he's going to play ace king.
90.
He makes it 90, 2.25 big blinds. We have some very big stacks on this table, and also 4 sub 20 big blind stacks, as I said. Chilot, this is the Frenchman who won the Merit Vintage Series High Roller back in November. So he's going to play Jack 10 suited. You can see he's got 4.3 million. He might be the chip leader in the whole tournament.
90. 90.
So he gets to play a lot of hands. And Jack 10 suited is a hand you can definitely play against a late position open from the small blind. It flops very well. And he's flopped a gut shot. Fung has top pair here. Quick check. He has just a gut shot. He doesn't have a backdoor flush draw or anything else to go with it. Depending on the size Fung goes with here, that will determine whether he's going to continue or not. And Fung, let's see his size here. Pot's 260. And he bet 125, so almost half pot. That might fold out the bare gut shot now. Smaller bet, a gut shot would continue. All the gut shots would continue. Yeah, good fold there. Not really getting the price to continue.
My friend, do you have a brother that look like you?
No. I changed the t-shirts. No, I don't have brother.
Oh, there is one.
I go to dinner break and
There is one here. Look like you, seriously.
It's me.
There's some joke about apparently
I either
Nikolai
see both,
changed
so I
his
No, I don't have that.
T-shirt
Only
at the
sister.
dinner break, so the players are asking him if it's his brother he subbed in. But he's confirming it's not. So Jesse Wigan, the short stack from the UK with just 5 big blinds, and the blinds are actually coming. He's going to have to find a spot really soon. King 2, he might have gone with that, under the gun +1, but he decides to let it go. Fung, who won the last time with Ace King, has another hand here, pocket 5s. Pretty sure he's going to play this. And I'm happy to say I am rejoined in the box by none other than the world famous David Lappin.
I'll take that.
So as this gentleman here, who's now on the button, he's got over 4 million in chips. He's the massive chip leader. He's also the guy who won the high roller back in November. So it's going to be very interesting to see how he plays.
Wow.
Last hand he defended Jack 10 suited. He flopped a gut shot, but his opponent sized up and he just check folded. Very disciplined.
Bye.
And Fung facing the small blind again. This time it's Bay Bars with the Ace-7. He has outflopped the 5s, but Fung has a gut shot to go with his pair. He'll also figure his hand could be best a lot of the time against stuff like Jack 10, Jack 9. It is his board with the ace, and he does have the gut shot as a backup even if he doesn't have the best hand, so he's going to bet. What's his size this time? He used half pot last time. And it looks like it's... He's gone smaller this time, which is interesting. Last time he had top pair and he bet half pot on a pretty dry board. This time he's gone smaller.
Yeah, clearly a bet designed to just clear out the Broadway combos.
Yeah, or the Jack 10s. It's a small blind range which will be cluttered around pairs and suited connectors.
Looks like Fung is going to continue this story.
Yeah, I think he's targeting probably to fold out the pairs maybe by essentially insisting that yes, I do have the ace.
Well, Bay Bars probably has the perfect 2-street hand to call with, and then depending on sizing, river close decision possibly.
Yeah. Now these players obviously played with each other before they came on feature, so it'd be interesting. There might be a dynamic between these players as well.
So, Will Fung, he is beating some missed flush draws, but that's about it in terms of showdown.
On the other hand, he has to think about what calls him twice now that now folds. Most of the call twice range is either draws, which he doesn't need to bet to win against, or ace-x, which probably isn't folding. Yeah, I like this. I think that was a perfect double barrel spot, but not a good triple barrel spot. There weren't enough hands that would fold the river. Now, it happens that Bay Bars had one of the few hands that might have folded to the third barrel, but also might not, given all the missed draws.
A little bit quiet.
Yeah, like you said, a big factor in all of that is certainly dynamical, and what we've seen these guys show down over the last while. We're not familiar with that.
Do something, so I'll quit.
Squeaky bum time. That's what it is.
I pass.
After dinner is harder.
I see there we are on a ladder jump.
So now
It's,
no coffee.
it's
Now after dinner.
not insignificant, probably something in the region of 1k.
Yeah,
Half a buy-in.
that maybe explains why we can fold up the last two
reason for
hands
everything.
rather than take the shot. But he's under the gun now. He really is incentivized to get it in before the blinds hit him. With just 5 big blinds. And yeah, this is going in.
Well, given that he, I believe, is on an exact pay jump, he does just stick it in. I was going to say, will he hold chips behind just in case?
Yeah.
By himself, maybe a crucial 30 seconds.
There is a new rule in a lot of places.
It has gone. Someone probably
Oh,
went.
okay. So
It
that
has
was
gone on the during that last hand probably, so he's happy now.
Yeah, I was about to say there's a new rule which a lot of places apply. I don't know whether it applies here, but you're not allowed to leave less than one big blind behind.
Yeah, you need a full big behind.
Yeah, Which, if you only have 1.5 bigs, is kind of unfair, but
It's true. It's a punishment. Corkmaz back on the feature table, I see. Noel back on the feature table. So we do have a couple of familiar faces from differing points of either today, in the case of Noel, or Corkmaz, I think it was yesterday.
We're live. No, we're live.
And Noel is going to run it here with the 7-8 offsuit, obviously getting a very, very good price once he got round to him. And Wigan, well, he's got to win a flip.
and that's a good start.
He won't be loving a paired board here on the turn.
Yeah, and lots of straightening cards as well. And
well, that's
that's
going to shut the door for him.
now he's drawing it to a 4. And he loses the flip. We lose Jesse Wigan in 35th position. He did at least get the pay jump. Kind of cruel to be sent off on your dinner break, come back and bust third hand back.
Indeed. Well, I have some bad news from the outer tables. If my eyes did not deceive me, I saw Andrew Hume walking away from a table. I think
Big blind only, yeah?
it would have been unlikely for him to walk away and abandon his chip, so I think he may be eliminated as well on one of the outer tables.
That does seem unlikely, yeah.
Stato, as he is better known online, big winner online and live down the years. Proper grinder. He's been on the circuit for as long as we have there.
Yeah, he's an interesting player because he was basically a mid-stakes grinder for a long time, and then he just sort of broke out and moved up the stakes and started crushing. You know the origin of the name Stato?
From fantasy football?
No, I believe he was on some game show, which tested your statistical knowledge. So Shiloh, the chip leader here with 4.2 million, opening the king 10 in the hijack. Obviously a perfectly legit hand, irrespective of your stack, but when you have over 100 big blinds, you can definitely open this one. Brown choosing to defend the 10-3 suited. He's deep as well, 60 big blinds, so I see him not a massive factor for either of these guys yet. Some backdoors for Brown, a very strong draw for Shiloh.
Brown, our other UK player, am I correct there?
Yeah, I believe so, yeah.
Well, a fun board here for Shiloh. Obviously, he doesn't have a pair yet, but he has a lot going on.
He also has the best hand a lot of the time here as well, so...
And considering what sizing to go for here, it looks like he's opted for chunky enough 150.
Yeah, I think that's because he's deep against his opponent. If it was shallow, he'd probably just bet one big blind. But because he was 60 big blinds effective against his opponent, they play relatively normally. It's a board where if you're going to bet, you're going to go fairly big.
And now that we get a closer look there on the one shot, I do recognise Shiloh. He's a very, very good player, very accomplished.
Yeah, a lot of really good French players around now.
Did the power go again?
What's
Oh yeah, well,
all the time
well, we were at
the
dinner, so
electricity.
about 30 minutes ago it did go when we were at dinner, so...
So it's happened. But we don't miss a beat here.
No.
In the room, backup power generators.
So a lot of rubbish hands being folded. Cormaz, yeah, if he was on the button, he might open king 8. It would be very
Well, he's got a
loose.
shove or fold, I suppose, in his position there with 10 bigs.
Yeah.
It's, yeah, it feels like a king 8 suited. Sure, we can go with that. Maybe we need a few more pips with
Yeah.
the offsuits. King 10, maybe.
I think king 9 you could shove for 10 big blinds from the cutoff, but yeah, king 8 just feels a bit too bad. Brown's limping in here, or is he raising?
He is going to raise it up here to 2.5x.
Yeah, I like this. We had this discussion earlier about the types of hands you should raise from the small blind, and I like this really junky hand because if you get 3-bet, you're losing absolutely nothing having to fold it.
He's chosen a very small sizing there.
Yes,
2.4x.
Yeah, he has. You're right. Yeah, yeah. I would prefer a bigger sizing if we're going to open. This really shouldn't fold out anything, and I mean, at the end of the day, he has 9 high, so.
Yeah, 140 feels like.
Oh, he
sort
got a
of
full.
number, but he did get the fold.
And from Jack 6, like that's a pretty decent hand blind on blind. Yeah, so again, like he's been playing with him, so maybe that's an exploit. He's noticed that Fung tends to. have a fairly inelastic range where it doesn't matter what size you raise. If you raise, he's going to fold mostly the same hands. Question from Aidan Quinn, and what other events days are the Double Trouble Act providing commentary for? We will be providing commentary on the main event when that starts. Both of us are unclear as to what day we're going to leave. So it's possible we'll both be here till the end. It's also possible that David will leave before me and I'll do a couple of days solo and then leave.
It depends on how much love we get in the chat.
Absolutely,
I'm making it very conditional.
Or abuse. Love or abuse. It's deafening silence we don't want. King Jack suited under the gun. Ooh, this is a tricky spot because 20 big blinds. Now you are supposed to just open this hand. It's too much to shove, but at the same time you are going into the field with King High.
Indeed you are. Well, quick question here. How many people are in the prizes? 62 players were paid, so we've actually spent a couple of hours in the money already. Pay jumps have been on the small side. Everyone got 3,200 for making the money, and it's been sort of 500 to 1k ladder since.
Yeah.
18k is the amount the players will receive for 9th place. So that's sort of final table payout, which I guess we're, sort of seeing in the on the horizon.
Yeah, a quarter of the remaining players will make the final table, so they'll all feel that they're in there with a legitimate shot.
Absolutely. Well, Fung does have a real hand here, King Queen Ow, and has decided to bump it up here against Barney. If Barney was to go with his hand here, I think he'd have to just go with the King Queen.
Yeah, it's
given
an
the stacks.
interesting spot for sure. I think the flat is more standard there. You keep in hands like this that you're in good shape against, and you fold out. When you raise there, you really only fold hands that you're in great shape against. And as you said, like if he does shove, you're going to be in bad shape, but you're probably going to have to call off because of the price.
Yeah, I'm not sure how stack aware Fung was there in that situation against his opponent. Obviously, with his own stack, a few big blinds more, maybe he was considering a raise fold.
Yeah.
But his opponent was shallower, and he had priced himself in.
Yeah. On the little I've seen of him so far, he does seem like an old school aggressive player where if he has the choice between two options, he prefers the more aggressive option. Shiloh, even though he's playing loose, I don't think he'll be opening the Queen 7 under the gun. If Fung opens the 9-6, it means he's really going wide now. 9-6 offsuit here.
Yeah.
No, he does let it go, but he thought about it.
He sure did. Well, Fal right behind with the suited ace-10 here. Searching around here for a few other bits of chat here. Dark Angel says, we're selling this place very well as a holiday destination. She wants to bring her kids a first holiday abroad together. Well, I do strongly recommend it, Donna. I think it would be a great spot. John Cheffo says, players are taking too long to play. There should be always a 30-second shot clock. Oh, that brings us to an interesting subject matter. Well, actually, we're going to check it out here as Barnia all in against Fal. He went for the reshove spot. Fal happy to call it off blind v blind, and
10 plays.
The 10 does play now. So,
well played, bud.
Barnia has been eliminated in 34th place. Fal picks up an extra 700k to his stack. And we are edging ever closer to the big prizes here up top. Sorry, John, I was reading your question there as I saw we had an all-in. I want to get back to it. John Cheffo is sort of putting the question to, I guess, both of us here, Dara, about shot clocks and the benefit or the merits or demerits of it. I'll give it a go first up. Maybe Dara can augment my answer. I'm generally a fan of shot clocks in certain contexts. Certainly in a very elite field, in a high roller field, in a high standard field, I think there can be an expectation for players to play a little faster. People should know the ranges, they should probably be nailed down. Obviously, in addition to a shot clock, you usually have those time cards where you can use them to have a little bit of extra time for those occasional tough decisions you might face on turns and rivers and whatnot. I think in recreational heavy fields, they're a really bad idea because actually they just give an advantage to the pro who probably does know what he's doing with most of his range and most of his 3-betting range, etc., etc. And if you're trying to put off a new player to the game, forcing them to act faster than they would like or pressurizing them to the point that they actually are told that their hand is dead when they didn't act quickly enough is a real way to turn someone off the game. You see some tournaments kind of go for a halfway house on stuff like this where they decide what they'll do is have no shot clock until the money comes in, and then at that point sort of sportify the game a little bit more with the shot clock. That seems to be a reasonable compromise. But I have to say, it's a non-issue here right now. Merit Poker, here in Kyrenia, here in North Cyprus, the action has been incredibly fast-paced. Usually by the time the dealer's finished dealing the last card, the first 3 guys have folded, and the action swings round, and I haven't seen any arduous tanking over 3 bets. I think it's all been pretty rapid, Dara.
No, it has been. We haven't seen anybody really slow. We have seen people take a long time, but they were all very difficult decisions. I agree completely. I think shot clocks are a big advantage for pros and a big disadvantage for amateurs. I've also actually played in events where the shot clock has come in, as you said, in the money. And often it doesn't actually speed things up. All that happens is everybody starts using their full 20 or 30 seconds. And actually the hands take just as long. So, yeah, I prefer where people just fold quickly when they've no decision and they're allowed a minute if they have a difficult decision or whatever.
Yeah, great points. One thing I have noticed in those exact events is that what you end up having is players, rather than risking facing a turn decision that they feel would take a couple of minutes, they actually start taking that time on the flop to think, what will I do if I face something? So, and sometimes the turn never comes. So they've ended up taking that time and it was unnecessary.
That's exactly what I do in those spots. If I'm at a position, and it's a spot where I know immediately as soon as I see the flop that I'm checking range, if there's a shot clock, like 30-second shot clock, I won't actually act immediately. I'll take the 30 seconds to think about what I will do against different actions. What happens if he bets small? What happens if he bets big? What am I going to do with my hand? So, yeah, it's almost like you're taking the 30 seconds in advance where you might not actually need to.
Yeah, and to extrapolate from that, then the guy does make a bet, which you've now maybe decided what your response will be. Well, now you're going to use the 30 seconds to think, what will I do on different turn cards?
Yeah, exactly. Now you start thinking about the turn, even if you know what the immediate decision is. So, yeah, it's whereas if that was like, if there was no shot clock, I would just very quickly check the flop. If he bets, then yeah, okay, now I'm taking time to decide what to do, but then I'm calling as soon as I've made my decision. So actually, it can end up being slower.
Or maybe that action is actually fold to the larger size and he chooses the larger size and everything was moot.
Yeah.
And the time has been wasted. So yeah, as Dara rightly points out with a couple of scenarios there, not always actually helping move the game along. Occasionally having the opposite effect.
You also see online, like when you're coming up to bubbles and pay jumps, you see guys taking the full time bank every single decision, and that's because they have that amount of time. And people can start doing that live as well. If you tell them they have 30 seconds, they just take 30 seconds every time. There's no real social stigma against doing that, where there is a social stigma against taking 1 or 2 minutes.
And I tell you, you've never been more tilted in a poker tournament when you're faced with 6 guys in a row all taking the 30 seconds before the action gets round to you.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty frustrating when that happens.
So Shiloh has flop best here. He's got top pair decent kicker on the 10 deuce deuce. 10's up with the king against the ace jack here. That probably feels compelled to continue.
Yeah, this is one of those hard to hit boards. So it is a board which Shiloh could conceivably range bet, even though he's out of position.
This pot is already fairly juicy, but these guys are reasonably deep stacked. I guess Fal, after he...
He'd like to have a diamond in his hand. Yeah, like he just has very little going on with that hand. If he's behind, you know, he doesn't have... He has king queen specifically for a straight, but he doesn't have a backdoor flush draw with either of his suits.
So well executed 3-bet pre with the Broadway suited hand, and then obviously helped somewhat by the fact that he flopped top pair.
Yeah.
Able to get the job done.
But
Shiloh gets richer.
But I think he was going to win on a 9-2-2 flop as well.
He sure was.
Connell Vautour in the chat says Lappin hates those fake tankers.
Oh.
Okay.
They're the absolute worst.
The worst. The worst.
The worst type of people.
Noel with Big Slick under the gun here. Happy to receive action, no doubt.
Yeah, this is a hand you're going all the way with if necessary.
Sad, wanting to get a full look at the chip stack before glancing down at the 7 deuce.
Yeah, this is a little unnecessary. Fung folding the 7-3. Looks like nobody behind willing to give. Shiloh. Yeah, it's just ace-2 against an under the gun open. It's pretty mucky. 5-3 suited could be defended, but he's super short. But you can defend when you're short too and just go with your hand if you flop a pair or equity.
Yeah, versus a much wider middle position raise, this feels like a must call and go with equity scenario. Versus the under the gun open, I wonder if it's just looming in his mind there might be a greater ratio of super premium over pair hands in his hand, and actually he could be dicing with danger there.
Yeah, you can't really worry about it too much when you've got 8.5 big blinds. Most of the range is still is unpaired 2 high cards. And you know, if the flop comes queen 7-5, you don't really worry about them having the queen. You just go with your hand. If you flop a draw, you can go with your hand as well.
Well, I notice our numbers have increased considerably after the dinner break. Obviously, lots of people settling in for their evening grind. Lots of people home from work, wanting to watch a bit of poker action here with Dara O'Kearney and I. Welcome to the stream. If you are joining us late, we are here in Kyrenia, North Cyprus for the Merit Poker Western Series warm-up $2,200 US event. They smashed, obliterated their guarantee on this one. Over $1 million in the prize pool, playing for 181k first prize. And we are down to 31 players already. The attrition rate has been steady. Dare I say, even relatively fast.
Yeah, it certainly has been. Immediately after the bubble, it seemed like we weren't losing too many people, but since then it's gone along on a fair old clip.
It sure has. We lost 5 people in the last 15 minutes.
Yeah, you predicted 20 earlier. It might actually go lower than that now.
I think you are absolutely right there. I think we are going lower than that. Fung 3-bets the pocket 10s here. Shiloh with the pocket jacks behind.
Oh, this
spells danger for Fung's chances here in the tournament.
Yeah, this is an amazing spot for Shiloh because he's been so aggro. The other players will just assume he's super wide here. Fung only has 30 big blinds, so he'll have a lot of reasons to think 10s is strong enough to get in if Shiloh 4-bets.
Yeah, I think it's interesting here. I think Shiloh can actually go for a very, very small 4-bet here and commit himself against Fung and actually then get away if Brown was to continue. Brown with 2.5 million, if he was to keep going, would have a hand range that Jacks would not likely be in good shape against. So I think Shiloh can basically click this to 380, 400k.
Yeah, well spotted. It's not a spot where you want to flat because Jacks doesn't play particularly well 3-way. Yeah, so he's gone for a fairly small 4-bet here, which will clear out the ace-10 and then put the 10s in a difficult spot.
No decision here for Brown. In reality, he is going to mull over it momentarily. But Fung,
he's right at the bottom of his range, and he's faced a cold 4-bet. So even though it's the chip leader who will be wider than most, ace 10 is just very mucky here.
Well, we say that, but Fung certainly in a real bind now. I wonder if he can get away, Dara. Is there any world you see him getting away here?
I mean, I don't think he even should, because his style is very much 3-bet everything. Like, so he doesn't have a flatting range.
Yeah.
If he had a flatting range, 10s would be towards the bottom of his 3-betting range. But because he 3-bets so much, he's going to be 3-betting a lot worse hands than 10s.
He knows that if he shoves in this spot, it's only 650 more to call. There's probably not too many folds in Shiloh's range here. Really, the function of this small re-raise was to
He looks very uncomfortable.
commit himself to Fung and be able to get away from Brown. But Fung, could he consider a flat?
He might do something fungy if you pardon the pun, and actually just flat here. That would be an unusual play.
Well, funky might be what we see here. I guess, is there a world where he can sort of say, well, if he's got an overpair, I guess I'm doomed anyway, but I could play it in such a way as that if I see an ace or a king, I get away?
Yeah. Yeah, if he doesn't see an ace or a king, I think he has to go with his hand now. The stack to pot ratio is less than 1. But if he sees an ace or a king and he thinks that particularly an ace, okay, now he's in trouble.
This is tricky now, yeah. Likely he checks. I don't know if Shiloh would put in this many chips on the flop. I think it's more likely he'll go for a very small downsize.
Small bet makes sense here to get continues from worse hands. He's not going to worry too much about the queen with the stack to pot ratio being less than 1.
Yeah, if Fung does decide to go for a sort of a unorthodox stop-go here, I think Shiloh can't really get too scared of the 1-over card to his jacks.
No.
No, it's not what he's going to do here, Fung. And Shiloh, does he ever check back here, Dara?
There's certainly some merit to the check back here, because if you think there are some traps in Fung's range and he's going to fold, yeah, I can see the reasons for checking here. You also might get more value from 10s now. Fung seems fairly old school. He might actually think he has the best hand more often now, whereas the reality is when Shiloh checks back, I think his range is actually stronger. Because he will bet his ace highs to try and take it down with a C-bet. But Fung is putting the brakes on. He's just trying to get the showdown.
Yeah, Shiloh in this spot probably has pocket queens and hands like maybe pocket jacks in his range, interestingly, both with very different amounts of value and levels of comfort.
Yeah, I think he figures he has the best hand now for sure. And
Fung probably has to call once for this amount.
Yeah, it's a tiny bet. It's 1/5 pot.
6.5 to 1.
Yeah.
Just needs to be good.
6.5 to Fung. so many puns here.
Needs to be good about 15% of the time here. Obviously, that doesn't guarantee realizing.
No.
But that is a very small bet.
It's a tiny bet, but like you are beating absolutely nothing. This would be a strange line for ace king to take. In 4-bet pots, like you still have to fold to very tiny bets because the ranges are so tight and defined. Often when you have a hand which actually looks like a legitimate hand,
he's gone with it.
You're beating nothing. Yeah.
He's gone with his hand. Well, that creates another sort of...
Now Shiloh is in a tricky spot. I think Shiloh was intending to check back the river. Now he has to ask him, like this looks super strong now.
So this is kind of feels a bit ace-queeny if you're in Shiloh's seat here. Sometimes, at least.
Yeah, or the overpairs as well might play this way if he decided to trap pre-flop with aces or kings.
Oh, what an interesting
Shiloh's in a really tough
situation.
spot now. He's pretty much just beating the hand that Fung has. 10s.
Does the fact that there is now a wheel draw out there maybe make Shiloh consider the possibility that his opponent could have an ace?
Yeah.
With this play.
But then probably half the aces are ace queen, so. Yeah, he doesn't like this at all.
And ace king probably puts him in pre.
Ace king probably puts him in pre, yeah. Although, again, it depends how much he knows about Fung. Fung has taken some very unusual lines. He doesn't necessarily go with ace king pre-flop, I don't think.
Yeah, you really hate making the 200k bet if your opponent is capable of putting in 900k with 10s in this spot. It's so funky.
Yeah.
Sorry, I keep saying funky now. You put it in my head. What a situation. Fung, at this point, probably believes he has the best hand.
Yeah, Conlon's getting in on the puns now. He says, cool shades, he looks like a fun guy.
Get out. Oh, wow.
This is a terrible spot now. It's of his own making. I think if he'd bet the flop, the hand would play very differently. But I think Fung actually thinks he has the best hand here.
Yeah.
And he's trying to deny equity to ace-x.
I think Shiloh may let this one
Yeah,
go.
yeah.
And that would be extraordinary
It might
exploitation with the 5% hand.
It might be just the perfect storm where Shiloh has the one hand that can fold to this.
It's pretty gross.
I mean, it is a pure bluff catch now, and or an overplay catch.
So 600k to a pot that will be 2.9. So sort of around 20% is what he needs. And he will be thinking to himself, do I just have a 2-outer?
Yeah. A lot of the time you do just have a 2-outer, and that kind of sucks. You only have 8%. It comes down to how often you're ahead and how often you'll stay ahead when you are ahead. Because even if he has like ace-king, he still has a lot of equity.
Question for you, Dara.
Yeah.
Do you think he is massively discounting the possibility of 10s and 9s doing this?
Yes.
I do too.
I think so.
I do too.
Unless he has seen Fung do stuff like this in the past.
Yeah, it's really about the ace-x hand.
Yeah.
In this spot. Obviously, Fung goes for the 3-bet. He has let it go!
Yeah, he folded. I saw that. I actually think that's the correct fold, even though we can see the hands.
Well, you will rarely see a player get his opponent off a 95% hand.
Yeah. But it was the perfect storm. It was the one hand that could fold.
With card to come.
And Fung had the one hand that he was ahead of with jacks.
Well, right now, Dara, in real time, in real life, that hand is being displayed for all to see on the big board. And our friend Shiloh will be rather sick.
I don't think he'll be too upset, to be honest. If it's the right play, you just move on.
I think he's getting sick in a bin.
We did a strategy piece recently where I had a bluff catcher against Stephen Kyo on the river, and I decided to fold. And you said, since you know Stephen very well, did you ask him what he had? And my answer was I didn't because I didn't really care. I thought my hand was a fold, and whether he was bluffing or value betting, it didn't matter. It's two
and he's a
results
lion
based.
fecker anyway, and he wouldn't tell you the truth.
Well, no, Stephen is a very honourable man. David is just projecting there, unfortunately. Yeah, I think you have to be just happy with your decision. And I don't understand players who get tilted when they get shown a bluff. I mean, your opponents are supposed to bluff sometimes, and you're not supposed to call all the time. And I don't, sometimes guys pat themselves on the back when they make huge folds, and the guy actually had it, but it's still a terrible fold. So Brown raising the king-queen here. He's getting a bit of love in the chat as well, as our UK audience presumably comes in from their work day.
Coming in from their work day to a sobering lesson about results-based thinking from Dara O'Carney there.
Yeah. And
zero romance.
And horrible allegations and impugning of Stephen Kyo's character from David Lappin.
Lots of love for Stephen, only joking.
Close one. Close.
Gonna take a little adventure around the various streams.
Shiloh with the ace-4 here. Decides to let it go because he's in too early position. He seems like a very thoughtful control player to me, so I don't think he's going to let that last hand upset himself.
No, you're absolutely right.
Sad is short and in the small blind. There's definitely a case for shoving this, even for 13 big blinds.
Got a bit of news there.
Yeah.
I think I am doing a little bit of guerrilla maths. This stream is going out in various locations. I think we're over the 1,000 mark for the first time.
Awesome.
Well, we are delighted, obviously, to welcome 1,000 viewers to the Merit Poker Western Series warm-up as we watch these 30 players battle it out for the lion's share of $1 million. $5.
Yeah, Sad sticks it in with the 10-9, which, as I said, that's a fine play. You'll get better hands to fold, including maybe the hand that Brown has, King 3 suited. King 3 suited feels very close here. You are going to be ahead of a lot of like Queen High, Jack High, 10 High, but you're not that far ahead. You can see he's only 57%. You're going to be dominated by a lot of King X.
I think I bin it, Dara. I think I need the King 6, King 7.
You're a big old nit, so I think this is super close. I would call sometimes here and fold sometimes.
14 bigs.
14 bigs. Yeah, he's.
I think I need King 6.
Yeah, I think he's gone the GTO route here, and this probably is a call.
It looks like he has made the call.
Yeah, and he gets the good news that he's actually ahead. And
oh, well, that's the end of that.
That's the yeah, he's drawing to a chop now. Well, actually, yeah, no, he's drawing to a chop.
I think you can start counting out the chips.
He needs 10-9 specifically, and his opponent is blocking that. Yeah, he.
Well,
10-9 is your favorite card, right?
a 7 card straight there for Sad.
And 9. You always win with this card.
He has to raise from
10-9 off.
Saeed up to 1.2 million now, very much back in the mix. 30 big blinds, plenty of weapons returned to his arsenal.
Yeah, I think his name is probably Sad rather than Saeed. There's no I in his name.
Lucky cards.
Anyone in the chat want to weigh in here?
So nice double up there for the 10-9. Stays alive.
Sad is happy.
Sad is very happy, yeah. Sad is no longer sad.
Fal with the very pretty but often overplayed suited connector here.
Yeah, he doesn't seem like the type of man who would fold a suited connector, but and he has raised, right? No, he hasn't.
No, he's tossed it away.
Yeah,
now.
he's shown good awareness there. He's got the chip leader behind him who's looking to be very aggro. He's got some reshove stacks behind. No blocker.
Bay Bears with a big stack as well. No, flicks it away. Sad. Probably won't play his button here with such a raggedy offering.
No, that's a go.
And
Brown is
going to toss away the... We saw him play the 9-2 earlier. He's going to toss away the 7-3.
He was ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting, actually, because they're very similar types of hands. So I guess it's just an occasional raise with a bad hand, rather than doing it every time.
Some flop, eh? Some flop. Get me drawing dead.
Actually, Honeyman in this chat says unlucky Brownie, awful flop. Yeah, it was indeed. His opponent just flopped the nuts, flopped him dead.
Yeah, king flop. Good call, right? Good call. Yeah.
Shiloh with a wired pair here. Gonna put his chips to work. 100 big blinds just now after that. Rather epic hand.
End of the session so far, for sure.
Could be sitting on 6 million.
300.
Corkmaz has stuck it in here with ace-7 suited. I mean, it is the loose chip leader, but you don't have any fold equity, and
yeah.
in your head, you're not going to be too far ahead, and you can be very far behind. Again, Sad's asking for a chip count. He seems to do this quite a lot. He only has Queen 8, so there's no way he's ever playing this hand. Everybody else folding their junk behind, including Fal, who's folded an ace in the big blind. So that's even worse news for Corkmaz. One of the aces is dead.
Yeah, and this does feel like just a little teeny tiny bit of impatience maybe from Corkmaz. Not going to give him too hard a time. He is short and he is looking for a spot, and he is getting it in over the top of the loosest player at the table, arguably, but Still don't love this ace-7 suited.
Yeah, he's got some backdoors, backdoor diamonds, backdoor straight draw, which he would chop.
He'll take a chop, he says.
Yeah, the 4 chops now. So an ace for a win or a 4 for a chop, but we get a 3, so we lose Korkmaz. Yeah, I think it's one of those spots where when you've 9 big blinds, a lot of players just adopt the attitude of the first decent hand I see, I'm going to stick it in. But the action kind of matters ahead of you. Like if the chip leader has opened under the gun and you know he's not folding to your shove, you can probably wait for a better spot than ace-7 suited.
Very well said. I could not agree more. The rich get richer. Shiloh now up to 4.5 million. Well, he is in a great spot to make a deep run towards this final table. We won't get there tonight, but we might get closer than I originally thought.
Yeah. Yeah, we are losing players at a much faster rate than I thought as well.
I think we might be down to 28 now.
Yeah. 29 the screen says. So we're actually not too far off a 3-table redraw.
Yeah, I imagine if and when the 3-table redraw takes place, probably in the very, very near future, we will end up obviously with a different collection of participants. A few of these guys almost certainly will feature, but it will be a new dynamic. And actually, just speaking to the idea of redraws, there's usually a redraw 3 tables, redraw 2. The purpose of that is basically to mix the field up so that everyone has to play against everybody. And I do like it because you can sort of just get very unlucky with the table draw at this crucial stage and be stuck with it.
Yeah. Yeah, you can get unlucky on a couple of fronts, either just a lot of good players concentrated at one table or a lot of the big stack concentrated together as well. So it just introduces an extra randomizing factor.
Kevin Thiel, I'm interacting with the chat right now, you specifically. Throw me a question, sir.
Who's this, Kevin?
Kevin Thiel has just asked, do you ever interact with the chat?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm following the chat on the official channel, so I don't know where Kevin is.
I'm trying to throw love in all directions, popping back and forth.
Yeah, we are, I guess, going out in a couple of different places. Ashley Honeyman says Team Rochdale supporting Brown for the win, so I guess that means Brown is from Rochdale.
Which means that he's used to disappointment.
Oh, and Patrick Winterbottom is also from Rochdale, so it looks like we've a Rochdale contingent in the crowd. Used to disappointment, yeah. You're starting to abuse half the chatter from Rochdale, and you're making Rochdale jokes.
Yeah, but they're good banter, the lads from Rochdale. They can take it.
Yeah. Rochdale is up near Manchester, is it? My English geography is very hazy. Chat can correct me if Rochdale ends up being nowhere near Manchester.
Thoughts and prayers to Patrick Winterbottom, whose hometown is also Rochdale.
Patrick is on his way to the Bahamas to play a platinum pass. So. Now getting some love in the chat too. So it looks like we have good rails now for a lot of the players as their friends come to join. There's only 29 players left, so it is getting very exciting for all these players. So here we have the 8-5 suited, which is a very loose open from the hijack. So Brown is going for it.
Ooh, this gun could get spicy.
And he's turn 2 pair. Yeah, he's got there now. Now how do we get value? Don't really worry about the 6-7. If he has 6-7, it's just a cooler. If he has a better hand than 8-5, yeah, he fires out a bet, tries to get more chips into the pot. 110, very small bet. So this is a milking bet.
Yeah, Baybar's pretty easy decision on this street, but River will be interesting.
There's another Rochdale in the chat.
That must be the entire internet bandwidth of Rochdale being used up right now. And a somewhat inconsequential 3 of clubs means Brown has been waved the go flag to extract a little bit of extra value here, targeting probably something like a queen 9, a queen 10. Yeah. See if he can squeeze out another 250k perhaps. If he's feeling greedy, he might go bigger. That feels like a good number though. Looks like he's gone for 165. So yeah, definitely looking to
Milking bet again. Yeah, I think this has to get called. You do feel like you're being milked, but you can't really be folding top pair to
There's
small
the
bets.
face of a man
Yeah.
who feels like he's being
Like,
milked right now.
Yeah,
have it, just have it.
I'm losing, but I only need to be good 20% of the time
There
here.
it
So
is. And there is my 2 pair. Ship it.
yeah,
Can I get a ship it from the chat as the Rochdale man drags in a almost million chip pot?
Ashley Honeyman confirming that the internet in Rochdale is maxed out for the brownie.
Well, look, we're going to take a little moment to have a look at the updated chip counts. There has been a lot of chips flying into various different pots, and that means that we have Maxime Shilo. Well, he could have 6 million in an alternate universe. Instead, he has a very healthy 4.3 million. He's probably finding out about that unfortunate hand around about now. Hallie Baybars, 2.6 million. Michael Allen, 2.6 million as well. Paul Brown, 2.5 million. A lot of chips on this table. Helmut Fung, 2.27 million. We don't really have a short stack. Ahmed Ali, 920k. He'd probably be middle of the pack on a lot of other tables.
Yeah, it's interesting how this table has changed. When they came back from dinner, Maxine had about the same stack and he was massive chip leader, but there were 4 guys under 20 big blinds, and one of them only had 5 big blinds. So half the table were short. On this table now, nobody is under 20 big blinds.
Yeah, average in the tournament right now is 1.3 million. There you can see 6 of the players at this table above the average and way, way above in a number of cases. In fact, I would go as far as to say that perhaps half the chips in the tournament are on this table right now.
Trying to do some quick maths to see if that's true.
I didn't do the maths. I just did it by feel. I'm a feel mathematician.
14, 16, 17. About 19 million.
40% of the chips in the tournament are on this table.
30% maybe. There was 520 or something, wasn't there?
That sounds right.
So 520, 52 million in play.
Well, while Dara and I argue over the finer points of maths, just trying to make it exciting. Half the chips on the table. That's just how you could just let that go.
I could have let it go, but
He's a stickler, guys.
I'm an absolute stickler for numbers. I'm not having that. It looks like the entire town of Rochdale is now in the chat. More and more Rochdalians are turning up every minute. Fung with the ace king. He's been quiet since his coup with the tens.
What are the chants on the stands of Rochdale? What do they chant in the football matches? Can we get a bit of that going in the chat, please?
Yeah, maybe. I guess we'll have to ask the Rochdalians what they chant at their football matches.
Doing good? How much you playing?
2.2.
2-2.
Alan and Fung equally stacked here. Looks like Alan is keen to get involved from the big blind. Probably just coming with a flat. Possibly considering a raise, but he does toss in the additional 1.5 big blinds. 260k in the middle, and Fung flops best, top. But not a complete whiff for Alan, who has 2 overcards and a gutter to the second pair.
Yeah, and he can hit the straight from the other end as well. So
Fung, no reason not to look for immediate value here. Probably going to fire out something in the region of a third. So he's gone for 125.
125. He's tended to go a bit bigger with his top pairs, and that does flush out the gut shot. Important update from the chat. We have confirmation from Leon Spencer from Rochdale as to what the football chant in Rochdale is. Would you care to guess?
I'm going to go with the, no disrespect, guys, but I don't think it's going to be hugely imaginative. I'm going to say up the Dale.
6, 7, 8.
You got it exactly right.
There we go.
Dead. Lots of flips and stuff at this stage.
Yeah, we had a Jamie
that's
Nixon
it.
love in
You've got
earlier.
them well, you know.
It's really turning into the Brown Show now, at least on the official channel. Seems like the entire town of Rochdale has turned up to cheer on their man.
Not sure I like the phrase "the Brown Show." We go with Brownie, the Brownie Show.
Brownie show.
We get another food reference in.
Bit of the brown.
Up the brown? Oh no, we've gone to a terrible place. This is terrible. The wheels are coming off. Fung opens the pocket sevens, and Fal likely to follow him in here with King Queen suited.
And you know what happens when you mention Jamie Nixon's name?
Well, I know what happens to my body.
He immediately pops up in the chat to say, "All right, lads, I've been advised to take out a restraining order versus David." Also cheering for Brownie. I hope that means you're not out, Jamie. If you're in the chat.
Alan going to do some set mining with the ducks.
Yeah.
Noel getting out of the way with the raggedy ace 8-4. And, well,
King Queen outflaps both pairs.
Does Fung fire out a little cheeky c-bet here? I think he might. No, he's going to check it here.
He's going to check it and see what Fal does. Fal is going to have to bet his top pair three-way, I think. You don't have to go very big.
Exactly. You can go incredibly small in this spot. I think 70k is pretty reasonable.
Yeah. It'll get the job done against most of the hands that you don't want to continue.
He fires 100 and Fung
Two quick
quickly
folds,
gets away.
Even with the backdoors flush draw, Fung didn't think about that there. He just...
Bad news, Jamie Nixon not too long ago ran his ace-king into king's pre for a big one. So GG, we wish Jamie luck. He will be jumping into the main event tomorrow, no doubt.
Unlucky Jamie. Another great run from Jamie. One of the class acts of UK poker.
So dreamy.
1-8.
Yes, David.
1875.
Brownie, the man of the hour, under the gun with pocket tens.
Yes.
Jamie says he's also cheering for Mike and Ryan, so clearly a few UK of the UK contingent still left.
Yeah, we had high hopes for Jamie earlier on. Sadly, not to be for that man. But here we see, well, Cooley Bird is King Queen in particularly good shape given the blocker effects of both of these guys having pocket tens.
Yeah, this is just an amazing spot for your King Queen.
He may come with a squeeze, he may come with a flat, I could see either. He could fold it too, I suppose. It is action from under the gun and +2.
Yeah, I think all the options are in play here. He does, it's an awkward stack size as well, just under 30 big blinds. Yeah,
he does just toss it.
Yeah, I mean, he was in great shape against the two hands, but not necessarily against the ranges.
Often players, what they're looking for in situations is clarity, and that is the definition of an unclear spot.
Yeah.
And sometimes when you feel that way, it's nice to just let it go. Ooh, ace-king for Alan. Well, things might be about to get very, very interesting here because two players with pocket tens may not feel like releasing their hands to a squeeze here.
And the shortest stack in this hand is 40 big blinds, so this pot could get very big. And
Dara, do you envisage a world where Alan's reputation may precede him here, the squeeze coming from the dealer button may be perceived as potentially light, and if Brown was to flat call here, Fal might actually back raise?
that's possible, yep, that's certainly possible.
Trying to do a little bit of Nostradamus here, guys, but I could imagine something like that happening.
Yeah, given the stack size, it would be getting an amazing, it would be a good spot to shove. They wouldn't have to fold very much for it to be a huge pickup.
Deep sigh into his microphone from Brown there. Clearly feeling anguished about this rather awkward spot here. The 3-bet is to 425. Is he whispering to? Is he telling us what he's going to do?
Yeah, tens is awkward here because it's a pretty strong hand. It's fairly high up his range, but facing this action, it's just very awkward.
725 in the middle. The fact that he opened for 100k has sort of bloated this pot as well. He went to the 2.5x, which means the squeeze is to the rather large 11x.
Yeah, he can also think about shoving here. If he thinks Fal never has a hand and he thinks Alan is at it a lot,
he pitches it.
But he does release, yeah. Now Fal is in it. His 10s are stronger here because 10s are higher up his range than they were the opener, but and he doesn't have to worry about anybody behind. But it's a very tricky spot.
There's only 4 better hands in poker.
There's only 4 better hands. Yeah, that's the point. Like, you don't feel good about your 10s here, but then if you're folding 10s, what are you actually calling? So, I mean, it shows the power of the squeeze because even after the first player releases, you don't have a great spot. I think he's going to pitch it as well, is he?
I take one last peek before he says goodbye to them. Should he call in this spot, which is on the table, it's fair to say, pot would be 1.1 million with just 1.2, 1.25 million behind, setting up a very awkward stack to pot ratio and a bit of a guessing game for Fal moving forward. With that in mind, he may be considering the merits and demerits of a shove here, wondering to himself if Alan could indeed be light here, maybe a cheeky ace-jack that he might release.
He's releasing, yeah. Yeah, it's one of those spots where if you're going to shove, it's a shove and hope. He's going to fold if he has like ace-5 suited, but you're not getting anything better to fold. But at the same time, you can't really flat either, so all the options kind of suck there.
Yeah.
You just have to go with the least sucky one. And the one option which never eliminates you from the tournament is fold, so...
Profound. Well, live to fight another day. Brownie and his cheering rail.
Brownie and up the dale. Shiloh letting go the 4-3. Baybars has a hand, pocket 6s. He also has a stack. Did he release the 6s? I guess he did. He's definitely knitted up then. So Alan opening the ace-9. The cut-off, perfectly legitimate open. The 8-4 offsuit shouldn't really be doing anything, but yeah, he doesn't bother asking for a count this time. Brownie can certainly defend this hand. 10-7, and he does. Not a man to give up without a fight.
Oh. Battle of the English regs.
Yeah.
Not much to get excited about if you are on the brown rail right now.
No. Alan has an interesting hand too because he has lots of backdoors, but he also has showdown with the ace. So there's an argument for just checking this hand. You hate getting check raised. It's not clear that the bet achieves too much. Yeah, I'm not surprised he checked back there. Now he does pick up the gut shot, but that makes a pair for Brown, which he will recognize as almost certainly the best hand now because a jack would have bet the flop. So Brown might actually lead here. Yeah. Yeah, this lead makes sense because he's expecting his opponent to check again a lot and he doesn't want that to happen.
Awkward.
Yeah,
if you're going to continue here in the shoes of Alan, but to this side,
oh, you have to continue here. You've got a gut shot up top of everything else, and you sometimes have the best hand where he's just betting an 8 or a 4.
And you have position. You could maybe consider using that to your advantage later on as well.
Yeah, absolutely. If he checks the river, you can bluff.
Equity in all sorts of places here for Alan.
Yeah.
Brown probably going to look to extract some value on the river. Well, certainly will now.
Now he will for sure.
And actually, it's a great card because it makes
That's a great
combinatorically
card,
the
yeah.
7 much less likely.
Yeah, the most likely hands Alan bets on the turn are the 7 because he's improved, an 8 or a 4 because it's open-ended. And the 7 reduces the combinations of 7s and makes the others actually more likely now. So
Yeah, he'll also have a jack sometimes.
he'll have a jack
8, 9
He'll
sometimes.
have a jack sometimes for sure. Yeah.
90. 90.
He's gone for 90
So
into
a milky sort of bet here.
Yeah.
And it's an interesting one because if we are to try to construct a range for Brown where we include a few bluffs, it will be hands like 10-8.
Yeah.
Maybe
It's a very small bet, but I don't think
maybe
you're
an
beating.
ace-4.
I don't. Yeah, you're certainly beating no value with this, and it would be a weird size to bluff.
Will Alan sniff it out?
It's just such a small bet. It's very hard to fold to this size, and I think raising was also an option, just if you think it's a blocker bet.
Oh, that's on. Okay, bud.
I guess they know each other pretty well. Yeah, I mean, Alan was just unlucky there. There was a lot of very good reasons for checking the flop. The only really good reason to bet the flop was to try and fold out a hand like 10-7, and he just got unlucky that the 10-7 got there.
Is there a break after this next level? Just straight through 3 hours? Oof.
Well,
Not what the doctor orders.
if the lads know more than us, Dara,
Yeah.
we may be in for a marathon session right now, but an earlier finish to the night than anticipated previously.
But
The suggestion being that we're playing 9 levels rather than 10.
okay, and there's going to be no break. Yeah, so that'll actually save us an hour and a break. Yeah, it would be an earlier finish for sure. Yeah, it would make no sense to.
I will look to get confirmation of that, guys, because I want to
Yeah.
obviously give you good information at home. I know, particularly on the brown rail, you guys are looking to maybe work out your plans for the evening, and if indeed, it only being 7 o'clock in the UK right now, if we're going to finish up around 9 o'clock, well, you can stay with us before you go out on the town this evening.
It's easy, right?
And watch this till the end.
Indeed. And two big stacks squaring off here, Fung and Shilo. Fung declines to bet. Yeah, gets the quick fold.
Shiloh's all business, isn't he?
He is, yeah. Yeah, no, impressive table demeanor. I'm not surprised he has a very good track record. He definitely knows what he's doing, and he's taking his time on his decisions to make sure he gets them right.
Remind me and the audience of the tournament that Shiloh won not that long ago.
The Vintage Series High Roller here back in November.
Very good.
For over 180k. So you can see now, Nal has actually drifted back to the sub 20 big zone. We have two guys between, well, just over 20 actually. Shiloh well on top now. But Alan and Brown are both right up there. Brown has moved right up the charts.
Yeah, I think we are in for a fascinating passage of play as we play from 27 down to, I'm going to guess, somewhere in the region of final 2 tables. That will be what we will be bringing you tomorrow, as these guys play for 181,000 US dollars up top. I think the levels have just gone up there. I think we might have.
Yeah, we're up to
in for a blind increase.
Up to 2550 now, according to the caption, or 2050 actually, not 2550. We're also down to 27, but I don't see a redraw, so maybe the redraw is 24.
So are there 10k chips in play and no 5k chips?
It is a very unusual level, yeah.
Yeah. Maybe they've taken the 5Ks out already.
But there are 10Ks?
Yeah.
I haven't seen a 10K chip in a poker tournament for a long, long time.
Yes.
I think the last tournament I saw 10K chip was that tournament we played in Barcelona years ago that had like 7K chips and
That was the strangest tournament of my
3.2K chips.
I'm glad you remember that one as well. That was standout for me, the weirdest
that was
tournament I've
amazing.
ever
There was
played.
about 15 different denominations and some of them just made no sense.
I
It
think
was
we
like,
started with 3K and there was like 80 chips and stuff.
yeah, it
So
was.
bizarre.
There was a 250 chip as well, I remember, which I've never seen anywhere.
No, that was, I don't know, that was like
Have any
someone's
red chips on
chip
that
set
side?
that
No.
they had at home and they're...
No red chips, no.
And their kids scribbled the numbers on.
It was like that, they weren't even good quality chips. Anyway, we saw there Culiberta getting a raise and take it through with his pocket queens. I'm sure hoping that it would have been a little tastier than just picking up the blinds and antes. But anyway, those blinds and antes are very large and have just gotten larger. So, no, I am getting confirmation that we are playing 10 levels today, so I think some bad info maybe has gotten back to Mr. Brown.
And we're down to 26 now, so
Yeah,
we're definitely getting down below 20.
yeah, it does look that way, doesn't it? 3 more hours to play, so we're probably getting down to 15. Even if things do knit up a little.
Yeah, maybe he said 3 more hours, 3 more levels. Not that they were
games?
playing without a break.
Yeah.
I've got the mic on, haven't
You do indeed have the mic on, Mr. Brown. We hear you loud and clear. As Fung opens things up here with Teddy Savalas. Teddy Savalas, he must have been in a Western at some point.
He was, yeah.
Career. There we go.
Yeah, he
Another-
was. He was for sure.
Another great Western.
Yeah. He was in the Magnificent Seven.
Ah, there we go.
Yeah.
There we go. Telly Savalas. Okay, well, that's going to be Kojak for the rest of the
Yeah.
weekend.
Yeah, it has to be King Jack off as well because Kojak was a plain clothes detective. He wasn't suited detective.
Oh,
So.
ho, ho. Did you just invent that right now? Or has someone said that before?
I actually said it about 10 years ago on a blog I wrote because I got knocked out by that hand and I dubbed it the Telly Savalas.
And it didn't get
Well, actually,
didn't catch on?
I called it the Kojak, not the Telly Savalas,
I liked it that it has to be offsuit.
but it did have to be offsuit.
Yeah, that's brilliant. Because I've heard King Jack being called Kojak many
Yeah.
times, but
Yeah.
that's specific.
Yeah.
How is that not part of poker folklore, O'Carney? That is absolutely brilliant. I love it. We have ostracized almost all of the chat who are completely oblivious to who this Telly Savalas
Who is
guy is.
Kojak? Is that some type of camera?
Okay, Jack, I know you know the answer to this, but what was Kojak's sort of motif? What was obviously the bald guy? played loads of
Lollipop.
time- Lollipop. There
Lollipop,
it is.
Yeah. He also had a catchphrase which I don't quite remember.
Book him, Dano. Oh, that was something else. Wasn't
That was Hawaii 5-0.
it? I was only a nipper for all these shows.
It's amazing you remember
Watching
them.
reruns with me nan.
I'm confident though that at least some of the Rochdale lads also remember Kojak. I feel that Kojak was probably big in Rochdale.
Well, battle of the pairs with the king kickers here. Culiberta way behind here, but he is going to make the call, understandably, as the 8 of spades.
Who loves you, baby? That was
Who loves you, baby?
That was Kojak's catchphrase.
Well, Culiberta's king of clubs was sort of working for him on the turn to go with that middle pin, but it's not so anymore. And interesting to see if either player would go for value. I feel like they both have enough showdown just to check it all the way down. Culiberta.
I knew we could rely on the Rochdale lads. One of them had already identified that the catchphrase was "Who loves you, baby."
Nice.
Shout out to Alan Graham.
Fung happy to take his showdown here, feeling like it would be a little dicey to extract value with top pair in this very wet board.
The 4-liner with the 3 clubs as well.
I don't see the boys loving the Who loves you? Oh, sorry, I see it now.
Yeah.
Alan Graham.
Yeah.
Top marks. Give yourself 10 points, Alan Graham.
Oh, sorry, Alan's not from Rochdale. Sorry, Alan. Where are you from, Alan? Fools around. Nobody has a hand they want to invest chips with. Sad on the +3 with the ace-3 suited. Certainly a hand you could open, but he decides not to. Man in the hour, Brownie, is going to play. King Queen. Sunderland, Alan is from.
Go on, the Brownie.
Another great football town. David's a cricket man, incidentally, so he doesn't really actually know much about football.
I know a lot about early Premier League football.
Kings for Shiloh. Look at this. This is cruel. The really aggressive chip leader has been given kings
Now
in the big blind when you have King Queen.
Yeah, we saw Brownie make a big fold with the pocket tens there a moment ago. Does he have another big fold in and pre-flop? That would certainly be the best way to save chips right now. 425 from the big. 8x. Brown. Still going to need to put 325 more into this pot just to see a flop. Suited King Queen, I could see a call, I think, with the offsuit. He might be able to ditch it.
It's a gross spot when you have King Queen here. It really is. It's the one hand where you just don't know what to do. If you fold, you could be folding too much, and if you call, you've got a hand which is dominated a lot.
Raise to 9.
Oh, he's found another
it's a
option.
9.
He's gone for the light 3-bet, so when he gets shoved on here, he can fold.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Question is, does Shiloh
Shiloh might just flat,
lay
yeah.
the filthiest
He
of
might.
traps here?
He might flat here.
Now, as you said, Dara, sometimes players with the kings, well, for two reasons. One, they don't want to give the player
Yeah.
an opportunity to bing their ace. If they do have an ace, we see that Brown doesn't. Secondly, when a guy 4-bets you in this spot, and you're the chip leader, and you're laying all the pressure down, a lot of the time they just have a hand out call with. They've got the queens or jacks.
They've got the
queens.
They've got the queens or jacks, but then the ace high flop comes and they won't put the chips in it after all. So, yeah, you can go like if he sees that his opponent has king queen, he obviously flats, but he's worried about the ace x that gets to realize equity if he just flats, or the queens and jacks that might get scared on an ace king board.
All in.
Yeah, he's gone all in. That is definitely the standard play.
And Brown.
And Brownie will just snap release now, I presume. Asked the question, got told, yes, I do have a hand here.
Well, he hasn't released yet, but I can't imagine a situation
No,
where
he's not calling
he
here.
calls here. He's still got 1.7 million, remember. A lot of utility to those 35 big blinds. Having invested 15, it obviously doesn't feel good.
Yeah, I don't think he's calling here.
16 or 17, in fact, but I don't think this would be prudent. I don't think Shiloh likely to be doing this with jacks often enough.
Yeah.
A lot of the range is going to be ace-king, and that's not going to be any fun.
Yeah, when you 4-bet king queen, you're basically trying to get the guy to fold, and if he shoves, you're just accepting the fact that he has it this time more than likely. But Shiloh's obviously capable of being light in this spot too, which is probably why Brown is thinking.
Yeah, Brown maybe just considering how often is this like an ace-5 suited, low frequency, high wire.
Even then, though, you're behind ace-5 suited as well, so.
He does let it go.
Yeah.
Obviously invested quite a lot, getting quite compelling pot odds because of the sheer amount of chips he put in there, but it just doesn't feel like you can ever be in good shape. Pocket jacks, maybe on occasion, but everything else crushing you.
Yeah, yeah. No, I like the move. He recognized that Shiloh would be light a lot there. Shiloh's basically polar there. Because he's the big blind, he gets to just call with all the decent but not great hands. So he's only going to be 3-betting the very strong hands for value, and then he's going to be using some bluffs as well.
Nice hand.
And he probably thought he was over bluffing there, and therefore he put in the light 4-bet with king queen, which does actually block a lot of the value too. Like the value is going to be queens, kings.
It's a great candidate.
Ace king, ace queen. Yeah, perfect hand to do it with. Just unlucky to run into it there.
He was indeed.
Doesn't seem to be have let it upset him, which is a good sign. Sometimes players, when they 4-bet and have to fold, they kind of stew for a while.
Culiberta. We've watched him progress through this tournament. He's been on our feature table a few times. Telly Savalas in his hand.
Yep. Let's try and make that one stick. If we can't get Jangos to stick, maybe we can get Telly Savalas.
I'm going to go through a glossary of westerns before I go to bed tonight. Just you wait tomorrow, guys. I'm going to really...
You're really going to do your
something
research.
very special for tomorrow, for the final table.
Yeah.
Some very, very special, deeply thought about Western references. Which one of these players will walk away with a fistful of dollars?
Yeah.
That works.
That works, yeah. When they get heads up, they'll be playing for a few dollars more.
Might call that. Oh, okay. Tell you what, my blog, my next VSO article is going to be called "A Fistful of Dollars," and yours can follow up an hour later.
Yeah.
Could be published. A few dollars more. Great stuff. Even if no one else is getting these references, we're getting them ourselves.
Yeah. We've reached that stage where we're mostly about just amusing ourselves now, even though there's 1,000 people watching us. So the 2-4-2 flop is just like really, it might as well be 3 baseball cards. Neither player has hit this very often. So the big blind has check raised here, right? What's happened?
I think some of the audience are quite young. Pokemon cards. Pokemon cards, just in case the audience is young and they don't understand that.
What's happened here? Oh, he wins the hand. No, sorry, is the pot continuing? Sorry, completely confused here. Yeah, the pot's continuing. 595k in the pot, 670k in the pot, and actually Culiberta only has 595 behind. This is kind of unorthodox. He somehow got to the turn with king high, and the stacked pot ratio is 1. Now the 7s can't be scared here of the 6, so he's probably just going to put it in.
I don't know if we got a spoiler that then got deleted, but very briefly for a split second there was a post in our chat saying car crash incoming.
Yeah, I saw that, but I think that came when the king queen
That was
hand.
the king queen hand.
That was during the king queen hand. Yeah.
Okay. Bay Bars gets the job done. Kenny Rogers said it best, says Leon Spencer.
You've got to know when to hold them, know when to fold them.
It's good advice to know when to hold them, know when to fold them bit, but if you read more deeply into that song, there's another bit about not counting your chips when you're at the table, and that's just not responsible in a tournament.
That's just terrible advice.
You need to be stack aware.
That's just really terrible advice, yeah.
Yeah, Kenny Rogers, you know.
Who didn't write the song, by the way, so
Yeah.
we can't blame him for the lyrics, but...
good at dispensing advice about the relative value of your hand. Very
Yeah.
poor stack awareness.
Very poor stack awareness. I played a tournament recently with a guy who asked me why people keep track of the amount of chips they have. He said, well, like, why does it matter?
What did you tell Ian Simpson?
I told him, get back to Newcastle, you daft Geordie. So foul here with the ace-10 suited in the hijack. Definitely a legitimate opening hand. Shiloh releasing the 8-7 on the button. Not going crazy, even though he's got a big chip lead. Alan can defend the 9-6. You can go either way with his hand. It's kind of like on the cusp, I think. You would fold 9-5. You definitely call 9-7. So you could probably go either way with 9-6 offsuit.
Alan considering which of the either ways he's going to go.
Yeah, he does go with the fold. I kind of like the fold there. Just don't get involved. We're down to 20. Did it say 28 there? Did we go from 27 up to 28 again?
Late entry.
Jamie Nixon re-entered.
A VIP arrived. Well over the 1,000 mark now, guys. Really appreciate you guys tuning in on this. I'm going to say Thursday night. Is that right?
I'm
Who
not gonna
knows
agree
what
with
day
you.
it is?
Actually, we're down to 26. Sorry, I saw the 6s and 8s. So we're getting near to the 24, which is the point there's probably going to be a 3-table redraw.
Everybody in the chat, if you could mash the like button, as I've mentioned on a couple of occasions. Absolutely no idea about how YouTube algorithm works, but I have heard on the grapevine that it helps. So can you please mash the like button? We would appreciate that. Mash the like. That is the
I've heard
word for the like button.
I've heard the kids say that. Yeah.
Mash the like button.
So Alan here with the king jack in the small blind.
What, Mike?
You're very welcome, Creminol, who thanks us for the commentary. You're more than welcome.
Okay.
Telly Savalas versus the Ducks here, blind v blind.
Yeah, twos can't call the shove here, so.
Yeah, rough one there, 14, 15 big blinds, and you get shoved into knowing you're flipping
Yeah.
or in big
Yeah.
trouble.
Yeah. Yeah, twos and ace two there are kind of like just, they're like good hands, blind on blind, but don't really want to call a shove with them.
And at the risk of beating the same drum, kicking the dead horse, I'm clambering for Western references here.
Right.
ICM becoming an ever increasing factor in all of this.
Yeah, it's starting to rise now again. These players will all be eyeing the final table. Imagine they can be there tomorrow.
Oh, I have a good one for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, already.
Oh, you're Googling Westerns now.
I have, yeah.
That's what it's come down to. Alan, Jack 9 on the button. This is cuspy as well, but 50 bigs, you definitely open this. Opening for a min raise. The 5-4 off. So it does make the call with the 5-4. So big blind against button, 2 wide ranges. Sad has only 18 big blinds behind, so not a lot of play left in this hand. 3 clubs, I believe.
You're absolutely right there, Dara. 3 clubs. The only club in the hand of Sad.
But it's only the 5. He's not going to be too excited about that. Top pair for Alan. Probably going to try the small bet here.
Indeed, Alan is going to fire out a small wager here, 65k.
Should get the job done.
Side, yeah.
Don't really want to draw
Drawing to a bad flush draw is never a fun prospect.
Yeah.
He does bin it.
Yep, another pot for Alan.
So roughly half an hour left of this penultimate session of play here in Kyrenia, North Cyprus. We're in the Merit Crystal Cove Hotel, part of the Merit resort of many, many fancy hotels, it must be said, on this beautiful coastline.
Yeah.
If you're joining us late, welcome. My name is David Lapp and I am joined by Dara O'Carney, poker author, poker podcast host, poker coach. Is there anything you haven't done?
I'm also a poker player, just to point out. Not completely washed up content creator yet. Flung under the gun with the ace queen. His sizings are a little bit bigger than the other players at the table. He doesn't really do the min raise thing. And he does use different sizes as well, so I wonder if there's some sizing tells going on there.
Brownie's going to release the Jack 6.
Yeah, against the
Fung
bigger
gets it done.
against the bigger size. That's definitely a fold. Fung has been very quiet of late since that probably hand of the session so far, 10s against Jacks, where he found a way to win.
Yeah, definitely the big one for the highlight reel today, I feel. If you didn't catch that hand, I am almost certain they'll be showing it during the next 15-minute break in roughly half an hour's time. A wild hand, it must be said.
Yeah, it was very...
As Dara said, you wouldn't blame the player for making the big fold.
No.
It just so happened he had the exact one hand
I
that
think
maybe could be exploited in that way.
It was the perfect storm, I think, yeah.
Shiloh bins his 9-8, makes way for Baybars with Aquaman.
He's open to 110, so he's using a smaller sizing than Fung used last hand. More standard 2.2x. Sad on the button with ace-7 off. It's just a mucky hand against a raise when you only have 18 big blinds. So yeah, he does release. Brownie, oh, Brownie's got jacks. This could get big.
Yeah,
Brownie has jacks and 32 big blinds.
This could very easily go 3-bet, call 4-bet.
Yeah. Yeah, if he 3-bets, he's calling the 4-bet. The question is, will Baybars 4-bet it? Yeah, I think he's definitely 3-betting here, and then we have to see what Baybars does. Let's see his sizing here.
Ladder unlocked for all these guys since 26. Ladder's come pretty thick now. Another one at 24 players. Everybody guaranteed at least 6.5 grand right now.
Yeah, he's gone for just over 4x the raise, which is pretty standard out of position in the small blind, the worst position on the table.
And Baybars will have seen and will be very much remembering the 4-bet fold from a moment ago and know that there are these raise folds in his range. It's not just all the value that he will do this with.
Yeah, it feels like all the options are on the table here. Ace-Queen folding would be nitty, but not completely out of line. Calling has a lot of merit too. Just keep the worst hands in, keep the king-queens in.
Calling does set up a 1-to-1 stack-to-pot ratio.
Yeah, that's the issue. That's the issue with it. And then shoving is just, you're basically hoping he has king queen or ace x suited, whatever he's using as his light bets, and you're actually blocking those hands. So again, it's one of those spots where kind of all the options just suck, and you have to decide which one you're the happiest with.
Baybars might let this one go. Wheels spinning, probably making all the same considerations that Dara is right now. No, it looks like it's going to be the call.
He has gone for the call, yeah. Yeah, folding a hand as strong as this just seems wrong, but at the same time, you don't like calling either.
A cool million in the pot right now.
Yeah, there's $1 million in there, and Brownie has just over $1 million behind.
Is that a lot of spades?
There's a lot of spades, but he does have the jack of spades, and
Baybars has the queen of spades.
And
wow.
he has the overpair, so...
this is still a coin flip right now.
Yeah, it is. It is. You can go a couple of ways with this. You can do a small bet, which will actually clear out a lot of hands,
all the stuff like the 2 overs with no spade will fold, or you can just decide you're shoving now to take down the pot.
Yeah, I suppose
Yeah, he's gone for the second option. Let's take it down now.
Baybars will be fearing the over pair with the spade in hand.
Yeah.
That's the disaster scenario for
Yeah,
him.
if he had ace of spades, queen of clubs, it's a much better hand than this one.
Now, I have to say, if you did have the aces or the kings with the spade, would you really be just going all in? You're probably more inclined to go for the down bet. So.
Oh yeah, for sure. But at the same time, you're just not in good shape against a lot of the hands that do this.
Yeah. He needs to be
like
roughly 33%.
It could be something horrible, like even something like ace king with a spade. You're just in terrible shape against that hand. You're drawing literally to a queen. There's just so many hands you're just in horrible shape against.
Spade?
Do you have a spade, says Brown.
Yeah, that is
Bigger
that
than
he recognizes there that the hands that are tanked. Yeah.
Oh, he's willing.
Wow, he's really goading it. This speech play sounds really strong.
Yeah, I like it because I think he is a little bit wary of like, okay, if the guy has a spade, it probably is a bigger one. It's probably the queen or king of spades. And in fact,
too much for you, innit?
he's trying to act very, very
Just a
happy
little
to
bit.
try and get all the folds he can against a hand he probably realizes is close to flipping.
But then on the other hand, like if he had the ace of spades, would he be doing this? Would he be this chatty?
Chuck him in the bin.
Chuck him in the
Chuck
bin.
him in the bin. I think he's going to get his wish here. I don't think the ace queen's going to call. And he does fold.
Up the Dale.
That's a big one for Brownie. There was over 2 million in that pot at the end. Yeah, it's one of those spots where you are actually relieved that your opponent folds even though you're ahead, because he has so much equity there. It's, as you said, pretty much just still a flip.
Absolutely. Well, can we get an up the Dale from the chat now?
No spade then.
Oh, just a direct lie there. He said no spade then in his... Well, actually, no, sorry. His opponent shook his head, so maybe he was saying he had a spade. Yeah. Okay, we have an up to the in the chat, David. You got your wish.
Crazy man.
Crazy man.
I love the rub down, the post fold rub down. Just put a bit of doubt in his mind.
2 of spades.
Cullyberda with a blockerless 10-9 suited here, coming for an open off just 12 bigs under the gun.
Ooh, this is not recommended. Don't do this at home. If you're going to play this hand, just stick it in, I think.
Baybar's in no mood to be trifled with after that last hand. Is going to make it 350.
It looks like this looks tilty now.
And Noel with the ace queen. Will he be able to let this one go?
Given how tilty,
No, he's all in.
Yeah, given how tilty Baybar's looks after the last hand.
Well, we're about to see a coin flip
The
for
10
1.5 million.
10-9 will fold now, which is he saved himself basically. But yeah, we're going to see a flip, big flip.
Cold 4-bet from Noel with no fold equity there for 14 bigs. Interesting, got to be said.
Yeah,
You could have given that one a bit more thought.
I think he thought Baybar's was maybe tilting with a worse ace or maybe king queen.
And the guy opening off 12 bigs under the gun was light enough, I suppose.
Yeah. Well, you're okay. If the guy with the 12 bigs goes with it, you're okay. You with the dead money that's in there, assuming there's a fold.
Indeed. Well, we see there Baybar's flopping a set, but it's not over. 10 ball corner pocket will do the job for Noel.
Yeah. No spade. So he needs. In fact, he loses the 10 of spades now. So he's lost an out. He's down to just 3 outs.
Oh, wow. Nice hand.
And we lose now. That brings us down to 25.
Baybars picks up the chips he lost on the last pot, probably feeling a little bit maybe re-centered.
Yeah.
By that good fortune.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. It's always nice to win your chips straight back.
Shout out to the lads in the chat here: Jack Doolan, Leon Spencer, Shamey Conway, Patrick Winterbottom.
All the Rochdale lads.
How big is Rochdale?
I don't think it's that big. So we have quite a high percentage of Rochdale in the chat right now.
End of level 25 or 6? We play two.
Say that again. We've got one more after this.
One more level.
I think there's a break after this.
Yeah, Brownie dispensing the fake news to his table mates.
Disinformation.
It is going to be a break after this level, but we are coming back for 2 levels, taking us up to a little after midnight local time, around about midnight local time, in fact. And then we'll be back tomorrow for the conclusion, the exciting conclusion of this Merit Poker Western Series warm-up event.
I'm being told actually there's no 3-table redraw. The redraw will happen at 18.
Okay. Really do appreciate all the chat. Players love a rail, even if it's a virtual rail.
Yep.
So do commentators.
Oh yeah, no, it's much more interesting when you've got people interacting with you. We unfortunately didn't have access to the chat for a lot of today, and you can feel like you're talking into the void when that happens. Alan with the kings here. Sad with the 6s and only 18 big blinds. He might think this is strong enough to go with.
I suspect he will. I do feel as though you need to be a little stronger in this spot here from +2, but
relatively early position open.
He's giving it plenty of consideration, and he's going to flat.
He's just flatting, yeah. I don't hate it, I have to say. You're in position.
Shout out also to Thomas O'Rourke on the chat there. I see he's in one of the other chat boxes.
Sheila's going to call with the 10-9 now because of the flat. Well, he was probably calling anyway, to be fair, but... And, ooh, top set, but it's hard to get paid now.
Yeah, so much of this that he might well check it, let the players catch up a little.
Yeah.
Nobody can immediately catch up.
Yeah.
They can only catch up to some small amount of equity.
Yeah, I love this check.
Yeah, really good. Side might chance his arm here for a small 100k-ish bet. Probe. Deny some equity. Test these guys out a little. Well, easy decision for our chip leader, but Alan now going to consider whether flatting or raising his opponent willing to put chips in is the best
think
line.
there's much point raising here. It sucks being out of position because the turn can go check, but there's just not a lot of hands that are going to be able to continue against the check raise.
Indeed, and that closes the door for any unlikely possibility of sad.
Yeah, it's just the one combination of sevens now that you're worried about. And if it's that, it's that. It's just a cooler. I mean, sad should check here. There's no real merit to betting. But I think he is going to keep betting. Some players just, when they start betting, they can't really stop there until they get raised.
Oh, this is not very nice to witness.
Yeah.
Rubbernecking a car crash right now. Side with a $250,000 bet into this 700k pot.
Now there is some argument for raising because his hand suddenly starts to look like a 7. You have to ask yourself.
Well, Sad's only got 380 behind Dara,
yeah.
so I think actually you could just
Just put it.
call, and the 7's going to do its own bidding.
Well, the 7, the 7 will do its own betting, but then, yeah, you have to ask, like, what's the difference between the bet the river if I call and check to, versus the call the turn. 5-6 is the only real draw that's there, and extremely unlikely he'd flat a hand like 5-6 off 18 big blinds. So, yeah, I mean, he pretty much either has a 7 or a hand like he has.
And with a false wince, Alan commits the 250k, leaving a stacked pot ratio of about 0.2 to 1.
Yeah, the ace
.3.
makes it even harder to get paid now because that shuts down. Is he going to turn 6s into a bluff here?
Oh, I feel like we're
We might
witnessing
be.
something
Yeah.
very ugly, sad. I understand the flop bet. I don't really understand the turn bet. And now if he unloads the clip, targeting, I guess, something like pocket jacks,
Yeah.
pocket queens.
Yeah, those are the only hands you would target.
But are they going to fold for a 1/4
No.
pot bet or
No,
whatever it is?
It went check, check.
It does go check, check, sad.
So Sad keeps some chips, but he lost quite a lot there with pocket 6s.
Yeah, just 7 big blinds now.
Yeah, Alan played the hand really well. He got the absolute maximum there.
Little rope-a-dope.
Yeah.
What's it like to run that good?
Eh?
What's it like to run like that?
Two English lads having a bit of banter. Brownie suggesting that Mark is running very well.
Love this aerial view.
Thank you.
Yeah, because you've run badly all tournament. haven't you?
You do love your cinematography.
Yeah, right.
Oh. It's like a Paul Thomas Anderson film as we swoop in.
Good luck with it.
Yeah.
And all we need is a pop zoom at the end.
I'm sure our entire audience knows what a
Half of
pop
them
zoom
are
is.
I'm sure a lot of our audience might have seen a few pop zooms over the years. Sad ace deuce of clubs. He's going to commit this from under the gun 1. Obviously, very well aware that there is a big blind and big blind ante looming
Yeah.
in his near
Yeah.
future. Culiberda
This is fine.
is happy to get his chips in. He's got the exact same stack here on the button. So a fair fight between these two guys. The question is, does Baybars get involved with a hand that's got a decent amount of equity as well?
Yeah, and they are both playing less than 8 big blinds, so you're putting in 7 big blinds.
And he can kind of afford it. And they might be blocking each other with big
They
cards.
might be blocking each other with big cards, yeah, but I think 4s is just a
They
bit
must
too
have been
low.
bad.
Maybe 6s is the line there.
4-4. Oh, that's a snap call.
Snap call.
And he's
Snap
getting the
call.
rub down from the English boys for folding his 4s now. While
English lads didn't come here to fold 4s.
much more importantly, Sad and Culiberda both fighting for their
2 to
tournament
1
lives
in
right
money.
here. We see Culiberda is actually the one all in, but Sad will be left
have too much
with a
over there.
pitiful 5k.
The table's
Should
tilting
he
that
not
way.
win this one?
Need to bring
Broadways
some
are
over
good.
this way.
Yeah.
Clubs are blocked, so Culiberda not loving the fact that his opponent's got that ugly ace-2 suited of his suit.
Yeah.
But that's not a bad board for the king-queen.
He picks
He's
up
got
a
some
jack
hope.
now. Yeah.
Equities haven't really shifted from pre-flop to flop. That doesn't help.
No, that doesn't help. Still needs a jack, a queen, or a king. 10 outs.
I don't know.
How's your luck?
And
Oh,
Good luck.
bad
he
move.
loses, covered by 5k, so
Super fold. I'd have done the same thing.
4s would have won.
See, he's back in the game. Come on, bro. You see you winning this.
Well, we talked about the feeling of getting your chips straight back. Well, that's what's just happened to Sad as well.
Yeah.
And he is affording himself a little smile, joining in the banter. He's in a bit of a English sandwich right there between the two lads. What's an English sandwich?
Well, the sandwich is English, of course. It was
The Earl
invented in England.
sandwich.
Yeah. At a gaming table, apparently.
Oh.
Don't think it was a poker table, but yeah, he.
It is the kind of lazy thing someone says. Just put meat and bread
That's
together.
exactly it. He was playing some game,
and he just asked them to put some meat between bread. That's how the sandwich was invented.
Legend. Maybe the Rochdale boys can help. What's a sandwich preference from that part of the world? What would be the delicatessen favourite?
Yeah, I'm trying to think
In
of
the Dale.
English sandwiches.
Fal with the big slick here. Almost certainly going to come with a 3-bet to somewhere around the 400k mark. Fung will have to give up.
Yeah, Fung's
that
gone with the
aggression.
bigger size again, 2.5x this time. Fal is happy enough to get 30 big blinds in if necessary with the ace king. Just trying to decide his sizing.
Looks like somewhere around that 400 mark.
405.
Quickly folds back around to Fung.
We are getting the Rochdale sandwiches apparently. Gravy.
The gravy sandwich.
Or
That's grim.
Or a jam butty.
Just there was a shocking lack of meat in the Dale. Gravy. So just like a dripping sandwich.
Chicken, bacon and mayo. That does sound the best of
That
the options
sounds
so
good.
far.
I'd have that. That'd be much better.
Yeah. Bacon and egg with raw sauce.
In the morning time, that sounds
Seems like
pretty
there's a fairly wide array of acceptable sandwiches in Rochdale.
good. What would the Irish one be? I suppose we love the breakfast roll in the mornings. That's the classic. That's a full Irish breakfast inside a baguette.
I feel that's just...
Loads of ketchup.
I feel we just copied that from the English, though.
Do you think we robbed that off the
Yeah,
English?
I'm pretty sure we did.
I don't know. I'm having it.
Full
Irish,
I
full
think
English. What's the difference?
I think the English probably invented the breakfast sandwich or breakfast roll.
The bacon butty. I guess you got to give them the bacon butty.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know what? I know what the Irish sandwich is.
What?
A crisp sandwich or a chip butty. Because what do Irish people do? They put starch inside starch. Potatoes in the bread.
Yeah.
Crisp sandwich when I was a kid. Cheese and onion crisp sandwich. That was the business. That was the business. Anyway, I digress.
Yeah, let's start talking about sandwiches and get back to the poker. There is a poker tournament going on here, and it's getting to quite an important stage.
4 days to fill, Dara.
We're
We
talking
kind of
about
afford ourselves
sandwiches.
An occasional segue.
Okay, so big blind against small blind.
This could be danger.
This could be danger, yeah.
Alan with
top
the
pair.
flush.
Top pair is very big when you only have this many blinds.
Yeah, I feel like, well, good check back from Sad.
Well,
And maybe that king will save his tournament life.
yeah, Alan's going to have to start betting now. You need to start getting chips into the pot when you have a flush.
Yeah, presumably he bets something around the half pot bet and does get called by Sad at least in one spot.
Yeah.
Sad
Yeah.
probably has to call a certain
Definitely
number
can't
of rivers
Definitely
too.
can't fold a 10 here. Well,
So-
you can, but you shouldn't.
Indeed. And one would anticipate a bet of around about 150k on most rivers from Alan. Sad. With another overcard now to his 10. A hand like Queen Jack just got there.
Yeah.
Hand like Queen 9 just got there. So a few more reasons to be scared.
Reasons to be fearful.
Yeah. And he's gone for the larger sizing, obviously hoping that he is targeting a king here.
Yeah. Yeah, the large sizing does kind of make sense because you should have probably a polarized betting strategy here. And the fact that you're in the value part of your range hoping to get called shouldn't. Unless you're up against a really easy to exploit player who just calls too much to the small size and folds a lot to the big size.
Yeah, and I think, interestingly, the larger size has sent Sad into the tank, as he does have a sort of more interesting decision versus a large bet at some level.
Yeah. It can look more bluffy as well.
Exactly.
It can look like he's just turning
He
a big
does make
heart
the
into a
call.
flip. Yeah.
Alan delighted
Gets
to throw over the flush.
maximum value there for Alan.
Definitely getting another rub down from his English compatriot now for how good
well
he
he
runs.
runs.
Wait for it.
Yeah.
It's coming. Admirable restraint there.
Yeah.
Brown dog.
Yeah. He did say unlucky to his neighbour, so.
Shit game, innit?
Master the rub down.
I love
You're
it.
sitting there stewing, you've lost half of your stack. And your neighbour turns to you and says, sick game in it.
I think he might have said shit game.
Or shit game even.
Fantastic stuff. Got a potato emoji from Leon Spencer. Appreciate that, Ian. As
Potato.
As Alan looks down at another suited hand, he's going to pitch this one. Sad. I don't think he's going to shove this for 9.5 bigs. 9 deuce, pretty ugly. Brown had the 7-6, but we never troubled the scorers there.
Your cricket reference, yeah, you're bringing cricket reference.
Well, you mentioned cricket earlier,
don't
I
think. I'm not sure Rochdale's a big cricket town.
I'm just saying, I wanted you to know that I saw that you opened the door for cricket earlier and I didn't.
An hour and a half ago.
And I thought I'd do it now.
Yeah.
My cousin scored a ton yesterday.
I'm sure that's fascinating to the 1,000 people who are listening to us watch.
Irish cricket captain Andy Balbirnie is my cousin, just in case anyone wanted to know.
Sick brag.
Another international ton.
Yeah.
Come on.
Can't imagine Saz doing anything with the 10-3. No, he just tosses it to the dealer. Brownie in the small blind with, on paper, the worst hand. 3-2.
Very ugly indeed, but he's going to
But
come
yeah, he's
with a limp.
Ooh. Discount.
From knuckles back to king 6 off. These guys are reasonably deep here. 40
there's
odd
a
bigs.
deuce and a 6. Yeah, more chips should be going into this pot at some point. They both have a pair, and that's pair's pretty big heads up.
Yeah, and both check. Fung playing somewhat cagely.
Having a friendly one.
Oh no, he is going to bet. He does fire in the 50.
Pass. That was a friendly pot.
Oh, he's trying to get a check down. He's definitely
Checking
using
it
the
out.
speech play here.
Check in the dark.
2.
Yeah, he talked his opponent into
Massive.
checking that
Nice
down.
answer.
Maybe he was checking it down anyway, but Ray Hui is asking, what was your position in the cricket lap? And a bit of a spinner.
First change, used to bowl slow in swing. Back number 8 maybe. Occasionally open when the openers, the regular openers weren't available.
Thank you.
Bit of a nerdler.
Right.
But the slow in swing was devastating. The lack of pace used to frighten the opposition.
Yeah, I remember the first time we went to see you play cricket, and I had told my wife that you played cricket, and she was quite excited because she liked cricket. And then you ran in, and she was like, "Is that it?"
It's very unathletic.
It was
quite a long run up as well.
Quite
for
a long run up. So we thought, "Wow, this is going to be really fast." And then it was just the slowest ball we'd ever seen.
Part of the deception was the long run up.
Yeah.
As I floated it down gently and
Yeah.
but a little bit of late in duck and swing. It was lethal. A lot of LBs.
Yeah. Yeah, it seemed like the ball took about 4 seconds to leave your hand from when it left your hand to reach the batsman. It was the slowest ball I've ever
The
seen.
entire thing was an optical illusion.
Yeah. We felt like we were watching in slow motion. We could actually see the ball move through the air.
I like my ball shiny.
Okay, enough about that.
I'd always stand at mid-off as the captain and make sure I got the ball. before I passed it on to my fast bowling teammates who opened, so I could really get in there, get a nice shine on one side, maybe even achieve a few scrapes on the bad side, so I could get a bit more swing. Little minor ball tampering.
It doesn't sound minor.
And then you see the ball move through the air, left to right.
So another blind on blind spot. We're seeing a lot of these now because...
Yeah, what's happened to the aggression levels?
Well, as you get later on, like, yeah, players, they're tightening, their opening ranges tighten a bit, and it gets folded around into the blinds more often. And small blinds always getting such a great price, they can't fold very much. Ray's now regretting asking the question, what have I started? As David waxes lyrical about his incredibly unimpressive slow bowling back in the day.
A lot of wickets, a lot of wickets.
And the bet gets the job done. Down to 23.
All right, you have some players in the warm-up. Please show your own. Now you have your 15 minutes break.
Thank you.
Looks like we are playing the last hand for the break.
Oh yeah, 15-minute break. So we will be going on a break too after this hand, but stick around. We'll be back shortly for the last passage of play today.
Yeah, I think we're sticking with this table after the break because we're going to do the redraw at 18, and that's a more natural opportunity for us to switch tables.
Makes sense.
These guys will probably play together for the guts of one more hour, maybe less depending on the attrition.
Yeah.
But we are very much looking forward to coming back to you for another 2-hour block.
Yeah.
I think there's a very good chance as well when you do the table redraw at 18. You probably won't bother changing the tables overnight, doing another switcheroo. Maybe they will. Could go either way on that. I've seen it done both ways.
Yeah.
As we see Shiloh contemplating.
Again, another small blind on blind.
I know, right? Like
that's the last few hands.
Yesterday,
Yeah.
I swear I saw 2 blind on blind confrontations, and we've seen 5 in a row.
Yeah. Shiloh's going to raise the 9-5 suited here. Just put pressure on with the stack. Even if your opponent calls, like you're usually going to win these chips post-flop.
Yeah. Well, Fal does have to call with the pocket threes. He has a made hand right now, and obviously some potential to win a very big pot on the right sort of texture.
And while he considers his decision, Ray Hui reckons that you were the fastest bowler into the lunch buffet.
Those were my salad days, Ray. You should have seen me then. I'm going to post a photo. Not a pick on me then.
25.
It's before sedentary poker took over my life.
Oh, look at this. Fala's gone for the limp re-raise. This is enterprising.
It is very enterprising and a very wonky kind of hand to do with no blockers.
No blockers.
But Shiloh
looks suspicious.
Can't really do anything about it, can he?
Well, he can shove.
He could shove. He could flat. He does have a suited, just about connected holding.
Yeah, he's now definitely almost definitely regretting raising rather than just checking behind. But
it looks so strong. To give
he
Fal
still has
credit,
options.
it looks incredibly strong.
It looks incredibly strong, yeah. Yeah.
Like it looks sort of like big pair strong.
Yeah.
Is Shiloh about to snuff this out? I don't think he possibly could. He
No.
just let it go. Credit to Fal for a creative play there. I would say I wouldn't have done it.
I wouldn't have done it, but you definitely have to admire the courage there, and also just sort of the recognition that he probably was doing it right.
Indeed. Well, we saw the hand of the tournament arguably between Shiloh and Fung just an hour or so ago. I would recommend checking that one out right now on the highlights package we have planned for you during this 15-minute break. Shiloh, 5 million in chips. We're going to return to watch these guys again. We're not changing the feature table. We're keeping these guys in the mix until we get down to 18 players, at which point we will have maybe a short recess while they do a table redraw for 18 players. Mix them all up, throw them out again, and we will be back to you then. Guys, stick the kettle on. 10-15 minutes. Want to see you all back here. That's an order.
2 more hours play tonight, and it's going to be very exciting. defends. She seems resigned to her fate. And there it is. No good. Unlucky. First hand. I mean, that's kind of cruel.
Very cruel. Krasilakova would have gone to bed last night with high hopes of spinning up her 20 bigs and making a run at this. Obviously, these guys are only 40 places away from the money. That's going to be probably...
Aristoteles will let the ace-2 go. I love how happy she looks at the table. She's absolutely thrilled with herself.
Loving life. There's Michael Lech there, Miguel Fiesta.
Dedalov with the ace-2 suited. You can certainly open this. You can open any suited ace at this point. And he is going to.
Michael Lech, a very good friend of our good pal, Slay America, Luke Frabel.
Oh, I didn't realize that, yeah. Shout out to Slay. I was actually chatting to him yesterday on my way over. Fidesev is going to call with the 9-7 suited. A very nice hand to defend here. Flops very well. He has flopped bottom pair, but this is a really bad board just to have bottom pair on with the ace and king there. Dedalov has top pair, backdoor flush draw.
Thank you very much.
Some argument for just checking here. On these two high card boards, you're going to have a lot of hands that you don't really want to put more money in, like your pocket pairs. And you want to check some top pairs as well. But he is going to go ahead and bet. It's a small bet. I like this size here. This is just trying to fold out the misses.
Yeah, maybe extract a little value from some King X, some 7X for this sizing that will be put under pressure. Their minimum defense frequency will probably force them to at least call once.
Yeah, I think Fedesev would probably have folded this to a bigger bet, but now this bet is so small, he's thinking I probably just have to call this now. Even if just to try and bink a 9 or a 7 on the turn.
Well, Dara, it looks as though he might be lining up some raising chips.
Oh, he is, yeah. Okay, maybe he thinks this is weak. He thinks this is just a stab.
It's not his board to be allowed raise at some level here.
No, it's not. That's the problem with this raise. He's trying to fold out the nothings, but this is really Dedalov's board so much that he's not actually going to have nothing all that often. He's like, this is kind of one of the weakest hands he's going to have, and it's still top pair, backdoor flush draw.
Yeah, I wonder if he will make a sort of exploitative fold in this scenario versus what isn't a hugely sensible raise. I suppose he can have King 7, and pocket 7s is maybe the very best hand Fidesev can have.
Yeah, they're the hands. Well, yeah. The 5 is an effective break. Like, that should just never improve either player. Fidesev doesn't pick up equity. Often in these spots when you do the check raise, you want to have hands that can, they have backdoors or something so that you can turn equity. 9-7, you can only improve to 2 pair or trips.
Yeah, I very much feel as though 95 players left, 30 roughly from the money. This is a pure, I'm going to just try and put pressure on you, manu-y-manu.
Yeah, well, Dedalov only has 25 big blinds behind, so he is threatening his entire stack if he puts in another bet now.
And it's a horrible spot for ace-2,
Yeah.
admittedly up against a curious enough line, a strange line that he will be certainly feeling is a little on the fishy side, but this is very hard to call.
Yeah, and he's sized up. He's gone for just over half pot here, and he's basically saying, if you call here, there's going to be 300k in the pot. You're only going to have 185k behind, 178k. I'm going to shove in a lot of worlds. This is what myself and Barry Carter refer to as a threat bet in our book on ICM. You're basically threatening the entire stack with this bet. You're saying if you call this, the rest is going in on the river a lot of the time.
And remember, Dedalov uncapped in this spot. He can have aces, he can have pocket kings, he can have ace-king. He's the pre-flop aggressor. So that's the part of this hand that's a little bit on the strange side. And that's exactly what Dedloff has recognized, is that this is a very strange line from his opponent.
Very strange line. It's a very reluctant call, though. He's kind of giving away the fact that he has this type of hand, I think. Oh, my God.
That's very, very sick.
This is sick.
But I do wonder, I was going to say, I do wonder if Fidosiv really loves it anymore, because he might feel as though he is being trapped by an ace-king or a pocket kings.
Yeah, that's why he decided to just...
I think on reflection, he's supposed to go for some value. Having got there with the 9-7, going 1/3 feels right.
Yeah.
Try and get the cry call from ace-queen.
Seniors tournament.
You see, I deep down knew I was teeing you up for that joke, but I didn't know if you'd find it. Someone needs to clip that. I think that might be our funniest ever double act moment. Jamie Nixon may consider opening this.
Yeah, this is a hand. You can definitely go either way with this one. It depends on how Jamie's viewing the bubble. If he wants to just navigate through it safely and preserve his stack, or if he wants to try and chip up. Knowing Jamie, he's definitely in the latter category of keep the aggression down.
Yeah, and he is opening into players he covers for the most part, so sort of adds to the reasons. Well, here's the one player he doesn't, though, in the big blind. Akimov.
I think that's the reason we saw the pause. It was like, oh shit, it's the chip leaders big blind.
Well, Akimov.
Yeah, he's going to defend.
He's going to just defend here with the 6-5. I like that. You can go a little bit too far with the aggression in this situation where you've got the 1.5 million stack and you're...
Look at that flop.
Wow. Okay, well...
Look at that flop. We have top and bottom against middle and bottom. Jamie's missed it completely but has backdoors, but the backdoors are less helpful three-way.
I was going to say, Jamie may still c-bet this one with the wrapped around the jack and the 3 spades. He might fire out a little c-bet and juice up the pot for these other guys to start fireworks.
Yeah. No, this is fine. Like you have to have some bluffs three-way, and this is the type of hand you should be using. Also, it's a board which the other two players will just have missed a lot of the time. You know, if a guy's sitting there with ace-9 and the other guy has king-2.
If Genk raises it up here, what does Akimov do? Does he go again, or does he just flat the bottom 2? Well, here is the raise.
Yeah, this is a horrible spot now with the 6-5.
And it's a big raise.
He also has to worry about Jamie behind.
It's a really big raise, Dara.
Yeah.
195k over Jamie's 35k c-bet. So it is the full 195k to Akimov. Jamie, we know, will be out of there. He won't be paying 160 to see a turn. But Akimov in a really wonky situation now with bottom 2.
Yeah, you got to ask yourself, would he do this with ace-jack? Would he do this with any of the possible draws? It's almost certainly he wouldn't do it with a draw, but he might be playing something like ace-jack very fast. So put 6-5 in a really tough spot now.
I think Genk's getting the full double up here because there's only really one more bet in the hand because of the large sizing chosen by Genk. If Akimov raises, he commits to Genk. And he is going to raise. Look at that, Dara. We see at least 400. Looks like 400 and change. Maybe a 420, something in that vicinity. Indeed, 420. And, well, Genk's going nowhere. Akimov's going nowhere when it goes back to him. We're about to see our biggest pot on this feature table.
Yeah. Genk doesn't love it either because he has top and bottom, but, you know, there's nothing to stop his opponent having a set here or top 2. And we're only 8th in the bubble now.
Yeah, as you say, Dara, it's not beyond the bounds of possibility that Akimov has pocket 6s. Obviously, we block the possibility of pocket 5s, but there is a looming combo out there of that as well. Combo draws spring to mind. They seem to be the kinds of hands that would also do this. Akimov understanding that he has fold equity against a lot of hands that are not super premium, and I guess Genk is on the borderline there. If he does have the 7-8 of spades, if he has the 8-9 of spades, if he has the...
But all those hands have a lot of equity actually against even against 2 pair. So it's not it's not a slam dunk spot. You're not thinking, oh brilliant, he's raised me. You're thinking, oh my god, he's raised me. Can can I fold a hand this strong, or do I just have to go with it?
Yeah, and there's no question it's a go with it or fold it spot. Akimov's 3-bet here on the flop to 420 is representing entirely 2/3 of what Genk had going to the flop, so there's no getting away at that point. And Genk maybe considering the possibility of the Jack-6 out there as well. Of course, his opponent just calling from the big blind. That's possible too. You're right there. As you piece this all together and you look at the high equity of all the combo draws that might be doing this light, when you put it all together, this could be a very, what on the face of it seems like a nitty fold, but actually maybe isn't as nitty as it first appears.
Yeah, I wouldn't be stunned to see a fold here.
Oh. What a situation we have found ourselves in here. What a flop for these two players. Wide ranges, both guys calling out of the blinds. 755 in the middle. Right now, Genk just 435 back. He needs to call another 230-ish just to call this bet. He'd be left with just 200. So it's all in or fold.
Yeah, this is entirely the bubble causing this. Any other stage of the tournament, the money's already gone in. But he's literally thinking, we're 8 players in the money. It's actually fun.
A very warm welcome back to all you lovely people. I'm David Lappin. I'm joined by Dara O'Carney. We are live from the Merit Crystal Cove Hotel in Kyrenia, North Cyprus. If you're just tuning in now for the first time, you are about to watch some very entertaining last 23 players as they fight it out for the lion's share of this $1 million prize pool. The Merit Poker Western Series warm-up event.
Yeah, this is just a warm-up, but what a warm-up it's been. And you can see there on our feature table, same feature table as before the break. Eli is very short now. Eli Sad, he's the one man at risk with 8 big blinds. Second shortest stack is 34 big blinds. So this is very, very deep. Shiloh is still ahead of the chip counts. He has chipped up from the 4.2 million or so that he started this feature table with.
The second and third shortest stacks at this table have an average stack
Yeah,
in the tournament right now.
This is a very, very stacked table.
Can I just get can I get 2 waters, please? The water. Can I get 2 of them?
Double water order there from Alan.
He's double fisting with the waters.
Well, if this $2,200 tournament doesn't whet the appetite for the $3,300 tournament that is coming up tomorrow, 4-day ones, 1.5 million guaranteed in the prize pool. It's going to be a huge payday for the eventual winner of that one. Well, there is also a high roller following that one, a $5,300 event. That's going to be much later next week, but so much to look forward to.
Yeah.
Here in the Crystal Cove. Brown Dog straight back on the horse here after the break. Ace-9 offsuit. He's going to try and steal this one from early position.
Yeah, he's running into a dominating hand here, unfortunately. And let's see how Fung plays this.
Yeah, an interesting spot for Fung. Obviously, with quite a few people to act behind him. May feel like it's the kind of hand that prefers to flat, but maybe he doesn't want to bring in squeezers. He's going to go for a 3-bet. Looks like a small 3-bet to 375. Fal will clear out with the pocket sixes. Had Fung opted to just flat, that would have brought in a hand like sixes and maybe other hands behind as well. But in this situation, Fung taking the initiative, going for the aggressive line, and actually Brown now has exactly the kind of hand he has to fold. He has to raise up the ace-9 and fold it to a 3-bet. not without trying to gauge the strength of his opponent Fung. Not really any room here for a 4-bet.
No.
So I don't think we're going to see him stick it all in here. Would seem a little bit high wire. We do know from Fung, and the guys will know because they'll be getting some information relayed back. They'll be watching the big screen. Fung does like to 3-bet all of his continues.
Yeah.
And some of his continues are not that strong.
He doesn't do all that flatting, all that much. He doesn't do any flatting as far as I can see. So his entire range is 3 bets. But even against that range, Ace-9 off is doing very badly.
Well, Brown does let it go. It would be a lot to risk for not a huge amount of reward. He does get shown just the Ace of Spades, a pretty card. And I'd say...
or offsuit, sorry.
He does reveal his real holding.
You had me crushed then, right? Ace-9 offsuit. You? Yeah.
Coming into his own, Brown.
Yeah.
Very, very
much
lippy,
so.
very, very chatty.
Yeah.
But if I jam, you probably pass, right? Ace Jack. Nice one.
He's sizing it up pretty well.
He is, yeah. He's trying to get information after the hand there on Fung's ranges, what kind of hands he would call off a jam with. Because sometimes players who do 3-bet too much, they actually don't call off enough. If they get 4-bet shoved on, their range is just too weak in general. So Sheila has gone quietly about his business, but he has chipped up, it has to be said.
Telly Savalas.
And he has got the Telly Savalas, yeah. In the cutoff, but the small blind is going to fold, so unless the big blind finds something to defend, this hand is over. The big blind, sad might, I think
might stick it in for his 6 bigs now.
I think he sticks it in, yeah, for his 6 big blinds, yeah.
So Shiloh's King Jack is going to take on the Ace-8 suited of Sad. Are we about to see the end of Sad here in 23rd position?
Yeah, he's a 60-40 favourite. The suitedness helps as well. But let's see if he can do a hold here, or if Shiloh will pull ahead and eliminate him.
A minor skirmish in the context of Shiloh's overall status in this tournament. It means the world to Sad, though.
Ooh, that's a squeaky flop. Ooh,
so diamonds are working for Sad, but the open ender.
The open ender and the king and the jack are still working as well. So it's, and there's the diamond.
Well, that will end things.
Ends that.
Back in business.
Sad back in business, as Brown just said. 920k now. He's got 15 big blinds and some reshove fold equity.
All the way through. What a shame you couldn't have took it off a nicer bloke.
Well,
they're my chips that I give him. You can borrow him for a bit. I'll get him back soon.
He's certainly in their ears a lot.
He's putting on a show for his rail, which we know is plentiful. Lots of Dalers. Can we call them Dalers? Let's call them Dalers.
The Dale. Also the chant of the team that I support, Arsenal, but it sounds a lot worse.
Have to be careful with that one.
Yep.
You can't be up the every team.
But they do use that chant.
Stacks plentiful at this feature table. So many chips. This is the 1 7-handed table.
Yeah, it's so,
of the 3 remaining
so
tables.
stacked, and the short stack has just doubled as well, so it's
Sad with the Queen 6. Looks like he's going to just fold it.
that's big. It's yeah, Brown's got a bit of fear factor going to him now. The other players don't want to get involved with him.
Yeah, he knows. I've got a lot of respect for this man.
Well, in poker, there's a bit of a lesson here. It always pays to be very nice and jovial and friendly with the man to your right.
Play cash.
Yeah,
He's
once
the
you see
guy
he's
who
all
might
good at
be
it, then,
But I'm good with that.
after your big blind. Quite a lot of scenarios
It's 4 days, the main.
when
Rather
you're
than play cash.
yeah, he'll crush it on cash.
playing effective 15 big blinds. Foul. Disinterested. Shiloh will be interested in the Queen 9 suited
the
here.
Queen 9 suited is a nice hand when you're chip leader in any seat. Sad has a tempter now, but he lets this one go. He has a lot more chips now.
What are you playing now? What was you all in for? How much was you all in for before? How many chips was you all in for before?
Am I all in?
No, when you won the pot against him, how much was you all in?
400.
Four something. That's fine.
Shiloh takes that one uncontested.
Yeah.
Long-winded way of just asking the guy, how much have you got? JB asking, is Jamie Nixon still in? Sadly not.
No.
He hit the rail a couple of hours ago, ace-king into kings by his own account. Same JB says, he played with Brown in a Manchester 50 euro comp only last Tuesday. Seems like this one is a bigger game than as usual. Okay.
Well, he's certainly holding his own. He's not playing in any way, shape or form scared.
Since Brexit, a 50 quid game in Manchester is a pretty big game.
Oh, we're going Brexit now, are we?
I know these English lads can take it. They'll give it, they'll take it. It's turning into the brownie show. Ooh.
It's all coming up brown.
Ashley Honeyman says, you think Brownie's lippy, you guys haven't played with him in midfield. Excellent stuff. Shiloh, easy. Continue here with top pair. Excellent kicker.
Yeah, foul lets it go even with the backdoor flush draw and backdoor straight draw. And this is one of the huge benefits of being the chip leader here. People will just give up much more against you. And you get to pick up a lot of small pots, which is very much the way Shiloh has gone about his business. He hasn't been splashy or ostentatious with his stack, but he's just chipped up consistently.
Yeah, he's an absolute beast. Alan untempted by the 7-4 of clubs. Brown with the pocket pair. And Fung will pass. Action over to our chip leader. Who has another 3-bet candidate here over the top of a cut-off open. He may flat and he may
friendly one this time.
Decide to call. He does decide to call in this instance. Definitely a 3-bet candidate, but mixing up his play here with the ace-jack.
Flopped absolutely nothing here, so Brandy will probably take this down with a c-bet.
Yeah, he may well do. I don't know if Shiloh, given the fact that he flatted the top of his range, will be sticky for one street with the very good ace-high. I think it depends on the sizing here. Shiloh, as you say, Dara, not got a lot of backdoor stuff going on, but he
No.
does have a raw ace high, and he is facing an absolute tiddler of a bet. One big blind.
Oh yeah, this is a really
from
small
Brown.
bet. Yep. Which
So-
is a good size on this board. It would get the job done against most hands, but maybe not ace jack.
So we're playing a little bit of limit poker on this street. Shiloh does make the mandatory call with a good ace high.
Brownie's not going to like this turn.
Yeah, Brown obviously can still be ahead. He knows that there will be some ace high
Shiloh,
calls.
I don't think he needs to turn ace jack into a bluff. He's going to think his hand is good a lot here. He has good showdown, and Brownie is probably checking behind as well.
Yeah, I think a check is wise in this spot because there are some queen high hands that would have also called flop, queen jack, queen 10. They may have stayed interested as well. So, yeah, Brown ultimately with the one big blind bet on the flop paralysed the action a wee bit and got to showdown as cheap as possible.
Dealers and players in the satellite to finish showing your own race the blind 100 to 100 and 200. Big blind. Lines up satellite.
This is the final session of the day, as I mentioned at the top. In case you guys did take that opportunity to have a little break when we were away from the action for 15 minutes. 23 players left. At 18, we will do a redraw. 5 more bust outs.
That's
Okay,
if we
one
get to
point.
18. We're not necessarily going to get to 18, I think, tonight. 5 players might not seem like much, but it's still more than 20% of the field. So,
True that.
and at least on this table, they're relatively deep. You can see some players are starting to. Alan's pressing the yawn there. Players will be tardiness will start to be a factor now as well, I think.
Yeah, third day in a row for these guys. They're obviously getting generous 12, 13, even 14 hour turnarounds, but we are in an all-inclusive resort. The guys aren't necessarily going straight to bed.
Yeah, it's very hard to pass all the free bars and free restaurants. Jack 7-5. Queen 9 has some backdoors from both ends. Brownie with the kings. Obviously, he's going to bet here. Jack 7-5 is an interesting board. I spent quite a long time studying this specific board with one of my students, and it's definitely a board where you don't want to range bet. There's so many gut shots on this board.
Yeah, you can't really miss Jack 7-5.
It's very hard to miss it completely, yeah. So when you do bet, you want to go a bigger size, because if you bet the small size, all the gut shots can just continue, and there are so many of them. Also on this board with the 2 spades, lots of flush draws as well.
Some next level strategy there from Solver Wiz Darrow Carney. I am going to segue to your book, Dara, because I think it's only right. Your new book, already a bestseller, GTO Poker Simplified, Game Theory Optimal Poker Simplified,
Yep.
where you attempt to bring game theory concepts to the masses at some level.
Yeah.
There are obviously some excellent GTO books on the market, but maybe if we are to level any criticism of those books, and it's not really a criticism.
It's not a criticism. They're just aimed
They're aimed at a high level.
At fairly high level players. There was a perception that the only players interested in GTO were sort of high level players, and that recreational players weren't interested. But we kind of felt that that was not necessarily the case. So we aimed the book very much at recreational players, or let's say older school players who had learned to play poker in a certain way, and now there was this new way of playing GTO. So that's the aim of the book. So in the meantime, we have a hand here between Fal and the chip leader again, and Fal has opened the 8-7 suited. Shiloh is definitely going to 3-bet the ace king, and does, and that should be the end of the hand. Question from Ashley Honeyman in the chat. What was the buy-in for this tourney, guys? $2,200, I believe.
right.
Yeah. Yeah, $2,200 was the buy-in for this. It's called the warm-up. It's the first of the bigger tournaments of this festival. The main event is coming up next, and then there's a high roller. The 8-7 does release. The other players might be starting to wonder now. Shiloh is upping the aggression. He played very snug with his stack in the last passage of play. Didn't really step out of line too much. And sometimes chip leaders do up the aggression late in the day. But as we can see, he's had legitimate hands.
Yeah, no, there is no sense whatsoever that Shiloh is getting out of line. He's very much taking each hand as it comes. He's choosing his spots for aggressive play wisely.
Yeah.
And I think that creates the perception for the guys that when he is involved, they can't just go, oh, well, he could be in there with any, like it's...
Yeah, he's not that type of chip leader
danger.
where you think he's doing it with any two. And, I mean, we saw in the jacks against 10's hand where he folded. His overall strategy is very much sort of small ball stack accumulation and preservation rather than going for big moves. So Fowler's opened an 8 here. We don't know what his other card is, but presumably it's either another 8 or maybe the Ace of Hearts specifically.
Like it's a small point there, but he's passed the Ace-5 offsuit there. You know,
Yeah.
a wilder player would decide, actually, this is great. I'm going to use this.
I'm going to 3-bet this.
Yeah. Baybars does flat the Telly Savalas on the button. Alan now in the small blind, maybe contemplating all options. He can flick in 80k here and see a flop. He can squeeze and attempt to squeeze these guys out of the pot.
Yeah, it's one of those spots again where all the options kind of feel a bit off. It doesn't feel strong enough to 3-bet. You don't have blockers, but it looks like that's what he's going for, I think, unless he's going to flat. And flatting, you're just going to be dominated.
No, he's digging deep into these reds there.
Yeah,
It looks like a 500k bet.
Yeah, I think this is probably the better option than just flatting.
575. I like the sizing if you're going to do it. Hard to imagine Fal having any card with that 8 of hearts
That can
where he
continue
can
now,
continue.
yeah.
So I think this will get the job done.
Yeah.
And a nice pickup for Bay Bars. He's betting 575 to pick up 400. Well, Fal most likely does have the pocket 8s now that he's giving it some thought. 8 of hearts would be a quick release, in my opinion.
Yep.
So, wow.
Has he moved all in? He has moved all in.
So pocket 8s, we presume, is lurking under that mystery card. And that's a huge pickup.
That's a huge
900K.
pickup, yeah. Yeah, that got the job done. I think he recognized that Adam was going to be light there a lot with his squeezes.
Big moment there for Fal. As we take a renewed look at the chip counts. A few skirmishes there have mixed things up a little. Ellie Sad still hanging in there, 13 big blinds. He's obviously been as low as 300k in the not too distant past. He's hanging in there, 13 bigs. Certainly still has a few weapons. Michael Allen, second shortest with 37 big blinds, above average.
Yeah, I mean, between second and sixth, there's only 12 big blinds. They're really very bunched together. You lose one pot, you can move, even a relatively small pot like the last one, you can move down from third to sixth.
Yeah, and it does make me wonder if these guys are sort of hoping for a maybe nicer table draw if we get to 18.
Yeah, it's pretty sick when you're the second shortest stack on the table, but you're above average.
And you could be nearly the chip leader on another table.
Chittle folding an ace-7 there. Like, he really is playing this chip lead stack cautiously.
To expound on that, Dara, actually, I had a spot about a year and a half ago in the World Series of Poker main event on day 3, where I was the chip leader at my table, and it was lovely because I knew we were about 5 hours from the bubble. This was going to be a great spot to accumulate chips, and I got moved, and I was literally the shortest stack on my next table, and that was the table I had to play the bubble on, and it was miserable.
Yeah.
So it's so huge, the table draw in that spot.
There's a huge element of luck to that,
Gotcha.
yeah, for sure.
No, respect.
You go from the guy who's got 80 bigs, able to pick on all these lads with 40 bigs, to suddenly being the guy with 80 bigs and everyone's got 200 bigs and they're picking on you.
Yeah. I played a day 1 in the WSOP main once where not a single player bust all day, and the chip leader on the table had 40. This was back when 30k was the starting stack, had 40k, and the shortest stack had 20k. And we were all a bunch, we were swapping lists, and then they broke our table. And I swear to God, I think every single one of us was the shorty on our new table.
Yeah,
Actually, I don't think he's going to open the ace-3 if he folded ace-7 last hand, yeah. So he's just chilling with his stack for now.
Is he missing an opportunity, Darren?
I don't know if this is the table that you can push around all that much. You know, you've got Brownie, who's definitely not afraid to get put in the mix. We've got Alan, who we just saw squeeze with Queen Jack off. He might be just saying, you know, I would actually be better off just preserving my stack until the redraw as well.
Yeah. Action round to Brown. Going to be battle of the two Englishmen, perhaps. Brown with the Queen Jack. Probably just a call. I don't. Oh no, sorry. In the small blind, I thought he was in the big.
Rough, yeah. No, in the big blind, it's definitely a call. In the small blind, it's a bit muckier calling.
Yeah, I'd certainly like a Queen Jack of the suited variety more than this.
Fung hasn't really shown an inclination to get involved with these type of hands.
65 into 370.
It is a huge price he's getting. That might encourage him to play this one.
It's pretty close.
Yeah, he doesn't like flatting much, so his flatting range is always very, very weak.
Well, these guys all playing roughly the same stack, in or around the 35 big blind mark.
See who can outflop who. This could be Brownie could lose some chips here for sure. He's got second pair. The ace is a scary card. Fung presumably just loses interest now. Alan is loving this flop. Top pair, top kicker.
Yeah, and I think unlikely to choose a greedy sizing. Maybe a 120, a 150, something in that vicinity. Brown certainly can't presume.
You can even go
an
smaller,
ace.
I think, here. You could go as small as 100. That would make a lot of sense. He has gone for 135 though, which is third pot roughly.
And as you said there, Dara, Brown likely to lose some chips in this hand if he does not improve.
Yeah.
It's a mandatory call.
It's a mandatory call for sure, yeah.
He can't just assume Alan has an ace-x hand from the cutoff here. He would be opening a lot wider than just those sorts of hands. Interesting turn cards are about.
Yeah, King 10, Queen Jack are all obviously. The ace should probably.
And that kind of is an interesting one because combinatorically, Alan's likelihood of an ace goes down.
Yeah, but then he did bet into two people on the flop, so that's a lot different from just c-betting heads up. Alan.
I feel like Alan will price this in or around the $250,000, and I feel like Brown may have to call one more time.
Yeah, the ace is an interesting card too, in the sense that Alan now knows it's extremely unlikely that Brown has the case ace. So his thinking has probably gone from how much will I get from worse ace to how much can I get from a jack.
Looks like he has made it over 300. Looks like about 360, and that is a larger bet.
Yeah, half pot roughly. I think he's mostly targeting a jack here.
And a weaker ace, of course, as well, would feel utterly compelled to call.
Oh yeah, no, a weaker ace is calling for sure, but again, combinatorically there are far less weaker aces now. There's only one ace missing.
Alan can be pretty sure his opponent has a strong jack or a mediocre ace given the small blind flat. A king jack, a queen jack make the most sense. And then, of course, hands like maybe an ace 10 makes a lot of sense as well.
Yeah.
So he's chosen a size to target those, and he has got himself a customer.
Yeah. Yeah, the thing is, there's only 4 ace 10s, though, whereas there's...
oh! What are we seeing?
Jacks. What's happened here?
Brown has decided to turn his hand into a raising candidate. I don't like this or recommend it whatsoever. Not just because of what we can see, but what this bet achieves.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he... Does he think he's protecting his jack now? Does he just think because there's 2 aces there, Alan can't have the ace anymore?
Yeah.
This is a little weird, I gotta say, from Brown. The man from Rochdale going for a very unconventional line here. And he does get called.
Yeah, I like Alan's just call. That keeps in the weaker hands. Alan probably does actually think now it's very likely that Brown has the case ace. Because this is a very strange line for a jack to take.
It's not his card to be able to raise when he's playing against an opponent who is uncapped.
He's only got 2/3 of pot left behind as well, 1.4 million.
Spades got there.
Put himself in a spot now, yeah.
And remember, there's a Jack X of spades combo that could make more sense than some. Like, nothing makes sense, don't get me wrong, but maybe the King Jack of spades.
I think weaker ace X is the most likely hand that Alan thinks Brown has.
He's loading up chips, Dara. I don't get this.
I think he's just keeping going now because he's got the lead now, the betting lead.
Oy, oy, oy.
But this is, yeah.
What are we witnessing? Is this the end of Brown?
He might not put it all in, but no, he's no.
Oh, super weak when you do that move.
Now Brown is probably back. Alan is probably back to thinking, okay, it's a jack at best.
Yeah, you don't have pocket fives. I'm all right.
Yeah, it's a jack at best, and how much will a jack call?
Spades getting there is sort of irrelevant because we would assume Brown comes out betting with that sort of aforementioned King Jack, Queen Jack of spades.
And the ace of spades is on board, so like there are very, very few combos of flushes for the small blinds flatting range. Most of his flats would be ace X of spades.
King Queen of spades,
so
maybe.
So it's really King
Starts
Queen, Queen
funky.
Jack, Jack 10 maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe King Jack as well. So maybe there's probably only 4 combos of spade flushes. There's far more combos of ace X and Jack X.
Alan trying to figure out what hand would raise the turn.
Yeah, that's what
that would now call a bet.
Yeah.
Sort of like ace queen.
It looks like a weaker ace mostly still, or yeah, it shouldn't really be a jack. It does look like
Brown has succeeded in confusing.
Yeah, maybe a suited ace makes sense here.
Alan at some level.
Ace 9 suited, something like that.
So he does look for some extra value. Looks like 285k. Wow!
Oh, look, this is an absolute milker of a bet.
This is sick.
Absolute milker.
This is sick.
You don't see this often in position. You often see this as a blocker bet out of position, but this is a 15% of pot bet.
He's goading him.
Yeah,
it's a goader.
Sometimes you might get your opponent even to shove here. Such a small bet. Like, how can you fold anything to this bet?
As you said, Dara, I think Alan deciding, well, his opponent probably has nonsense. Maybe I need to, maybe it's actually a very bluffy line and I need to induce. And this is sort of what he's doing here. It's an interesting hand. It's one for the highlights reel. I'm not sure a huge amount of our more discerned audience are going to approve of that turn raise, but it certainly created something a little bit different and a little bit complicated.
Yeah.
Jack King of spades.
So he has now decided.
He's trying to find hands he beats now, like the King of Spades with something else.
Well, Jack with the King of Spades beats him.
There's pretty much nothing. Yeah, it's actually like, even though it's a tiny bet, it's only 15%. You only need to be good. What is it? 12% of the time here. Not even 12. Yeah, 12% of the time. But like, are you a good 12% of the time? What can he have that you're beating that takes this size?
Like, it feels like such a catastrophic spot if you somehow fold the best hand here in Brown's shoes, but that bet, just come on. What is it? Credit to Alan for finding this bet.
You have ace 10 or something? Ace queen?
Yeah,
Too
Alan
big,
thought
weren't
it was a worse ace. That's
you
what he was
bluff it?
I'll
targeting.
see anyway. No, I don't.
There you go.
I had a hand. I don't think you did.
A jack doesn't
obviously
make
I got your
sense.
beat.
That's why
Yeah,
Alan doesn't
but
think he
ace.
had a jack. He
Do you not have an
thought
ace?
it had to be ace queen or ace 10. That's what he was targeting with that bet. Yeah,
King,
the
bro.
first misstep from Brown there really.
I had a
The
big
turn,
jack.
the turn check raise didn't really make a lot of sense, and it got him into a tricky
Nice
spot.
hand.
He did find the fold on the river, so he didn't compound his bluff, or his mistake. But even to the small bet, he
Spades
folded.
completed, didn't he, as well at the end?
Yeah, I had the king of spades
He
as well, I
is.
think.
Yeah, so
He
any
didn't have
jam
the
you
king
just
of
snap in my
spades.
neck, aren't you?
He had
I
the
have
king
no
of
spades.
clubs.
If you haven't,
Maybe
if
he
you
thought
have
he had the king of
spade,
spades.
I can find a jam, but you maybe call it off anyway. Nice hand.
He was considering jamming then, obviously, Brown as well over the small bet. So down to 22 now, so we've obviously lost somebody on our table. We're one player nearer to the two-table redraw. So some English on English action there, and Alan coming out on top.
War of the Roses, Dara.
Yeah, Alan was down to seventh, second shortest stack, but now he picked up a nice pot there.
Sad. Probably going to stick this one in from the cutoff. Just 12 big blinds.
Yeah.
Pocket pair.
Yeah, he moves all in.
Queen Jack quickly folds. Fung's out. Big blind. Jack 9. That's out as well. Sad picks up a much needed chip boost. He's up to 15 bigs again.
Yeah.
Highlight of the day thus far, Dara?
The tens versus jacks hand was very memorable.
It certainly was.
That was a real. I mean, the last hand was very memorable too, but it was probably the first misstep we've seen, major misstep from Brown. But he's certainly in live and play as well.
He's opened it up here from the cutoff with the Queen 6 suited, playing just 23 big blinds.
Yeah, he's obviously not the type of man who's going to just go back into his cave now. He's going to still play. Foul has. Yeah, that's a tempter against somebody like Brown, because he's going to have so much Queen 6 suited type hands that even a weak ace could be a 3-bet there. But Shiloh is going to take the lower variance line and just call with the 7-5, try and outflop his opponent. And he has managed to do that with bottom pair.
Brown does check back, and he checks back and finds the 6.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, decent check back as well, because the queen high had a decent amount of showdown. So betting the queen high didn't achieve a lot. Shiloh now probably thinks he has the best hand, and he has to protect it. Brown probably just calls here.
Big bet here, 200k into 330.
Yeah, this is a... You need to have a hand to continue now.
Feisty call there from Brown, tosses out those chips.
That's a brick. So
I wonder if Shiloh's putting his opponent on ace high, being a little sticky, and decides to go for value again, or does he decide that his hand is more like a bluff catcher?
yeah, it feels like it's somewhere between those two. Yeah, he's gone the bluff catch route. If Brown sizes this small enough, he'll get called here for sure.
Shiloh has the 7 in his hand. 4-7 obviously makes sense. Is there ever a world where he turns his hand into a bluff, or is the 5 just got too much showdown that he takes the showdown of the 5 here?
Yeah, there's some argument, but then the ranges are so wide, blocking a specific combo like 7-4 isn't as big a deal.
if the ranges were tighter. Also, I mean, as wild as he is, Brown probably isn't opening all the 7-4s from the cutoff. He might not even be opening 7-4 suited. Certainly not opening 7-4 off. So
looks like he's pulled out calling chips.
yeah, I mean, in some ways the 7 is a slightly troubling card as well, because some of the misses, like 7-8, 7-9, which might continue on the turn because they picked up either an open-ender or a gut shot. They were blocking those as well.
Yeah, Brown very much representing right now a pocket pair. Obviously, there won't be too many 6s in the range from Shiloh's perspective. We see that he does have a 6, but actually the hands he'll be more concerned about are things like 8s, 9s, 10s, which make a lot of sense with this line.
Yeah.
Brown could also have a king with this line as well and have checked back flop for deception. So Shiloh maybe, as I said, not feeling like he's beating a lot. Has the option to turn his hand into a bluff now. He does just toss in calling chips and gets the bad news. Great value bet there from Brown.
Yep, great value bet. Recognises he did almost certainly have the best hand, and he might as well try and get value from a 5 or an ace high.
Or indeed a slightly weaker 6 perhaps too.
Yeah, something like 7-6.
So nice little mini recovery there from Brown after the misstep of the last hand. Not going to be too harsh on him there. It's a long tournament. I'm sure he's played an awful lot of hands very, very well, but I think he will look back on that one and go, that was a bit of a mistake.
Yeah, well, we've seen him play a lot of hands very well. So when you play a lot of hands, it's obviously more likely that you are going to make a mistake as well. You know, if you play 4 hands all tournament and you get them all right, you know, well done, but it's only 4 hands. When you play as many hands as Brown does, it is more likely that once in a while you're going to make a misstep. Sad is still in that spot of basically looking for shoves.
And Dara, it's fair to say that you called it. We came back with 23 players. There was a sort of momentum of bust outs, which made us feel like we were clearing the way to maybe just 18 or so people, 16 or so people left. But my initial prediction start of the day was we might get down to 20. And
20
actually, it does feel like we're sort of in a position where the stacks are deep and actually there's not a lot of bust outs.
Yeah, 18 to 20 still feels like the most likely range that we will finish tonight with. And of course, if they get down to 18 just before the end of play, they'll probably call it for the night and just do the redraw overnight.
That certainly makes sense. There's no real advantage to clambering for that extra 15 minutes to play tonight when you can send the players home without the kerfuffle of a redraw.
Yeah.
They can just bag up and be placed at their new positions tomorrow. Shiloh bumping it up to 180 here. Blind v blind, he's gone for the 3x. Baybars just releases the ace-2 there, just feeling like he's up against an opponent who could make life very difficult, and he had a hand that's pretty awkward to play. His hand would have made a reasonable 3-bet fold. Certainly would have been fine to call as well, so pretty nitty there, it's got to be said from Baybars. Maybe just not liking the villain. He knows he would be up against arguably the best player on the table. And part of poker can be that sort of ability to be honest with yourself. And if you recognize, oh my goodness, I'm up against a bit of a beast in the 5 seat or out of position to whoever, avoiding confrontation, shaving off a bit of your range, surrendering a tiny bit of pre-flop equity is sometimes the right thing to do if you feel like they could put you in a tough spot.
Yeah, 100%. You don't have to take those close margins, especially in a structure like this. Like if this was a hyper turbo side event, it's a completely different situation. But
well said. So Fung obviously going to open up the big slick here. He has been usually erring on the side of 2.5xing. Looks like he is going to make this just a min raise.
yeah, his sizing seems to correlate to his hand strength. He sizes up a little when he's at the weaker part of his range.
The logic there being maybe from his point of view, he sort of wants more folds
He wants more
pre-flop.
folds, yeah.
And with these ace-king type hands, he's happy to keep the action. Oh, hello. We might be in for a very, very big confrontation here. Alan certainly could just flat.
He's the big blind, so he might just flat here, yeah.
But 3-betting would make a lot of sense as well.
Yeah. It's 40 big blinds, so...
If he makes it 450, 500k, I can see Fung just shoving
Oh, yeah, yeah.
the ace-king suited here. I don't think he'll mess about with a 4-bet call range.
Don't think you want to call off at 10. So I think because of the ICM, that probably pushes 10s into the flat column. If this was earlier in the tournament, like on day one, and the stacks were 40 bigs or 45 bigs roughly, then you could definitely see it just being a 3-bet get in. Now, Alan has 3-bet from the blinds before.
It looks
and
like he's going for
folded.
quite a small sizing here.
Yeah.
Is that 3? Oh, no, it's a 4. There's a 4th red one in there, 475. No, that's a pretty normal sizing. Fung's going to stick it in his eye here, and Alan's going to have a horrible spot.
Yeah, yeah.
And just to add some credence to what Dara said already, by flatting the pocket 10s and playing it more passively doesn't mean you're surrendering equity. There's actually great ways to win other pots by flatting the stronger part of your range and having your opponent bet into you. Sometimes does the job very, very nicely.
Yeah, so Fung now has to consider his options. I mean, his style is very much, he doesn't play that many hands, but he does play them aggressively, and he likes raising more than calling. Would that change now that we're getting nearer the end of the day, nearer the final table?
I think the perception on this table is that Alan is perhaps the most loose aggressive player here.
And we've seen him make these bets and fold them, so you definitely know that he's capable of folding here.
690 in there. He's
that's
going to
exactly
go
what
for all
he's
of
done.
it.
Now Alan's in a horrible spot.
Grim spot for Alan.
It's grim because, if he's going to three-bet fold a hand as strong as 10s, when you add in all the weaker hands like Queen Jack that he's doing this with, he just has far too many 3-bet folds. So he's definitely exploitable if he folds here. But at the same time, do you want to call off with 10s for almost all of your stack?
It's horrible.
It's just a horrible spot, yeah. This is why I think he would have been better off just flatting in this spot.
100% agree. I think ICM, looming, I think just being able to play 10s out of position passively and still pick up quite a nice pop by the end is very plausible.
100%, yeah. So this is a horrible spot of his own making now, it has to be said. He's either going to have to do one or two horrible things. He's either going to have to fold a hand as strong as 10s, having put in a lot of chips where he could have just flatted and seen the flop, or he's going to have to call it off with 10s for more than 40 big blinds effective.
Let's do some gorilla maths on this one, Dara. How many under pairs to the 10s do you think you have to include in the perceived range of Fung to make this play in order for 10s to be profitable, given the risk premium involved as we approach final two tables?
That's a very complicated gorilla maths question.
It really is.
Yeah.
And I think we have to go as low as hands like 7s.
Okay, so what does he have to call off? He 3-bet to 400 and what?
475.
475. So it's 2 million into 5 million. So he needs, if there was no risk premium, he'd need 40%. With the risk premium, it's probably 44% maybe. 44, 45, somewhere like that.
I wouldn't even be loving jacks if I'm Alan right now.
Yeah, well, if we assume that all the overpairs are there, he has made a call.
He's very much going for it.
This is a massive flip, yeah.
5 million in the middle, guys.
I don't think he could fold there, to be honest, because his 3-betting range is so wide. 10s is just too far up the range. He's going to be folding far too much of it.
That maybe his opponent has a king-queen in there as well, something like that.
Yeah.
Well, this is the biggest pot we have seen in the tournament so far. Maybe, just maybe, there have been bigger ones on outer tables, but this is huge.
There's the ace. Alan, yeah. He didn't need to 3-bet this, and now he's got himself into a race, and it looks like he's going to lose that race unless he finds running hearts or... he picks up an 8 now.
Okay.
A 10 or an 8 does it for him. He's got 6 outs. This would be a sick way to... a sick run out.
No,
Ooh.
it's a 3. So Alan's going to be absolutely crippled after this. And
Yeah, down to just 13 bigs now.
yeah,
Hey,
I mean,
absolutely enormous pot.
in his defense,
Lucky bud.
it was a flip, and he was actually better than 50-50. And if he wins that flip, he's in an amazing spot. He's up to 5 million. So there is an argument also for gambling at this stage of the tournament. Then you can attack the second last table and get to the final table pretty much always with a big stack. A lot of players take that approach. You know, we're more conservative players. We like to sort of flat a lot and just navigate. But
Hassan.
there is the other school of thought which says you just take your flip at that point, and if you win it, you're in an amazing spot.
Yeah, an absolute knife in the belly of Alan there. You can tell he's taken it well. He's wished his opponent nice hand, but it is an absolute gut punch.
Yeah, he's not out of it yet. He's short now, but he's definitely not out of it. That was such a huge
moment in the context of the tournament
huge
right there.
moment. Absolutely huge.
That's 10% of the chips in the entire tournament right there.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you for everybody who's hung around with us in chat. You've been great all day since we found out how to interact with you. Our friend Ray says, Ray Wheatley, great commentary team, very slick. Thank you, Ray.
Helmut Fung, star of the show right now, 5 million to the good. And I do wonder, again, reflecting back on that hand, we haven't really seen Helmut Fung get out of line.
We haven't, but we have seen him overplay certain hands. Like the 10s was an overplay, which worked out for him. Yeah, but if you think about the range, like Ace King, there's 16 combos of that. So that's already as many combos as there are of Aces, Kings, and Queens. If you put Ace Queen in there as well, now you've basically got 32 hands that you're flipping against, and only 24 overpairs. So it's mostly a flip.
Mats is still close, even with those numbers there.
Yeah, it's still super close. I think the biggest problem for Alan is because of his style, where he 3-bets a lot of stuff like Queen Jack, which he has to fold. If he's folding all that stuff, and then he's folding whatever the worst pair,
the gap's too big.
Yeah, there's just too many hands that he's now folding.
Bit of love for Helmut Fung here in the chat. Florent has Jeraz. Has wished him luck. Happy to see that ace come out. Brown versus Fal here as we go to a flop. Another 3-bet pot. Very nice flop for Fal. He will be sitting pretty here with top 2. Brown, on the other hand, not loving life, having flatted the 3-bet here. He is not really in a particularly good position to continue. Looks like he's going to fire at a donk lead. What's going on here?
Yeah, this might be an old-fashioned bet to find out where you're at type bet, but yeah.
Sort of try to exploit a hand like queens?
The wheels have come off a little bit, I think, for the two English lads in this last session. This bet is it doesn't really achieve a lot.
Fal probably wondering what sort of hands make the most sense for a minuscule lead of this nature. Quarter pot out of position. Feels like maybe King Queen of Diamonds. Something that's happy to get it in if you're raising him. I don't know. It's very back to front poker right now.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Brown seems to think that he has to sort of c-bet in these spots, or has to donk lead in these spots. Just take the aggressive line, but the aggressive line doesn't always make sense. Now, Fal has a very easy decision because he has top 2, obviously, so he's never folding. But there aren't actually too many hands that this puts in a tough spot. If he has queens, he's just going to shrug call and see what he does on the turn. If he has an ace, he's never folding.
Fal with the Hollywood.
Yeah, he's doing a very good good job of selling the fact that he doesn't like having to call here.
Yeah, he's sort of like summoning.
Has he raised though?
I've got kings, I've got kings.
think he might have raised here.
He does raise.
Yeah, the problem when you do that Hollywood and then you raise, that's never a bluff.
And
Brown should just get out of the way now.
Brown has had many opportunities to get out of the way. One worries if he's going to.
No, he's letting this go. He's taking a stab with the sevens, hoping his opponent.
Dara, he hasn't released. I'm scared of what I'm about to see here.
Okay. No, he has. Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, yeah, that would have been a major blunder. I don't think he was ever going to do anything other than fold there. I think Brown is feeling it now too. Remember how chirpy he was not so long ago, and now we haven't had a word out of him in a while. He doesn't have those chirpy chips anymore. You would worry for him now at this stage. If he's feeling boxed around, that's sometimes when you see the players spaz out. Chilo has really gone up. He's just a silent assassin sitting there, chilling with his big stack, not pushing anybody around, just waiting for good spots. He has picked some very good spots as well. Like he has brought the hammer down selectively, but it's been very, very selective aggression. This might be another one.
Yeah, he just lets the game come to him, really, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Doesn't force the action, doesn't play like he's the big stack trying to nudge people around. Just plays the right ranges.
Yeah.
Takes the odd aggressive line like this one here. He spotted that Fung again.
This is going to work because I think...
Well, they're very deep there. I think Fung will call.
Maybe, but King Jack.
King Jack suited.
It is suited, yeah. Obviously,
they're playing 80 bigs deep.
Yeah, that's true. But I think Fung is kind of like we have seen spots where he wasn't that stack size aware, and I think he's not necessarily. I don't think his calling range is all that different. 80 big blinds and 30 big blinds, even though it should be. I think he's just he might just say, look, I only have King Jack here, and it's the chip leader.
Yeah, you don't
well,
love
that's not the
getting
chip leader.
into
Sorry, it's the other big stack because of course Fung is actually the chip leader now. Yeah, maybe he will, just given he has so much chips now. He'll.
I think it's just too pure as a call here. The King Jack suited. He only has to call another 250 into 700.
Yeah.
650, 700. Yeah, 900 in the middle. Well, I tell you, if a couple of clubs come out here, we might see some fireworks.
Yeah. One club, but again, this is just we had this board before, and I said at the time, this is basically 3 baseball cards. Nobody has connected with this flop, so whoever had the stronger range pre-flop, which is Shiloh as the 3 better, still has the stronger range.
Pokemon cards.
Pokemon cards, sorry.
Just trying to be audience aware here.
You think all the Rochdale lads play Pokemon?
More so than they play baseball.
I think people know what baseball cards are, though.
So there's no cards in Pokemon anyway. It's all on the internet.
That's true. There's no Pokemon cards anymore. Yeah, a small bet here should get the job done a lot.
Yeah, one wonders if Fung will continue against a very small bet, given that he does have those backdoor clubs working for him. 275k into 9, so almost a third. I think he will release. I think you're right, Dara. I think he'll probably just recognise that it's better to live and fight another day here rather than get embroiled in some potentially humongous pot against the chippy, or the other big chip leader, yeah.
Who has played quite snug as well.
He is going to come with a call, so clearly feeling as though he must defend some portion of his range, and that includes king high, 2 overs with a backdoor.
Or else he's just thinking it's a small bet and he hasn't hit that board, so I'm continuing.
Very interesting spot for Shiloh once it gets checked to him here. Fung almost certainly knuckles this one, and Shiloh, does he go for it?
It's the same 2 players as well as in the 10s versus Jack's hand.
kind of feels like Fung has a hand like maybe pocket eights, something like that.
Yeah.
So, well, not specifically pocket eights, given that Shiloh's blocking the eights, but you know what I mean. Some medium pocket pair, and Shiloh obviously he has picked up the gutter.
He's picked up equity against hands like 6s and 7s. So, question is whether you want to just check now and see what happens on the river, or you want to bet your equity and maybe get a better hand to fold. Looks like he's going for the bet here. What's the size?
I think he's going to go big.
It looks like he's going big here, yeah.
And I think big makes sense.
Yeah, he's repping the big pair now.
1.4 million in the pot. He's going to go about $1 million.
Yeah.
And Fung, well, it's an easy decision now.
Yeah, I mean,
it's no decision
unless
now.
Fung really changes his style that we've seen all day. He tends to call small bets a lot and fold to big bets.
Credit to Shiloh here, recognizing that against the other big stack 80 deep, he could take a sort of a cash game type line here. 3-bet the ace-8 of clubs, c-bet a board when he has some backdoors. And then, even though not his best card, but a card that does improve him in some such of a way, go again for the larger turn bet and put so many of Young's holdings or Fung's holdings in the bin.
Yeah, he followed through this plan there. You know, he wasn't afraid. He has played very, very snug with the big stack, but when he's got involved, he recognized good spots and not being afraid to pull the trigger. He's not to know that he just folded out a worse hand. He probably thinks he got a pair to fold there. Or maybe a better ace.
Yeah, better ace. Definitely in the mix as well. So roughly an hour to go here.
That's a big pot as well. That switches the chip lead back, I believe, to Shiloh.
Blinds are up, so that is the level jump here.
Yeah, and that shortens the stack of Sad, the shortest stack.
40k, 80k with an 80k big blind ante, 200k around. That's 2 starting stacks.
Yeah, yeah, it's getting serious now. So into the last level of the day.
And given just how many chips are on this feature table, one would assume there are quite a few shorter stacks on the other 2 tables.
Yeah. Yeah, we also haven't lost anybody in a while, so the averages remain stagnant. Fowler with the ace-6 suited is going to raise it up.
Also that 30-60 to 40-80 jump, one of the bigger jumps you see.
Yeah, you go from 150 to 200 in the middle. Ooh, yeah, 9's is sticking it in here.
Sad delighted to see a hand with which he can
12.
get it in.
Just over 12 big blinds. Sorry, not even 12, 9. 9 big blinds. In we go.
And Fal probably finds a fold, even with the... Oh,
Yeah.
no, wait, hang on a minute. Oh, Brown. Oh, wow.
No, I don't think he's going to call off.
Brown,
Yeah.
looking for the count here, realizes Fal has opened. I hope he realizes Fal has opened. Looks like he has let it go now. Fung.
Going for King 3, I think we flashed briefly.
Bit of maths here for Fal, who probably realizes he's 30%-ish against almost all the holdings that Sad would do this with. Possibly there's a cheeky king-queen in there as well.
He's not even getting 2 to 1 here, and he probably only has 32% against the range. So yeah, this should be a fold.
You never know.
Yeah, he needs to be about 36-37%. We see he's 33, and actually that 33 represents what he's going to be against the vast majority of the hands.
Yeah.
He's going to be up against a better ace, and he's going to be up against a pocket pair above 6s almost all the time.
Ooh, is he going to make the call? Looks like he might.
You put some king queens into the mix. Certainly if you put a king jack into the mix, it becomes a call.
Yeah. Yeah, but you have to put a lot of those hands in, I think. Yeah, it's what? It's 580 into what will be 16. He has made the call. This is an interesting call. This is a gambling call.
No.
Yeah, he's going. Oh yeah, you do dominate me. I mean, you're nearly always dominated here. You are hoping to see King Queen, as you said, but
Pocket fives maybe.
yeah, you're going to mostly see a pair higher than a 6 or an ace with a better kicker. But you can get there. But for the moment, yeah, that's a particularly bad flop for him. He flopped a backdoor flush draw and backdoor straight draw. But
Queen of clubs?
no.
Queen of diamonds,
oh,
though.
the queen, yeah, there's counterfeit outs now.
Queen of clubs was the big outs giver.
And the king. Sigh of relief for Sad. Gets the double up. Yeah, I think when you reflect on that call, you think maybe that was just a little bit too loose.
Yeah, I think as well as a
King 10 of hearts there. King 10 of hearts.
No.
Or he's been moaning the fact he would own the hand.
It's a function, Dara, of this stage in the tournament that chips gained are not as valuable as chips lost.
Yeah,
that's a very simple factor.
Yeah,
and
absolutely. Yeah.
If you're getting the right price, you're not getting the right price.
It's not enough. Yeah, yeah. If it's 36, 37%, it's probably more like 38, 39%. Given it's not all his stack, obviously, but you still do need extra.
Jams, but
and there's no way I think
I
he
might
has
jam on it.
39%. So no matter how many king queens you put in the range. Down to 21 now, so we did lose somebody on the outer table.
Yeah, short-handed now.
18 to 20 still seems like the line that we will finish tonight with. But sometimes you get a whole rash of bust outs, and sometimes nobody busts out from here.
Yeah, I like your shout now that at some point, probably very close to the end of the day, we will get down to 18 and they will just say, do you know what, let's call it a day. That would be common sense prevailing for sure.
Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Fung bumps it up here with the Jack-6. He's 2.5x'd. Foul. Pretty mandatory call here. I feel like raising in this spot, he can't really withstand a 4-bet. So instead, he can just call and hope that his opponent represents the ace when he doesn't have it. Oh, hello. Ooh. Well, that makes life very easy. Royal draw to go with the flush made. And Fung with the open-ender. Will he put more chips in this pot? Will he start with a bet? I feel like he could go either way.
Whenever he has the choice between two options, he almost always takes the aggressive option.
Helmut Fung is coming with a bet of around 250.
Now, Fal's hand is just completely invulnerable now. He just has to call and hope he keeps firing.
Inside, he's dancing.
Yeah. Yeah, he does make the call. Praying that Fung keeps betting.
Yeah, don't want to pair that board. Lovely.
Yeah, you don't want the board to pair, but you would love to see a 9.
You would love to see a 9.
Or an ace. Or even a jack. Any card, straightening card, which might make a straight for his opponent.
Fung.
Yeah, he does. He does for once put his foot on the brakes, and that draws the quizzical look from Fal. I always think that look is like, will you put more chips into the pot now? How do I get more chips in?
I think coming with a small bet makes a lot of sense here. You feel like your opponent might have some piece of this. You want to make sure he continues with draws that are dead.
Yeah.
So Jack X, the perfect hand.
Don't think there's any point in betting big here. So the options are check or bet small.
May I just point out, he is losing to the Jack-9 of diamonds.
yeah, he doesn't actually have the nuts,
but it's pretty pure.
Yeah.
He does come small, and I like this. This is really good. Third pot, keeping the draws interested.
Yeah, the draws are more likely to pay here than the river, so And apart from the the Jack X and the gut shots, there's also the diamond draws.
And versus range here, Dara, does Fung, is he compelled to make a call here? We see he's dead, of course,
No.
but versus range, it's...
No. I mean, even some of the bluffs are like a jack, so you're drawing to a chop.
Yeah, you could be up against even a king jack, and then that's like a nightmare.
Yeah.
Looks like he is going to call, though.
But he definitely calls too much to smaller bets, which is a very common thing that live players do. But no, he does let this one go.
Good discipline.
We didn't give enough credit there. He found the fold in the end.
Good discipline.
Now fellas probably thinking maybe I should have checked. or bet even smaller.
Yeah, bet smaller would have been my move, to be honest. 1/3 was an okay sizing, but I'd have actually gone 20%.
Yeah. Make it look like an advanced blocker.
Folds.
So we saw before this hand we were down to 21.
Only the jack.
He's telling his opponent he just had the jack.
Jack of diamonds?
No.
5 diamonds.
He asked
Jack
back.
of diamonds, the open ender.
Only the jack. Open ender, but...
No, great decision by Fung there to release the jack. Many wouldn't. It was
not
the right
getting any
call.
hands.
Darrow Kearney called it.
No, it's good.
And it looks like we may have lost somebody on another table as well.
Yeah, they're waiting for some reason here.
We won't be adding to any tables right now unless we're taking one person off a table because we lose 2 people on another table. That is possible.
Yeah.
Anyway, in the meantime, let's have a look at the updated chip counts. 5.2 million for Maxime Chilot, who has picked his spots prudiciously and very, very well, it must be said. Helmut Fung, he won that enormous.
Did you just invent a new word? Prudiciously.
Did I?
You said prudiciously, which I guess is a cross between prudently and judiciously.
Yes.
I quite like
I
it.
like it.
I like it.
Look at me being James Joyce here in the booth.
Yeah.
Is it because you're not getting any cards? What do you mean?
As I mentioned there, Helmut Fung, he won that huge slip. He got up to 5 million. He lost a chunky enough one back to our chip leader, but those two guys very much top of the pops right now.
Yeah.
And a walk for the chippy. Shiloh just coasting, really.
Yeah, it's good to be chippy. Players are much less likely to want to tangle with you in all sorts of ways, including attacking your big blind.
Alan forced to wait patiently for a real spot now off what is probably just about 10 big blinds.
Yeah, completely different game from him now. For him now, he just has to wait for a spot, as you said, a good get-in spot with 10 big blinds. Fouls on the button here with the King 5 suited. This is definitely an open. Shio doesn't do anything with the 5-2 suited. Barshas has the Jack 7 suited though. This would be a fairly normal defend. Or bay bars rather.
He's been the tightest player at the table. He's passed a number of spots that felt utterly standard to call, but he is going to call this one. Suited and somewhat connected.
Yeah.
Foul. Also suited. And, well, nut flush draw.
Yeah, very good prop for foul here. The ace is his card more than bay bars.
Lots of backdoors for bay bars, but I don't feel like he is the type to use them.
Yeah, no consideration even
aggressive
there.
manner.
He just folded. He definitely doesn't place too much stock in the back doors.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Some people just prefer the front door, Dara.
Well, the front door is always preferable, I think. But,
The tradesman's entrance, they used to call the back door.
yeah, well, that tells you how posh you were when you were growing up. I'd never heard that phrase when I was growing up.
There was only one door in your house growing up.
That's right.
There was only one door in mine too. There was a window you could climb out.
Right.
And you know what they say in poker? If you can't come in through the door, you have to climb in through the window. I think Doyle Brunson said that.
Yeah. So you can see the stacks there. Alan does have just over 11 big blinds. Alan and Brown, remember, they had moved right up the charts, and now they're actually down at the bottom.
Sorry, I have to reference it because it was completely visual and nobody in the audience could tell. The look of bemusement Dara just shot me there. Absolute bemusement.
Yeah.
Fung is a beast, says Marvin Greenleaf. He has been rather beastly.
He's been on a run recently, apparently. Foul with the ace-queen now. He's been very active recently. Opening again, but nobody finding a hand they want to get involved. Alan, oh, this could be trouble for Alan. Big blind, 11 bigs. The cutoff opens, ace-10.
Yeah, he's goosed.
I think he's going in here.
And he should get it in here, to be honest.
Yeah.
Fal has been pretty active. We've seen him open King 5 suited and plenty of other sort of junky stuff.
This is just standard with 11 big blinds. It's just he's very unlucky to be dominated here. Yep, standard all in. And
Fal will almost beat him in the pot here.
He's going to have to get lucky now.
1.7 million and an opportunity to get back into this if Alan can find a 10-ball corner pocket.
No 10. He has backdoors now with the 8-9, but other than that, he's drawing pretty thin. Drawing to the 10. With the 8, or the 8-7 rather. The 9 now just reduces him to the 10.
Some chops, some chop opportunities. You take it.
6 or a 3 for chop.
Oh, and he does get
10.
there.
He's found the 10.
Attaboy, Alan. Fal takes a bit of a body blow there, down to 2.2 million. Alan up to 1.7 million. That feels good.
Yeah, that's a huge changer.
Wow, and what a difference a river makes.
Yeah.
One hand win.
He'd have taken a chop. He would not have sniffed at a chop, but he hits that 10-ball corner pocket to double up now. 1.7 million back in the hunt, 21 big blinds.
Yeah, oh no, he's right back in it now. I mean, all of these stacks are so bunched that one guy doubles another guy up, and it changes it completely changes the complexion for both of them.
I know a lot of people are though.
What's it like to run so good? Brown folds here. He's playing 17 bigs right now. Looking for...
Has ace queen again.
Wow.
Has to play it.
It's not been his friend.
It has not been his friend. He got it in a great spot there to get up to 4 million. Said he finds himself back down in the 2 million zone. But he will be playing the ace queen. Try to win some of his chips back. And 7-2 isn't going to cut it.
Mustard.
With the mustard, that's exactly the phrase. Oh, look, he's running to ace king here.
Oh my God.
This is brutal.
Oh, this is so brutal. Fal is going to be hitting the rail.
This is absolutely
Well, he
brutal.
won't be actually.
He won't be.
Sad has slightly
but
less.
But nevertheless, yeah.
This is filth. This is filth.
He's moved all in.
Fal's
for
like,
20
is this
bigs.
real? Sad
Yeah.
is not light. He knows that.
Is this life?
He's like, I know you're not light,
What is
but I've got
this?
ace queen
But I
suited.
have ace
So what am I
queen.
going to do?
Yeah. So
What am I going to do? If there was any player he could find a fold to on this table, I think it is Sad.
Yeah.
But This is pretty filthy. Full 20 big blinds, though. Maybe,
It
just
is.
maybe, you can find a full with ace-queen
Yeah,
suited.
yeah. I mean, the positions make it a fairly standard get in, but it's sad, and
He does call.
he does call, yeah, and
And
he's
he
going to get
gets
the very
the
bad news.
Ugh. And
But-
you got a feel for Fal. He was one card away from 4 million,
Yeah.
and now he is one run out away from being left with a miserable 7 or 8 big blinds.
Yeah. But you can always get there. Okay, well, he's got some backdoors with the spades and a straight draw as well, but
Yeah, 10 of spades would certainly help his cause.
10 of hearts, yeah, so he picks up more outs now, an 8 or a king. He loses the queen, obviously, but by way of compensation, he picks up the king, and that is another huge setback for Fal.
Oh, and what a difference.
And a huge
5 minutes
and
ago.
And for Sad, I mean, Sad was the shortest stack. He was the only guy sub 20 big blinds when we came into this level. And now he's right back in mid-pack, and Fal is the one who's under pressure.
Poker can be a cruel, cruel game sometimes.
Yeah, down to 8 big blinds now. This is grim days for him. He's also just going to be feeling that it's not his day.
Ellie Sad, on the other hand, was very, very short.
Very,
rocking
very short.
5, 6 big blinds,
Yeah.
7 big blinds for a long, long time.
Yeah.
42 big blinds now.
Yeah, he stayed patient with the short stack, which is always worth doing. Don't just stick it in indiscriminately first half decent hand you see. If you wait, you will find a decent spot more often than not.
Absolutely. Well, we've got about 30 minutes left, guys. Maybe slightly more. 21 players remain. There are plenty of short stacks out there now. We said how this table
Yeah.
was full of,
Well,
deep stacks. Now there's lots of guys below 20.
Yeah. Shiloh decide this is a good time to open up with the Queen Jack off. Baybar's very quickly folds the same hand. Alan, yeah, he's not going to get involved. Just over 20 big blinds. Ooh, Sad has another hand. Another decision.
Well, from everything we've seen of Sad, this is going to be a flat call all day. I
Yeah,
don't
and
see
the flat-
any
the f-
aggressive action.
The flat call is fairly standard here, so can't really hate on it.
Certainly not. Just the small discount from the small blind, but 120k into 360. Obviously getting a very, very nice price.
Yeah. Going to try and
Yes.
flop a set.
And a quick fold from Brown. So a fair fight, Queen Jack O against pocket eights. Shiloh obviously with position.
Yeah, the Queen Jack is obviously going to mostly win because of he's the pre-flop aggressor. He's definitely going to win now.
Yeah, Sad looking at 3 over cards, probably
3
ready
over.
to fold to even quite a small bet.
Yeah, this is as bad as flops get for. I mean, I guess an ace-high flop is even worse, but this is pretty bad.
And Shiloh actually has a candidate to check back,
Yeah.
weirdly. He
Yeah.
could fire a tiny bet there, but I quite like the check back. I think you need to have some strong-ish check backs. I don't think Sad is going to lead out here. When you get the check back in this situation, you feel like your opponent has some amount of value. He's going to throw out a tiddler, though. Oh, he's not a tiddler. 300k.
Yeah, he's induced this sort of weird bet now where Sad probably thinks he has the best hand, that he's up against ace-high.
Sad's a bit of a one-and-done merchant. I feel like this might be his one and only stab at this.
Yeah.
Shiloh's going to call,
Shiloh-
and then I don't see Sad firing
Yeah.
again.
I mean, apart from having a second pair, he's also got the gut shot, so. Yeah, Sad's bet is almost the old-fashioned find out where I'm at.
Yeah, and as you said there, the function of the check back on the flop was to induce something as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not just a pot controller, but actually to try to convince maybe some spades to bet out, some under pairs to bet out, and that's what happened. Sad's going to shut down here, I feel.
If he does shut down, the interesting thing then is does Shiloh go for value with his jack? Because the king obviously greatly reduces the amount of king X in both players' range and actually promotes his jack X.
I think he's probably got to. It's close, though, because he may feel Sad is the type player who might, well, knuckle a king over to him there. He did go for a larger sizing on the turn.
Yeah, he has decided there's just not enough
Not enough
hands
to
that
target.
call.
Yeah. Yeah. So Sad loses a little one there. Shiloh just going about his business, very workmanlike.
Yeah. Just won a lot of those small to medium-sized pots. Not played too many, but won more pots than he's lost when he's gone in. Got a lot of respect for the fact that he's playing tighter than most chip leaders would. People are giving him more pots uncontested.
Fal.
Oh, we've been under the gun here, yeah.
He's going to go for it here.
8 big blinds with the ace-8, that seems fine.
Well, he's holding back 45k, so I guess that rule not in play here.
Yeah. He's effectively all in, but...
I guess, are we on a pay jump? We're probably on a pay jump. Let me just double check that actually while the action swings around. We are not on a pay jump until 18, but...
Yeah.
I guess you're forcing your opponent to actually make a raise, which is sometimes psychologically interesting.
And do maths as well.
And do maths, which nobody likes.
Not at this hour of the night when you've been playing all day.
Fung will release the King 7 and
everybody folds.
Nice outcome for Fal there. You wouldn't begrudge him that pot at this stage.
Very nice pick up there. 2.5 big blinds is pretty huge. They might only play another orbit tonight, so these might be the last blinds he has to pay as well.
Yeah, drawing for last X amount of hands at some point you would feel any moment now. They're about 15 minutes from the end of the day. Normally around the 10-minute mark they like to stop the clock, make sure all the tables play the same number of hands, somewhere between 3 and 5 most common. Hands are coming thick and fast though, it must be said. Obviously short-handed everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, nobody's stalling to try and avoid the blinds or anything. All the players are playing at a good, honest rate. The ace-4 suited from the tightest player on the table, as you noted not so long ago. He's going to get a lot of respect from under the gun +1.
He is indeed.
Sad has a hand some players might think about getting involved in, but Sad doesn't seem too interested. Fung has the Queen 4, so he's folding, and Fal, having just won the last pot.
Oh,
he's got the ace queen.
He's got his favourite hand there.
It's going in. Yeah. You actually saw a right smile on his lips there when he realised he had ace queen again. He's not loving it because it is Baybars, the tightest player on the table.
Yeah, Baybars doesn't snap calls, so
at the end of the day, he has less than 10 big blinds, so
he's sort of hoping for the ace-10 call now,
Baybars
and hoping for the pocket 5s fold.
Baybars can find the fold here, I think, now, because he's pretty much always dominated.
Very similar to the spot from a little while ago when Fal made that call with the suited ace.
Yeah.
It was dominated by the 9s.
He's at the absolute rock bottom of his range as well, and I mean, even to a 10 big blind reshove, you should have some folds. So if he doesn't fold this hand, what is he folding?
The ace-3 of hearts.
Which he might not even open.
He shows the ace-queen again, ruefully.
Ace queen.
Ace queen.
Oh, that's not good for you.
Yeah.
You know a 4's going in the wind.
Never one to miss a needle. Brown straight in there. You know the 4 was coming.
Ooh.
So anticipation is for roughly one more orbit here, guys. We don't know what the number of hands drawn will be, but it's coming soon. They'll probably get 1 or 2 in before we find out. Stick with us here. We may see a couple of last-minute bust-outs.
21 left still, so 3 tables of 7.
And
I'm all in.
Brown moves all in with the ace. We don't know what the other card is. But it shouldn't matter too much unless it's a really low one.
I hope he does know what it is.
Yeah. Fung, I mean, he has a pretty hand, but against a 19 big blind shove, he's not going to get involved.
Yeah.
Offering the count is Brown.
1 and a little bit more.
Oh, here we go. No, pass, he says.
Showing
While flashing.
We don't know what he flashed.
We don't know what he flashed, and Sheila quickly mucks the Jack 3. Ace shown. Maybe he didn't look at the other one there.
Maybe.
There's definitely a few aces I would not shove in that spot. So
oh, for sure.
I would like
for
to look at the. I would like to look
for
at
19 big blinds.
I don't think it's quite 19, but I would also like to look at the other card in case it's another ace.
That's true.
And then maybe I construct
then you don't want
a
to
cheeky
shove.
little open range.
Yeah.
Well, as we wind down for the evening, the last 10 minutes or so, I want to say thank you very much to Dara O'Carney for joining me, calling the action every single hand today. I think I missed 1 or 2 when I went on coffee runs, but you have missed absolutely none.
Thank you, David. It's been a pleasure as always. Definitely feeling tired just now. Looking forward to my bed tonight, but we'll be back tomorrow.
And straight away a snap shove here for 15, 16 big blinds with the ace 5.
Guess he is just showing any ace now.
Yeah, this seems like exactly the kind of hand you could maybe open fold.
Yeah. Yeah. It'll work unless he runs into it, and he hasn't. So another pickup, but that is shove and hope.
It is really. I've got to say, Dara O'Carney called it here. We came back for this last 2-hour block with 23 players. We've only lost 2
Easy game when you keep doing
in that period. Now, there will be times where
always easy.
the card distribution, coolers people, bad beats people, sends them all out the door.
Yeah, we did see a few of the short stacks, more of the short stacks doubling up than busting, so that's kind of the main determinant of the fact that we've lost a few players.
When we return tomorrow, the big blind will be 100k. That's a starting stack.
Each blind is a person, yeah.
So it's very easy to calculate that there are 523 big blinds in play. If they are evenly distributed, that means the stack are only 25 bigs, which is very, very shallow now because of the lack of bust outs.
Yeah. Yeah,
if we kept pace, we would be down to 14 or 15. In fact, at the dinner break, Dara, we predicted this might end up with 12 or so people.
Yeah.
And it really hasn't.
The stacks have just compressed. That's essentially what's happened.
Good a structure as that is, 1 hour clock, sometimes the coolers aren't dealt. As you said, the short stacks double up, and maybe, just maybe, the players just, shave off a hand or two.
Yeah.
Become a bit ICM aware.
Yeah.
Knit up.
Alan looks like he's going to defend here the 9-7. Suited. Against Fung, who has been his nemesis to a large degree today.
Very much so. Correct defend here from Alan, who will be looking to flop some equity. He doesn't have to just check shove it if he does make some form of hand, which he does.
Yeah,
he can actually navigate here off this stack a little bit.
He's got the middle pin and backdoors, so this is a very good candidate to just check call.
Fung with the flush draw and 1 overcard. He's going to bet 250 now. Alan,
big bet.
Maybe versus the big bet you can jam.
Just try and deny equity to the. Yeah. Maybe, yeah.
If this comes as a 120k bet, I think you have to call all day. But versus the big bet, it's a little awkward.
But he has decided to proceed with the just call line.
9 of diamonds would be the disaster card. 6 of diamonds is pretty bad as well. Alan has improved to second pair with a gutter. Fung has the second nuts, and we know will go nowhere for any amount from now on. Probably looking to massage this pot here. Small bet, something in the region of 280k feels about right.
Yeah, he's also got an open-ended straight flush draw.
Yeah. Overkill.
He's just had everything now.
Just in case his opponent does happen to have the ace-x of diamonds.
Yeah, and you just cooler him with the 9 of diamonds on the river.
Well, he is going to go small. I love this sizing from Fung. Really intelligent sizing, 250k. Really putting pressure on a lot of the range. And Alan finds the fold. Credit to him.
Yeah.
Obviously a pretty dirty turn card
Quick fold.
in one sense, but a turn card that gave him a little something extra and maybe a reason to
What is it,
continue
last
at
what?
another
Hand
level.
hands?
Yeah.
That's forehand.
I think it was more of a drawback though with the board becoming so flushy. It means even if you're
Just
drawing to a
saying
straight,
that,
you
yeah.
might not be good, which he actually wasn't. So
Might be fair.
Fung will be getting involved with the ace jack. Down to 20 now, so I guess we lost somebody. So your prediction of 20 is looking like it might be exactly spot on the money. He's got the king jack. He's got 12 bigs. Oof. It's a tempter, but I think you have to let this go.
100% agree there. While it may be the case that Fung
Yeah, king
does
10
open a wide
suited.
range, and it may be the case that these players are taking liberties late on in the day.
Yeah,
King 10 just not good enough with players behind.
Alan's got a tempter as well, but I think
This one's very tempting, actually.
yeah,
This one's close, Dara.
this one is close for sure.
Oi, oi, oi.
But Fung is coming a little bit.
Great discipline from Alan.
He's coming from early position, so ace 9. Yeah, if that's the cutoff open, you're getting it in. But when it's +1, it's a different situation. And Sad is going to fold the 6-3. So
He shows. Well, he shows an ace.
yeah.
A solid day's work for Helmut Fung, and he will be optimistic for what could happen tomorrow.
Yeah.
$181,000 up top in this one. If you've got a big stack right now and going to bet on a big stack, you will be thinking, it's hard not to, you will be thinking about those top 3 or 4 spots, which are all pretty tasty results.
Here we go.
Brown cycling himself up here in the big blind. Here we go, he says.
Yeah.
He's feeling it.
Yeah, I didn't know that was him or you. Why is Dave trying to psych himself up with the last few hands of the night?
19 now, Dara. We've lost someone on another.
Oh, it might be going down to 18 still. We could still lose somebody, and then I think they would definitely call it. There's no way they're going to make them play a couple of extra hands if somebody else goes at this point.
You're right, Dara.
Oh, Sad has a absolute tempter here.
Yeah, I think it's a. I think it's a call.
Yeah,
No, he's going to let it go.
Yeah, that's end of the day. Don't want to get involved in a big pot. I mean, that's a flat all day long, but
It really is.
He just didn't want to get involved there. Brown, on the other hand, fearless with the 5-3.
And he did say, come on, beforehand, so he
he's-
feels like the juju's working.
Yeah. No, he's got absolutely nothing here, so unless he
Kamikaze
loses
stuff.
his mind with the 2 unders and backdoors.
Well, Shiloh, as you said, Dara, it's not the exact board you talked about earlier, but it's one of those boards that's hard to miss.
Yeah, it's not that dissimilar actually from Jack 7-5. There's lots of gut shots there. And he's picked up a flush draw now, Brown.
Yeah, Brown.
Shiloh has a blocker to that flush draw, but
Yeah, Shiloh definitely going for showdown, I think, at this
and
point.
a gut shot. Yeah, he's picked up a bad gut shot. Yeah. No, maybe, okay. I guess he's just trying to fold that equity here.
Brown gonna have to continue with the
This,
310.
this is kind of an advanced
Oh,
blocker.
it's a big bet too, Dara. 310 into.
Oh, it's not a blocker then, yeah.
440.
This is
3/4 pot, and Brown now in a spot where he has to extract value on the river if he hits to justify this call, because he's not getting the direct pot odds. He needs some
yeah.
implied odds here.
Maybe he shoves straightening cards as well. Like that one.
That one. It would work. Well, no, it wouldn't work because he's
He's got the bad end of the
he's
straight.
got the bad end of the straight.
Yeah, he's not going to give Brown too many kings, I don't think.
But you did say it, Dara. Will he represent more than just the raw equity of his flush draw if a scare card was to come? Obviously, Shiloh can have so many kings in his range here.
Yeah. He's
Oh,
definitely.
and we got a kind of a pump fight there as he moved forward, cut out some chips, and looked straight up his opponent. I'd love to see that little bit of live poker. And he is going to bet it.
Yeah.
Now, Shiloh...
He's not putting himself at risk here because he does just have 5 high.
275, it's not enough.
It's not enough.
Shiloh just has a snap call all day here.
Yeah.
Nice call.
Yeah, that was just... he tried to do the cheap... He tried to do the cheap bluff. He was trying to get just ace high to fold, I think.
Jam the turn.
Ace high to fold, or...
And now he's
I don't know what,
berating
like a hand like 9-10 I don't know what he was trying there.
Ace high, I think.
He almost made it like compelling for a queen to call.
I think it was just ace high.
Yeah.
And now he's saying he should have jammed the turn because
Yeah.
obviously, he's doing that thing of he's replaying the hand and
rivers are
finding the
straight.
one line that would have
I should
actually
just
won the
jam
hand for him.
Turn.
But
My own fault.
My own fault, he says. Well, I'm inclined to agree. I do feel like there's been a few hands with Brown in the last hour or so that have been played a little bit back to front.
yeah, it's been a long day, and he took some hits. It can be hard to reorient yourself.
Yeah, hopefully he can survive these last few hands of the night and gather himself for a spinny run tomorrow.
I think they might have said this is the last hand. No. I'm
Last
not
hand
sure.
or one more?
There's
Last
two
hand or
more.
one more? Two more.
Two more. This and one.
This and one more hand the dealer has confirmed.
Shiloh.
Shiloh opening the fours. He's basically hoping everybody just wants to bag now and they'll all fold. I mean, we saw Sad fold ace jack in a bizarre spot there.
He was rather
he's already
bizarre.
mentally bagged up. And Fung, I don't think will defend the 6-4, even though he's super. Oh, he will though. Yeah.
He might have one very deep pot left.
The small bets he just doesn't like folding to. And he has a gut shot
Okay,
now.
well, I can see some more chips getting into this particular pot. It feels like Shiloh should c-bet here.
Yeah, he definitely should see bet here because he's decided to just check behind as well. That's
Interesting.
interesting.
Diamond.
Now he's picked up a flush draw, but Fung actually has a better flush draw.
Fung could lead out here.
Yeah, very much his board now when it goes check check. You expect Shiloh to have just two pain cards a lot.
Shiloh looking to get the showdown here with his
they're both just
pocket pair. Does Fung have a bluff in him here, right at the death?
I mean, he should bluff here because this is absolutely one of the worst hands he can have, and he has a. Sorry, I thought he had a diamond. He doesn't have a diamond. Yeah, but he has one of the worst hands he can have, so he's actually supposed to bluff here. But he hasn't shown willingness to really
9-2.
bluff in those spots where he's
Fucking rip
nothing.
it.
Shiloh will be
Suited as
relieved
well.
to see that he has the best hand.
Brown had 9-2. He's good at there.
Got it. He would
8
have
bigs.
2 pair.
Yes.
And we are going to play our last
One
hand
more
of
hand.
the evening. What a day of poker we have witnessed. A lot of excitement, I have to say, in the middle part of the day. A lot of bust outs, a lot of big hands. This last session, a little bit different, a little bit cagier. Definitely more defined by the players' reluctance to put huge amounts of chips in. That said, we did see a couple of very, very big pots. The 10s, ace, king, very memorable. We remember not that long ago the jacks against the 10s on the queen high board. Probably our hand of the day. That was in the last session.
The queen jack also against the ace king.
Yeah.
Between the two Brits.
It has been a long day of poker. 201 hands is going to be the final tally over these 10 hours of play.
That's a long day, 201 hands.
It sure is. And quickly round to the button now. Sad going to release
All
the
of the
queen
chips.
deuce. And he's all in. Brown right here at the
Going for it.
death. And it looks like he's going to get it through foul. So he does chip up a little bit, picks up an extra 200k. He's going to have 8 big blinds for tomorrow is Mr. Brown. Up the Rochdale. The boys from Rochdale will be
Up
able
the Dale.
they'll be able to tune in tomorrow.
Yeah, he
and
gets through the
enjoy-
day. The two Brits are short. They have both sub 10 big blinds, but they are true. Anything can happen on the last day.
It sure can. Well, look, the story of the day for me, Maxime Chilot, 6.75 million,
Quality, yeah.
barely put a chip in anger.
Yeah.
He just went about his job workmanlike. He's probably our favourite to win the tournament from here.
Yeah.
Helmut Fung has played superbly as well. Obviously, he was the winner of that huge flip earlier on, and fortunate he was to win a flip, but deservedly too with the ace king. Ellie Sad, what a comeback, Dara. What
Indeed.
a comeback.
Indeed, yeah. And our ugly faces are on the screen now. But yeah, real comeback. And the two English lads, they hung in there. They both got through, but they won't be happy with how the day ended and how they finished with less than 10 big blinds.
No, a tough final session there, and maybe ultimately a good day at the office, but a very bad final hour or two means they are going to need to spin up quick tomorrow. They're going to come back with 8 bigs, 10 bigs, something in that vicinity. Sad, what a comeback. That's one of the stories.
That was a great comeback, yeah.
And Sheila, well, I think he's going to maybe dominate this entire tournament. He's just so proficient.
Yeah, just lots of really small pot, small ball, good selective aggression, not really making the eye-catching moves, but just going about his business very quietly, and almost like his chips his stack is growing by interest rather than in sudden jumps, just gradually increasing.
Well, I am engrossed. I am enthralled. I cannot wait for tomorrow's coverage when we will be back with you probably around the same time, 12:30-ish. Sometimes it's a few minutes over, but please do tune in when we will be bringing you final day coverage, day 4 coverage. We will bring you all the way down to a winner, whatever time in the evening that is. Do join Dara O'Carney and myself, David Lappin. Thank you so much for tuning in, guys.
Peace out.